After a century of cultivation, achieving nothing, just as he contemplated leading an ordinary life, an old friend sought him out. Zhou, my friend, I can no longer endure. I entrust my wife to you. From that moment, Zhao Chin's life underwent a profound transformation. Already well-liked within his sect, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities by numerous fellow disciples and senior mentors. Chapter 1. I can no longer endure this life. Truly, I can no longer endure. In the vast world, in southern heaven, within the great Xia, at the Yin-Yang Dao sect, in the outer courtyard of the stone residence, the aged Zhao Chin slowly opened his eyes. My life has been like walking on thin ice. It appears there is no hope of reaching the other shore. 60 years ago, he proclaimed not to underestimate the youth. 30 years ago, he warned against underestimating the middle-aged. A year ago, he cautioned not to underestimate the elderly. Alas, the path of immortality is fraught with uncertainty. It seems that I have truly reached my limit. After nearly a century of arduous cultivation, he barely stepped into the 5th level of qi refinement. This talent cannot be deemed exceptional. It is more akin to being mired in the mud. Zhao Chin wore a bitter smile. Enough, enough. Having unexpectedly perished in my previous life and traversed into this realm, I've already lived an additional life. What more could I desire? As time passed, he gradually accepted reality. Everyone aspires to become an immortal, yet how many truly succeed in ascending to the celestial realm? He had once envisioned defeating the hypocritical immortals of the righteous path and trampling the brutal practitioners of the demonic way, all while embracing the beautiful saintess of the Harmony sect. Yet, while ideals are beautiful, reality is often harsh. At that moment, sounds emerged from outside the courtyard. He rose to open the door, only to see a faint green, ethereal light drifting within. Zhao Chin's pupils constricted as he instinctively released his spiritual energy, distancing himself from it. Lingering soul, who are you, and why have you come here? When a cultivator perishes, their physical body is destroyed. If a lingering soul miraculously escapes, it may seize another's body to gain a chance at rebirth. The drifting soul emitted a familiar voice. Brother Zhou, it is I, Zhang Xiao. Zhao Chun was taken aback, carefully sensing the presence. Dao is Zhang, is it truly you? He recognized him as a nearby rogue cultivator, possessing superior talent compared to his own. It had been said that Zhang Xiao had recently ventured out in search of opportunities. Yet, given his current state, it seemed he had encountered misfortune. Zhang Xiao sighed. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. I had long anticipated this day. He had taken lives for cultivation resources and was well aware that he too could become prey. This day had been foreseen. With a complex gaze, Zhao Chan spoke solemnly. Then, may I inquire as to why you have sought me, Taoist Zhang? The world of cultivation is indeed merciless. Zhang Xiao's talent surpassed his own, yet fate had dealt him a fatal blow. The ethereal light of Zhang Xiao's lingering soul grew dimmer as he weakly implored, Brother Zhou, throughout these years, you have been my only trusted friend. I hope you can look after my wife and daughter in Wutan Town. Otherwise, I fear someone may target my beautiful wife and my helpless daughter. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Chun fell into silence. Logically, given their long-standing acquaintance, assisting a widow and orphan should not pose a problem. Yet, the reality was that he himself did not have long to live. Before he could refuse, Zhang Xiao's fading spirit gradually dissipated. Utilizing the last vestiges of his soul's power, he cast the storage pouch toward him. Brother Zhou, this is the last of my possessions. Consider it your reward. I implore you not to decline. You are a good man, and I entrust my wife and daughter to your care. Among all those he knew, Zhou Chan possessed the most amiable character, rarely making enemies and sharing a close bond with him. Most importantly, Zhang Xiao was utterly exhausted, with no options left. His mental energy had completely disintegrated. He was beyond saving. Zhou Chen caught the storage pouch with a sigh. Very well, I shall go and take a look. After all, Wutan Town was not far at the foot of the mountain. He might as well lend a helping hand. Upon inspecting Zhang Xiao's storage pouch, he found a mere 7 low-grade spirit stones, 2 blood chi pills, 2 first-tier spirit talismans, and some miscellaneous items. Such meager possessions were indeed pitiful. Zhou Chun, responsible for guarding the medicinal garden within the Yin-Yang sect, quickly arranged for a well-connected junior brother to tend to the garden before hastily descending the mountain. Following the address provided by Zhang Xiao, Zhou Chin soon arrived at Wutan Town and made his way eastward to a modest stone-tiled house. He knocked rhythmically on the door, which was promptly opened by a graceful woman in her 30s. Her skin was as radiant as snow, her features exquisite, and her purple gown accentuated her alluring figure perfectly. Her long, delicate fingers were particularly captivating, while her slender legs hinted at their elegance beneath the flowing hem of her skirt. Zhao Chin thought to himself, "Goodness, is this truly Zhang Xiu's wife? How remarkably beautiful she is." It was a pity that such a gentle and charming wife was left alone at home, while Zhang Xiu ventured forth in search of fortune. Now, it seemed, his wife would belong to another, and his daughter too. The beautiful woman gazed at Zhao Chin with curiosity and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Zhao Chin cleared his throat and replied, "I am Zhao Chin, a friend of Zhang Xiu. I have come at his behest." Upon hearing this, the woman sighed with relief and hastily invited him inside. "I am Nan Xiao. My husband has summoned you. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Zhao Chin paused momentarily before calmly recounting Zhang Xiu's fate. Zhang Dao Yu ventured out and was unfortunately injured by a beast. He retrieved the clothing and other items from Zhang Xiu's storage pouch to substantiate his claims. When Nan Xiao beheld the garments, her body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. How? How could this happen? Zhao Chin, at a loss for words, could only speak gently. Life extinguishes like a lamp. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help you. Nan Xiao, in a daze, numbly accepted the clothing. Her tear-filled eyes glistened as she choked out, "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Witnessing her despair, Zhao Chin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With Zhang Xiu's body destroyed, Nan Xiao was left to arrange for a burial in his honor. For the next 3 days, Zhao Chin resided in Nan Xiao's home. Her beauty was striking, particularly after learning of Zhang Xiu's demise, which stirred the interest of several ruffians on the street. Despite Zhao Chin's age and the frailty of his vitality, being a cultivator allowed him to effortlessly dispatch a few ordinary ruffians. With a few swift movements, he sent the thugs packing. He contemplated whether he should devise a means of escape for Nan Xiao. In the morning hall, he lit a stick of incense for Zhang Xiu. Gazing at Zhang Xiu's memorial tablet, Zhao Chin couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. The path of cultivation often defies the heavens, and meeting one's end along the journey is a common occurrence. However, before he could exit, he was halted by Nan Xiao. Her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, adorned in a simple white gown, evoked a sense of poignant vulnerability. Zhao Chin's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Yet, he could not deny the allure of her long legs, or rather, the elegance of her skin. Nan Xiao slightly bowed, gracefully performing a curtsy. From an elevated perspective, one could behold the vast expanse of her captivating scenery. Through their recent interactions, Nan Xiao discerned that Zhao Chin was a practitioner of the mystical arts. After a brief moment of hesitation and internal struggle, she made her choice, resolved to confront the challenges ahead. Chapter 2. Zhao Chin instinctively wanted to push her away. His innate talent was lacking, and his progress in cultivation was exceedingly slow, which led him to maintain a pure young body, wholeheartedly pursuing the path of immortality. After nearly a century of cultivation, rejecting female allure had nearly become an instinctive response. Yet, he could not deny that she was indeed a sight to behold. After Nan Xiao leaned against him, she made no further advances. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she choked back sobs, large tears cascading down her cheeks, quickly soaking Zhao Chin's garments. Her already enchanting beauty appeared even more pitiable. With her head slightly raised, her shimmering eyes gazed at him with earnest pleading. "Brother Zhao, I know you're a good man. Please, just help us. In this world, we orphans and widows truly cannot survive." She was acutely aware of her beauty, and after her husband's death, she realized that without support, her fate would surely be worse than death, especially with her daughter just 5 years old. She needed to find a protector. Zhao Chin pressed his lips together, finding Nan Xiao's words impossible to refute. Whether in the realm of cultivation or the mundane world, lacking power rendered a stable existence a mere fantasy. Especially considering Nan Xiao's striking beauty. Had he not been present, she might have already fallen victim to malicious intentions. Nan Xiao's hand slowly rose, her tone increasingly humble. "Master Zhao, I do not seek a formal title. Even as a servant, I would willingly accept, only asking that you take in my daughter and me." Zhao Chin shuddered. He was nearing the end of his life. Maintaining a pure young body was no longer necessary, especially not when temptation was so readily available. Sighing, he thought, Brother Zhang, it is not that I lack brotherly loyalty, I am simply compelled by circumstances." Zhao Chin no longer pretended to be aloof. With her earnest plea laid bare, to continue feigning righteousness would be somewhat disingenuous. After a century of arduous cultivation, nearing death, was it not time to enjoy life? An hour later, Zhao Chin exhaled a long breath. The time spent in this interaction left him somewhat disappointed, particularly regarding Nan Xiao, who was in the prime of her youth. Zhao Chin savored the moment, eager for another encounter, yet felt powerless to act upon his desires. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Heaven rewards diligence. Exploring the essence of life is the true path of yin and yang." The host has lost their pure young body and activated the friendly exchange system. After friendly interaction with the opposite sex, their fondness for the host can be used to unlock or upgrade professions or enhance personal cultivation. First-time detection of friendly interaction activates the alchemist profession. Zhao Chin hesitated to act immediately, feeling immense frustration. It was not that the system had failed to respond. but rather that his determination in cultivation was too resolute. The system's capabilities were easily understood. The fondness of the opposite sex could directly enhance his cultivation or elevate his skills in alchemy and artifact crafting. A smile graced Zhao Chin's eyes as he glanced at the tenderly gazing Nan Xiao. Name: Nan Xiao. Age: 32. Charisma: 90. Cultivation: none. Affection: 50. Max affection: unyielding in life and death. Seeing the glaring figure of 50 affection points, Zhao Chin pondered deeply, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together. It seems the saying holds true. While a calm demeanor is admirable, passionate flames foster closer connections. Noticing his unwavering gaze, Nan Xiao shyly turned her head away. Since her husband's demise, Zhao Chin had been of considerable assistance to her. Despite his age, it was evident he possessed a kind heart. Most importantly, in these chaotic times, he could offer protection to her and her daughter. He resolved to first break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Pure spiritual energy flowed into him, making him feel rejuvenated. The transition from the 5th to the 6th layer was indeed a significant hurdle, bringing immense personal growth. The host consumes 20 affection points and successfully breaks through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Zhao Chin felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Once more, he thought. Yet, he remained principled, gently embracing Nan Xiao. He turned and exited the spirit hall, heading towards the main house. Nan Xiao, it is late. You should rest early. Nan Xiao was taken aback. Her flushed cheeks resembled ripened apples, charmingly bashful. Isn't it all over? Why is he still here? But Zhao Chin paid no heed to her thoughts. This boundless energy, accumulated over a century of cultivation, must be fully imparted to Nan Xiao. The night passed without conversation, succinctly omitting 200,000 words. On the following dawn, soft light descended upon the earth. Zhao Chin sat at a stone table in the courtyard. He had once thought he would not live for many more years. However, with the system's emergence, whether he aimed to enhance his cultivation or become a high-level alchemist, Nan Xiao's assistance would be indispensable. It seemed that relying on affection to enhance cultivation might not be entirely beneficial. Simply advancing from the 5th to the 6th layer required 20 affection points. Even if Nan Xiao's affection reached its maximum, it could only allow Zhao Chin to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Each individual could provide a maximum of 100 affection points. If he wished to ascend to immortality, would he not require the affection of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of individuals? However, if he utilized affection points to enhance auxiliary professions, relying on countless elixirs and miraculous medicines might indeed facilitate a more straightforward increase in his cultivation. Yes, I have decided. He resolved, I shall first accumulate affection points. In case of emergencies, they can serve to elevate my cultivation. For now, I shall focus on improving my profession. He could not remain in this place indefinitely. He would take the mother and daughter back to the Yin-Yang sect. At that moment, the door on the left opened, revealing a delicate little girl, dressed in somewhat clean yet noticeably worn clothes. With her hair tied in twin ponytails, she trotted toward Zhao Chin, her little legs moving swiftly. Approaching Zhao Chin, she tugged at his sleeve with her tiny hand. Uncle, uncle. After days of interaction, the little girl had grown quite fond of Zhao Chin. Showing no signs of shyness, Zhao Chin scooped her into his arms, playfully teasing her. Little Ling, why are you up so early? Zhang Ling rubbed her sleepy eyes and replied innocently, last night, I kept waking up scared, so I got up early. Zhao Chin's expression shifted momentarily with awkwardness. It was indeed a disadvantage of having low cultivation. If only he had stronger abilities or some resources, he could have easily set up arrays to muffle sounds within the house, preventing the little girl from hearing anything at all. Chapter 3. Zhao Chin gently caressed the little girl's silky hair, finding the sensation quite comforting. Rest assured, with your uncle around, there will be no troubles. As Nan Xiao emerged from the kitchen, she was taken aback by this statement and discreetly cast a flirtatious glance, tucking her hair behind her ear. Ultimately, despite being fierce as a wolf, she was still merely a mortal. No matter how advanced Zhao Chin's age or how frail his vitality, he remained a cultivator, far beyond her reach. Nan Xiao meticulously arranged several dishes onto the table. Master Zhao, I apologize. Our household lacks sufficient provisions, so please make do. Zhang Xiao had gone on an expedition, which lasted over a month. Their family was not affluent, and they simply could not afford much meat. Zhao Chin smiled gently. It is of no consequence. I am not particular about food. After taking a few bites, he was pleasantly surprised to find the taste quite delightful. Since joining the Yin-Yang sect, he had seldom indulged in earthly meals. Most cultivators were preoccupied with seclusion, and even low-tier cultivators could not afford to fast. They typically resorted to consuming fasting pills, which could sustain them for days or even weeks. Having not savored mortal food in quite some time, this experience was rather refreshing. However, after a couple of bites, Zhao Chin noticed that Nan Xiao and the little girl, Linger, stood beside him, quietly observing. He frowned slightly, perplexed. Why aren't you sitting down to eat? Nan Xiao hurriedly waved her hands, a look of obedience on her face. Master Zhao, please eat first. Linger and I will wait until you finish. The little girl gazed longingly at the food yet stood dutifully still. Zhao Chin beckoned her to sit on the chair beside him. You both should sit and eat. I do not adhere to strict formalities. Although Nan Xiao had her reservations, she dared not defy his words. Seeing him take the initiative to lift Lingo onto the chair, she finally sat beside him. After sitting down, she felt compelled to explain. Master Zhao, I am not afraid of you. This is how we have always done things. Zhao Chin let out a quiet sigh. In this era, the notion of male superiority and female subservience was deeply ingrained, particularly in the mundane world. Women held little status, and it was not unusual for them to refrain from dining at the table. Even when seated, Nan Xiao was still attentive to Zhao Chin's needs. Nonetheless, sharing a meal with him filled her with joy. This newly acquainted Master Zhao was indeed a kind-hearted individual. A subtle smile graced Nan Xiao's lips, enhancing the allure of her already charming visage. Congratulations, host. Nan Xiao's favorability has reached 10. Current available points, 40. Zhao Chin himself was taken aback. Simply inviting the mother and daughter to dine at the table had garnered him 10 points of favorability. After the meal, Nan Xiao obediently approached to clear the dishes. Zhao Chin returned to the main room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He expended 20 favorability points to fully comprehend the insights of a first-level alchemist. Host has consumed 20 points of favorability, fully mastering the insights of first-level alchemy. A vast reservoir of memories flooded Zhao Chin's mind, and his control over spiritual energy became increasingly refined. Alchemists were categorized from levels 1 to 9, each corresponding to stages of cultivation such as chi refinement, foundation establishment, and core formation. Zhao Chin tapped his storage pouch and produced a jade cylinder radiating a green glow. Spirit Energy Pill. The Spirit Energy Pill is a first-level elixir suitable for chi refinement cultivators. Elixirs are divided into several categories, including detoxification, illusion breaking, enhancing consciousness, and those for improving cultivation. Among the first-level elixirs aimed at enhancing cultivation, the Spirit Energy Pill is of medium to high quality, superior to the Qi condensing powder, yet inferior to the Qi gathering pill. Even after fully mastering the experience of a first-level alchemist, it did not imply he could concoct first-level elixirs independently. He had grasped the properties of all required materials for first-level elixirs, as well as the techniques for refining, purifying, and combining them. In simpler terms, he had amassed experience. For any elixir recipe Zhao Chin had studied, he could perfectly concoct it after 2 attempts. However, without a recipe, Zhao Chin could not create one from scratch. At least at the first-level alchemist stage, he lacked the ability to devise new formulas. The recipe for the Spirit Energy Pill was fortuitously obtained years ago, and he had committed it to memory. Having reviewed it once more, he felt a sense of confidence. It was imperative to hasten the alchemical process. Whether to enhance favorability or become an alchemist, the ultimate aim was to elevate his cultivation. At the 6th level of chi refinement, dealing with mortals was effortless. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, he remained woefully weak. Furthermore, even if he broke through, it would not significantly extend his lifespan. Zhao Chin rummaged through his storage pouch, assessing his accumulated wealth over the years. His pouch contained 3 spirit stones, while Zhang Xiao had 7 inferior spirit stones. 10 inferior spirit stones would suffice, albeit barely. Spirit stones are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. Most chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators utilized inferior spirit stones. This quantity would not suffice for purchasing elixirs, but was more than adequate for acquiring materials to concoct elixirs himself. Zhao Chin opened the door and briefed Nan Xiao, intending to head to the nearby town to procure materials for the Spirit Energy Pill. However, before departing, he noticed the mother and daughter's faded clothing. After a moment's thought, he casually retrieved 20 taels of silver. Take this, go buy some clothing and food. The world is vast, but sustenance is paramount. Do not let yourself and the child go hungry. Nan Xiao was taken aback by the hefty sum of silver. She quickly waved her hands in refusal, her expression fraught with anxiety. Brother Zhao, this is too much. I cannot possibly use it all. Despite her seemingly shy demeanor, there was an undeniable charm to her protest. Zhao Chin pressed the silver into her hands with an authoritative tone. All right, since you are with me, I will not let you go without food and clothing. Accept it, and do so without hesitation. He could surmise why Zhang Xiao had never mentioned his wife and daughter before. That man was likely consumed by his pursuit of immortality, dedicating all his resources to cultivation. The silver for household needs was probably scant, leaving Nan Xiao astonished at the sight of money. It seemed that Zhang Xiao, in his final moments, had recalled the saying, when a person is about to die, their words are kind, realizing his impending fate and contemplating the safety of his family. Nan Xiao's hands trembled as she clutched the silver, her eyes misting with tears. Brother Zhao, you are truly kind. You are a good person. Zhao Chin couldn't help but smirk. Even in this otherworldly realm, how can I still be labeled as a good person? It appeared he would have to teach her a lesson tonight. Wutan Town was but a small settlement inhabited by mortals. Yet 30 miles away lay the grand city of Mou. This vast town also housed cultivators, ensuring an ample supply of low-tier medicinal materials. Zhao Chin raised his right hand to his storage pouch and summoned a talisman. A speed talisman. A basic wind elemental talisman. It would enhance his speed exponentially. After all, low-level cultivators could not fly with swords. They relied on their own 2 legs to traverse the terrain. Zhao Chin was determined not to waste time. With a swift movement, he vanished from the spot, his steps light and agile. After a brief incense stick's time had passed, Zhao Chin found himself wandering the streets of Mou City. Gazing upon a town both familiar and foreign, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Over the years, each visit to Mou City had been marked by a sense of trepidation, akin to a poor person entering an upscale venue. Even without the intention to purchase anything, he often felt timid, fearing he might inadvertently damage something and be unable to afford the consequences. However, after awakening the system, Zhao Chin's confidence had significantly improved. 100 years in the East, 100 years in the West. Do not underestimate the elderly for their poverty. Chapter 4. Zhao Chin arrived at the elixir shop in the western part of the city, spending 9 spirit stones to procure materials for 6 spirit chi pills. The spirit chi pill is a first-tier elixir, hence the materials were rather common. He gathered 30-year-old 3-leaf grasses, 30-year-old 100 spirit flowers, and 40-year-old thunderstorm fruits. The higher the age of the medicinal materials, the more potent the resulting elixir. Having collected the necessary ingredients, Zhao Chin swiftly returned to Wutan Town. As he stepped through the door, he spotted Nan Xiao standing in the courtyard, her enchanting eyes occasionally glancing towards the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Chin return, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Once again, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Nan Xiao's affection level is at 5, current affection points, 65. The host can utilize 25 affection points. Zhao Chin felt a bit bewildered. How could her affection increase simply because he had stepped out? He quickly deduced that it was likely due to the silver he had given her before leaving. She probably thought he intended to abandon her and her mother. For a beautiful woman, despite her wealth, is often more susceptible to danger. Having wealth does not guarantee a good life. Now, seeing him return, the anxiety in her heart had eased, thus her affection had increased. Nan Xiao gracefully stood up, swaying her alluring waist as she made her way into the house. She was acutely aware of her advantages and feared Zhao Chin might leave without a word, although they had known each other for only a few days. Even if Zhao Chin seemed kind-hearted, she was hesitant to offer herself, fearing the overwhelming disparity between cultivators and mortals. The thought of being abandoned terrified her. Watching Nan Xiao enter, Zhao Chin's gaze unconsciously drifted downward. You should rest well. Don't worry, I will take care of both of you. Having been a solitary man for 2 lifetimes, he was indeed somewhat enamored. Zhao Chin felt a surge of anger, and he didn't mind Nan Xiao helping to alleviate it. However, at this moment, he was more inclined to attempt alchemy. Nan Xiao, feeling somewhat confused, retreated. She could tell that Zhao Chin had intentions towards her, yet in this situation, he still rejected her. With a wistful gaze towards the interior, her beautiful eyes glistened with moisture. Could it be that Zhou Gu was aware of her exhaustion and wished for her to rest? Thus, she chose to endure rather than harm herself. Such a gentle and considerate man was indeed rare to find. Even ordinary men often disregard their wise opinions, let alone someone like Zhou Gu, who was a cultivator. Zhou Gu was truly a good man, as Zhou Chin had yet to commence his alchemical endeavors. Another prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Nan Xiao's affection level is now 3, current affection points, 68. The remaining affection points available for the host are 28. Zhao Chin momentarily cast aside distractions, dismissing such matters from his thoughts. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. It was best not to speculate. After all, an increase in affection was a positive outcome. He patted his storage bag and summoned the bronze alchemical furnace. Ah, old friend, let us make do for now. This was the inferior grade furnace he had purchased for 20 spirit stones. Throughout nearly 100 years of cultivation, he had once aspired to become an alchemist, primarily because the sect's stipend was meager, and he did not dare venture out for treasure hunting. Zhao Chin sought to enhance his cultivation through pills but had to take an alternative path. After practicing diligently for a time, he ultimately abandoned the endeavor due to lack of talent. Zhao Chin exhaled spirit energy from his palm, which transformed into a flame, igniting beneath the alchemical furnace. The flame spirit mushroom was cast into the furnace, quickly melting under the searing flames. When the liquid approached the consistency of bubbling lava, he added the next ingredient. The method for concocting the spirit chi pill was relatively straightforward. It merely involved refining and purifying the materials, carefully controlling the heat, and merging them at the right moment. After a brief tea time, Zhao Chin ceased the flow of spirit energy and waved his right hand gently. Several pills flew out from within the furnace. As they emerged, they exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. Zhao Chin narrowed his eyes in delight, grasping them in his palm, a look of ecstatic joy crossing his face. Remarkably, they were all superior-grade spirit chi pills. Elixirs are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. The higher the grade, the more effective the elixir, and the lower the toxicity within. Most spirit chi pills circulating in the market are of middle grade, while superior grade ones are exceedingly rare. As for exceptional grade spirit chi pills, they are treasures seldom encountered, requiring meticulous control that even second or third tier alchemists might hesitate to claim. Their first tier pills are all of exceptional quality. Zhao Chin had successfully created 8 spirit chi pills, and with diligent effort, he could produce around 10 per batch. The same materials in different alchemists' hands result not only in significant disparities in grade, but also in quantity. A typical alchemist would consider it remarkable to produce 3 to 5 pills from a single set of materials, while Zhao Chin, on his first attempt, had yielded 8. With further experimentation and growing expertise, it was likely he could produce 10 pills without difficulty. Inferior grade spirit chi pills sell for 1 spirit stone each, while middle grade ones fetch 5 spirit stones, and superior grade ones command 4 spirit stones each. The raw materials costing 2 spirit stones could be sold for dozens of times their value once refined into pills. In this small cultivation town, superior grade spirit chi pills are in high demand, eliminating concerns about their sale. Contemplating the spirit chi pills in his hand, Zhao Chin paused for a moment before swallowing one. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that flowed through his body. As the warmth was refined by his spirit energy, it quickly merged with him. Zhao Chin could distinctly perceive a slight enhancement in his spirit energy. Time passed, and after half an incense stick, Zhao Chin slowly opened his eyes. Elation evident in his expression. There was hope for foundation establishment. One spirit chi pill had significantly improved his spirit energy by nearly 1/10. This meant that with the refinement of 12 to 13 spirit chi pills, he could successfully break through to the 7th layer of chi condensation. Previously, he had attempted to advance his cultivation using lower-grade pills, but the energy contained within them paled in comparison to that of superior-grade pills. Not only did he waste his savings, but he also failed to make any progress. Instead, consuming too many pills had resulted in a buildup of toxins in his body, forcing him to spend additional time detoxifying. As time flowed unceasingly, evening arrived. Ningxiao waited outside, hesitant to disturb Zhao Chin. Since he had entered the house in the afternoon, he had yet to emerge. Concerned that entering abruptly might disrupt him and cause displeasure, she quietly waited at the door. Finally, at the hour of the dog, the door creaked open. Zhao Chin emerged, his face aglow, his black and white eyes radiating warmth and kindness, a slight smile gracing his lips, indicating his excellent mood. After a long day's work, he had successfully refined all 6 sets of materials into elixirs, resulting in 56 superior-grade spirit chi pills. Zhao Chin consumed 12 of them, successfully breaking through to the 7th layer of chi condensation. Ningxiao slightly bowed, her beauty fully revealed. Zhou Ge, what would you like to eat? Perhaps I could cook some noodles for you? Her noodle-making skills were exceptional, and the flavor was genuinely delightful. Chapter 5 Little Lingo blinked her sparkling eyes and cheerfully sat beside Zhao Chin. However, before the meal, the little girl pouted and softly said, "Father." Zhao Chin nearly choked on the noodles in his mouth, exclaiming, "What did you just call me?" Had he really gained a daughter so easily? Although after his connection with Ningxiao, Linger would inevitably follow him, he never anticipated such a swift change in her address. Linger's delicate face occasionally glanced at Zhao Chin, her expression serious as she earnestly declared, "Mother said that Uncle Zhou will be my father from now on, so I should call you father." At her tender age, she did not fully comprehend the reason behind calling Zhou uncle as father. Yet, under her mother's persuasion, she obediently complied. Ningxiao, unable to discern whether Zhao Chin was pleased or displeased, quietly added, "Big brother Zhou." She refrained from voicing the rest, aware that many truths were better left unsaid in front of a child. However, Zhao Chin understood her unspoken thoughts. With a gentle hand, he affectionately ruffled Linger's hair, reassuringly stating, "Linger is very well behaved. I like her very much. You needn't worry." Upon hearing this, Ningxiao felt a slight relief. The two of them were without support and would rely on Zhao Chin for their future. Zhao Chin's fondness for her was not enough. He needed to foster a bond with her daughter as well, or their lives could become challenging. Moreover, since being with Zhao Chin, he had treated her far better than Zhang Shou ever did. Ningxiao found herself developing genuine feelings for Zhao Chin. After she tidied up the dishes, intending to wash them, Zhao Chin raised his right hand, and a stream of water materialized. The dishes were enveloped by the flowing water and quickly cleaned. In the past, he would not have casually used spiritual techniques. With a cultivation level of the 5th layer of chi refining, utilizing 3 or 5 techniques would have depleted his spiritual energy. Moreover, those were all low-level techniques with minimal destructive power. However, after breaking through to the 7th layer of chi refining, even a simple water technique consumed little energy. Ningxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Zhao Chin. "Big brother Zhou, I can wash them myself. You need not trouble yourself," she said. Zhao Chin silently regarded her, slightly tilting his body. "It is late. We should retire early." Ningxiao, well aware of his intentions, felt her cheeks flush, especially in the past 2 days. After Zhao Chin's tender care, her body had become increasingly alluring, and he could smell a faint fragrance. After little Lingo was sent back to her room, she watched eagerly as the two entered theirs. The following morning, after a night of diligent cultivation, Zhao Chin once again garnered 3 points of favor. Ningxiao's fondness for him had also surpassed 70 points. Observing the sleeping beauty beside him, Zhao Chin gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet, he did not linger in the warmth of the moment. It was time to return to the Yin-Yang sect. Having spent decades as an outer disciple in the sect, he had rarely encountered conflicts and maintained a good rapport with others within the outer sect. However, he could not continuously rely on his junior disciples to tend to the medicinal fields. Nevertheless, he needed to prepare before heading back. Zhao Chin rummaged through his storage bag, retrieving an iron mask shaped like a ghost's face and a black robe. After leaving Wutan City, he quietly changed his attire and then made his way to Moyu City, not rushing to purchase medicinal materials, but instead heading to the Huichun Pavilion, which sold elixirs. In the early morning, the shop had few customers. Upon seeing a patron enter, the attendant hurriedly approached. "Esteemed guest, would you like to purchase?" Although he was merely a servant at Huichun Pavilion, he possessed the cultivation of the 2nd layer of chi refining. Zhao Chin deliberately lowered his voice, rasping, "Do you buy high-grade spiritual energy pills?" The attendant was momentarily taken aback upon hearing high-grade spiritual energy pills, then eagerly nodded. Yes. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the manager." For ordinary elixir transactions, the attendant could handle it. However, the sale of high-grade spiritual energy pills, priced above 4 spirit stones each, required the manager's involvement. Before long, a round, middle-aged cultivator, the manager of Huichun Pavilion, emerged. The plump man wore a broad smile. The shrewdness sparkled in his eyes. "Friend, I am the manager here. I hear you wish to sell high-grade spiritual energy pills. May I inquire how many you intend to sell?" Zhao Chin's eyes flickered with surprise as he replied calmly. 15 high-grade spiritual energy pills. Indeed, Huichun Pavilion, the largest elixir shop in Moyu City, boasted a manager with the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refining. The manager, upon hearing this, promptly summoned the attendant. Shali, bring a cup of spiritual tea for our guest. Spiritual tea, a unique beverage in the realm of cultivation, could enhance physical strength and prolong life for mortals. While not a significant supplement for cultivators, it still offered some benefits. Initially, the manager assumed the customer would only be selling 3 or 5 pills. Typically, a transaction worth a few spirit stones did not warrant his personal attention. However, considering these were high-grade spiritual energy pills, which were scarce in a small place like Moyu City, their value was undeniable. Some items were not merely for sale but were kept in the shop to showcase their inventory. The manager's smile became increasingly genuine. My friend, may I ask what price you wish to sell them for? Zhao Chin had already contemplated the price prior to arriving and answered without hesitation. 15 high-grade spiritual energy pills for 70 spirit stones. The manager rubbed his hands together, his voice oily with flattery. Friend, this price exceeds the market rate significantly. After a round of haggling, they finally settled on 65 spirit stones. Satisfied, Zhao Chin turned to leave. After navigating several turns, he reached another elixir shop and sold 8 more high-grade spiritual energy pills. Half an hour later, he found a shop in the west of the city and sold another 7 pills. The reason for selling in batches was primarily to avoid drawing attention. In such a small town, high-grade spiritual energy pills were exceedingly rare. Selling too many at once could easily attract unwanted eyes. Given his current cultivation level, being targeted for robbery was not inconceivable. Thus, he opted for a staggered selling approach. While it was somewhat of a hassle, the limited quantities sold did not incite the shopkeepers to consider murder for the sake of theft, ensuring a higher degree of safety. Chapter 6. After a series of transactions, a total of 40 high-grade spiritual energy pills were sold. As for the remaining 4 pills, they were of the finest quality and were never intended for sale. The number of spirit stones in Zhao Chin's possession had astonishingly reached 164. Feeling the bulging storage bag, he was greatly satisfied. He finally saw a return on his investment. Previously, all his spirit stones were spent on purchasing pills. Even though he held the position of guarding the medicinal garden, a role that was not overly taxing in the sex affairs and offered decent remuneration, decades passed without him accumulating any spirit stones. He then turned to the spiritual herb shop to procure materials for over 20 more spiritual energy pills. Afterward, he purchased some supplies in the city, along with 2 sets of formation flags, before finally returning home. Once he left Moyu City, he changed out of his black robe and donned his usual blue attire. The journey had gone remarkably well, with no one trailing behind him. This trip had been quite fruitful. He had informed Nan Xiao the night before that he would take her away today. Initially, he thought she would be reluctant to leave her childhood home, even though Wutan Town was merely a few dozen miles from the Yin-Yang sect. For an ordinary person, especially a delicate woman, it was quite possible she would never return to her hometown. Yet, Nan Xiao expressed her willingness to follow him, saying that wherever Zhao Chin went, she would go as well. However, upon returning home, he found Nan Xiao sitting at the table, her face clouded with worry, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, her brow furrowed in concern. Upon seeing Zhao Chin return, she jumped up excitedly and ran towards him, noticing her mixed expression of excitement and unease. Zhao Chin gently embraced her, patting her back soothingly. What's wrong? Nan Xiao, nestled in his arms, spoke with a tone full of expectation. Big brother Zhao. Just now a female immortal came by, claiming that Linger possesses extraordinary talent and wishes to take her as a disciple. I told her that her father was not home, so I didn't let her leave with the immortal. Little Linger blinked her big, bright eyes and moved closer to Zhao Chin. Father, can I go with her? Zhao Chin knelt to her level. Little Linger, do you wish to cultivate immortality? Little Linger nodded vigorously, her childish voice chiming. I want to be as powerful as you. Father, that immortal sister is very beautiful. She said that if I become an immortal cultivator, I can protect mother. Zhao Chin then turned to Nan Xiao, speaking softly. Do you want her to go? Nan Xiao hesitated slightly but nodded. I do wish for her to go. She can't always follow us. Embarking on the path of cultivation is her opportunity, but I wanted to consult your opinion. As Zhao Chin was her man, he was the pillar of the family. Such a significant decision required his approval. Zhao Chin slowly nodded. Then I will accompany you, and we can see what sect she hails from. He was not worried that the woman would pose a threat. Firstly, if she had ill intentions, there was no need to wait for his return. If she truly valued Linger's talent, she could have taken her away immediately. Secondly, the location was not far from the Yin-Yang sect, and the woman would have to show some respect for it. Following the address she left, Zhao Chin found her at an inn in the town. She was a woman of striking beauty, tall and ethereal, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Yet Zhao Chin could confidently discern that she was at least a century old. The glance she cast was chilling. Zhao Chin was inwardly astonished. She was at least at the golden core stage. Immortal cultivators could not perceive another's spiritual roots through mere observation. To test the potential of gifted mortals, sex relied on the capabilities of magical tools. In Zhao Chin's understanding, cultivators at the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages could not discern whether someone possessed spiritual roots just by looking. Initially, he thought the woman was utilizing a magical tool's power, but it seemed she had fortuitously encountered little Linger and taken a liking to her talent. Zhao Chin, deep in thought, maintained a calm exterior. Senior, I am Zhao Chin, an outer disciple of the Hawan sect. In the cultivation world, seniority was not determined by age, but by cultivation level. The woman replied in a soft voice, I am Nangong, one of the Yanwei sect. Zhao Chin's heart skipped a beat. She was an elder from a first-rate sect, reputed to possess exceptional skills, nearly stepping into the nascent soul realm. Nangong Wan wished to take Little Linger as her personal disciple. Little Linger was also willing to go with her. They exchanged only a few words, and before departing, Nangong Wan said coolly, if you wish to find Little Linger in the future, you may come to Yenue's sect to seek me. Once she reaches the foundation establishment stage, I will allow her to descend the mountain for training. Little Linger was very reluctant to leave Nan Xiao, gazing at her with longing. After all, she was still a little girl, unable to bear the thought of leaving her mother. Ultimately, however, she obediently followed Nangong Wan. Nan Xiao maintained a gentle smile until Nangong Wan soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Her eyes were already brimming with tears, but she held them back. Big brother Zhou, let us return. Zhou Chin gently kissed her. If Nan Xiao had been willing, she could have followed Little Linger. A child with innate spiritual roots, a genius, would find it easy to bring an ordinary person to the sect. Yet, Nan Xiao chose not to do so, remaining with Zhou Chin. Perhaps part of her reasoning stemmed from the concern of being a burden to her daughter, but it also related to her identity as Zhou Chin's woman. She had prepared her luggage early, and after returning home, she made a few quick arrangements. Locking the courtyard door, she soon regained her composure. Big brother Zhou, how far are we from the Yin-Yang Palace? She was just an ordinary woman from the countryside. Despite her beauty, she had never ventured beyond the familiar confines of her small town. Seeing her earnest expression, Zhou Chin couldn't help but smile. It's only a few dozen miles. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiao's complexion paled slightly. Nevertheless, she forced a smile and replied softly, all right. With no carriage prepared, walking such a distance would surely be a daunting task. However, she had grown accustomed to submitting to her husband. Even if she worried about her stamina, she dared not voice her discomfort for fear of displeasing Zhou Chin. As they exited the village, Zhou Chin swiftly scooped Nan Xiao into his arms in a princess carry. Soaring forward, all she could see were the rapidly retreating fields and trees. Instinctively, she clung tightly to Zhou Chin, pressing her soft body against him. Big brother Zhou. Chapter 7. Zhou Chin's steps were incessant, yet his tone was imbued with utmost tenderness. The horse-drawn carriage was far too slow. I shall take you back to spare you the arduous journey, for your health may not withstand it. After all, she is his beloved. And she had even awakened the system for him. In terms of sentiment and reason, he could not bear to see Nan Xiao suffer. Listening to his attentive words, Nan Xiao felt a wave of emotion swell within her heart. Never had anyone shown concern for her feelings. Moreover, the esteemed Zhou Chin, a celestial master, had actually chosen to lower himself to care for her in such a considerate manner. Congratulations, host. Nan Xiao's affection has increased by 10 current affection points. 81. Congratulations, host. Your first friendly interaction with a member of the opposite sex has raised the affection to 80 points. For each additional point gained in Nan Xiao's affection, the host will receive triple the usable affection points. Special reward, the host awakens a new profession, level 1 Rune Master. Given that the first friendly interaction has reached 80 points, and since the host has yet to identify a second target, Nan Xiao has been designated as a special target. Upon reaching 90 points, the special profession can be activated again, triggering additional rewards. New system capability. The host may regard any individual with a comprehensive attribute exceeding 80 points in talent, root bone, and charm as a potential interaction target. Each point of affection gained from an individual with a comprehensive charm exceeding 85 points will yield double affection points. Note: only after engaging in friendly interaction with the host can the affection points of the individual be utilized by the host. Additional reward: Eye of Insight. Allowing the host to view another's spiritual roots, cultivation level, realm, and age. Current usable affection points, 41. In his previous life, Zhou Chin had unexpectedly passed away without ever having a girlfriend. After his reincarnation, he devoted nearly a century to the pursuit of enlightenment, immersed in cultivation. He found it incomprehensible. It would be deceitful to assert he had no understanding of women. Yet, he could hardly claim to be adept at discerning their thoughts. After merely embracing her, he thought it natural to gain a few points of affection, yet he was astonished to find an increase of 10 at once. However, the process mattered little. What mattered was the outcome. After Nan Xiao's affection surpassed 80 points, she had astonishingly awakened the profession of Rune Master. Observing Nan Xiao's head nestled tightly in his embrace due to the speed of their journey, Zhou Chin tightened his grip instinctively. She was a true treasure. In contrast to other potential targets, whose affection points could merely enhance his side profession or elevate his cultivation, Nan Xiao's affection could awaken her profession. Although talismans might not hold the same allure as pills, they possessed great potential if utilized wisely. Just imagine if he could unleash 100 or so first-level talismans simultaneously. Even foundation-building cultivators would have to tread carefully. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chin's actions grew increasingly gentle. His garments danced without wind, as wood element spiritual energy surged forth. A protective barrier of spiritual energy enveloped them, shielding against the oncoming gusts. Nan Xiao, who had previously felt a chill, suddenly found herself enveloped in warmth. The only sound that filled her ears was the rhythmic pounding of a heart. Nan Xiao was unfamiliar with the intricacies of cultivation. However, her previous interactions with Zhang Xiao had allowed her to perceive that cultivators generally loathed utilizing their spiritual powers for the benefit of mortals. She surmised that Zhou Ge must have sensed her shivering and had deliberately employed this method to shield her from the cold. Zhou Ge was truly a good person. Feeling a surge of warmth, Nanxiao's delicate fingertips gently rubbed against Zhao Chin's arm. His expression remained unchanged, yet his pace quickened. Some individuals are as light as a feather, while others bear the weight of a mountain. The sensation of being crushed beneath such weight is not something everyone can endure. An hour later, Zhao Chin returned to the outer sect of the Yin-Yang sect. As he ascended the mountain, Nanxiao discreetly opened her eyes a crack, curiously gazing at her surroundings. She was merely an ordinary girl from a small village, having never ventured beyond its confines. This was her first visit to a place inhabited by cultivators. Though it appeared similar to other locales, there was an imperceptible difference. Zhou Gu, will I be a burden to you here? She pondered. It was said that those who sought the Tao of immortality seldom engaged in romantic entanglements. Moreover, being an ordinary person, what if someone used her as a pawn, causing trouble for Zhou Gu? Gazing into his gentle, watery eyes, Zhou Chin's heart softened. It's all right. Nothing will happen, he reassured her. The Yin-Yang sect was also known informally as the Little Joy sect. Besides, cultivators also experienced the full spectrum of human emotions. Nanxiao silently nodded, resolved to remain indoors as much as possible to avoid causing Zhou Gu any trouble. Previously, Nanxiao had merely sought to protect her. However, after spending time with Zhao Chin, she had genuinely fallen for him. She wished not only to consider her own well-being, but also to protect Zhou Gu from any potential repercussions, even if her beauty were to fade in the future. She hoped that Zhou Gu would still live on. Nanxiao did not expect Zhao Chin to be unwaveringly devoted to her. She simply wished for him to remember that a woman named Nanxiao had once loved him. A junior brother, who was on duty at the medicinal fields, caught sight of Zhao Chin returning from a distance and offered a slight bow as he prepared to take his leave. Zhao Chin called out to him, rummaging through his storage bag for a considerable time before producing 2 spirit stones. Junior brother Chin, I appreciate your assistance this time. Chin's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. Senior brother, you helped me greatly when I first entered the sect. How could I accept such a generous gift from you? Within the Yin-Yang sect, Zhao Chin was known for his kind disposition. Many junior disciples, upon encountering difficulties in their cultivation, had benefited from Zhao Chin's unwavering support. He never hesitated to offer guidance, despite his own low cultivation level compared to other new disciples. Though Chin insisted on refusing, he ultimately could not resist Zhao Chin's persistence. Then I shall thank you, senior brother. For him, 2 spirit stones represented a significant addition to his income. Watching Chin depart, Zhao Chin shook his head inwardly. The outer disciples of the Yin-Yang sect had changed generations over the decades. The path of immortality is merciless. Those who had entered the sect alongside him had either advanced to the foundation-building stage and become inner sect disciples, or perished while seeking treasures, falling victim to hostile cultivators or demonic beasts. Zhao Chin was not a foolhardy altruist. The path of cultivation is one of competition against others and the heavens, utilizing all means necessary to obtain what one desires. Yet, he recognized his own lack of talent in cultivation. He felt compelled to adopt the persona of a good-natured individual to prevent future conflicts. It was precisely for this reason that, despite his modest cultivation level among the outer disciples, Zhao Chin garnered considerable respect. Some of those who had benefited from his kindness treated him with courtesy even after becoming inner sect disciples, while he did not expect them to provide support. A little politeness in their discourse could spare him many troubles. Cultivation is not merely about the pursuit of immortality. It is also about navigating the intricacies of human relations. After entering the courtyard, Nanxiao quietly organized her belongings. She had brought all her household items with her, but Zhao Chin, fearing the burden they posed, had stored them in his bag. As she inhaled the air of the Yin-Yang sect, she felt a lightness in her body. Gazing at Zhao Chin's back, she was filled with tender affection. This was not merely a figment of her imagination. In regions rich in spiritual energy across the continent, all have been claimed by various sects and powerful families. While the spiritual energy in the outer sect of the Yin-Yang sect may not be exceptionally dense, it was still far superior to that of the outside world. Zhao Chin raised his right hand, releasing several array flags of varying colors, which swiftly sank into the ground. A highly skilled array master can manipulate spiritual energy to form arrays in midair, but ordinary cultivators require array flags to do so. Zhao Chin had purchased 2 sets of array flags, designed to muffle sound and provide subtle warning through mirage arrays. After all, he could not allow anyone to discover his alchemical skills, nor did he wish to disturb the precious moments he shared with Nanxiao. One should exercise caution within the sect. Chapter 8. Upon her arrival, Nanxiao surveyed the quaint little courtyard, which was relatively neat and tidy. She quietly attended to her garments and tidied up the interior, for this would now be her new home. A night passed in silence. Yet Nanxiao was plagued by an odd sensation. It seemed that Brother Zhou was growing increasingly formidable. Today, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever, leaving her entirely overwhelmed. In the early hours, Nanxiao succumbed to a deep slumber, though her thoughts were incessantly haunted by the image of her daughter, tears slipping from her eyes unconsciously. Zhao Chin, however, did not indulge in rest as he had in the past. After reaching the 7th level of qi refinement, sleep was no longer a necessity. He could alleviate his fatigue merely through the circulation of his cultivation. Once dressed, Zhao Chin activated a spiritual formula with his right hand, creating a subtle aura that separated the room from the courtyard, establishing 2 distinct realms. He briefly inspected the medicinal fields, ensuring that the spiritual herbs remained unscathed. Only then did he retrieve the medicinal materials from his storage pouch. Half an hour later, Zhao Chin held 3 polished elixirs in his palm, body refinement pills. With his current abilities, he could not yet guide Nan Chao onto the path of immortality. Not only were suitable cultivation methods scarce, but it was also uncertain whether she possessed spiritual roots. Nevertheless, it was imperative to enhance her physical well-being. For one, the system still required her, and secondly, her frequent fainting spells were simply unacceptable. After crafting the body refinement pills, Zhao Chin proceeded to concoct 4 batches of spirit chi pills, yielding 26 high-grade and 14 supreme-grade pills. As his alchemical skills improved, each batch consistently produced 1 to 2 supreme-grade pills. On the following morning, Zhao Chin opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance within them, at the pinnacle of the 7th level of chi refinement. Consuming a spirit chi pill would allow him to break through to the 8th level. The dense spiritual energy within him had increased by nearly 10% since the previous night. It appeared he ought to seek new recipes for pills, as repeated consumption of the same elixirs led to resistance, diminishing their efficacy. He recalled his time in Mou City, where he had hoped to discover other recipes for enhancing cultivation, but that place was quite remote, located to the west of the Yin-Yang sect, where spiritual energy was scarce. The eastern city of Jiangdu, however, was a gathering place for practitioners of the way. While Zhao Chin pondered, the formation he had set up emitted a gentle vibration. Someone was approaching. Someone had triggered his formation. He put away his alchemical furnace and turned to step outside. Standing at the courtyard gate was a young girl clad in white. Her long, raven hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her legs were perfectly proportioned. Her waist so slender it seemed delicate. Upon seeing Zhao Chin, her small face scrunched up in distress as she plaintively implored, "Brother Zhao, I am still short of a thunderfire herb for my sect mission. Could you assist me, please?" As she spoke, her slender finger tugged at Zhao Chin's sleeve, her lips pouting in a pitiful manner, as if to say she would not leave unless he agreed. Zhao Chin, seeing her, felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. "Bai Shui, my responsibility is to oversee the medicinal garden, but this entire garden belongs to the sect. Your request places me in a difficult position." Bai Shui was a recent disciple, charming and obedient in public. Noticing his formal demeanor, she gradually raised her hands, stopping just short of overstepping boundaries. With her big, sorrowful eyes, she gazed up at him helplessly. "Brother, please, just help me this once. You've managed the garden for years. A few low-grade herbs missing would hardly be noticed. Consider my plight. My talent in cultivation is not exceptional. And if I fail to complete my sect mission, I shall be expelled. Surely you do not wish to lose your sweet and lovely junior sister in the future." Being an outer disciple of a large sect was no easy feat. Direct disciples of the sect leader and elders lacked for nothing, allowing them to focus solely on cultivation. Inner disciples occasionally undertook tasks, while outer disciples had a mandatory quota each year, with varying degrees of difficulty. Failure to complete missions repeatedly could lead to the loss of their status as outer disciples, for the sect did not support idlers. To cultivate under the sect's name, one had to demonstrate their worth. Yet Zhao Chin was not swayed by her sweet appearance. This girl always sought tasks involving spiritual herbs, returning to him in tears whenever she failed to fulfill them. The medicinal garden he managed was of the lowest grade, hosting only the most common herbs. True rarities resided within the inner sanctum, beyond his purview. Moreover, the inner disciples responsible for inspecting the garden and collecting herbs would not be unduly concerned if a few herbs were absent, especially since they had benefited from Zhao Chin's kindness in the past. Zhao Chin observed that the girl was exceptionally beautiful and might achieve great things in the future. Thus, he had aided her a couple of times, which led her to cling to him thereafter. Just as he was about to refuse, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Detected a target within 10 meters with comprehensive attributes exceeding 80 points. Name, Bai Shui. Age, 22. Cultivation, 7th level of Qi refinement. Cultivation method, illusory moon technique. Charm, 86. Spiritual roots, 3 roots. Comprehensive score, 80 points. 3 roots were considered average at best. The more chaotic a cultivator's spiritual roots, the more difficult their cultivation journey would be. This was why those with single roots were often hailed as geniuses. However, there were exceptions. Those with 5 roots could surpass the single-rooted talents. But Zhao Chin's 5 roots were incomplete, rendering them a chaotic amalgam. Although Bai Shui's talent was superior to his, it was still merely average. Zhao Chin's eyes brightened as he cast a casual glance at her. "Junior sister, do you truly desire the Thunderfire herb?" Yet, a sense of doubt lingered in his heart. Did the system not account for the quality of spiritual roots in its evaluations? If 3 roots garnered an 80-point score, wouldn't those with single roots achieve scores in the 90s? Or was it that, according to the system's criteria, spiritual roots were not of paramount importance? Despite his expression remaining unchanged, Bai Shui involuntarily shivered, loosening her grip slightly. "Yes, Brother Zhao, I could purchase the Thunderfire herb for 2 spirit stones, but that hardly compares to seeking your assistance." Chapter 9. Zhao Chin altered his previous demeanor, smiling as he nodded. "The Thunderfire grass, I can offer you, but my senior brother is quite irritable today. Might my junior sister be able to assist me?" Previously, he had devoted himself solely to the pursuit of immortality, shunning matters of love. Now, however, with the possibility to indulge personal desires while simultaneously enhancing his cultivation, why not embrace it? Bai Shui blinked her innocent eyes, wondering if she had misheard. How could the well-known, emotionless Zhao senior brother, regarded as the epitome of virtue among the outer disciples, utter such words? Yet, observing Zhao Chin's expression, she found herself uncertain. With a playful laugh, She stepped back a couple of paces. Zhou's senior brother, you two are engaging in this farce? Just joking. Since your time is running short, I shall assist you one last time. I will fetch you a thunderfire grass shortly. As she turned to leave, Zhao Chin called out, my junior sister. I have grown old, and some things cannot be taken with us when we depart this world. If you have any amiable junior sisters, perhaps you might introduce them to your senior brother. Bai Shue's eyes twinkled as she agreed with a charming smile. All right, Zhou's senior brother. Zhao Chin went to the medicinal field and picked a thunderfire grass that had matured for 40 years. However, when he handed it to Bai Shue, she stored it in her pouch, and instead of leaving, she embraced his arm once more, her innocent face adorned with a teasing smile. Senior brother. Good fortune should not flow to outsiders. I have long harbored feelings for you. Zhao Chin, unabashed, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his hand trailing down her form as he looked down at her with a grin. Oh, truly? I suspected as much. There is nothing in the world that cannot be bought with the right resources. If there is, it simply means the offered benefits are insufficient. The clever girl knew precisely how to make her choice. Bai Shue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully tapped his chest. Zhou senior brother, you are incorrigible. Despite her feigned nonchalance, her slightly trembling body betrayed her. Though she had prepared herself for this, it was still her first experience, and she was utterly inexperienced. 2 hours later, at the stone table in the courtyard, Zhou Chun felt invigorated, sipping the spiritual tea brewed by Nan Xiao. Bai Shue, however, was curled up inside, her body aching as she struggled to don her garments. All the outer disciples knew Zhou Chun was aging, and it was feared he wouldn't live much longer. Even cultivators experienced the decline of vitality, and their physical bodies could not compare to their prime. Moreover, her cultivation was higher than Zhou Chin's. So how could she be so utterly defenseless? Yet, at that moment, she did not wish to dwell on such thoughts. She was more interested in knowing what benefits she would reap from this encounter. 10 spirit stones, or perhaps 15. Zhou Chin's earlier words hinted at his impending demise. Having guarded his medicinal garden for decades without the need to undertake tasks, he must have amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones. If she could inherit his legacy, it would be immensely beneficial. As for becoming a concubine to a higher-tier cultivator, it could also yield resources. But there was no guarantee that such a person would value her. Bai Shue steeled herself, enduring the pain. When Zhou Chun saw her emerge, he waved her over with a smile. Bai Shue glided toward him, her white attire untouched by dust, obediently taking a seat beside him. Zhou Chin lightly tapped his storage pouch, and in a flash of spiritual light, a medicine bottle appeared on the table. Junior sister. I see you have been stuck at the 7th level of Qi refinement for quite some time. This bottle of spirit Qi pills should be quite beneficial for you. Upon hearing spirit Qi pills, disappointment flickered in Bai Shue's eyes, but she obediently accepted them. She had expected Zhou Chun to offer more, only to receive a mere bottle of pills. A bottle contained only 10 pills, and 10 low-grade spirit Qi pills were worth just a handful of spirit stones. However, upon opening the pill bottle and witnessing several radiant high-grade spirit Qi pills within, Bai Shue's lips parted in astonishment as she gazed at him. Zhou's senior brother. Are these high-grade spirit Qi pills? The value of these high-grade spirit Qi pills equated to 40 spirit stones. The benefits exceeded her expectations, doubling what she had anticipated. Furthermore, high-grade spirit Qi pills were not readily available for purchase, as they were typically reserved by advanced disciples. Zhou Chin maintained his gentle smile. Well, since you have chosen to follow me, your senior brother will not neglect you. Bai Shue's face radiated with joy. She felt an overwhelming desire to be intimately close to him at that moment. In the realm of cultivation, acquiring resources through the sale of one's body was not unheard of. Moreover, cultivators often sought strength above all else, even if one wished to offer themselves. The other party might not be interested. Those of lower cultivation might not appreciate her, while those of higher cultivation might not regard her favorably. After all, with sufficient strength, what kind of woman could one not obtain? Having received the high-grade spirit Qi pills, Bai Shue pecked Zhou Chun on the cheek in delight before preparing to retreat for her cultivation. Yet, just as she was about to leave the courtyard, Zhou Chin's voice resonated. By junior sister, would you be willing to assist your senior brother with his cultivation tonight? Bai Shue's smile brightened, her sparkling eyes captivating as she nodded vigorously. Yes, I shall heed Zhou's senior brother's wishes. Initially, she had felt somewhat shortchanged. Even though she had pursued Zhou Chun for his legacy, his age weighed heavily on her. Yet, seeing the high-grade spirit Qi pills, she thought, age? This is clearly my beloved Zhou senior brother, a man of great fortune. As she watched Bai Shue depart, Zhou Chun let out a soft sigh. The world was harsh, and human hearts were truly difficult to fathom. He had assisted Bai Shue a few times, and she always addressed him as senior brother with endearment. However, he had never anticipated that her fondness for him was merely a meager 5 points, akin to a casual acquaintance one meets on the road. Yet, the lower the affection, the easier it was to increase. Over time, feelings would grow, especially with the gift of spiritual pills. Bai Shue's fondness for him instantly surged by 15 points, bringing her total affection points to 61. Zhou Chin once again accessed the system panel to review his current status. Host: Zhou Chun. Cultivation level: Qi refinement. 8th layer. Technique: Qing Yuan sword technique. Profession: First tier Great Perfection Alchemist. Requires 40 affection points to advance to 2nd tier. Profession: First tier Initial Stage Talismaker. Requires 20 affection points to reach Great Perfection during their intimate union. Bai Shue had practiced the illusory moon technique, which possessed the profound method of yin-yang dual cultivation. As she was a maiden, it was her first attempt at this technique, and Zhao Chin reaped significant benefits. However, the Qing Yuan sword technique was exceptionally adept at concealing one's presence. Additionally, the entire courtyard had been arrayed with formations, allowing Zhao Chin to maintain concealment. Bai Shui, a girl tasting forbidden fruit for the first time, remained unaware that Zhao Chin had experienced a breakthrough midway. To her, he was still the gentle Zhou's senior brother of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Without the confidence to protect himself, Zhao Chin merely wished to maintain the facade of the kind senior brother in the eyes of others, even as his days drew to a close. Chapter 10. To elevate the alchemist rank to the 2nd tier, one must expend 40 points of goodwill. To advance further to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, an additional 60 points are required. Such a cost appears rather exorbitant. The success rate of an alchemist newly initiated into the 2nd tier is, quite frankly, dismal. Moreover, the materials required for 2nd tier elixirs do not come cheaply. After deliberation, Zhao Chin decided to first maximize his experience as a 1st tier talisman master. Unlike alchemy, talisman crafting does not necessitate the search for secret texts. Upon achieving the state of a perfected 1st tier talisman master, his comprehension of the 1st tier spiritual talismans reached an astonishing level of insight. Overall, it seems that the path of talismans is currently the most suitable for him. The host expends 20 points of goodwill. Congratulations on your promotion to a perfected 1st tier talisman master. The host's comprehension of 1st tier spiritual techniques has reached the limit of the same realm. Remaining goodwill points, 41 points. Most 1st tier spiritual talismans lack a distinct hierarchy of strength. Ultimately, the talismans that a Qi refining practitioner can create number merely in the dozens. However, the deeper one's understanding of talisman crafting, the higher the success rate. After all, crafting talismans consumes spiritual power, and a talisman master with a mere 1 in 10 success rate cannot rely on talismans to acquire resources. Rather, they would significantly deplete their spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Ninxiao busied herself quietly in the kitchen. She had witnessed the earlier events in their entirety. It is a common occurrence for wealthy merchants in the mundane world to have multiple spouses. Zhao Chin, being a cultivator, naturally having a few romantic interests is to be expected. To her, this seemed perfectly normal. As Zhao Chin immersed himself in the art of talisman crafting, the so-called talisman paper simply involves sealing the spells originally cast by practitioners within the talismans. Once activated by spiritual energy, they can unleash the power they were meant to hold. Certain specialized talismans can only be activated using spiritual talismans, but these are not a concern for Zhao Chin at present. Moreover, compared to casting spiritual techniques himself, he can simultaneously deploy multiple talismans, resulting in minimal spiritual energy consumption. He still needed to procure some yellow talismans, beast blood, and brushes. He had previously prepared the materials necessary for alchemy but had not anticipated the need for talisman crafting when he had not yet awakened to that profession. It would be most convenient to enlist the outer disciples of the yin-yang sect to purchase them for him each day. However, this approach could easily lead to flaws in his plan. After careful consideration, Zhao Chin resolved to venture out personally. He instructed Nan Xiao to wait at home obediently and descended the mountain alone. Half an hour later, Zhao Chin returned. Nan Xiao had prepared a meal in the courtyard, patiently awaiting his return. He smiled helplessly. Didn't I tell you? Having just moved here, you should rest for a couple of days to adjust. It had been years since he had enjoyed a proper meal, and since Nan Xiao's arrival, he had even constructed a stove for her. After all, while the fasting elixir could fill one's stomach, it was truly far from palatable. Nan Xiao relished the opportunity to cook for the one she cherished. Brother Zhou, I do so willingly. The attractiveness of a man mattered little to her. What captivated her was a man who would stand up to protect her in critical moments. One who was gentle with her in daily life, far more enchanting than those handsome yet ineffectual men. Zhang Xiu had been young and handsome, yet she had lived in poverty before. Since following Zhao Chin, he had shown her utmost tenderness, both in and out of bed. After they had eaten, Nan Xiao, understanding, returned to her room, awaiting the indescribable moments to come. Zhao Chin playfully pinched her nose, but to her surprise, he did not take advantage of the moment. Instead, he produced a smooth elixir. Here, take this. Nan Xiao accepted the elixir, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Brother Zhou, what is this? Zhao Chin, sitting beside her with a smile, explained, it's a body refining elixir that will enhance your health and enable you to live longer. Nan Xiao's gaze grew softer as she gently embraced Zhao Chin. Thank you, Brother Zhou. You were truly kind to me. Yet, as she held him, tears flowed uncontrollably. In recent days, she had faced countless overwhelming events. Zhang Shou's tragic death, her daughter's departure, and her solitary arrival in an unfamiliar environment. To claim she felt no worry would be a lie. Yet in this moment, Nan Xiao felt immense gratitude for her decision to follow Zhao Chin. It was the wisest choice she had ever made. Before Zhao Chin could offer comfort, she quickly wiped her tears and tilted her head to swallow the elixir. A surge of warmth emanated from her lower abdomen, enveloping her entire being in a fiery sensation, her face growing increasingly flushed. Zhao Chin hastily pressed his hand against her back, channeling his spiritual energy to help her assimilate the effects of the elixir. The body-refining elixir was a first-tier potion, but Zhao Chin had provided a superior quality one. As Nan Xiao was not a robust male, the process of refining the elixir's potency would be exceedingly painful for her. Congratulations to the host. Nan Xiao's goodwill has increased by 2 points, bringing her current goodwill to 83 points. The host gains 6 goodwill points, with a total of goodwill points available for use, 47 points. In the deep of night, Nin Xiao drifted into a drowsy slumber. Soon, Zhao Chin sensed an approaching presence outside the array and quietly rose to head to the side chamber. Under the moonlight, Bai Shui appeared, her fair skin glowing with a rosy hue that was unusual for a young girl. After 2 hours, Bai Shui left. Her face flushed from an experience that had left her feeling both battered and inexplicably elated. Brother Zhou, being frail and aged, should exercise restraint in such indulgences. Otherwise, it may significantly shorten one's lifespan. As someone who had shared deeper connections with him, if he were not to bequeath his legacy to her, then to whom else could he offer it? With such thoughts, Bai Shui left, delighting in her own cleverness, observing Bai Shui's unchanging goodwill. Zhao Chin returned to the courtyard with an impassive expression. Despite a night of arduous efforts, he had not increased Bai Shui's goodwill. As for Nan Xiao's goodwill, having already reached 80 points, it was not easily raised. Yet he was not in haste. He retrieved the 5-element spiritual techniques he had just purchased and diligently began to study them. In nearly a century, he had been preoccupied with cultivating his realm and had little time to learn spells. Those offensive and defensive techniques were merely tools for combat. However, Zhao Chin's cultivation level had yet to catch up, leaving him with scant opportunity to study spiritual techniques, knowing only a few basic spells. Yet now, as he aspired to craft spiritual talismans, he needed to delve deeply into the study, with a significant enhancement in his comprehension. The once obscure and difficult techniques now appeared simple and accessible. Chapter 11. Ice spikes. A chilling aura emanated from his palm, coalescing into several ice spikes of arm's length. Zhao Chin refrained from unleashing his spiritual technique, opting instead to dissolve it once more. This was his courtyard. Creating chaos would only lead to a cumbersome cleanup. After several experiments and confirming his adept control over various techniques, he retrieved over 100 yellow talismans, along with the blood of demonic beasts and a brush from his storage bag. This endeavor cost him a considerable 10 spirit stones. The brush was crafted from the fur of a wolf king aged 50 years, and rather than using vermilion, he employed the blood of a cultivated demonic beast for drawing the talismans. The quality of materials used in the crafting of talismans directly correlates with the potency of their manifestations. Zhao Chin successfully inscribed the talismans on his first attempt, producing 10 ice talismans in one breath before finally pausing. He then swiftly consumed a high-grade spirit energy pill and resumed his work. The act of drawing talismans is exceptionally taxing for cultivators, yet the high-grade spirit energy pill facilitated a rapid recovery of his spiritual energy. Otherwise, despite Zhao Chin's lower consumption compared to other talisman creators, he would still be unable to sustain this activity for an extended period. However, apart from Zhao Chin, few possess the luxury to indulge to such a degree. Within 2 hours, Zhao Chin crafted nearly 100 talismans, 50 offensive talismans of the 5 elemental attributes, 20 thunder attribute talismans, 20 defensive talismans, and 10 wind attribute talismans for escape. As dawn broke, Zhao Chin set down his brush, exhaling a long breath of stale air. To his pleasant surprise, his cultivation had progressed somewhat. The rapid consumption and replenishment of spiritual energy unexpectedly led to a minor advancement in his realm. Although it could not compare to the effects of consuming pills for cultivation, having any improvement was better than none. With 100 talismans at his disposal, Zhao Chin felt emboldened. Now, he was ready to venture to Jiangdu City. The more he benefited from the system, the less inclined he felt to act recklessly. The spiritual energy density near Maoyu City was too low, discouraging cultivators from residing there. Jiangdu City, on the other hand, boasted rich spiritual energy and was centrally located amidst the Yinyang sect, Huanfeng Valley, and the Great Swords sect. Cultivators from the 3 major sects often gathered in the city for trade, resulting in a steady influx of visitors. With 100 talismans at hand, even if he attracted unwanted attention, he felt confident in his ability to escape. Upon leaving the Yinyang sect and descending the mountain, Zhao Chin utilized the transformation talisman to alter his appearance before hastening towards Jiangdu City. With the wind attribute talismans enhancing his speed, he arrived at his destination in less than half an hour. Alas, it was still somewhat slow. If only he could fly on a sword, his travel time would be significantly reduced. However, for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, prolonged sword flight was a daunting challenge due to insufficient spiritual energy, which would deplete in a short while. Controlling magical artifacts for battle posed little issue, though. Upon entering Jiangdu City, Zhao Chin did not rush to procure spiritual herbs but instead headed to Tingyun Pavilion. As one of the larger alchemy shops in the city, it was the only place where he could purchase the numerous spiritual herbs he had refined. The shopkeeper was a rotund man, yet remarkably agile. With an unfathomable level of cultivation, Zhao Chin decided to use his insightful eye and quickly discerned the man's identity and profession. Name: Li Tian, Cultivation. Qi Refinement 9th Layer, Cultivation Technique. Forging Yuan Method, Spiritual Roots. 3 spiritual roots, metal, wood, earth. Zhao Chin was taken aback. Tingyun Pavilion was divided into 3 levels. The first floor catered to Qi Refinement cultivators, with the shopkeeper himself at the 9th layer of Qi Refinement. What about the managers on the 2nd and 3rd floors? Surely, they were foundation establishment, or even core formation cultivators. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Zhao Chin inquired. How many lower-grade spirit stones do you believe 100 high-grade spirit energy pills are worth? The plump shopkeeper, having dealt with alchemists for many years, was taken aback by the mention of such a significant quantity of spirit energy pills. After inspecting the pills and confirming their authenticity, he quickly responded, Friend, How does 430 lower-grade spirit stones sound? While high-grade spirit energy pills typically cost 4 lower-grade spirit stones each in the market, the prices at Tingyun Pavilion were considerably higher. Particularly, Tingyun Pavilion had branches throughout Tiannan continent, and purchasing counterfeit pills from their stores would incur a tenfold penalty. In contrast, pills bought from smaller shops lacked such guarantees. Zhao Chin showed little concern for pricing as he produced 3 vials of pills, gently placing them on the table. The shopkeeper expertly picked up the vials, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted through the air, invigorating him and igniting a spark of joy in his eyes. These are top-tier spirit energy pills? High-grade spirit energy pills were rare, yet not entirely absent from the hands of alchemists. However, top-tier spirit energy pills were a different matter entirely. Their perfection in efficacy and integration was a feat only the most skilled alchemists could achieve. Some alchemists might never produce a top-tier spirit energy pill, even in their lifetime. Zhao Chin hoarsely inquired, "What price does Tingyun Pavilion offer for top-tier spirit energy pills?" The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "For 10 of them, I can offer you 12 lower-grade spirit stones each, totaling 500 spirit stones for these 40 top-tier pills." To him, 20 spirit stones were inconsequential, but it would certainly leave a favorable impression on Zhao Chin. Should he have more pills to sell in the future, Tingyun Pavilion would undoubtedly be his first choice. Zhao Chin was equally satisfied with the price quoted. The two exchanged goods amicably, and the shopkeeper's face beamed with delight. "Should you have any pills to sell in the future, please consider Tingyun Pavilion. Our prices will surely satisfy you." Zhao Chin nodded slightly, and turned to depart towards the west. As he walked away, a shop assistant approached, whispering, "Shopkeeper, isn't he just an alchemist? Why are you so deferential towards him?" It was unusual for alchemists to sell pills. But the assistant had never witnessed such reverence from his boss towards anyone, let alone the ingratiating demeanor displayed. The steward turned around, smacking the assistant on the head. "This is no ordinary alchemist. He's a veritable god of wealth. He could produce 100 high-grade spirit energy pills and 40 top-tier pills. I refuse to believe he crafted them all by himself. There must be an alchemical organization backing him." Zhao Chin, feeling the weight of his bulging storage bag, was filled with a sense of seizing the moment, savoring life, and not letting a golden goblet sit empty beneath the moon. Having endured hardship for so long, holding 1,000 spirit stones ignited an exhilaration within him. Yet, he had pressing matters in Jiangdu City. After navigating through the city's winding streets and ensuring he was not being followed, Zhao Chin finally arrived at the entrance to the black market. As the name suggests, the black market deals in businesses shunned by the cultivation world, whether treasures acquired through murder and theft or items obtained through various nefarious means. If one dared to sell, the black market would certainly find a buyer. At least within the confines of the black market, transactions were conducted with a measure of safety. No one would dare resort to violence. However, once outside the black market, all bets were off. The black market was merely a facade, primarily trading in resources suitable for chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. The presence of treasures belonging to core formation cultivators or above would provoke the ire of such powerful beings, which the black market could not withstand. Rules, after all, are meant to be broken by the strong. Hidden within the black market was a small trading market, but such places were beyond Zhao Chin's reach. Chapter 12. After wandering the streets for a while, I finally came to a small stall run by a vendor, examining it closely. The vendor had set up a simple table adorned with several parchment scrolls. Each scroll was marked and imbued with spiritual energy to prevent prying eyes. "How much for the formula of the gathering chi pill?" I inquired. My purpose for this outing was not only to exchange for spirit stones and procure new medicinal materials, but also to acquire a few first-tier pill formulas. The efficacy of the gathering chi pill was waning, and I needed to prepare in advance. The scarred-faced cultivator glanced at me indifferently and replied, 20 spirit stones. This price was neither high nor low. Such formulas, if obtained by a major sect, would undoubtedly be of great utility. The gathering chi pill was highly effective, considered the best elixir for enhancing cultivation at the same tier. However, it was not specifically for detoxification, dispelling illusions, or enhancing the soul. Furthermore, the formula for the gathering chi pill was widely circulated, making its overall price relatively modest within the same realm. I did not rush to respond. Instead, I set down the gathering chi pill and picked up the soul nourishing pill beside it. And this one, 30 spirit stones, no bargaining. The scarred man retorted without looking back. Elixirs that assist the soul during the chi refining stage were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the souls of chi refining cultivators were not particularly strong. Most of the elixirs designed to enhance the soul were second tier or above. I chose another formula that could enhance cultivation and promote tranquility, spending a total of over 70 spirit stones. Initially, the scarred vendor felt a bit irked as I hesitated, inspecting the items thoroughly. However, when I decisively produced the spirit stones, his eyes lit up, and his attitude shifted immediately. "Ah, friend, do visit often. Even after setting up for over a month, I rarely sell more than 100 spirit stones. Many chi refining disciples possess only 20 or 30 spirit stones. Spending over 100 spirit stones on elixirs is substantial enough to elevate one's cultivation." Once I had gathered all the necessary formulas, I intended to leave. However, just before exiting the black market, I heard the system's voice. Detected a friendly exchange target within 10 meters with a comprehensive point score exceeding 80. Name, Li Ronger Cultivation, 8th layer of Qi Refining Technique, Yin Yang Technique, Spirit Root, Triple Spirit Root, Water, Earth. Fire, charm, 89, comprehensive points, 85. Following the system's guidance, I turned my gaze toward a corner on the left. There stood a remarkably charming girl with bright eyes. She was petite and adorable, with pure and delicate features, her hair styled in twin ponytails. Upon seeing her, I realized she was an acquaintance, Li Ronger, an outer sect disciple of the Yin Yang sect. She had joined the sect alongside Bai Shui. However, unlike the seemingly docile Bai Shui, who was willing to sacrifice everything for cultivation resources, Li Ronger was simple-hearted and diligently carried out her sect duties, gradually amassing spirit stones while finding a dual cultivation partner within the sect. At that moment, Li Ronger was engaged in a heated argument with several other girls. "You're selling lightning crystals for 4 spirit stones?" she exclaimed. She wished to purchase one to craft a magic tool. But the lightning crystals in Jiangdu City had sold out. Moreover, lightning crystals were products of the chaotic Star Sea and were rarely found in southern Heaven continent. Not wanting to waste time, she had come to the black market hoping for luck, only to encounter outrageous pricing. The girls from the Miaoyin sect were smiling lightly, maintaining their decorum. "Dear friend, these are transported from the chaotic Star Sea, and the journey is perilous and lengthy, hence the higher price." Li Ronger understood that commerce was a matter of mutual consent. If she found the price too steep, she could simply choose not to buy. However, after previously purchasing a large quantity of materials for crafting magic tools, her savings had been entirely depleted. She only had 2 spirit stones left, and she could not afford even half a stone more. Upon hearing the name Miaoyin sect, I paused. I knew of the Miaoyin sect, even though I rarely ventured outside the Yin Yang sect. It wasn't that the overall power of the Miaoyin sect was particularly formidable or that their ancestor was extraordinarily skilled. Rather, it was renowned for its leader, Ziling, who was celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the chaotic Star Sea. Li Ronger was reluctant to give up on the lightning crystal, fearing that if she missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find another. Yet, she had no spirit stones to offer, and the 2 Miaoyin female cultivators were unwilling to lower their prices. "I'll pay 4 spirit stones for her," I interjected. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Li Ronger turned in surprise. "Senior brother Zhou, what are you doing here?" My weathered face bore a gentle smile. "Just passing by." Without giving Li Ronger a chance to refuse, I produced 4 spirit stones and handed them to the Miaoyin disciples. After discovering Li Ronger, I had quickly found a place to negate the effect of the transformation talisman. I was not a fool, even when doing a good deed. I wanted it to be known who had helped her. The Miaoyin disciples did not care who provided the money. As long as someone was willing to pay, they would accept it. Li Ronger was still processing what had just happened when she found herself holding a lightning crystal. Feeling its cold touch in her palm, she expressed her apologies. This isn't quite right. For spirit stones were neither too many nor too few, but receiving such a favor made her uncomfortable. I waved my hand and smiled kindly. "Junior sisterly, life's limits approach. These things are not taken with us in death. If I can assist a junior, then it is a good deed." I did not expect to easily win Li Ronger's favor. This girl was simple-minded, and if fate allowed, it would be best to nurture a relationship for future goodwill points. But if there was no fate, then so be it. Li Ronger beamed brightly, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "Thank you, senior brother Zhou. I will repay these for spirit stones in the future. If it were anyone else, she would find it hard to trust so easily. Yet she had heard of my name within the sect and knew I was one of the few kind-hearted senior brothers. I often lent a hand to younger disciples whenever possible. Congratulations to the host. Li Ronger's favorability increased by 20. After friendly exchanges, the favor points can be utilized by the host. As of now, we had not engaged in substantial contact, so despite the increase in favorability, I could not yet use it. Moreover, for spirit stones were of little consequence to me. I smiled and nodded, preparing to take my leave. Watching me depart, Li Ronger was filled with gratitude. Senior brother Zhou is truly a good person. Previously, she had found it hard to believe the words of others who spoke highly of me. After all, in the treacherous world of cultivation, betrayal among peers was commonplace whenever there were sufficient interests at stake. Where could one find a genuinely good person? I had barely taken a few steps when I suddenly felt a tension in my body, every hair standing on end. Had I been targeted? Helping a fellow disciple with 4 spirit stones could be a significant matter. Even a slightly stronger chi refining cultivator could possess dozens of spirit stones. Who would see me as an easy target? Who was watching me? Chapter 13. Zhao Chin followed the direction of the gaze and beheld a woman clad in a refined purple dress. In that fleeting moment, he was momentarily entranced. The beauty of this woman was unparalleled, a true embodiment of grace and charm. With a delicate oval face, cherry red lips, a slender waist, and legs like elegant wine goblets, she was a vision of allure, with a fair complexion that radiated purity, even in a realm where the essence of cultivation imbues all with striking features. Her beauty stood out like a crane among chickens. Perhaps only Nangong one could rival her. Without needing to employ his insightful eye, Zhao Chin could ascertain that this woman possessed at least the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. Her attire was undoubtedly of superior quality, likely a defensive magical artifact. Name, Xiling. Age, 36. Spiritual root, dual, water and fire, cultivation, peak foundation establishment, technique, illusory sound art, affinity, 0, charisma, 95, overall points, 91. Zhao Chin couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Was this the renowned Xiling, reputed as the most beautiful woman in the chaotic Star Sea? She truly possessed a celestial beauty. Yet, he quickly averted his gaze. The disparity in their cultivation was too vast, and her formidable reputation was daunting. He had no desire to invite trouble. However, Xiling's gaze remained fixed on him, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. "Are you a disciple of the Yin Yang sect?" Zhao Chin offered a respectful salute, declaring, "I am Zhao Chin, a mere outer disciple of the Yin Yang sect." Xiling nodded silently, choosing not to engage in further conversation as she turned and walked away. "This old man is quite intriguing," she mused. It was her first encounter with a cultivator who genuinely sought to assist others. Yet, it was merely a fleeting curiosity, a casual inquiry. Zhao Chin did not linger, skillfully navigating through the town. He briefly contemplated purchasing a defensive magical artifact but ultimately decided against it. He reasoned that when Nong Chao's affinity improved, he could eventually become a blacksmith himself. After all, once a cultivator entered the golden core stage, they would no longer rely on magical artifacts but rather their own innate treasures. With the aid of the wind control talisman, Zhao Chin's figure flickered, swiftly traversing nearly 10 miles in a matter of moments. After half a joss stick's time, a tempest arose in the mountain forest. In a short while, he held 4 storage bags, employing a ground-escaping talisman to conceal his presence and depart. Once he confirmed that he was not being followed, he began to examine the contents of the storage bags while on the move. The 4 bags contained a mere 50 spirit stones, along with some low-tier herbs and talismans. How audacious to attempt robbery with such meager resources. They must have seen him pay 4 spirit stones for Li Romer. It seemed these individuals were intent on murder and treasure theft. Yet, in a way, it highlighted the hardships faced by rogue cultivators. As Zhao Chin rummaged through the bags, he discovered a golden seal within one of them. Was this a fragment of a magical artifact? It was not uncommon for golden core cultivators to lose their innate treasures in battles against formidable foes, unless one was willing to incur great costs for restoration. Such artifacts would become useless. However, who would invest heavily to repair a damaged treasure after its owner's demise? Perhaps I could attempt to forge a talisman, he thought, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected find. Among the first-tier talismans, there existed a type known as a talisman artifact. Essentially, this involved storing the power of a magical artifact within a talisman. Although the power unleashed would be less than 1/10 of the artifact itself, it would still pose a challenge for ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. However, the prerequisite for crafting such a talisman was possessing an actual magical artifact, which would be destroyed in the process. Such talismans were typically reserved for the direct disciples of major sections. After all, no one would willingly relinquish their innate treasures for the sake of crafting talismans. Only before their passing would the ancestors of those great sects transform their treasures into talismans, passing them down to their disciples as life-preserving tokens. For the next 3 days, when Zhao Chin finally returned to the Yin Yang sect, it was already evening. Nong Chao was quietly tidying the courtyard, unsure of what to do, as she was not a cultivator. Even after arriving at the Yin Yang sect with Zhao Chin, her days were spent waiting for nightfall, with little more to do than prepare meals for him. Yet, compared to her previous life, she felt immensely happier, free from the worries of financial strife and the fear of being bullied by others. As the gentle breeze tousled her hair, revealing her enchanting eyes, she rushed to embrace Zhao Chin upon his return. In the past, she would have hesitated to approach him, always testing the waters. But after their recent interactions, her attitude had gradually shifted. She had come to realize that Zhao Gu was indeed a good person. After some time, "I will test to see if you possess a spiritual root," Zhao Chin said. "If you do, I shall assist you on the path of cultivation." Nong Chao trembled uncontrollably upon hearing his words. "Zhao Gu, can I really cultivate?" She had never undergone a spiritual root test and was uncertain of her potential. Despite having resigned herself to the inevitability of aging and death, who would willingly embrace such a fate if life offered a chance? With every tremor of her form, Zhao Chin found himself captivated by her alluring curves, swallowing hard. "As long as you possess a spiritual root, no matter the cost, I will ensure you embark on the path of immortality. I wish for you to accompany me." He had contemplated this matter carefully. As a target deemed special by the system, Nong Chao would undoubtedly serve various purposes in the future. The fleeting nature of mortal life was a poignant tragedy, and he found himself rather fond of her gentle and obedient nature. After all, who could truly claim to be devoid of emotion? Nong Chao regarded his words with skepticism, yet it did not diminish the space he occupied in her heart. As a lofty cultivator, Zhao Gu treated her with kindness and even wished for her to become a cultivator herself. Even if she ultimately failed, it would not undermine the affection he held for her. Nong Chao's affinity. 3. Current affinity, 86 points. Host gains 9 points of affinity. Affinity available for host use, 56 points. Nong Chao was not skilled in much else, so she chose to engage in what she excelled at. The once gentle and placid Nong Chao surprisingly matched Zhao Chin's efforts evenly today. However, overestimating her own capabilities led her to quickly succumb to unconsciousness. Zhao Chin tucked her in, effortlessly opening a passage in the courtyard's formation. Outside the courtyard stood Bai Shui, draped in white like a painting, her adorable demeanor having waited patiently for quite some time. After sampling high-grade spiritual energy pills, she no longer held any interest in ordinary elixirs. Bai Shui understood well that there were no free lunches in the world. If there were, one must first partake in a meal before having another. Thus, she approached Zhao Chin without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 14. A silent understanding between both parties. After an hour, Bai Shui left with a satisfied expression, casting a subtle smile towards Zhao Chin as she departed. The glance she offered him caused Zhao Chin to feel a bit awkward. particularly since Bai Shui had recently advanced to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Their realms were now equal, and Bai Shui was in the prime of her youth, whereas he felt the weight of age upon him. The dichotomy between them was stark. In a brief moment, Zhao Chin found himself thoroughly defeated. Bai Shui's favorability level is 5, current favorability is 25 points. The host has 61 points available for use. Foundation establishment was imperative. He needed to break through to that stage. The lifespan of a Qi refinement cultivator typically ranged from 120 to 150 years, whereas those at the foundation establishment stage could live for 200 to 300 years. Once his dantian transformed into a liquid state, his spiritual consciousness would multiply, enabling him to fly on a sword for extended periods. His physical deterioration was too severe for him to regain his former vigor. Only by advancing to the foundation establishment stage could he breathe a little easier. Without wasting any time, Zhao Chin resumed drawing talismans in the courtyard. After several dozen spirit talismans, he sought to familiarize himself with the process before crafting the talisman treasures. He retrieved the grand seal, and, following the method for talisman crafting, infused it into the talisman spell. The seal, previously dull and lifeless, suddenly erupted in a brilliant golden light, illuminating a radius of nearly 100 meters. Zhao Chin formed hand seals to activate the illusion array in advance, concealing the phenomenon that had emerged. This was one of the drawbacks of being within a sect. One always had to exercise caution. In contrast to the simpler spirit talismans, crafting talisman treasures was exceedingly challenging. Zhao Chin spent half an hour to engrave several talismans with the grand seal. Observing the increasingly dimmed grand seal treasure, Zhao Chin clenched his fist, contemplating his next steps. His innate treasure could be refined at most 3 times. Once the 3 refinements concluded, the innate treasure would be rendered useless, entirely devoid of value in the future. However, a first-tier talisman could only unleash 1/10 to 1/5 of the treasure's power, while a second-tier talisman could harness 1/5 to 1/3 of its power. To exhaust the grand seal seemed wasteful. After much deliberation, Zhao Chin decided to store the grand seal away. Following his recent acquisition of ample spirit medicines and talismans, he resolved to remain indoors for the next few days. His cultivation had progressed too swiftly due to the elixirs, and he intended to temper his advancement. With the support of the elixirs, he need not worry about his lifespan. Each day was spent incessantly drawing talismans and replenishing his spiritual energy through high-grade spiritual energy pills. Although his progress was slower than consuming elixirs, his foundation became increasingly solid. Zhao Chin also took the time to refine soul-nourishing pills. The efficacy of a first-tier soul-nourishing pill was modest, yet it could gradually nurture a person's spirit. The refining process was intricate, and even a low-grade soul-nourishing pill commanded a price of 5 spirit stones, surpassing that of high-grade spiritual energy pills. Even those inner sect disciples, despite their desires, hesitated to expend soul-nourishing pills to enhance their spiritual strength. However, since Zhao Chin crafted the pills himself, he bore no such reservations. He also administered a soul-nourishing pill to Nan Xiao, which, though not significantly beneficial, could help stabilize her anxious mind. After all, a mother could hardly put her heart at ease when her daughter, who had been by her side for many years, was destined to venture far away. On the 3rd day, in the early morning, Zhao Chin sensed a visitor outside his abode. It was a woman clad in a light blue celestial dress, her beauty comparable to Bai Shui's. However, in contrast to the youthful Bai Shui, this woman possessed even more substantial allure. Zhao Chin recognized her as Zhang Na, another outer sect disciple. In the past, their interactions had been minimal. She was a typical character who looked down on those beneath her and showed no interest in an elderly cultivator whose prospects were bleak. Unlike the courteous Bai Shui, Zhang Na did not disguise her disdain for disciples of lesser talent and without a background. Her unexpected visit took Zhao Chin by surprise. Upon seeing him, a crafty glint flickered in her eyes. She had heard whispers over the years about Zhao Chin's persistent accumulation of power and wealth. And while she initially scoffed at such tales, her perception shifted upon noticing the array protecting Zhao Chin's residence. Even the most basic array flags required a minimum of 20 spirit stones, a luxury not all outer sect disciples could afford. This realization further solidified Zhang Na's intentions, and a radiant smile graced her face. "Senior brother Zhou," she greeted, her smile bright as a flower. Zhao Chin maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Junior sister Zhang. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Zhang Na, sensing his lack of warmth, remained undeterred. Though other outer sect disciples sought her favor, she found them lacking in cultivation and talent. Though she deemed her talent insufficient, yet she held considerable confidence in her beauty, believing that winning Zhao Chin's affection would not pose a challenge. Nevertheless, she kept her distance, aware of the age gap. "Senior brother, I am in urgent need of a pill to facilitate my breakthrough. My spirit stones are insufficient. Might you be willing to assist your junior sister?" Zhao Chin had previously extended help to outer sect disciples, assisting many, regardless of their aptitude, which contributed to his favorable reputation. Zhao Chin's gaze shifted, his expression darkening. He had not missed the disdain that flickered in Zhang Na's eyes. "Junior sister, I am not in a position to help you at the moment. I fear you may leave empty-handed." Zhang Na, recognizing the challenge, sighed inwardly. She had anticipated that acquiring assistance would not be straightforward. Thus, she leaned slightly forward, a faint fragrance wafting toward him, her delicate arms encircling him. "Senior brother, my sister has made great strides in her cultivation recently. What she is willing to do for you, I can do too. What she cannot do, I can also manage. In cultivation, resources are of utmost importance. So-called dignity is the most worthless of commodities. Zhao Chin hastily stepped back, evading her advances. Junior sister, you misunderstand. My relationship with my sister is entirely innocent. And I truly lack surplus spirit stones. Please, I ask that you leave. Zhang Na was taken aback, feeling a tinge of frustration. What do you mean by this? Senior brother? Bai Shui can offer herself, yet I cannot? She believed herself no less than Bai Shui, who had leveraged her body for gain. How could Zhao Chin reject her when she was essentially offering herself? In recent days, Bai Shui had frequently visited the spirit herb garden, and the proximity of their dwellings had allowed Zhang not to notice the unusual dynamics. Otherwise, she would not have sought Zhao Chin out. Despite his refusal to grant her any favors, Zhao Chin did not wish to offend Zhang Na and spoke gently, Junior sister. My dealings with my sister have nothing to do with me. I believe you are mistaken. Zhao Chin had just used his insightful eye to assess her. This woman's overall score barely reached 79 points, just shy of the coveted 80. Yet, that slight margin rendered her appeal akin to any ordinary woman, providing no favorability points. Zhao Chin was not one to indiscriminately dispense resources. Congratulations, host. Bai Shui's favorability is now 20, current favorability is 45 points. The host has 81 points available for use. Chapter 15. Although Zhao Chin did not see Bai Shui, he could ascertain that the woman witnessed everything. It seemed that his rejection of Zhang not only served to satisfy Bai Shui's inherent competitive spirit. This was indeed an unexpected delight. After all, Bai Shui's fondness for him grew at an agonizingly slow pace. Even the most potent elixirs would only yield a mere 5 points of appreciation. Zhang Na, realizing she had gained nothing, wore a scowling expression. She had even prepared to shed her skirt, only to be rebuffed by an old man who was half buried in the ground. With a forced smile, she exchanged a few words before hastily departing. Once out of Zhao Chin's sight, she could no longer contain her ire and muttered curses under her breath. Just an old fool nearing death, daring to reject me. How many people seek to cultivate with her? She wouldn't even spare them a glance. I merely sought some elixirs for cultivation. I came here brimming with confidence, only to be doused with cold water. What infuriated Zhang Na most was not the lack of resources, but the fact that Bai Shui had obtained the elixirs, while she had not. Did this not imply that she was inferior to Bai Shui? Zhao Chin was indifferent to Zhang Na's thoughts. A woman who had engaged in dual cultivation over 100 times, if she met the criteria and could garner some favor points, he would not shy away from fostering a relationship. After all, one must take advantage of the system. There was no shame in that. Essentially, Bai Shui and Zhang Na were no different. Both sought Zhao Chin for the sake of cultivating their resources. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. Thus, for Zhao Chin, they were not on the same level as Nan Xiao. However, how their futures would unfold remained uncertain. Moreover, without the system's rewards, Zhao Chin had no desire to involve himself with Zhang Na. Time passed leisurely, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had slipped by. During this period, Zhao Chin unexpectedly discovered an intersection between the Yin-Yang sect and the Miaoying sect. The Miaoying sect had ventured from the Chaos Star Sea, bringing with them a plethora of unique foreign crystals, subsequently forming a partnership with the Yin-Yang sect. Many male disciples were utterly entranced upon first encountering Ziling. Though she appeared enchanting and affectionate, her demeanor in public was one of icy purity, at least from the perspective of the outer disciples. Yet, how she was perceived by golden core and nascent soul cultivators was a different matter entirely. Zhao Chin had seen Ziling from a distance, but had no intentions of pursuing anything with her. She was far too perilous to provoke. Over the course of several days, his cultivation ascended smoothly to the 8th level of Qi refinement. He had successfully concocted hundreds of various elixirs, sufficient to exchange for a substantial amount of spirit stones. The only regret was the lack of enough favor points to elevate his alchemist rank to the 2nd tier's consummate level. However, on the 7th day, an unexpected yet anticipated individual arrived. Li Ronger stood at the entrance, producing 4 spirit stones. Senior brother Zhou, I am returning the spirit stones you lent me. For spirit stones were neither excessive nor scarce, yet for her, a peak 9th level Qi refinement practitioner, it was a trivial matter to gather more in a short span while exploring for treasures. Zhao Chin did not refuse. He naturally accepted them into his storage pouch and, in turn, produced 3 soul-nourishing pills. Junior sister, I see you are on the brink of breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. I gift you these 3 soul-nourishing pills. When one aimed to transcend to the foundation establishment stage, the strength of one's spirit was a critical factor. Li Ronger, flustered, hurriedly caught the pills, her expression conflicted. The value of just 3 high-grade soul-nourishing pills could easily surpass 30 low-grade spirit stones. She had not anticipated receiving any benefits in return for the stones she owed. A flicker of struggle crossed her eyes as she tightened her grip on her fingers. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and extended her delicate, smooth hand. Senior brother, you should keep them for yourself. She could sense Zhao Chin's vitality waning, likely due to his imminent demise. Zhao Chin, with a weathered countenance, revealed a carefree smile. Senior brother will not be around for long. Keeping them would be of no use. If they can be of assistance to you, that would be splendid. Li Ronger was touched by his words. Yet she remained determined to return the soul-nourishing pills. However, Zhao Chin did not grant her the opportunity to refuse. Junior sisterly, accept what I offer you. Material possessions are transient. We come into this world with nothing and leave the same way. Li Ronger stood at the door, staring blankly at the closed entrance. She had not expected that the precious soul-nourishing pills would truly be gifted to her by senior brother Zhou. Previously, they were not well acquainted, merely fellow disciples. Yet, In the realm of cultivation, such a relationship was nearly non-existent. Remarkably, a fleeting encounter led Zhao Chin to wish to support her in his final days. Though it was merely a handful of soul-nourishing pills, they could very well be the key to her entering the foundation establishment stage. Li Ronger favorability 20. Current favorability 40 points. Li Ronger's expression turned solemn as she respectfully bowed. Senior brother, do you have any wishes? If there is anything I can assist with, I would gladly do so, even at the cost of my life. She genuinely believed Zhao Chin to be a good person, one who sought nothing in return, yet selflessly aided her. Zhao Chin hesitated momentarily before sincerely expressing, for many years, I have sought the Tao, hoping for companionship in my final moments. Li Ronger's face flushed crimson, her gaze evasive as she dared not meet his eyes. As senior brother, I have a Tao partner. I cannot help you with this. She had long since formed a partnership with senior brother Tang from the outer sect, despite their relationship being one of mutual cultivation advancement. Primarily through the exchange of techniques, they had yet to engage in any physical intimacy, yet they bore the title of partners. Zhao Chin did not expect Li Ronger to acquiesce so swiftly. He chuckled and ruffled her hair. All right, I was merely jesting. You are still young. While I am but a dying man, I cannot burden you with my plight. Although he deeply desired Li Ronger with a favorability of 40 points, friendly exchanges could easily elevate him to the second tier's consummate level of alchemy. Yet, he understood that such a woman was not easily swayed. When Zhao Chin touched her head, Li Ronger stiffened, her back rigid, yet she did not shy away. Though they had only met twice, Zhao Chin gave off the aura of a kind elder. In any other circumstance, she might have found it difficult to accept such intimacy. But she felt no aversion to his gentle touch. Thank you, senior brother. As she watched Zhao Chin's hunched figure gradually fade into the distance, her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Cultivation, at its core, was merely an accessory to enhancing one's strength. The true pursuit was the path to immortality. Every mortal meets their end, and this corporeal vessel is but a fleeting shell. If she could fulfill senior brother's wish, it would be a small price to pay. Regrettably, their encounter had come too late. Had they met years earlier, perhaps she would not have turned Zhao Chin away. Yet, with her bond to senior brother Tang and their lack of familiarity, she found it impossible to make a firm decision. Chapter 16 Li Ronger swiftly returned to her dwelling, intending to refine the soul-nourishing pill. However, outside her cave, she unexpectedly encountered Tang San, clad in a flowing blue robe, cradling a snow-white soft rabbit in his arms. Upon seeing Li Ronger, Tang San greeted her with a smile, gently rubbing the rabbit's back. Where have you been, Sister Ronger? He inquired. Li Ronger shook her head, explaining. I ran out a few days ago, and found myself short on spirit stones. It was Brother Zhou who kindly lent me some, so I just went to repay him. Tang San nodded silently upon hearing this. Indeed, Brother Zhou has a commendable character. Li Ronger paused, puzzled. Weren't you calling him Brother Zhou before? I remember when you first entered, your cultivation was rather modest. At that time, you were stuck at a bottleneck in your techniques and received guidance from Zhao Chin. Since then, whenever you mention him, you refer to him with such warmth. Tang San responded matter-of-factly when I first joined. I had only attained the second level of qi refinement, so it was only natural to call him Brother Zhou. However, I have since reached the 9th level, while Brother Zhou remains at the 5th. In the world of cultivation, status is determined not by age but by cultivation level. Once he breaks into the foundation establishment stage, I shall address him as nephew. Li Ronger did not dwell on the titles. Very well. Although the cultivation world does not judge by age, it is customary to show respect to those significantly older than oneself. Perhaps sensing her downcast mood, Tang Sen added, Brother Zhou is indeed a good person. Not only did he guide my techniques, but when I was in need, he even offered me 2 spirit stones to purchase pills for my cultivation. It's a pity, though, that he remains rather frugal. Having guarded the medicinal garden for decades, he should possess a fortune of hundreds of spirit stones. Yet he only deigns to spend a few on himself. Upon hearing his words, Li Ronger's nose crinkled slightly. She glanced at Tang San, whose eyes were filled with affection for the rabbit, and a strange irritation surged within her. Tentatively, she asked, if Brother Zhou is nearing death, would you be willing to help fulfill any of his last wishes? Tang San patted his chest, assuring her, of course, I would not mind assisting Brother Zhou. After all, he may soon pass, and in the spirit of our past friendship, perhaps he will leave his inheritance to me. An unusual glint flashed in Li Ronger's eyes as she recalled his earlier words. If Tang San was willing to help, should she not offer her assistance to Brother Zhou as well? Moreover, after Tang San's cultivation advanced, his demeanor towards her had grown increasingly aloof. As he insisted on raising a snow rabbit as a spiritual pet, he spent his days in close companionship with it, frequently borrowing spirit stones from her for cultivation. It seemed as though she had become a mere cash machine for him. Did Tang San not need to cultivate as well? Besides, her supply of spirit stones was limited. Furthermore, the sight of Brother Zhou's aging figure genuinely tugged at her heartstrings. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she instinctively rejected Tang San's offer. Brother Tang, perhaps it would be best to forego tonight's endeavor. Cultivating requires a focused mind, and the thought of Brother Zhou distracts me. Tang San expressed his disappointment, gently stroking the rabbit's ears. Very well, I shall not disturb you. Their relationship remained purely one of mutual cultivation, devoid of any physical intimacy. Even if she wished to take a step further, it would be unwise to act impulsively. Once inside her cave, Li Ronger gazed at the soul-nourishing pill in her hands, her lips pressed tightly together, lost in contemplation. A voice within her urged her forward, echoing the sentiment that life is but a fleeting dream, and this physical form is of little consequence. Having made her decision, she hesitated no longer and made her way towards the medicinal garden. With her cultivation at the 9th level of chi refinement, traversing short distances via sword flight was effortless. However, outside the sect, she would not dare to wield her sword lightly. The consumption of spiritual power was significant, and should she encounter a formidable foe, her energy could easily wane. When Zhao Chin opened his door and found Li Ronga standing outside, a look of shock crossed his features. Li Ronga, oblivious to his surprise, grasped his hands with sincerity, her eyes earnest. "Brother, allow me to accompany you on your final journey." After a stick of incense had burned, Li Ronga supported Zhao Chin as they stepped out of the house, her heart filled with compassion as she recalled their earlier encounters. "Brother Zhao, please take care of your health." Zhao Chin could sense her genuine concern, but given the circumstances, her words carried a weight that felt almost cruel. "Thank you, Sister Ronga." Li Ronga smiled tenderly, her lips curving into a gentle expression of joy. "I will come to see you again in a couple of days." Zhao Chin nodded in agreement. Yet the smile upon his face bore a hint of bitterness. Li Ronga adjusted his clothing with a soft smile before departing from the courtyard. Zhao Chin, unable to suppress a grimace, rubbed his waist and abdomen. "Ah, I'm growing old." The timing of Li Ronga's visit was indeed fortuitous. Just that night, he had been intimate with Nan Xiao, and now, with Bai Shui having depleted his supply of pills, she had come seeking resources. No sooner had he sent Bai Shui away than Li Ronga arrived, leaving him with no time to recuperate. Yet, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? Thus, Zhao Chin, summoning his strength, maintained a playful banter with her. Fortunately, compared to Bai Shui, Li Ronga was far gentler. Even in his weakened state, she did not show disdain, prompting Zhao Chin to regard her differently. Bai Shui had come solely for resources, so his demeanor towards her had never been particularly warm. Such a woman, no matter how much affection one bestowed upon her, would never reciprocate. Yet, if he could provide her with the resources she sought, she would readily comply. In contrast, Bai Shui's intentions were rooted in kindness, and her decision to accompany Zhao Chin stemmed from a sincere desire to provide companionship without ulterior motives. System. Maximize the experience for a second-tier alchemist. The host has consumed 40 points of goodwill, advancing to a second-tier alchemist. The host has consumed 60 points of goodwill, reaching the pinnacle of a second-tier alchemist. The host currently has 81 points of goodwill available for use. With an initial goodwill of 81 points, and an additional 50 points provided by Li Ronga, their combined index reached 85, allowing for a doubled utilization of goodwill points. This meant the 50 points effectively translated into over 100 points available for use. 3 soul-nourishing pills had garnered him over 100 points of goodwill, a remarkably simple achievement for Zhao Chin in his quest for favor thus far. Chapter 17. In recent days of cultivation, Zhao Chin's mastery has silently achieved the pinnacle of the 8th level of chi refinement. The favorable points provided by Ronga have come at just the right moment, perfectly preparing him for the impending breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. It is at this juncture that one requires to consume foundation establishment pills. These pills are classified as second-tier elixirs, although the refinement process is not overly complicated. The scarcity of certain medicinal herbs and the demanding conditions for their growth complicate matters. Those with celestial roots, due to their singular spiritual essence, do not require the foundation establishment pills and possess a greater than 70% chance of advancing to the foundation establishment stage independently. Conversely, cultivators with inferior spiritual roots necessitate the aid of these pills to progress. However, they are exorbitantly priced, each commanding over 100 spirit stones, and often in short supply. Only the disciples of large sects occasionally receive them as rewards from their orders. This is one of the reasons why loose cultivators aspire to join sections. To be prudent, Zhao Chin decided he would need to concoct at least 10 foundation establishment pills. A couple of these pills would suffice for cultivators of good talent to establish their foundations. For those of lesser talent, 3 or 4 pills could forcibly elevate their realms. Given Zhao Chin's poor aptitude, it would be wise to partake of several pills for a guaranteed success. He also needed to devise a method to assess Nan Xiao's spiritual roots. Though this matter is not urgent, Nan Xiao is still young and has ample time. With a gentle motion, Zhao Chin activated a pale azure light shield that emanated from his body. This was the Qing Yuan transformation shield, an innate magical ability of the Qing Yuan sword technique. While its defensive power is not particularly strong, it is a momentary protective barrier with minimal mana consumption. After spending an additional 2 days refining all the herbs at hand into pills and dedicating half a day to crafting several hundred first-tier talismans, Zhao Chin finally breathed a sigh of relief upon completing his preparations. During these 2 days, Bai Shui, having acquired the resources she sought, had not returned to seek him out. Bai Shui is a clever woman, understanding that Zhao Chin, as an elder cultivator in the chi refinement stage, would not possess significant wealth even after decades of accumulation. If she were to visit too frequently, persistently requesting pills, it would likely engender Zhao Chin's resentment. In contrast, Li Ronga visited every evening to keep Zhao Chin company without asking for any favors. What Zhao Chin did not anticipate was the return of Tang San, who approached him with great enthusiasm. "Junior brother Zhao, what have you been busy with lately?" Zhao Chin, appearing somewhat fatigued, opened the door. He did not mind the other's address and smiled. "I am as usual." "What brings you here, senior brother Tang?" Each year, inner disciples come to collect the spiritual herbs from the medicine garden, making the task relatively leisurely. However, for newcomers, carelessness could lead to the destruction of the herbs, resulting in failure to complete sect tasks and incurring significant fines in spirit stones. Zhao Chin, having nurtured the herbs for a long time, had gradually become adept at it. And the responsibility of overseeing the medicine garden had come to be implicitly accepted as his, as he regarded Zhao Chin's aging figure. Tang San's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes glimmering with delight. I have heard from other junior brothers that your time is drawing near. And it seems you may not achieve the foundation establishment. Zhao Chin coughed lightly and replied nonchalantly, life is but a fleeting century, ending in a handful of earth. Senior brother Tang, do not worry about me. Though Tang San's words were pleasant, Zhao Chin did not take them to heart. For several years, the outer disciples had discerned that his lifespan was nearing its end. Those who had benefited from his kindness would come to offer words of comfort. Now, knowing full well of Zhao Chin's dwindling lifespan, Tang San had only just come to visit. Tang San's gaze fell upon Zhao Chin's bulging storage bag. Junior brother Zhao, you are growing older. Do you have any descendants down the mountain? After your passing, I could assist you in some matters. The most basic storage bags possess a cubic space, and this fellow's bag was filled to the brim. Just how much wealth does he possess? Zhao Chin casually remarked. Since I began my path of cultivation, I have severed all ties with the mundane world. Moreover, as an orphan, I have no family. One person's satisfaction is enough to feed the whole family. In recent days, Li Ronger had not communicated any techniques with him. Tang San, not in a hurry to leave, engaged in idle chatter with Zhao Chin, discussing what he could do for Zhao Chin after his demise and how he could fulfill his wishes. After conversing for a while, Tang San finally broached a serious topic. In a few days, I plan to venture into the blood-forbidden secret realm to seek treasures. If I return alive, I shall propose to Sister Li to become dual cultivation partners. Zhao Chin smiled and nodded. Is that so? The blood-forbidden secret realm is exceedingly perilous. Senior brother Tang should exercise caution. Tang San was unperturbed, brimming with confidence. Not long ago, I discovered a blue-silver grass. In the coming days, I intend to refine it into a blue-silver pill. By then, no one in the chi refinement stage shall stand against me. He paused for a moment, nervously rubbing his fingers. However, my spirit stones are a bit tight at the moment. Junior brother Zhao, could you lend me some for immediate use? I assure you I will return double upon my return from the secret realm. Zhao Chin sighed, feeling quite helpless. Senior brother Tang, I am also not in a position to lend. My spirit stones have already been lent out. While he believed others would return borrowed spirit stones, he held no such illusions about Tang San. Tang San discreetly glanced at Zhao Chin's storage bag, his brow furrowing tightly, his tone growing cold. If junior brother is unable to assist, then let it be. Without waiting for Zhao Chin to respond, he angrily took flight on his sword. Zhao Chin waved his hand and smiled. Once Tang San left his courtyard, Zhao Chin immediately activated the formation. Foolish, delusional individual, judging solely by the returns from their acquaintance. Tang San was a proficient opportunist. His cultivation talent was commendable, yet he was treacherous and unscrupulous, with a potential for foundation establishment in the future. This was why Zhao Chin had chosen to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. However, to expect Tang San to assist him in any capacity was utterly unrealistic. Should there be a single instance where he failed to help, he would harbor a grudge against Zhao Chin. Being targeted by this fellow is indeed troublesome. Fortunately, he had procured the formation in advance and had hidden Nan Xiao away. The yin-yang sect permits the presence of mortals, but only if accompanied. This means there is a glaring weakness. Just as he shut the courtyard door, there came another knock. The visitor was the outer disciple Li Yin, cradling a fainted young girl in his arms. Upon seeing Zhao Chin, he tightened his grip, offering an apologetic tone. Junior brother Zhao, I have a matter to request. Chapter 18. Zhao Chin glanced at the Chin junior sister he held in his arms. Her delicate features were slightly furrowed, and she slept soundly, her tall and graceful figure exuding an air of innocence. He then looked at Li Yin and silently nodded. Li junior brother, if you have something to say, feel free to express it. Li junior brother possessed commendable talent with dual spiritual roots and was known for his diligence, often venturing out for exploration. Most importantly, he was exceedingly cautious and never succumbed to greed. In the realm of cultivation, those who perished first were invariably the ones overly confident in their own abilities. Zhao Chin had valued his talent and befriended him long ago. Li Yin gritted his teeth, a look of guilt crossing his face. Brother Zhao, Chin junior sister has been poisoned by the fire-toad beast. I must venture into the secret realm to find the 1000-year ice spirit liquid to neutralize it. If I do not return, I hope you can take care of Chin junior sister on account of our past friendship. If she cannot endure without me, could you lay her to rest? The fire-toad beast was a second-tier beast in the foundation establishment stage, and its venom was exceedingly potent, capable of scorching the spiritual energy within a cultivator. In recent days, Chen Tingwan had been tormented by the fire poison, suffering immensely. Li Yan's heart ached, unable to bear the sight of his beloved suffering. Despite the perilous nature of the secret realm, he was determined to take the risk. Seeing the sincerity in Li Yan's eyes, Zhao Chin sighed. Very well, go with peace of mind. I shall take care of junior sister. After all, burying a body was a small matter, and it could earn him some goodwill. If Li Yan truly returned alive, this favor would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. Li Yan reluctantly gazed at Chen Tingwan before resolutely turning to leave. Brother Zhao, here are 12 spirit stones. I hope you will not refuse them. Recently, he had nearly depleted his savings to purchase pills to counteract the fire poison. This was the last of what he could offer. After all, one could not expect help without offering something in return. Observing his despondent demeanor, Zhao Chin pushed the spirit stones back. No need for such formality among fellow disciples. Use these stones to buy healing pills or life-saving talismans. They will increase your chances of survival in the secret realm. Li Yin was deeply touched, and, after several rounds of refusal, ultimately bowed deeply to Zhao Chin. This great kindness, if I return alive, I will surely repay you. The poison of the fire toad beast was beyond his ability to dispel. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could not resolve it. At least a third-tier thousand-year profound ice pill was required. Such a thing was exceedingly rare, hence his necessity to venture into the secret realm. Risking his life for the woman he loved, Zhao Chin sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. The blood-forbidden secret realm. It was indeed a perilous place. He could only wish him luck. The Foundation establishment pill was a second-tier pill, not particularly high in grade. However, it was exceedingly difficult to obtain. Primarily sold only by large sections. A significant reason for this was that the various herbs needed to concoct the Foundation establishment pill could only be found within the blood-forbidden secret realm. Moreover, entry to the secret realm was prohibited for Foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, every 20 years, during the opening of the secret realm, major sects would send their chi refinement disciples to explore. Those who returned alive would receive substantial rewards from their sections. Additionally, if enough herbs were gathered, the sect would directly bestow Foundation establishment pills. Although the reward would be of the lower grade, it was still a rare opportunity for ordinary cultivators. Never mind. This place is not fated for me. Zhao Chin had experienced the blood-forbidden secret realm several times but had never chosen to enter. In his youth, he had the audacity to seek a path to greatness, but back then, he was merely at the second level of chi refinement. It was not a gamble for survival. It was a reckless gamble with death. As he aged, the initial curiosity faded away. Zhao Chin settled Chen Tingwan in a side room. After securing the door, he stepped outside. He received a system notification upon Li Yan's arrival. Name: Chen Tingwan. Age: 28. Spiritual roots: triple spiritual roots, water, phoenix, earth. Technique: yin-yang method, cultivation. 8th level of chi refinement. Charm: 88. Affinity: 20. Overall evaluation: 85. However, given the sudden circumstances, Zhao Chin had not paid attention to it. Moreover, Li Yan was not Tang San, and he had no intention of doing anything. At present, there were enough women to attend to, and he could not handle any more. As evening descended, Chen Tingwan groggily opened her eyes, finding herself in an unfamiliar room. Initially unsettled, she soon recognized it as Zhao Chin's courtyard and felt reassured. As one of the few genuinely kind-hearted outer disciples, Zhao Chin would not treat her poorly. Zhao Chin entered the room and, upon seeing the awakened Chen Tingwan, spoke gently. Junior sister Chen, Li Junior brother has decided to partake in this secret realm expedition. For the time being, you shall stay here with me. Chen Tingwan's eyes immediately reddened, and her expression grew pained. The survival rate for those participating in the blood-forbidden secret realm was dismally low. The secret realm was fraught with danger, but the greater peril lay with other cultivators. Most cultivators met their demise not at the jaws of beasts, but through the betrayal of their fellow sect members. Yet, she refrained from saying much, knowing well that Li Yan had made up his mind. Brother Zhou, thank you. You are truly a good person. This frail body, ravaged by the fire toad poison, could hardly control its spiritual energy. Moreover, the yin-yang method she practiced was meant to harmonize and enhance cultivation. However, she was now on the brink of death, and there was no guarantee she wouldn't be seen as a mere plaything. A person who had severed their path to cultivation would not be cared for by the sect. If she had to choose someone to rely on, Zhao Chin was indeed the most suitable option. Thus, Chen Tingwan temporarily resided in the small courtyard. The medicinal garden, which boasted an abundance of spirit herbs, had a richer spiritual aura than the caves occupied by outer disciples. Yet, due to Chen Tingwan's poisoning, she constantly endured the torment of the fire poison. The unnatural flush on her once fair complexion betraying her suffering. Nan Xiao initially wished to offer her support, but was stopped by Zhao Chin. Do not approach her. She carries fire poison. Your body cannot withstand it. Even the emitted toxicity was not something an ordinary person could endure. Zhao Chin tapped his storage bag, producing a deep blue medicinal vial. He walked over to Chen Tingwan and handed her the vial. This bottle of profound ice pill can temporarily suppress the fire poison. I concocted this first-tier medicinal pill not long ago after gathering herbs during my leisure time. Although it is merely a first-tier healing pill, it should be of some use. Chen Tingwan, tormented by the fire poison, was in a daze. She vaguely remembered residing in Zhao Chin's courtyard. In her stupor, she saw the outstretched hand and swallowed without a second thought. Zhao Chin reacted swiftly, pulling his hand away just in time. Yet, despite his quick reflexes, he was a step too late. Chen Tingwan bit down on his index finger as she swallowed the pill, causing a sharp pain. With her cultivation at the 7th level of chi refinement, had Zhao Chin not been swift, he would have suffered severe injury. Nevertheless, his finger bore the mark of her bite, a lingering warmth and faint fragrance enveloping it. After consuming the pill, Chen Tingwan's complexion visibly improved. Though still somewhat drowsy, she could at least manage to control her body. She hastily circulated her technique, channeling her spiritual energy throughout her meridians. The potency of the fire toad beast's poison was overwhelmingly fierce. Even after consuming 3 profound ice pills, it merely suppressed the toxin, with the possibility of resurgence lingering. Chapter 19. Zhao Chin placed the entire bottle of elixir on the bedside, not wishing to disturb Chen Tingwan, who was in the midst of meditation. He turned to gently close the door behind him. When Chen Tingwan finally managed to suppress the fiery poison and weakly pushed the door open, half an hour had already passed. Although her injuries were under control, she still found herself unable to fight freely. In a blink, 2 days had slipped away. Nan Xiao and Chen Tingwan had gradually become more familiar with one another, especially after Nan Xiao learned of the dangers within the blood-forbidden realm. She expressed her astonishment and envy. Li Shidi truly treats you well. He is willing to risk his life to procure an antidote for your poison even in such a perilous situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Tingwan felt a deep sense of envy. Her former husband, Zhang Xiu, was also a cultivator, yet he was indifferent towards her, hardly inclined to risk his life for her sake or even to care for their household expenses. When Chen Tingwan mentioned Li Yin, a rare smile graced her features, revealing an uncommon joy. Indeed, senior brother Li and I have been childhood friends. Had it not been for my unexpected encounter with the poison of the fire-toad beast, he would never have ventured into the blood-forbidden realm. She sighed. If not for this unfortunate incident, we would have already become dual cultivation partners, enhancing each other's cultivation through our shared techniques. Alas, fate had other plans, preventing her from deepening her connection with senior brother Li. As she gazed at the main house, she mused, however, Sister Nan is quite fortunate. Zhou Shixiang is truly a good person. From the bottom of her heart, she believed Zhao Chin to be kind-hearted. The value of that bottle of Xianbing Dan was at least equivalent to a dozen spirit stones, and Zhao Chin had unhesitatingly gifted it to her. Now, burdened by the fire poison, she had sold off all her possessions. Whether Li Yin would return alive was uncertain, and it was doubtful he would be able to repay her kindness. Yet, Zhou Shixiang had never once mentioned such matters, always behaving with decorum and never taking advantage of her. Thinking of the thoughtful Zhou Chan, Nan Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, brother Zhou is exceptionally kind. A simple life is truly the best. Although Zhou Shixiang may be a bit older, he has never let me lack for food or clothing. He even thinks of taking me along the path of immortality. Where could one find such a companion? Just after finishing alchemy, Zhou Chin unexpectedly sneezed. Am I being cursed by someone? But that shouldn't be the case. Given my reputation as a good-natured person in the sect, who would unjustly berate me? It must be those 3 troublesome rascals from the Tang family. He lamented. This fellow is insatiable, lacking in self-awareness, and is courting disaster. I should never have formed a bond with him. That was indeed a misstep. Watching the fleeting lights of those traversing the skies, Zhou Chin furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared many individuals were eager to enter the blood-forbidden realm. The realm housed numerous rare materials, particularly the key ingredients for foundational elixirs, which could only be found within. Thus, each sect had a fixed quota for sending cultivators inside. After all, if one sect sent 10, while another sent only 2, it was uncertain whose luck would prevail in discovering more valuable materials. Ultimately, the surviving members would likely be from a contingent of 10. The blood-forbidden realm was fraught with dangers, including spatial rifts and ancient formations, alongside the rare beasts from the outside world. Yet, the gravest peril still lay in humanity itself. Why toil for medicinal materials when one could simply kill for them? Hence, the more powerful the sect, the greater the number of qi refinement cultivators it could send into the blood-forbidden realm. In the Southern Tian dynasty, several major empires existed: the Great Shu, Great Xia, and Great Yu. Within these 3 dynasties, numerous cultivation sects flourished, including the esteemed Yin Yang sect, led by a venerable nascent soul ancestor, rightfully ranking among the top 10 sections. Consequently, they boasted a quota of 30 entrants for the blood-forbidden realm. However, it remained uncertain how many would return alive. In previous years, out of dozens who entered, only 5 or 6 returned. As I grow older, such violent endeavors no longer suit me. I prefer the quietude of alchemy, exchanging my creations for resources, and gradually seeking the materials for foundational elixirs. Upon advancing to a second-tier alchemist, the complexity of the elixirs he could concoct would increase significantly. Hence, he had no intention of remaining secluded at home, but rather wished to explore the world. By successfully refining second-tier elixirs for sale, he could soon provide Nan Xiao with suitable cultivation techniques. After instructing the 2 women to care for the medicinal garden, Zhou Chin silently dismantled the formation in the courtyard. Even the refined formation flags required spiritual energy to operate. Nan Xiao lacked spiritual energy, and Chen Tingwan was still afflicted by fire poison. With his cultivation having surged, Zhou Chin's travel speed had increased significantly. Upon reaching Jiangdu City, he sold off the remaining elixirs. After selling hundreds of elixirs, his stock of spirit stones swelled to nearly 3,000. It seemed he could no longer sell elixirs indiscriminately. He sensed that someone was keeping a watchful eye on him. Furthermore, as he would be selling second-tier elixirs in the future, their prices would be higher, and the quantity would still be vast. He needed to find a reputable shop in Jiangdu City that would not attract unwanted troubles. Zhou Chin arrived at a 3-story building, Feng Lei Pavilion. The largest elixir shop in the Great Xia territory had branches in every major town, including in the southern Tian region. For them, second-tier elixirs were not a cause for concern. Moreover, with years of established reputation, they would not harbor ill intentions towards their customers. As Zhou Chin entered the shop, a young attendant approached him. "Dear friend, what can I assist you with today?" After browsing the first floor, he found an array of high-quality gathering yuan pills and spirit chi pills. However, top-tier elixirs were exceedingly scarce. He began to ascend to the second floor when the attendant hurriedly stopped him, smiling nervously. "Dear friend, the first floor is designated for qi refinement cultivators to purchase elixirs. The second floor, however, is reserved for those at the foundation establishment stage. If you wish to proceed, please present your proof of assets." After all, qi refinement cultivators cannot afford second-tier elixirs.
Yet, there were still some descendants of esteemed sect elders who, despite their low cultivation, possessed substantial family wealth. To avoid offending anyone of significance, this regulation was implemented. Chapter 20. Zhao Chin smiled and shook his head, pulling out a storage bag. Upon seeing the neatly arranged 500 spirit stones inside, the shop assistant's smile became increasingly sincere. Esteemed friend, please proceed. The second floor has dedicated attendants to serve you. Typically, disciples at the early stage of foundation establishment possess only 200 to 300 spirit stones, as the costs of cultivation, acquiring artifacts for battle, purchasing medicinal pills, or obtaining talismans and formation flags can accumulate significantly. Zhao Chin ascended to the second floor without hesitation, with the mask and illusion talisman concealing his identity. Cultivators below the Golden Core stage were unable to discern his true appearance. However, the scale of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion far exceeded his expectations. The second floor catered to foundation establishment cultivators, which implied that the third floor sold pills specifically for Golden Core practitioners. The primary ingredients required for third-tier pills are rare materials that have been cultivated for over 500 years. Even though Golden Core cultivators might be affluent, these materials are often inaccessible to them. Thus, most pill merchants do not stock items intended for Golden Core practitioners. The second floor was modest in size, approximately 150 to 160 square meters, adorned with over a dozen counters offering diverse types of pills. However, Zhao Chin had no intention of purchasing pills. He headed straight to a counter. His presence quickly captured the attention of other patrons. A chi refinement cultivator visiting the second floor to acquire pills would either have a powerful backing or have stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Yet, after a few glances, no one paid him further heed. Zhao Chin activated his inside eye to assess the manager's cultivation level. If the individual possessed a higher cultivation level and was deliberately concealing it, cultivators at lower realms would typically struggle to discern the truth. Name: Shangguan Yun, Cultivation, Mid-Foundation Establishment, Age: 76 years. Zhao Chin was taken aback internally. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion truly possessed profound depth. Even inner disciples of the Yin Yang sect only reached the Foundation Establishment level, yet here, Shangguan Yun was merely a manager on the second floor. Despite a decent salary, the daily grind of selling pills inevitably affects one's own cultivation. Maintaining an expression of calmness, Zhao Chin respectfully bowed and inquired, "Esteemed senior, may I ask if the Wind and Thunder Pavilion has any second-tier pill formulas available for purchase?" He used a sound transmission to prevent others from overhearing. Shangguan Yun raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips as he scrutinized Zhao Chin. "Second-tier formulas? What kind are you seeking?" It was not unusual for alchemists to come and purchase formulas. However, those were typically foundation establishment practitioners. After all, alchemists were rare, and if their skills were subpar, the process of pill refining could be extraordinarily taxing. Normally, chi refinement practitioners could not concoct second-tier pills. Without hesitation, Zhao Chin replied earnestly, "Formulas for enhancing cultivation, nurturing the spirit, improving physical constitution, and strengthening the body. Ideally, I would also like a formula for dispelling toad poison. In fact, please show me all the formulas you have available." He had high hopes for his junior brother Li Yan. If he could save Chen Tingwan, it would undoubtedly yield countless benefits in the future. Despite having a newfound sense of purpose in cultivating after awakening his potential, it was always wise to have more friends and more paths available. Upon hearing Zhao Chin's request, Shangguan Yun's brows knitted tightly. He made no attempt to conceal his displeasure as he regarded Zhao Chin with a steady gaze. "We at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion have numerous pill formulas. But do you genuinely possess the spirit stones to make a purchase? Second-tier pill formulas are far more valuable than first-tier ones. Each formula is worth nearly 100 spirit stones, and your request to view all of them is somewhat presumptuous." Zhao Chin retrieved the storage bag containing 500 spirit stones once more. During his journey, he had acquired several storage bags, dividing the spirit stones into 3 portions. In this world, there are no absolute friends, nor are there entirely trustworthy shops. If it were known that a chi refinement cultivator possessed 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, he would undoubtedly become an enemy to all cultivators in Zhongdu City. Shangguan Yun inspected the bag and waved his right hand over the table, producing over 20 pill formulas. "Here are the formulas. Feel free to examine them." Zhao Chin accepted the formulas and began reviewing them one by one. Lingyuan pill, Mingxing pill, Xinxing pill, Fuyuan pill, Dingxing pill, Tongmai pill, Fengyan pill. These formulas varied widely, including those for enhancing cultivation, increasing speed, nurturing the spirit, and enhancing various attributes of cultivation. The Lingyuan pill, 100-year Xianbing pill, Xinxing pill, Pomo pill, and Lihua pill. Shangguan Yun's expression shifted slightly as he cautioned. These 5 formulas total 930 spirit stones. "Friend, you may acquire them for 900 spirit stones." Zhao Chin did not even blink as he handed over the storage bag, then unfastened another storage bag from his waist. After Shangguan Yun confirmed the spirit stones were correct, he handed over the formulas to Zhao Chin. Just as Zhao Chin prepared to turn and leave, Shangguan Yun called out to him, "Young friend, may I inquire where you learned your craft? The 100-year Xianbing pill is notoriously difficult to refine. Are you truly confident in your abilities?" Zhao Chin turned around, a gentle smile gracing his ordinary features. "Senior, isn't that a breach of propriety? It is not the right of an alchemist to inquire about the background of those purchasing formulas at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion." Shangguan Yun realized he had misspoken but had his own intentions. He continued, "To be honest, the materials required for the 100-year Xianbing pill are quite expensive. And due to the special nature of the pill, the success rate for refining it is exceedingly low. If your master can indeed refine this pill, I implore you to consider selling it to our Wind and Thunder Pavilion. We will ensure you are satisfied with the price. He did not believe that a Qi refinement cultivator could refine second-tier pills and thus assumed that Zhao Chin had a second-tier alchemist as a mentor. Upon hearing Shangguan Yun's proactive offer, Zhao Chin nodded slightly in agreement. If my master successfully refines the pill, I shall certainly prioritize the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. He was curious about why the Wind and Thunder Pavilion would be interested in acquiring the 100-year Xianbing pill, but it was not his concern. So he did not dwell on it. Esteemed sir, do you know where I might find spirit beasts for sale? Spirit beasts, like demon beasts, differ only in nomenclature. Some demon beasts are captured by human cultivators and then tamed as spiritual companions to assist in battle. The beast-taming sect of the Great Xia Empire is renowned for its training of spirit beasts and is considered one of the top-tier powers. Their disciples are always accompanied by spirit beasts of the same rank during their battles. Chapter 21 Shangguan Yun's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a calm tone. The spirit beasts you seek can indeed be found in the trading market. If none appeal to you, there will be an underground trading event in 3 days, where you might find what you desire. With that, Shangguan Yun's palm shimmered with spiritual light, revealing several purple square tokens. Young friend, with this token, you can locate the underground trading event. Alchemists typically possess considerable wealth, and their influence is formidable, which is why he does not mind forging a good relationship with Zhao Chin. Zhao Chin nodded with a smile, knowing he had already visited the trading market. The spirit beasts available there were too feeble, lacking either aptitude or combat prowess. The cultivation costs for most spirit beasts were high, yet their resulting strength fell short of expectations. In the past, the spirit beasts at the market could have met Zhao Chin's requirements, but he had long since outgrown low-tier spirit beasts. After leaving the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Zhao Chin proceeded directly to the Emoku Zhai, the largest formation flag shop in the city. Unlike medicinal pills, formation flags do not have cultivation restrictions, as long as one possesses sufficient spirit stones. Even a Qi refinement stage cultivator can deploy formations capable of vanquishing golden core stage opponents. Zhao Chin wandered through the first floor, encountering a plethora of first-tier formation flags, the Water Dragon formation of the Water attribute, the Illusion Sound formation of the Illusion attribute, and the 10,000 Trees formation of the Wood attribute. These low-tier flags could no longer capture his interest. First-tier flags were too rudimentary, serving only to defend Qi refinement stage disciples. After verifying his wealth, he ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the upper level, he was immediately drawn to a central formation flag, the 5 Elements Barrier formation. This formation, embodying the principles of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements, combines offensive and defensive capabilities with illusionary barriers. It stands as the pinnacle of second-tier formation flags, albeit at a steep price of 1,600 low-grade spirit stones, a sum that would daunt even foundation-building cultivators. Zhao Chin had intended to explore the third floor, but the sight of the 5 Elements Barrier formation extinguished that desire. If a top-tier second-tier flag costs 1,600 spirit stones, a third-tier flag would surely start in the thousands, far beyond his current means. A shop attendant approached him, noticing his fixation on the formation. Friend, you have a discerning eye. The 5 Elements Barrier formation is our treasure gem on this floor. Even 3 or 4 foundation-building cultivators would struggle to breach its defenses within a short time. Its defensive power exceeds expectations. Zhao Chin was quite satisfied. I shall take this formation. The outer area of the Yin-Yang sect is inhabited by Qi refinement disciples, but inner disciples often pass through, and he wished to keep his dealings discreet. The low-tier flags he had previously acquired would not evade the senses of foundation-building disciples. A gentleman may be innocent, but possessing treasures can invite trouble. Zhao Chin, as a lesser disciple, aimed to cultivate good relations. After acquiring the formation flag, Zhao Chin left in haste. The city of Jiangdu is teeming with hidden talents, particularly within such large establishments, where countless formidable figures may lurk. Should he encounter a golden core expert who recognizes him, it would spell trouble. With only 1,000 spirit stones remaining after his purchase, he had ample funds for the herbs needed to concoct pills. The requirements for second-tier pills are not particularly demanding, with most requiring herbs aged over 200 years, costing him 600 spirit stones. Zhao Chin procured nearly 100 sets of refining materials. After perusing the market, he purchased a cultivation technique, 5 Elements technique. This common technique has its drawbacks. Its combat prowess among cultivators of the same rank is not exceptional. However, it allows practitioners with any of the 5 elemental roots to cultivate, even those with inferior roots. He had observed Nan Xiao and confirmed her possession of a spiritual root, though her innate talent might not be remarkable. As he could not test her root attributes in the short term, he decided to let her practice this technique. It was unlikely that she would lack any elemental affinity. Furthermore, due to its relatively weaker power, it would allow for a quicker cultivation speed compared to more formidable techniques. However, Zhao Chin had purchased an incomplete version, limiting her cultivation to the peak of the foundation building stage, which sufficed for someone of Nan Xiao's ordinary status, as she should not aim for unattainable heights. After all, techniques capable of advancing to the golden core stage are rarely found in the market. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chin also acquired new talisman paper and various demon bloods. Just as he was about to leave, a certain technique displayed by a vendor caught his eye, Great Transformation Technique. The requirements for cultivating this technique are not overly stringent. One only needs to be at the 5th layer of Qi refinement to begin. Mastering the first layer would double one's soul strength, while the second layer would double it again. The price was reasonable, merely a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. Skeptical, Zhao Chin inquired directly, is the great transformation technique truly so profound? It is well known that the strength of one's soul is a crucial factor when a cultivator breaks through major realms. Even in combat, the power of the soul is paramount. Among Qi refinement cultivators, some can control 3 types of magical tools simultaneously, while others can manage only one, reflecting the disparity in their spiritual perception. Simply put, when 2 parties draw near, if one has not detected the other yet, but the other has already noticed them, the advantages are self-evident. How could a technique of this caliber be priced at merely a few hundred low-grade spirit stones? The shopkeeper, a young man clad in a green long robe, did not hesitate to reveal the truth upon seeing Zhao Chin with the Great Transformation Technique. Friend, to cultivate the Great Transformation Technique, one must possess exceptional soul strength. It is not for the faint-hearted. If one missteps during cultivation, they risk falling into madness. Furthermore, the process involves enduring the torment of countless insects gnawing at the soul. Only those of great willpower should attempt it. The Great Transformation Technique was originally a prized treasure of a certain sect, but after its decline, it was seized by other sections. However, many cultivators who have attempted to practice it either succumb to insanity or perish from demonic deviation. Thus, it has become a technique few dare to pursue, eventually circulating into the public domain. Chapter 22. Zhao Chin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he suppressed the joy blooming in his heart. Very well, I shall take it. The shopkeeper's face brightened at this response. After all, he had clearly outlined the risks involved. If the other party insisted on making the purchase, he could not be held accountable. Having operated his stall in the marketplace for quite some time, he was keen to preserve his reputation by preemptively pointing out the dangers. If the buyer chose to proceed with the purchase of the cultivation method, any subsequent mishaps in practice could not be attributed to him. Zhao Chin picked up the Diyinju and swiftly exited the marketplace. His desire to cultivate this technique was not born out of mere impulse. It was primarily bolstered by his profession as a second-tier alchemist. His mastery over spiritual energy was nothing short of meticulous. If he were unable to successfully cultivate the Diyinju, it would be safe to say that no one else could either. Zhao Chin also acquired a storage pouch of 20 square meters. The pouch he had been using prior was of the most basic variety, offering a mere 5 square meters of space. His journey back to the Yin-Yang sect was smooth and uneventful, allowing him to finally relax. The pouch at his side bulged with nearly 2,000 first-tier talismans. Even if a rogue cultivator attempted to ambush him, he felt no fear. In the realm of cultivation, the most crucial aspect was not the resources at hand, nor innate talent, but rather the simple act of survival. That being said, a little peace of mind was certainly preferable. Within the previously established formation, Zhao Chin meticulously integrated several formation flags into the ground. The consumption of second-tier flags was significantly higher than that of first-tier ones. He placed nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones in one go, sufficient to sustain the operation of the flags for over a month. Once everything was set, Zhao Chin exhaled a sigh of relief. Safety was now assured. Even a passing golden core cultivator would find it challenging to detect any disturbances within the courtyard. Chen Tingwan was tending to vegetables in the courtyard, accompanied by Nan Xiao. Due to the toxic fire toad poison within her, she was unable to cultivate or even suppress her injuries, despite having the Xian Shui Dan to mitigate the toxicity. Discomfort lingered throughout her days. During her idle moments, she engaged in conversation with Nan Xiao to distract herself. Zhou Shixiang was a good person, but alas, his lifespan had drawn to a close, and she feared he would not last much longer. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiao paused her movements, her gaze blankly fixed on the ground. Zhou, brother Zhou is going to die? In her eyes, cultivators enjoyed long lifespans. Even if Zhou Chun was advanced in years, she believed he could still live for several more decades. The sudden revelation of the truth twisted her heart in anguish, rendering her speechless. When she learned of Zhang Shou's passing, she had been contemplating how to carry on with her life. But now, upon discovering Zhou Qin's impending demise, her mind was utterly thrown into disarray. Qin Tingwan remained lost in her own thoughts, completely oblivious to Nan Xiao's distress. It was only when Zhou Chun returned that Nan Xiao snapped back to reality and hurriedly approached him. "You're back. What would you like for dinner?" Her culinary skills were exceptional. She could prepare almost any dish he desired. At least before Zhou Chen departed from this world, she wished to ensure he had no regrets. Chen Tingwan greeted him with grace and courtesy. Zhou Chen waved his hand. "Not today. I have acquired a cultivation technique and prepared all the medicinal pills you can consume to assist you in your training." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiao melted into his embrace. Though he had previously promised to procure a cultivation method for her, she had not anticipated he would return with it so swiftly. Nan Xiao's favorability level increased to 2. Current favorability at 88 points. Host currently possesses 87 favorability points. Chen Tingwan's favorability level is 10, current favorability at 65 points. The increase in favorability for both women was within Zhou Chen's expectations. After all, cultivators generally did not regard mortals with much esteem. Chapter 23. He meticulously arranged everything for Nan Xiao's future. As a woman, Chen Tingwan could not help but feel touched. He did not pay much attention to Chen Tingwan's affections. Everything still depended on how he fared in the blood-forbidden secret realm. Upon learning that the two were to practice, Chen Tingwan refrained from disturbing them and retired early to her room for rest. Nan Xiao, having never practiced the method before, was extremely anxious during her first attempt. Under Zhao Chin's gentle reassurance, she nestled in his embrace, and, unbeknownst to herself, tears began to flow. Zhao Chin profoundly understood the saying that women are made of water. She cried spontaneously, her tears resembling rain on pear blossoms, rather than appearing disheveled. It evoked a sense of being deeply ravaged. Nan Xiao wiped away her tear stains, softly explaining, "Brother Zhou, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. I cannot contain myself. Which mortal does not aspire to become a lofty cultivator? Who would not desire eternal youth and immortality? However, I hail from a poor farming background, possessing nothing but beauty. I once thought I would lead a mundane and uneventful life in Wutan town. Yet, everything changed upon meeting Zhou Chun, guided by the method and Zhou Chin's instruction." Nan Xiao spent the entire night attempting to sense the spiritual energy. It was not until dawn the following day that she, with a fatigued expression, began to massage her legs. "Brother Zhou, is my talent particularly poor? Why can I not draw the energy into my body?" Long hours of sitting cross-legged had caused her once smooth and supple legs to flush slightly, aching and swollen. Zhou Chin pinched her cheek gently, his hands soothingly kneading her. "Do not worry, it took me 3 days to successfully draw the energy into my body. Take your time, there is no need to rush. Cultivating the method is not something that can be accomplished in an instant. Those with heavenly roots are another matter entirely. It is commendable for cultivators with 3 or even 4 roots to draw the energy into their bodies within 3 days and take their first steps into the immortal path." After a long night of exertion, Nan Xiao soon drifted into a slumber. Drawing energy into one's body requires a focused and concentrated mental effort, which is undoubtedly a significant drain for her. Zhou Chin stretched languidly and consumed a soul-nourishing pill. From now on, he would not need to monitor Nan Xiao daily. She could try to draw the energy into her body on her own. The initial teaching required his presence, even if it meant wasting an entire night. It was far better than allowing Nan Xiao to fumble aimlessly, which could lead to disastrous consequences. Zhou Chin retrieved several pill recipes, deliberating on which pill to concoct first. Although he had yet to find the foundation establishment pill, the efficacy of the spiritual essence pill was equally formidable. Its potency was several times stronger than that of the qi gathering powder. If a cultivator below the 5th layer of qi refinement recklessly consumed the spiritual essence pill, they would risk being overwhelmed by the spiritual energy and suffering a fatal explosion. At his current peak of the 8th layer of qi refinement, Zhou Chin had no such concerns, having reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Consuming the spiritual essence pill would allow him to leverage its potent effects to successfully break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Contemplating this, Zhou Chin hesitated no longer. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a bronze alchemical furnace to begin his work. With a deft motion of his fingers, several strands of spiritual fire ignited beneath the furnace. It seemed he would need to invest in a better quality furnace in the future. The quality of the furnace significantly impacts the success rate and grade of the pills produced. When the furnaces are of relatively similar quality, the difference is minimal and largely depends on the alchemist's technique. However, if the furnace material is of inferior quality, the increasingly potent flames of spiritual power may prove too much to bear for long. What a pity! Had it not been for the exorbitant cost of the 5-element sky shield array, which consumed most of his savings, he would have conveniently purchased a new furnace during his trip to Jiangdu City. Chapter 24. Half an hour later, several pills soared from the alchemical furnace, landing gently in Zhou Chin's palm. 8 medium-grade spirit essence pills and 1 low-grade spirit essence pill. The quality of the concocted pills was within his expectations, considering it was his inaugural attempt at crafting second-tier pills. While failure was not an option, achieving perfection in both quantity and quality proved elusive. Upon his second attempt, he successfully produced 5 high-grade spirit essence pills and 5 medium-grade ones. With each successive trial, the caliber and quantity of the spirit essence pills continued to rise. Zhou Chin held a high-grade spirit essence pill, hesitating momentarily before ultimately swallowing a medium-grade one. The potency of the high-grade pill was formidable, and he feared his physique might not withstand its intensity. As the pill settled within him, a scorching wave of warmth surged through his body, enveloping him like a fiery orb, uncontrollably radiating demonic energy. The barrier of the 9th level of qi refinement effortlessly crumbled under the overwhelming force of the medicinal power. The sheer magnitude of the pill's efficacy even refined his physical form, surpassing his initial expectations for a second-tier spirit essence pill. Truly, it was a fitting supplement for a foundation establishment cultivator, yet for one at the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement, it was a rather perilous choice. Age was a significant factor. His body was no longer at its prime, just one step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. He needed only to reach the 10th level of qi refinement to begin preparing for the foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, the Fonlei Pavilion did not offer the formula for the foundation establishment pill. Moreover, the formula was not the crux of the issue. Rather, it was the various essential spiritual herbs needed for its creation that posed the greater challenge. In the blink of an eye, evening fell on the second day. The 5 elements concealment array proved to be remarkably effective. Under the cover of the illusion, neither Nan Xiao nor Chen Tingwan, residing within the courtyard, could discern his actions. Throughout the day, Zhou Chin diligently focused on alchemy. It was only when Nan Xiao prepared dinner that he emerged from the main house. As he settled at the dining table, he placed down a pristine white medicine bottle. The century-old Xianbing pill, capable of suppressing the fire poison within you, alleviating your suffering. However, eradicating the fire toad poison was beyond his current alchemical capabilities unless he ascended to the rank of third-tier alchemist, relying on the Millennium Xianbing pill for a cure. Nonetheless, the efficacy of the century-old Xianbing pill surpassed that of the ordinary Xianbing pill significantly. With regular consumption, one could avoid the daily torment of being scorched by fire poison. Upon seeing the medicine bottle, Chen Tingwan was taken aback, rising in alarm as she hastily declined. Senior brother Zhou, this is far too precious. The second-tier pill, the century-old Xianbing pill, was valued at over 10 spirit stones each. How could she, a dying person, dare to squander Zhao Chin's spirit stones? Zhao Chin, however, waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. I am an old friend of Junior Brotherly. You need not worry about it, Sister Chin. This was genuine sentiment. He wished to foster a good relationship with Li Yan. Moreover, his costs for concocting pills were exceedingly low. As for the spiritual energy consumed in the process, he could easily replenish it with low-grade spirit essence pills, which would concurrently aid in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to Chen Tingwan, he was an alchemist. To her, the price of this bottle of century-old Xianbing pills was worth more than her life. She did not doubt the authenticity of the pills. The extreme chill emanating from the bottle was enough to suppress the heat within her body. Chen Tingwan wished to refuse again, but Zhao Chin's displeasure was evident as he sternly stated, "Enough. If I offer it to you, you shall accept it." Seeing him unhappy, Chen Tingwan gritted her teeth and accepted the pill. After dinner, she assisted Nan Xiao in tidying up the house before gracefully returning to her room. Sitting on her bed, she gazed at the pill bottle in her palm, her mind swirling with thoughts. Her talent was commendable, and many cultivators had pursued her in the past. However, upon learning that she was afflicted with fire toad poison, a death sentence loomed over her. Her former companions now avoided her as if she were a leper, fearing they might be burdened with her plight. Even those unscathed would not go so far as to spend over 100 spirit stones to gift her a century-old Xianbing pill. Especially now that her time was short and her utility diminished, who would still care for her fate? Zhou Ji's immense kindness, she feared, would remain unrepayable in this life. If there were a next life, she would surely repay him, even if it meant toiling like a beast. If fortune favored her, and Brotherly could procure the necessary herbs to save her, when she achieved her own cultivation, she would undoubtedly remember Zhou Ji's benevolence. Meanwhile, within Zhou Chen's mind, a series of system notifications rang out. Congratulations, host. Chen Tingwan's favorability has reached 9. Current favorability is 55 points. Congratulations, host. Chen Tingwan's favorability has reached 2. Current favorability is 57 points. Half an hour later, congratulations, host. Chen Tingwan's favorability has reached 6. Current favorability is 65 points. With an incessant stream of favorable notifications, Chen Tingwan's favorability surged to 65 points before it concluded. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao remained preoccupied with her cultivation. Zhao Chin had preemptively concocted body refinement pills, meridian opening pills, and various elixirs to assist in cultivation, with an ample supply of auxiliary pills. It was merely a matter of time before Nan Xiao embarked on her path of cultivation. Seated cross-legged on her bed, Nan Xiao forced herself to attune to the flow of spiritual energy. She yearned to spend more time with Zhou Chin, especially since her daughter was still in the outside world, unaware of her fate. Thus, her diligence in training intensified. Zhou Chin had no intention of resting, contemplating the forthcoming developments. Regrettably, with a favorability of 87 points, he still fell short. If only he could gather 100 points, he would elevate his first-tier talisman crafting to the pinnacle of the second tier. Armed with second-tier talismans, he could face multiple foundation establishment cultivators without trepidation. Of course, confronting Golden Core experts remained out of reach. Against such beings, even if he had a plethora of trump cards, a single move could spell his demise. He mused whether reaching 90 points in favorability with Nan Xiao would unlock a new profession for him. Perhaps artifact crafting or banner crafting. Whichever path it may be, it would greatly benefit him. Casting aside his scattered thoughts, Zhou Chin prepared to continue his alchemical endeavors. Yet, before he could even begin, he sensed the arrival of a new guest. Zhou Chin sighed. Trouble is at hand. Chapter 25. Chen Tingwan pushed open the window and beheld Zhou Chin conversing with a male cultivator outside. The young man gazed longingly at the courtyard before he ultimately departed in silence. Zhou Shixiang was truly a good person, having survived in the outer sect for many years. Many of Chen's peers had ascended to the inner sect. Consequently, most cultivators in the outer sect would give him face. Perhaps the relationship between the inner sect disciples and Zhou Chin was not particularly close, yet as long as that connection existed, any outer sect disciple wishing to trouble Zhou Chin would think twice. Chen Tingwan, renowned for her beauty and possessing a gentle, elegant disposition, despite being aware of the fire poison that afflicted her, still attracted suitors eager to experience the thrill of courting danger, akin to the allure of dying beneath a peony blossom. However, more importantly, the current Chen Tingwan was unable to wield the yin-yang art for dual cultivation with others. Nor could she serve as a furnace for them. At most, one could gain some physical advantage. Otherwise, if one could truly seize Chen Tingwan's cultivation to elevate their own realm, even Zhou Chin's background would not deter those who wish to act. Watching the departing male cultivator, Zhou Chin shook his head in resignation, reflecting on the youthfulness of the individual. The blood-forbidden secret realm would soon open, yet Li Yan had yet to make his move. This young man had come seeking someone. Once this news reached Li Yan, he would undoubtedly pursue the matter with fervor. Nevertheless, this individual's quest for companionship bore some benefits. Just then, Zhao Chin's mind was graced once more by the system's notification. Qin Tingwan's affinity had surged past the remarkable threshold of 70 points. It seemed that the girl had been observing from the shadows. Regrettably, Li Shidi was indeed a person worth befriending. Zhao Chin was not without his principles. Cultivators were not necessarily devoid of emotions and desires. While he treated Li Shidi with respect, his approach to others might very well differ. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a beam of light halted in the air. Li Ronger, standing atop a blue flying sword, tilted her head gently, her lips curling into a radiant smile. Zhou Shixiang, I have come to find you. Upon her entrance into the courtyard, Zhao Chin wrapped an arm around her shoulder and cleared his throat softly. Ronger, your elder brother has missed you dearly. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, the 5 elements shielding formation was activated, rendering any potential onlooker, including Qin Tingwan, oblivious to its peculiarity. From her vantage point, all she could perceive was Zhao Chin returning to the main house to cultivate. An hour later, Li Ronger, with her delicate feet on the ground, gradually stood upright. Observing Zhao Chin, who was catching his breath, she offered gentle reassurances. Zhou Shixiang, it is all right. You are already quite remarkable. She genuinely believed Zhao Chin to be commendable. Once she confirmed that he was unharmed and had not suffered any injuries from their intimacy, Li Rongo had no intention of departing. Instead, she quietly sat at the mirror, attending to her disheveled hair. Zhao Chin massaged his waist, inwardly grateful that the girl had not been too harsh. With great effort, he rose from the bed and walked directly behind her, taking the wooden comb from her hands. He meticulously styled her hair. Ronger, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered in my life. Flattering words, devoid of cost yet delightful to hear. He recited them in one breath, relishing the moment. Chapter 26. Li Ronger was indeed a newcomer, unaccustomed to such peculiar declarations of affection. Although the words felt somewhat awkward, they stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. Under the gaze of Zhao Chin, filled with trepidation, Li Ronger turned with a smile, gripping his collar tightly. An hour slipped by, and as she glanced at Zhao Chin, now languishing on the bed, she shyly pushed open the door to leave. It had been a momentary lapse. She had never truly contemplated engaging in such actions. Now, she felt utterly embarrassed to linger, as if she were a woman starved for attention. Zhao Chin quickly raised his right hand, sending a bottle of elixir soaring towards Li Ronger. Ronger, I perceive your cultivation is hindered. Take this high-grade Ling Yuan pill. Sweet words may be enchanting, yet they pale in comparison to tangible benefits. Li Ronger, uncertain if she had heard him, instinctively caught the vial, stowing it away in her storage pouch as she hastily exited the courtyard. The earlier scene had left her cheeks aflame, a rosy hue enveloping her ears. Although Zhao Chin had endured a taxing night, hard work invariably yields rewards. Congratulations to the host. Li Ronger's affection level is at 3, current affection level, 53 points. Congratulations to the host. Li Ronger's affection level is at 7. Current affection level, 60 points. The host may utilize 107 affection points. Indeed, the heavens reward diligence. With effort comes inevitable harvest. After an hour of meditation, he refrained from hastily concocting elixirs. Given Zhao Chin's suboptimal condition, it would be unwise to risk wasting precious materials. Just as he concluded his meditation, Bai Shui barged in. Half an hour later, Bai Shui, fully dressed, looked down at him with a condescending smile. Despite her outward demeanor of innocence and warmth, the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. Her gaze seemed to question, is this all you have? Yet, he could not express his frustration, grinding his teeth in silence. Once he advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he vowed to show her. Zhao Chin was equitable in his dealings as Bai Shui departed. He too bestowed upon her a bottle of gathering chi pills as compensation for the encounter. Unlike Li Ronger, Bai Shui showed no increase in affection after receiving the elixir. Truly a thankless little girl. The reason he gifted Li Ronger a second-tier Ling Yuan pill while giving Bai Shui a gathering chi powder was solely based on Li Ronger's higher value. Devoid of any personal sentiment, this girl, consumed by self-interest, would be difficult to manage if overindulged. Benefits should be dispensed gradually, lest she become insatiable. Observing his 107 affection points, Zhao Chin rubbed his chin, pondering. Advancing from the 10th level of Qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage required a consumption of 200 points. This meant he could elevate the alchemist to the second-tier perfection level or amass affection points to directly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Such a choice would alleviate concerns regarding his foundational cultivation. However, after careful consideration, Zhao Chin ultimately decided against it. Accumulating affection points for a breakthrough seemed too disadvantageous overall. Conversely, enhancing his talisman crafting skills would secure his safety. Furthermore, elevating his talisman mastery would also augment his spiritual power, thereby facilitating his cultivation of the Great Expansion technique. Chapter 27. With a newfound determination, Zhao Chin ceased to waver. The system elevated the first-tier alchemist to a state of complete mastery at the second tier. The host consumes 40 points of favor, rising to the second-tier pill master. The host consumes 60 points of favor, achieving complete mastery at the second tier. As twilight descended, Zhao Chin resolved to forego further alchemical endeavors for the day. After ingesting a soul-nurturing elixir, he retrieved the Dainju. He was eager to ascertain whether the sect's revered cultivation technique truly possessed the extraordinary qualities ascribed to it. Through his spiritual perception, the contents of the scroll rapidly integrated into his consciousness. The soul, being the highly refined essence of a cultivator's mental energy, serves to perceive and explore the external world. This is also a manifestation of the profound refinement of spiritual power. The realm where this spiritual energy resides is known as the Sea of Consciousness, both the wellspring of mental strength and the vessel of one's will. However, after studying the Dianju closely for a while, Zhao Chin decided to stow it away once more. Soul stones. Where might one procure such a rarity? He had never even heard of them before. Yet, to cultivate the Dianju, the assistance of soul stones was imperative. Whether refining mental energy or expanding the Sea of Consciousness, the aid of soul stones was essential. Although he yearned to experience the wonders that successful cultivation of the Dianju might yield, he had to set it aside for now. What if he brought Nanxiao to meet Xiaolinga? Nanxiao's favorability had plateaued at 88 points, a commendably high figure. Should it surpass 90? A bond of life and death would be forged, unwavering in its devotion. Yet, as the favorability points increased, so too did the difficulty of their enhancement. Nevertheless, if he were to introduce Nanxiao to Xiaolinga, the joy of their reunion might well elevate Nanxiao's favorability beyond 90 points. The challenge, however, lay in the considerable distance to the Tsunyue sect, fraught with peril along the way. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone this endeavor until after he had transcended the foundation establishment stage. The night passed uneventfully. He successfully concocted 7 batches of elixirs, 2 batches of spirit origin pills, 3 batches of leaving fire pills, and 2 batches of Godspeed pills. Zhao Chin consumed a Godspeed pill. A torrent of wind attributes spiritual energy coursed through him with remarkable order. He felt as if he were weightless, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. Emboldened, he sprinted at full speed around the courtyard. Yet, the moment his foot struck the ground, he found himself perched upon the wall. Fortunately, the 5 elements shielding array activated autonomously, and the protective barrier rebounded him. Otherwise, with his physical body, he would surely have crashed into the wall, creating a gaping hole. Was it a 3-fold or 5-fold increase in speed? Truly, the prowess of a second-tier pill. Such an acceleration would render even early-stage foundation establishment cultivators unable to catch up with him effortlessly. After all, while sword flight is swift, it consumes considerable spiritual energy. Moreover, in addition to the pills, he could also harness the potency of spiritual talismans. The demon-breaking pill had yet to be tested, as he had not encountered any malevolent cultivators thus far. Days passed in an orderly fashion. At noon, Li Yin paid a visit, entering the house to reminisce with Qin Tingwan. This upcoming expedition into the bloodbound secret realm was fraught with uncertainty regarding their survival. Upon seeing her long-cherished senior brother Li, Qin Tingwan could not help but tear up. Senior brother Li, perhaps it would be best if you did not go after all. Regardless, the chances of finding the necessary spiritual herbs are slim. Chapter 28. Even if found, survival is not guaranteed. If that is the case, why gamble one's life to save a dying person? Li Yin did not respond to her inquiry. Each individual has their own path to choose. His chosen path was to rescue his beloved companion, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Junior sister Qin, if I cannot return alive, with brother Zhou looking after you, it would fulfill my heart's desire. Contemplating Zhao Chin's care for him, Qin Tingwan revealed a rare, faint smile. Yes, brother Zhou is a good person. However, Li Yin soon sensed something amiss, astonished as he exclaimed, Junior sister, has your fire poison been expelled? In the past, even a slight proximity to Qin Tingwan would engulf him in waves of scorching heat. Yet today, standing so close, he felt no sign of abnormality. Qin Tingwan responded with a bittersweet smile. No, but brother Zhou has procured a century-old Xianbing Dan for me to help suppress the fire poison. As she spoke, she produced an entire vial of the century-old Xianbing Dan. After taking one last night, she had not felt any unusual sensations since. Upon hearing century-old Xianbing Dan, Li Yan's brows twitched violently. Was it a second-tier century-old Xianbing Dan? With all his wealth, he would struggle to acquire even a single vial. Unlike pills that enhance cultivation, the Xianbing Dan has a singular purpose, is scarce, and costs no less than 10 spirit stones. The great kindness of brother Zhou. He wondered if he would ever have a chance to repay it in this lifetime. But with this, he felt entirely at ease. Even if he did not return, at least junior sister Qin would not suffer the torment of fire poison in her final days. He had considered searching for the third-tier Millennium Xianbing Dan, but such items were exceedingly rare. Ordinary alchemists would not refine them. Third-tier alchemists typically had connections to golden core stage cultivators, or even those of the nascent soul stage. A mere chi refining stage cultivator like him had little chance to establish such connections. Li Yin did not linger long before quietly departing, resolute in his determination as he made his final preparations. Zhao Chin sighed but soon cast the matter aside, focusing on the crafting of talismans. In the world of cultivation, death was a commonplace occurrence. Fortunately, he had previously acquired century-old wolf demon blood and a new brush made from beast fur. The profession of a talisman master was indeed a costly pursuit, explaining its scarcity compared to alchemists. The expenses for these materials were not significantly cheaper than ordinary medicinal herbs. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the talisman master, the more precious the required materials became. Take the simplest yellow talisman, for instance. 4th tier and above spirit talismans cannot be inscribed on yellow talismans at all. They must be drawn on specially crafted beast pelts to withstand the immense spiritual energy. Yesterday, he sent off Li Ronger and Bai Shui. It was likely that no female cultivators would seek him out in the next couple of days. Thus, he intended to enter seclusion for diligent practice when suddenly, faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from the side room. This brought a surge of joy to Zhao Chin. Nanxiao had succeeded. uncertain if Xiao possessed 3 or 4 spiritual roots. He could not ascertain how long it would take for her to successfully draw energy into her body. Thus, he remained unsure of the exact time frame. Congratulations, host. Nan Xiao's favorability is 1. Current favorability is 89 points. The host currently has 10 favorability points available for use. Chapter 29 marks the moment when the blood-forbidden secret realm opens. A grand flying vessel ascends from within the sect, transforming into a swift azure light that speeds away. Observing the vessel expand in the wind before vanishing into the horizon, Zhao Chin's gaze dims slightly as he sighs inwardly. Is this the flight speed of a golden core cultivator? Just yesterday, after acquiring the spirit movement pill, he felt quite satisfied with his own speed, believing he had gained a measure of self-preservation. Yet, witnessing the escape velocity of a golden core cultivator left him feeling daunted. Having already condensed the golden core, they possess spiritual energy in its refined form, capable of sustaining themselves without the need for food, and can live for up to 500 years, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth with ease. Unlike the Foundation establishment cultivators, who must rely on artifacts for fleeting sword flight, these practitioners can effortlessly traverse the air. Wishing good fortune for Junior Brotherly, Zhao Chin reflects on the considerable resources he has invested in him. If he cannot return alive, the returns on his previous investments will be lost. Qin Tingwan quietly pushes open the window, gazing at the distant sky with unwavering focus on the retreating vessel. This event has not impacted the sect. The outer disciples continue their tasks undeterred. The outer disciples merely attempt to take a chance in the secret realm, most being at the 10th or 9th layer of Qi refinement, with truly gifted disciples not needing to risk their lives in the blood-forbidden secret realm, as they have no trouble obtaining Foundation establishment pills. For the next day, Zhao Chin does not concoct pills but instead focuses on crafting spirit talismans, the Storm Talisman, Fire Python Talisman, 10,000 Woods Talisman, Earth Prison Talisman, and 10,000 Arrows Talisman. The 5 elemental talismans are cast into the air, and under the guidance of spiritual power, they instantly coalesce into a resplendent lotus of talismans. Once the lotus stabilizes, Zhao Chin stores it in his bag. He then employs the same technique to refine over 20 more talisman lotuses. This is one of the applications of spirit talismans, transforming them into lotuses. The interconnection of the 5 elemental talismans allows for a dramatic amplification of their combined power. Attempting to block a Foundation establishment cultivator with mere second-tier talismans would indeed be a fanciful notion. For instance, when merging wind and fire attribute talismans, the wind enhances the flames, and the fire borrows the wind's might, resulting in significant amplification. Nan Xiao's cultivation progresses steadily, requiring little concern from Zhao Chin. The initial 3 layers of Qi refinement are about steadily increasing spiritual energy, presenting no real challenge. Furthermore, with the suppression of the 100-year Xianbing pill, should any issues arise in Nan Xiao's cultivation, Qin Tingwan can promptly intervene to assist and guide her. On the following day, Zhao Chin rises early and departs home alone at dawn. Upon arriving in Jiangdu City, he first sells off 90% of the first-tier talismans he crafted in batches. Following his recent alchemical endeavors, he has devoted his spare time to producing spirit talismans, although the selling price of talismans is significantly lower than that of pills. A set of 10 first-tier talismans from the 5 elements is worth merely 2 spirit stones. The wind and thunder attribute talismans, being somewhat more powerful and rare, command a slightly higher price, yet not by much. After all, cultivators can utilize spiritual techniques themselves, making them less valuable than elixirs. However, the rapid crafting speed and large quantities make up for it. Selling tens of thousands of talismans yields him nearly 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Chin then heads to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, proceeding to the 2nd floor. Upon seeing him, Sheng Guanyun greets him with a warm smile. Young friend, are you here to discuss the auction? Zhao Chin shakes his head. Did you not mention, senior, that you would sell the 100-year Xianbing pills to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Please see if these talismans meet your requirements. He gently taps his storage bag, and a cerulean jade vial appears on the table. This vial, containing the elixirs, is quite ordinary, not designed specifically for storing pills. Otherwise, it would not fail to contain the chill of the Xianbing pills. Chapter 30, Prolonged storage in inferior vials causes the spiritual essence of elixirs to dissipate, significantly impairing their efficacy. However, the cost-effectiveness of these vials makes them suitable for short-term use without considerable detriment to the elixirs. Sheng Guanyun received the vial and extracted an elixir, cradling it in his palm. After a moment of careful examination, a look of ecstatic delight illuminated his face. 25 superior grade 100-year Xianbing Dan and 5 inferior grade 100-year Xianbing Dan. My young friend, I shall take all these elixirs for 600 spirit stones. What say you? Even for the superior grade 100-year Xianbing Dan, the price typically ranges from 17 to 18 spirit stones. Shang Guanyun's offer of 600 inferior spirit stones was indeed generous. Zhao Chin expressed no objections, smilingly agreeing to the terms. I possess some other elixirs. Might your esteemed pavilion be interested in acquiring them? The Fenglei Pavilion is not in short supply of elixirs, and has established sources for their procurement. Previously, there was an urgent need for 100-year Xianbing Dan, likely for some influential individual. Since Zhao Chin could produce these urgently needed elixirs, Shang Guanyun was willing to extend a favor. Of course, for others, inferior grade second-tier elixirs would not be accepted by Fenglei Pavilion. However, for my young friend, we shall procure as many as you have. And should your elixirs be of medium or even superior quality, we may offer a preferential price. Regardless of location, medium to superior grade elixirs are indeed rare commodities. As the spiritual light flickered, a dozen vials were arranged upon the table, saturating the entire second floor with a dense spiritual aura. Shangguan Yun's eyes glimmered, and a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. My young friend, these elixirs cannot be, with his foundation building stage consciousness. He needed not to open the vials to ascertain that all contained superior grade elixirs, far exceeding his expectations. After a brief inspection, even the composed and seasoned Shangguan Yun could not restrain his emotions, his smile widening. My young friend, I shall take this batch of elixirs for 5,000 spirit stones. Zhao Chin had calculated beforehand. The value of superior Lingyuan Dan hovers around 13 spirit stones. As for special attribute elixirs like the Paimo Dan and Lihui Dan, their prices vary due to the complexities of their production and required attributes. The total for the various elixirs amounted to approximately 4,700 spirit stones. Receiving an additional 300 inferior spirit stones was certainly gratifying. Naturally, a merchant in business would not engage in losses. Their discussion concluded swiftly, and Shangguan Yun produced a storage bag, handing it to Zhao Chin. As Zhao Chin extended his spiritual perception into the bag, he found it contained 500 spirit stones of various attributes. Senior Shangguan, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Shangguan Yun's smile grew increasingly sincere. My young friend, should you possess more elixirs in the future, do not forget to favor us at Fenglei Pavilion. In just a few days, the other party had presented such an impressive quantity of elixirs, with more than 90% being of superior quality. He could surmise that the individual must have a second-tier alchemist backing them, likely numbering no fewer than 10. For it would be impossible to produce such a volume of elixirs in such a short time. Even if some elixirs were pre-prepared, they should not be underestimated. Such an entity would undoubtedly be worth cultivating a favorable relationship with. Zhao Chin hesitated briefly before inquiring. Might Fenglei Pavilion have the formula for the Foundation Establishment Dan for sale? During his previous visit, Shangguan Yun had not produced it. Yet the absence did not imply its non-existence. What is deemed unsuitable for a chi refining stage cultivator does not preclude a second-tier alchemist from accessing it. Methods for producing this elixir are held by all major sects, and Fenglei Pavilion's influence is certainly comparable to those top sections. Upon mentioning the Foundation Establishment Dan, Shangguan Yun's expression altered, and he lowered his voice. Indeed, we possess the formula for the Foundation Establishment Dan. Are you looking to refine it? Zhao Chin did not shy away, responding candidly, yes, my master indeed wishes to personally refine the Foundation Establishment Dan for me. Chapter 31 in his mind. Shangguan Yun pondered briefly before swiftly reaching a decision. Suddenly, a blue scroll appeared atop the table between the two. In that case, I shall generously bestow the Foundation Establishment pill formula upon you, my young friend, as a token of goodwill, he declared, not bothering to conceal his ulterior motives. Having already gifted 300 low-grade spirit stones, offering the modest Foundation Establishment pill formula posed no real burden. After all, the other party had a second-tier Grandmaster Alchemist backing them, making the acquisition of such a formula a trivial matter. Most importantly, the elixirs they sold were all of superior quality, marking them as an exceptionally valuable client. Zhao Chin was acutely aware that he had previously been charged an inflated sum of spirit stones. Accepting the Foundation Establishment pill formula now would likely compel him to engage in trade at the Wind Thunder Pavilion in the future. Nevertheless, he accepted the formula without hesitation. Replying hoarsely, I am most grateful, senior. When my master successfully concocts the elixir next time, I shall surely deliver it to you first. He had no intention of selling the elixirs elsewhere. Until he advanced to a third-tier alchemist, the Wind Thunder Pavilion was undoubtedly the best option. Its expansive scale meant that they would not fixate on such trifles, ensuring safety and a commendable selling price. Pleased with his affirmative response, Shangguan Yun smiled contentedly, feeling that his efforts to cultivate a relationship with this individual were not in vain. After exchanging a few more words, he strode confidently from the Wind Thunder Pavilion. This was Zhao Chin's first encounter with medium-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within them was indeed considerably more abundant and refined than that of low-grade stones. And they were also larger in size. As he rummaged through his belongings, he retrieved a purple square token, forged from iron essence. Guided by the token, he arrived at a secluded corner on the western side of Jiangdu City, ultimately stopping before a stone courtyard. Before the courtyard stood two men clad in black attire. Zhao Chin furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat perplexed. The stone courtyard appeared to occupy no more than 300 to 400 square meters. How many individuals could it possibly accommodate? Shangguan Yun had spoken with such conviction, yet it did not seem like deceit. Upon noticing Zhao Chin's arrival, the two exchanged glances before expressionlessly stating, friend, please present your token. Zhao Chin displayed the purple token to them. They nodded silently. Entry requires 10 medium-grade spirit stones or 100 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Chin inwardly gasped. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Just to enter the underground trading fair demanded such a hefty sum. Even an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator would need to expend a significant portion of their wealth. Yet, having come this far, he was indeed eager to see what lay within. Not only was he in search of suitable spirit beasts, but he also hoped to uncover rare medicinal materials or talismanic treasures. As for the primary ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill, he held little hope. The black-clad man led Zhao Chin to the center of the courtyard. A flash of light signaled the activation of the underground array. In an instant, Zhao Chin vanished from his spot, while the black-clad man returned to the entrance. In a daze, Zhao Chin lost sight of his surroundings. When he finally regained clarity, he found himself in an unfamiliar area. With uncertainty, Zhao Chin remarked, "Is this a teleportation array?" Constructing a teleportation array involves spatial power, a feat achievable only by cultivators of at least the core formation stage. Among the three great dynasties, there have been no reports of such cultivators. For a mere underground trading fair, it seemed improbable that Shangguan Yun would provide him with a token for something so advanced as a teleportation array. Yet, despite his thoughts, Zhao Chin began to survey the underground trading venue. Chapter 32. It seemed as though one had descended into an underground realm, appearing rather unremarkable. The bustling activity mirrored that of an ordinary marketplace, with numerous individuals hawking a diverse array of resources for cultivation. However, upon a cursory glance, Zhao Chin furrowed his brow in astonishment, exclaiming inwardly, "What is this?" The seemingly mundane street concealed astonishing wares. The spiritual herbs displayed ahead emanated an aura of vitality that left him secretly astounded. A 500-year-old Tianxian fruit, the primary ingredient for second-tier Lingyuan pills, here treated as if it were mere cabbage, available in bulk. Moreover, as one ventured deeper into the marketplace, the quality of goods only increased. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Chin stepped forward. His sudden arrival caught the attention of a few passersby. Before reaching Jiangdu City, he had employed various talismans, including a second-tier concealing breath talisman, making it difficult for foundation-building cultivators to discern his true level if they did not scrutinize closely. In such a place teeming with hidden talents, it would be unwise to recklessly probe others' mental states. Offending a golden core master was not an inconceivable misstep. As Zhao Chin moved further inward, his astonishment deepened. Countless treasures, such as thousand-year-old resentful soul grass, third-tier spiritual talismans, and foundation-building spirit pets were abundant. Yet, the prices were equally staggering, with many items beyond his financial reach. Not far along, he encountered a vendor at the center of the street, surrounded by an eager crowd. The vendor, a corpulent middle-aged cultivator, boisterously proclaimed, 100-year-old spiritual milk, 20 medium-grade spirit stones per drop. 20 medium-grade spirit stones equated to 200 low-grade spirit stones. Nearly the entire fortune of an average mid-foundation cultivator. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd, with many eager to purchase 3 to 5 drops of the precious milk. Even Zhao Chin felt a stirring desire. 100-year-old spiritual milk was indeed a remarkable treasure. This milk, nurtured by the earth and sky, could only be formed in a place abundant with spiritual energy. For a foundation-building cultivator whose spiritual energy had been depleted, consuming merely a drop of this milk would restore their power entirely. In the throes of life and death, it was an invaluable safeguard. After all, restoring energy through pills required time for refinement, and relying solely on the pills would yield only a modest recovery. Consuming an excessive quantity of pills at once might restore spiritual energy rapidly, but could also jeopardize one's foundation. Among the throng of buyers, Zhao Chin was hardly conspicuous, purchasing merely 3 drops. Although he wished to acquire more, his stock of spirit stones was woefully insufficient. Once rich, now he found himself impoverished. Initially, possessing nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones seemed ample for lavish purchases. Yet, in this underground marketplace, it was evidently a trifling sum. Zhao Chin pondered a question. What level of gathering was this underground trading event that Su Guanyin had described? Foundation-level treasures were readily available, suggesting the presence of golden core cultivators. Even after acquiring the system and realizing his potential for ascension, he had never imagined that within a mere month, he could navigate a marketplace teeming with ancient masters. Before he could fully comprehend this, a familiar figure emerged in the distance. It was a graceful fairy clad in a simple white robe, exuding an air of elegance and poise, her tall stature commanding respect as she stood, creating a space around her that deterred any would-be intruders. Beside her was a charming young girl. Lingo? To encounter Nagong Wan in such a place was utterly unexpected. And to his astonishment, she had brought Linger along. Chapter 33. As if sensing someone watching her, Nagong Wan cast a cold glance over the crowd. Zhao Chin hurriedly averted his gaze, fearful of drawing her attention. Yet, he could not be entirely certain whether she had noticed him. The awareness of a nascent soul expert is terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that a mere outburst of spiritual energy from a nascent soul cultivator can render a foundation establishment cultivator senseless. With only a second-tier illusionary disguise talisman and a concealment talisman at his disposal, it would be difficult to evade the scrutiny of such a formidable figure. Even with his steady temperament, Zhao Chin couldn't help but curse under his breath. What on earth has Shangguan Yun dragged me into? Now even a nascent soul expert has appeared. Fortunately, he felt a sense of relief knowing that Nagong Wan harbored no ill will towards him, and that Linga seemed to be faring well. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from Linger, suggesting she had entered the world of cultivation, likely at the 2nd or 3rd level of chi refinement. Before Zhao Chin could collect his thoughts, a woman clad in purple silk emerged from the depths of the street. The female cultivator possessed a tall and graceful figure, her movements light and elegant. Her skin was as smooth as refined jade, and her beauty was unparalleled. However, a subtle purple mist enveloped her face, obscuring her true appearance. Initially, Zhao Chin did not pay her much mind. There were numerous foundation establishment cultivators in this area, and cultivators inherently possess the ability to refine their physiques. Women with striking looks often became even more enchanting upon entering the realm of cultivation. However, as the two brushed past each other, she cast a glance his way, and her captivating, water-like eyes seemed to speak volumes. The depth of her dark, lustrous gaze radiated an alluring charm. Her graceful and enchanting demeanor was enough to leave him momentarily entranced. Not only Zhao Chin, but the nearby cultivators, regardless of gender or age, were equally captivated. In the blink of an eye, the woman seemed to revert to a state of tranquil composure, her surroundings devoid of the intoxicating aura that had earlier surrounded her. Zhao Chin sensed something amiss and, without looking back, continued forward. This woman is a master of seduction. Judging by her entrancing allure, she must be at least a golden core cultivator. As Zhao Chin hastily departed, he remained oblivious to the fact that the woman's gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure as she murmured softly, "Oh, this fellow actually has the qualifications to attend the underground trading fair?" Within the three great empires, cultivators above the golden core stage typically exchanged the resources they required amongst themselves. For instance, they might gather a few friends or fellow cultivators to barter goods. It is exceedingly difficult to procure necessities in marketplaces or shops. Only at this underground trading venue can one find items sought after by golden core cultivators. To enter this place, one must at least be a foundation establishment cultivator, and furthermore, one who possesses considerable combat prowess and wealth within the same realm. If he recalls correctly, she is an outer disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. How could she possibly have the qualifications to be here? Zhao Chin remained unaware that he had already attracted someone's attention. Yet, he couldn't help feeling somewhat regretful for attending the underground trading market. The scale of this market was overwhelming, and one careless move could easily draw unwanted attention. Seeking wealth in peril is an endeavor only those without background or talent would pursue. Since awakening his unique abilities, Zhao Chin merely wished to survive and develop in peace. Until he ascended to the golden core stage and attained sufficient self-protection, he had no desire to attract the gaze of others. However, Shang Wanyan had no intention of leading him astray. After all, from his perspective, Zhao Chin was an ordinary qi refinement cultivator with a master who was a second-tier grandmaster alchemist. Thus, visiting this place to broaden his horizons should not bring about trouble. Had he not awakened the system, this location might have indeed been his great opportunity. Yet, he understood the aphorism, "A gentleman is innocent, but possessing treasures brings trouble." Despite this, he found it hard to part with the numerous treasures present. After meandering about the stalls, his gaze finally settled on a vendor selling cultivation techniques. 100 Veins Refining Treasure Technique was an unparalleled body refinement method. Though it was incomplete, it was sufficient for cultivation up to the foundation establishment stage. While most cultivators excelled in manipulating artifacts for ranged combat, some were adept at body refinement, capable of sweeping through their peers with sheer physical strength. Chapter 34. Zhao Chin could not help but feel a flicker of desire in his heart. Soon, he sighed and continued walking forward. Although this technique was formidable, it was not particularly suited for him. His innate talent was lacking, and he relied on consuming elixirs to enhance his cultivation. If he were to pursue the method of physical refinement, he would not only need to gather the necessary materials, which would consume considerable time, but he would also find the cultivation of this technique exceedingly challenging. The most pressing matter at hand was to break through to the foundation establishment stage and temporarily resolve his lifespan issues. While treasures slipped by him, he had neither the time nor the talent for cultivation. Zhao Chin did not linger in disappointment for long, as his attention was soon captured by a patch of earthy yellow 5-leaf flowers. The earth mushroom flower? This was one of the primary ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. Aside from a few rare main ingredients, gathering the necessary supplementary materials was not overly difficult. The crux of the matter lay in the scarcity of the main ingredients, and since he had stumbled upon them now, he surely would not let this opportunity pass. Noticing Zhao Chin pausing in front of his stall, a gaunt man spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. "Friend, you have a keen eye. This earth mushroom flower, aged 500 years, is priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones per stalk." Zhao Chin hesitated briefly before countering. "I will take 10 stalks for 450 spirit stones." The gaunt man shook his head, chuckling. "480 spirit stones. If you find the price too steep, you are welcome to look elsewhere." Zhao Chin feigned deliberation but ultimately decided to purchase the flowers. The abundance of valuable items in this place was overwhelming, and with only 900 low-grade spirit stones to his name, he had to be frugal. The journey ahead brought him even greater delight. He acquired several key ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, such as longevity fruit, sky blue flower, scarlet essence mushroom, and spiritual fruit. Zhao Chin had collected a substantial number of these crucial materials, filling him with immense joy. What a fortuitous encounter this is, when one is at their wit's end. A glimmer of hope emerges. He had previously been troubled about where to gather the ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. Acquiring the main ingredients in the outside world was nearly impossible. However, in the underground trading market, although the quantities were limited, he could at least find a few. With his peak second-tier alchemist status, he was virtually assured of success in alchemy. This meant that acquiring several batches of materials would suffice. Naturally, should he have the means, Zhao Chin would aspire to purchase more for future use. As one of the top-tier pills within the second tier and the most expensive among those of the same realm, it was essential for breaking through bottlenecks. Each foundation establishment pill was priced at over 100 spirit stones. Indeed, the disparity in cultivation realms led to entirely different encounters. What appeared to be insurmountable materials to a chi refinement stage cultivator were considered of little value by those at the foundation establishment stage. After all, having already advanced to foundation establishment, they had naturally made preparations over the years. Zhao Chin also proceeded to acquire several intricate talismans. By chance, he managed to procure a soul stone the size of an egg, which filled him with great elation, as this would enable him to practice the great transformation technique. Having spent nearly all his spirit stones, he was left with just under 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This meant he could no longer entertain the thought of purchasing a spiritual beast. However, if he could not acquire a spiritual beast, so be it. After all, given his current cultivation level, attempting to tame a foundation establishment spiritual beast would carry significant risks. The price of ordinary foundation establishment spiritual beasts was well above 1,000 spirit stones, while those with unique abilities or formidable combat prowess, particularly those with powerful beast bloodlines, typically exceeded 2,000 spirit stones. Observing Zhao Chin lingering at his stall, an elderly cultivator selling spiritual beasts turned his eyes and smiled, beckoning him. Young friend, if you have yet to find a spiritual beast to your liking, why not consider purchasing a spiritual beast egg? With that, he produced a silver-white spiritual beast egg. This beast, the Wind Sky Tiger, has ancestry tracing back to the transformation stage Cloud Tiger Demon Clan. It possesses a trace of white tiger bloodline. You can take it home for just 1,000 spirit stones. Zhao Chin grinned and shook his head. That lineage is so distant it might as well be a fairy tale. How can you claim it is a descendant of the White Tiger clan? Moreover, raising a spiritual beast from its juvenile stage to maturity is no small undertaking. It would consume countless years. Chapter 35 Zhao Chin lingered in front of the stall selling spirit beasts, not with the intention of making a purchase, but because the notifications from the system echoed wildly in his mind. Race: three-tailed fox, cultivation level, mid-foundation stage, bloodline, descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox, overall rating, 82, race, Xianbing python, cultivation level, peak mid-foundation stage, bloodline, descendant of the tumultuous flood dragon, overall rating, 85. Indeed, according to the system's assessment, any female spirit beast, regardless of its nature, met the criteria. However, as foundation-level spirit beasts cannot take form, their allure remained unquantified. Considering the 200 medium-grade spirit stones he possessed, Zhao Chin ultimately dismissed the thought. Even for the path of cultivation, he was willing to make sacrifices. Yet, to transcend the limitations of one's race seemed rather reckless. Acquiring confined spirit beasts merely to indiscriminately garner affection was not within his current considerations. As for spirit beasts at the Golden Core stage, they were seldom offered for sale. Any beast capable of transformation possessed a certain pride, unless absolutely necessary. They would rather perish than become a servant to humanity. As Zhao Chin's insightful eye scanned the surroundings, he noted several spirit beasts that met the standards. Unfortunately, he lacked the funds and had no intention of pursuing spirit beasts. Just as he contemplated retracting his insightful eye and turning elsewhere, his attention was captured by a peculiar black creature at the adjacent stall's corner. It was a gaunt black donkey, its coat gleaming, eyes clear and bright. Simply lying there in silence, it exuded an inexplicable charm. Zhao Chin's eyes sparkled as he feigned interest, selecting 2 spirit beast eggs in front of the vendor. Pray tell, what kind of spirit beast is this donkey? The vendor, a scarred cultivator, sighed at the mention of the black donkey. I can't say what kind of beast it is. It accidentally wandered into my cave one day, so I took it in. It consumes a great deal and possesses the cultivation of the chi refining stage. However, I can assure you, this donkey is a rare super beast. Perhaps a descendant of an ancient ferocious creature. With such an appetite, it might even be a descendant of the gluttonous Tao Tai. At this point, the vendor chuckled slyly. If you fancy it, I'll sell you this donkey for a mere 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. You might as well take it home to brew soup. He was well aware that such a fib would not deceive anyone. The true reason for selling the donkey was that he could no longer afford its upkeep. The creature consumed hundreds of pounds of meat with each meal, nearly bankrupting him. The most troubling aspect was that the donkey was not adept in combat, appearing lethargic and lacking the traits of a high-tier spirit beast. In essence, it was a foolish donkey of the chi refining 6th layer, purely a financial drain to maintain. Zhao Chin stood still, contemplating the black donkey for an extended period. I lack a beast pouch, which would make taking this donkey out quite troublesome. Nonetheless, it does appear somewhat unique. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones it is. He gritted his teeth and, albeit reluctantly, produced the spirit stones to hand over to the vendor. The scarred cultivator was momentarily taken aback, quickly accepting the stones. This donkey had been on sale multiple times, yet no one was willing to waste their resources. Had he been willing to lower the price, surely some cultivators would have been interested in acquiring it for amusement. However, the reality was that the donkey consumed far too much. At least 100 medium-grade spirit stones were necessary to compensate for his losses. Hence he was unwilling to reduce the price. Zhao Chin stepped forward, addressing the scarred man. Chapter 36, The Spirit Beast Contract. Upon their capture, these spirit beasts are confined within the sea of consciousness, marked with a slave seal for one's own command. The scarred man wasted no time, as if fearing a change of heart, and promptly handed over the jade token. Friend, once sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Zhao Chin led the donkey towards the exit, attempting to exert control over the black donkey through the jade token. Yet it was as if a cow had sunk into the sea. The spiritual imprint on this token was utterly incapable of influencing the black donkey. Observing this, Zhao Chin felt not anger but delight. Any being that could resist mental control was undoubtedly a rare and extraordinary creature. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. He nearly overlooked this true treasure. This black donkey was no ordinary beast. It was, according to legend, a gluttonous dragon. The scarred man had spoken a truth. This donkey was indeed a descendant of Tao Tai. Among the 9 offspring of the dragon, each possesses distinct characteristics, and Tao Tai is one such descendant. When the gluttonous dragon evolves to its fullest potential, it can metamorphose into the celestial beast Tao Tai. The gluttonous dragon lacks a definitive appearance. Some juvenile forms resemble fish, while others take on the guise of gigantic pythons. The current donkey-like form is merely a disguise. The more it consumes, the faster its cultivation progresses. Depending on the richness of its bloodline, its upper limits vary. Most gluttonous dragons can grow seamlessly to the nascent soul stage through mere consumption, without encountering any bottlenecks, save for the need to endure the tribulation when breaking through to the nascent soul. Simply by voraciously devouring food, its cultivation can skyrocket. Had it not been for his keen observation of other spirit beasts, which inadvertently activated his insightful eye, he might have truly missed this unparalleled spirit beast. The underground trading market concluded successfully. Zhao Chin lingered no longer and proceeded towards the exit. The entrance to the underground trading market was the very residence he had entered, while the exit was managed by dedicated guards. Before departing, Zhao Chin glanced towards the second-floor private room, likely the area where golden core cultivators conducted their transactions. Golden core cultivators have a lifespan of 500 years, through countless years of accumulation. They possess an immense trove of treasures and would naturally not engage and trade with those at the foundation establishment stage. Guided by the black-clad guard, he arrived at a secluded corner. Yet, before leaving, Zhao Chin harbored some concerns. "Friend, might I inquire where this exit leads?" He had been transported here earlier. Although the duration of the transmission was brief, the distance covered by spatial arrays is not easily gauged by time alone. Should the exit lie beyond the Great Xia dynasty, it would be uncertain how long it would take him to return to the Yin-Yang sect with his current cultivation level. The black-clad cultivator smiled. "You are still within the Great Xia dynasty. Once you exit, you may discern your bearings. These transmission arrays operate randomly. Multiple transmission points are randomized to avoid detection. While none can ascertain the exact destination, it will undoubtedly be within the Great Xia dynasty." Zhao Chin felt reassured upon hearing this. He then paid an additional 100 low-grade spirit stones before being transported out. It cost to enter, and it cost to exit. However, after witnessing numerous treasures, Zhao Chin found the expense reasonable. For a trading venue of this caliber, the admission fee of merely 200 spirit stones was indeed quite modest. Chapter 37. When the light flickered and Zhao Chin opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a pitch-black cave. Outside the cave stood 2 guards, their presence both formidable and inscrutable. Zhao Chin nodded in acknowledgement and, after a brief inquiry, silently departed from the location. Observing the donkey he was leading, one of the guards remarked with curiosity, "This donkey appears to belong to Old Li, doesn't it?" The other guard, indifferent in demeanor, replied softly, "It seems so. Someone actually bought this donkey. Perhaps Old Li managed to charm them." It was not that the scarred cultivator held significant renown or exceptional prowess. Most individuals within the underground market conceal their identities, rarely revealing their true forms. Only those of immense standing, like Nangong Wan, who resided at the pinnacle of the 3 great dynasties, had no need for such disguise. The scarred cultivator had garnered a modicum of fame primarily due to his habit of bringing the donkey to the underground trading market, yet he always returned empty-handed, never having sold anything. Zhao Chin noticed the peculiar gazes of the guards but chose to disregard them. Unable to exert control over the donkey with his spirit beast mark, he decided to voice his thoughts. "From now on, I shall call you Wealthy." An old saying suggests that a humble name is easy to nurture. The donkey lazily lifted its eyelids, regarding him with a languid gaze. Its teeth, however, were not reminiscent of herbivorous creatures but rather sharp and glimmering like blades. Perceiving the donkey's indifference, Zhao Chin raised his hand and gave a firm pat on its head. "As long as you are with me, you shall have plenty to eat." If it disliked the name Wealthy, then Little Black would suffice. A 6th-layer chi refinement beast, even if it were a voracious flood dragon, would hardly be formidable. Even if he could not find a secret method to control it immediately, it was imperative to establish who the master was. The donkey's dark eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. It playfully stuck out its tongue and gently nudged against his waist. Little Black's perceptive behavior greatly pleased Zhao Chin. After all, as a voracious flood dragon, it was common for most high-level beasts to be unruly. If this creature refused to submit, it would indeed present a considerable challenge. Surveying the boundless mountains, Zhao Chin affectionately ruffled the donkey's mane. He had previously inquired with the 2 guards, learning that this area lay on the southern side of the Great Xia dynasty, approximately 100 kilometers from the Yin-Yang sect. If he were to employ a teleportation talisman and flee at full speed, it would still take him several hours. Gazing at the lethargic donkey, which appeared as if it might perish at any moment, Zhao Chin's interest was piqued. "Little Black, let me witness your speed." Half an hour later, Zhao Chin, mounted on Little Black, wore a face of exasperation, feeling an overwhelming urge to strangle the beast. Little Black, panting with its tongue out, moved at an increasingly sluggish pace, resembling a creature that had not eaten for days. Zhao Chin produced 10 low-grade spirit stones and tossed them ahead. Little Black's eyes sparkled, and its form twisted slightly. In an instant, a gust of wind rushed past as it appeared 3 zhang away. Little Black opened its cavernous mouth and swallowed the 10 spirit stones whole, its sharp fangs crunching them effortlessly, consuming them entirely. Yet, after devouring the spirit stones, Little Black still exhibited a lackadaisical demeanor. Zhao Chin was taken aback, his brows slightly raised. Could it be that Little Black's speed is indeed remarkable? As the records had indicated, clouds follow the dragon, winds accompany the tiger. A 6th-layer voracious flood dragon's speed was hardly inferior to that of a 10th-layer beast. Pondering for a moment, he tossed out over 100 low-grade spirit stones. Curiosity gripped him. Just how much could a voracious flood dragon consume? In truth, for most spirit beasts, the concept of feeding was akin to that of cultivators. Spirit beasts similarly did not favor ordinary meat. They craved the essence of spirit energy. However, after consuming the spirit stones once more, Little Black conveyed a thought through its mental energy. I do not prefer spirit stones, I desire meat. This revelation left Zhao Chin momentarily at a loss. He had recognized Little Black as a voracious flood dragon through his discerning eye, but he was uncertain about its specific dietary preferences. Logically, anything imbued with spirit energy should be consumable: spirit stones, elixirs, and the flesh of various high-level beasts. Chapter 38. Even the wild boars and cattle of the mundane world fall within the realm of consumption. Yet it seems that the Little Black creature has little fondness for spirit stones. Let us first journey home, and upon reaching the city, I shall procure some beast corpses for you. 200 pounds of meat per day, will that suffice? Upon hearing the figure of 200 pounds, the Little Black creature's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Zhao Chin gently patted it and smiled softly. Little Black, let me witness your prowess. The Little Black creature opened its enormous maw and unleashed a deafening roar that soared into the heavens. The beast's howl reverberated through the mountains, echoing like an ancient and fearsome beast. Within that thunderous roar lingered an aura of unrestrained savagery, as if the heavens could not bury its form, nor could the earth hide its bones. Zhao Chin even faintly discerned a dragon's roar within the cacophony. However, he was well aware that this was merely an illusion. For the gluttonous dragon was still in its juvenile stage, having yet to evolve into a true dragon, and thus could not produce a dragon's cry. Yet, the Little Black creature's roar was indeed formidable enough to instill fear. In the surrounding 100-mile radius, a multitude of animals swiftly emerged. Zhao Chin's current spiritual sense was capable of covering a radius of several dozen meters. On the left, a robust tree trunk was coiled by a 6 or 7 meter long earth-colored python. Following the Little Black creature's roar, it instantly shot away like an arrow, its serpentine body taut and propelling itself rapidly into the distance. To the right, a few small demonic beasts also retreated in fear. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chin produced a top-tier movement talisman and promptly affixed it to the Little Black creature's back. Run quickly. Who knows how many formidable foes this roar might attract. Even though he was aware of its extraordinary nature, the commotion had indeed become excessive. With a mighty leap, the Little Black creature gathered wind attribute spiritual energy beneath its seemingly frail body, which suddenly erupted with boundless strength. Its speed was astonishingly swift. After merely the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the Little Black creature had dashed beyond the confines of the forest. Its pace not only did not diminish with time, but rather quickened further. Seeing that there were no pursuers behind, Zhao Chin let out a great sigh of relief. The remainder of the journey was smooth, and upon arriving in Jiangdu City, Zhao Chin spent over 100 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a storage bag of over 50 square meters at the Artifact Refining Pavilion. The price of a beast-taming bag was nearly double that of a storage bag, as the former could contain living beings while the latter was limited to inanimate objects. Regardless, since it was intended to store meat for the Little Black creature, the storage bag would suffice. By the time Zhao Chin returned to the Yin-Yang sect, it was already evening. He had previously advised the two women that he would likely return very late, thus Nanxia did not prepare dinner in the courtyard. Moreover, ever since she began her cultivation journey, she had come to understand the myriad mysteries of the immortal path. The sensation of spiritual energy flowing within her body was intoxicating, spurring her to practice day and night. After successfully entering the realm of cultivation, Nanxiao's senses had been greatly enhanced. Upon hearing the sound of the courtyard gate opening, she slowly ceased her cultivation and emerged with a steady pace. Upon seeing Zhao Chin's pale complexion, her heart tightened, and she hurriedly rushed forward to support him. Brother Zhao, you look unwell. Zhao Chin waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, it's nothing, just a bit of spiritual energy exhaustion. Seeing that his voice was robust and did not suggest injury, Nanxiao finally relaxed. However, upon noticing the black donkey behind him, she momentarily froze. And then a blush crept onto her cheeks as she seemed to recall something. Brother Zhao, if you desire this, I could prepare some for you. Although she believed that Zhao Chin was already quite formidable, if he still wished to replenish his strength, she would indeed cook donkey meat. Though her words seemed innocuous, Zhao Chin could tell from her bashful demeanor what thoughts lay beneath. It is not for consumption. The Little Black creature is being raised at home. Such a rare gluttonous dragon bloodline, even at the golden core stage, is a treasure to be cared for, not simply devoured. The black donkey shook its body, feeling an inexplicable chill at its neck. Chapter 39. Fortunately, Zhao Chin was not like the average cultivator who carved out small caves within the mountain peaks. Initially, he constructed a spacious courtyard to tend to the medicinal fields. He casually fashioned a few railings to create a rudimentary dwelling and tossed the black donkey inside. It wasn't until the black donkey was confined within the railings that Nanxiao regained her senses. She found it difficult to comprehend why Brother Zhao would choose to keep such a pet. Surely a turtle would be a more suitable companion. The lifespan of a black donkey was tragically short. It would not survive for long. If he had opted for a turtle, it could have been kept for many years. However, Zhao Chin had no intention of explaining the existence of the gluttonous serpent. Little Black was adept at concealing its presence, and with Nan Xiao's level of cultivation, she could not discern that it was a demonic beast. Moreover, the fewer people who knew about the gluttonous serpent, the better. Even upon returning to the sect, Zhao Chin used the 5 elements concealment array to temporarily obscure Little Black's existence. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Golden Core disciples, or even the ancestors, were to learn of a gluttonous serpent in the outer sect, they would not concern themselves with whether Zhao Chin was a disciple of the sect. The next day, Zhao Chin would likely meet an unexpected demise. As for his worldly possessions, they would naturally be claimed by the ancestor. Gazing into Nan Xiao's eyes, Zhao Chin raised an eyebrow and gently remarked, "I encountered Linga while I was outside." Upon hearing that he had met their daughter, Nan Xiao's gentle smile faded, replaced by a flicker of restrained emotion. "Is Linga well?" Zhao Chin nodded, embracing her as he reassured, "Linga is doing splendidly, from what I observed of her cultivation. She is even surpassing you by a considerable margin. Nan Gongwan treats her exceptionally well. It is just unfortunate that she can soar away on her sword, and I could not catch up. Otherwise, I would have brought her back for you to meet." Some truths, of course, could not be spoken outright. At times, benevolent falsehoods are indeed necessary. Nan Xiao nodded absently. As long as she is well, that is enough. As a mother, she felt inadequate, having to relinquish her daughter to others. Even knowing that her daughter had embarked upon the path of immortality was a rare opportunity. How could any mother willingly let her young child leave her side? Observing Zhao Chin's pale complexion, Nan Xiao had already surmised much of the situation. It was likely that brother Zhao had exhausted his spiritual energy in pursuit of her, ultimately losing her again. Previously, Zhao Chin had ventured out frequently, and this time everything had gone smoothly. Why was it that after encountering Linger, he suffered such a significant depletion of energy? Yet, after waiting a long while, she received no notification of an increase in her affinity points. It appeared that the leap from 89 to 90 points was indeed a considerable threshold. To smoothly elevate her affinity to 90 points, barring any extraordinary opportunities, it would require a significant advancement in cultivation, accompanied by taking Nan Xiao to find Linger. Qin Tingwan gazed through the window at the two embracing figures, her eyes gradually dimming. The way Zhou Shixiang and sister Nan Xiao interacted brought her immense comfort. Her own love with Li Shixiang was passionate and fervent, each willing to sacrifice their lives for one another. In the realm of cultivation, such mutual affection was rare. Yet, the simplicity of their life together was equally alluring. This kind of mutual support and loving companionship was also her longing, was it not? Unfortunately, she and Li Shixiang, despite their considerable talents, often ventured out in search of treasures, leaving little time for togetherness. In this light, Zhou Shixiang's lesser talent might not necessarily be a misfortune. Despite her own gifts, she might not even live to see 30, doomed to perish under the poison of a fire toad. Chapter 40. Zhao Chin retrieved over 100 pounds of meat and tossed it within the confines of the railing. He was uncertain just how much the little black creature could consume. Weighing less than 200 pounds, it seemed that 100 pounds of meat would suffice. The black donkey, which had been lying still against the railing, suddenly sprang to its feet as if it had spotted a long-awaited prey. Its formidable fangs acted as a cutting machine, effortlessly devouring the large chunks of meat. It was unclear how long it had gone without food, but it voraciously chewed a few bites before swallowing it all down. Zhao Chin furrowed his brow and tossed out the tail of a Qian python. Although the tail appeared light, it was surprisingly dense, weighing nearly 100 pounds. The little black creature opened its cavernous mouth and, with a few bites, tore off a third of the meat. Even after consuming 100 pounds of meat, the little black one remained skeletal, showing no signs of the recent feast. Zhao Chin stood outside the railing, continually providing sustenance. Indeed, as the legend suggested, the more the gluttonous creature consumed, the faster its cultivation advanced. The meat Zhao Chin had procured consisted entirely of the spiritual flesh from 6th to 7th layer demonic beasts, though the spiritual energy contained within was minimal. Several hundred pounds of meat could rival a handful of low-grade spiritual pills. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Chin noted that the little black creature had indeed lost a bit more weight. This change was so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed had he not been observing intently with his spiritual sense. After feeding nearly 500 pounds of meat, the little black one let out a contented belch, its body growing limp as it lay back down. Zhao Chin instructed it to stay put and not to roam about unnecessarily. The little black one bared its teeth in a playful grin, displaying its gleaming white fangs. Zhao Chin shook his head in resignation before wrapping an arm around Nan Xiao and leading her back indoors. Nan Xiao, having regained her composure, glanced at the little black creature in the corner. "Chin Gu, what will I feed it in the future?" Zhao Chin shook his head. "From now on, I shall take care of its meals." Previously, he had concealed the act of feeding the little black one with an illusionary array, rendering it invisible from Nan Xiao's perspective. Despite her nearly 90 points of goodwill, she would never betray him. However, with Chun Tingwan residing in the courtyard, even with a favorable disposition, there were matters that were best kept from her knowledge. Nan Xiao was a compliant individual, fully aware of her lack of understanding regarding the ways of cultivation, and thus never pressed for explanations on matters she deemed inappropriate. Noticing Zhao Chin's lack of intent to elaborate, she obediently fell silent. Having toiled diligently in the first half of the night, Zhao Chin dedicated the latter half to alchemy. This endeavor proved fruitful. Not only had he acquired foundation establishment pills, but he had also gathered a significant portion of the materials necessary for alchemy. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly discovered the gluttonous spirit creature. While its immediate benefits appeared limited, Once properly nurtured, this spirit creature would undoubtedly possess formidable combat capabilities. In a few days, he would need to venture out to sell some talismans, as he had recently produced in abundance. Concerned that excessive consumption of pills might destabilize his foundation, Zhao Chin relied on crafting talismans to expend spiritual energy, subsequently using pills to restore it. Through this cycle of rapid consumption and recovery, his spiritual cultivation advanced gradually. However, this cautious approach resulted in an accumulation of second-tier talismans. Yet, Zhao Chin's prudence often kept him under the radar, leaving little opportunity for their utilization. He had prepared numerous life-saving techniques, all gathering dust within his storage pouch. Chapter 41. The myriad techniques of cultivation exist in abundance, and even with numerous protective talismans. It does not imply that Zhao Chin can act recklessly during the chi refinement stage. There are always some arcane and extraordinary spells and artifacts that render one defenseless. After completing over 500 second-tier talismans, Zhao Chin finally halted his training. His cultivation had seen modest progress, though he remained far from the pinnacle of the 9th layer of chi refinement. However, if he continued at this pace, a breakthrough would likely be achieved within 3 to 5 days. In the early morning, Zhao Chin also practiced the Dai-Yin technique. Let me witness the mysteries it holds. To his surprise, the training of the Dai-Yin technique progressed remarkably smoothly, and he effortlessly succeeded in mastering the first layer. His mental energy had expanded considerably, far surpassing his previous state. The first layer of the Dai-Yin technique merely required the absorption of the enigmatic essence from soul stones to significantly enhance one's spiritual power. When Zhao Chin concluded his practice and emerged, he found that Nan Xiao had finished her training half an hour earlier. She stood in the courtyard, delicately holding a jet black ring in her palm, toying with it gently. Upon noticing Zhao Chin's arrival, she hurriedly approached him. Brother Zhao, this seems to be a storage ring, but I do not know how to use it. Cultivators at the first and second layers of chi refinement are typically unable to utilize storage rings due to their insufficient spiritual energy. Zhao Chin accepted the ring, and his expression shifted slightly. As he grasped the ring in his palm, he sensed something peculiar. Is this a storage ring? The term storage bag is a general reference for storage artifacts. For most cultivators, a storage bag is the most rudimentary form of such artifacts. The cheapest storage bags possess a mere square meter of internal space, while the largest do not exceed 100 square meters. However, true powerful cultivators wield space-type storage artifacts that can contain vast realms. It is not an exaggeration to say that even a towering mountain can be effortlessly stored within such space. Although the storage ring does not reach that level, its internal space is still nearly 1,000 square meters, filled with a myriad of miscellaneous items. While these may consist of low-tier medicinal materials, their quantity is quite substantial. Where did you acquire this? Zhao Chin inquired, knowing that Nan Xiao preferred solitude and was not one to wander outside. Concerned about attracting trouble for him after accompanying him to the Yin-Yang sect, she rarely ventured out. So how did she come across this storage ring in the courtyard? Nan Xiao, unsure if she had committed a mistake, pointed to the corner where Xiao Haizi was quietly resting and explained, this morning, when I came out, I saw Xiao Haizi expelling it from his mouth. At that moment, he opened his mouth and simply spat out the ring. Initially, Nan Xiao thought nothing of it. Assuming that Xiao Haizi had choked, she approached to pick it up, intending to discard it as rubbish, only to realize that it was an artifact upon closer inspection. Zhao Chin was utterly speechless. What on earth had this foolish creature consumed? It seemed that after a hearty meal the previous night, it had expelled something indigestible. As for how the ring came to be, it likely originated from the remnants of a beast purchased the night before. Some cultivators, upon being devoured by beasts, would have their belongings swallowed as well. The storage ring must have remained undigested and was fortuitously brought back by him. Regardless, this was a serendipitous windfall. A storage space of over 1,000 square meters would suffice for a considerable duration, and such a level of storage artifact cannot simply be acquired with wealth. Chapter 42. It seems that little Haizi truly is my lucky star. Just as Zhao Chin was about to stow away the ring, he focused his mental energy and discovered an anomaly within the storage space. A faintly azure bamboo tube materialized in his palm, aglow with a shimmering light. Upon discerning its contents, a flicker of joy crossed Zhao Chin's eyes. He wrapped an arm around Nan Xiao's soft waist and playfully tapped her nose. I may have misspoken. This fellow is not merely my lucky star, but yours as well. This revelation took Nan Xiao by surprise, and the mischievous hand at her waist rendered her cheeks crimson. Under ordinary circumstances, she had grown accustomed to Zhao Chin's little antics, but with Qin Tingwan present, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Brother Zhao, what is this? She inquired. Leaning closer to Zhao Chin's face, her bright eyes curiously scrutinizing the bamboo tube. The characters inscribed on the paper flowed like dragons and snakes, composed in a language entirely foreign to her. Zhao Chin gently tousled her hair and elucidated. This is an ancient script, dating back thousands of years. The celestial continent has evolved over generations, and most cultivators are unfamiliar with this archaic writing. However, having lived for an extended period, I once chanced upon ancient texts and am now able to decipher them to some extent. Nin Xiao nodded obediently, her thirst for knowledge insatiable. Brother Zhao, what is this ancient script record? Gazing at the charming figure nestled against him, her adoring eyes fixed upon him, even Zhao Chin's calm demeanor cracked into a smile. Well, it states that this is a beauty-preserving elixir. Initially cradling him, Nin Xiao's expression stiffened before she tightened her embrace around his right arm, her voice trembling. Brother Zhao, is this truly the beauty-preserving elixir? While she may have been relatively unfamiliar with other elixirs upon entering the realm of cultivation, the beauty-preserving elixir was a different tale altogether. Even ordinary women had heard of its renown. Mortals pursued longevity through cultivation, and for women, the most coveted aspect was their appearance. Even cultivators faced the inevitability of aging and the depletion of their lifespans. The beauty-preserving elixir, one of the ancient potions, promised eternal youth with just a single dose. This was an allure no woman could resist. Though the elixir was shrouded in legend, Nan Xiao, upon embarking on her cultivation journey, had once discussed it with Qin Tingwan. Qin Tingwan's response had been, "I've only heard its name, never seen the elixir." Otherwise, if such a potion were available for purchase, she would have gladly spent a significant portion of her wealth to acquire one for herself. Zhao Chin embraced Nan Xiao, gently lowering his head to kiss her fervently. "When have I ever deceived you? This is truly a tremendous gain, compared to the thousands of square meters provided by his storage ring." The benefits derived from the formula for the beauty-preserving elixir were far more enticing. This concoction imposes no restrictions on cultivation levels. Even a nascent soul cultivator would retain their youthful appearance upon consuming a foundational elixir. If auctioned, the price it would fetch would be unimaginably high. Furthermore, despite the considerable difficulty in its refinement, it falls within the category of second-tier elixirs. Zhao Chin was entirely confident in his ability to concoct it and could already envision the endless stream of spirit stones beckoning to him. Initially, Zhao Chin had been troubled by the costs associated with raising a gluttonous beast, more burdensome than he had anticipated. However, with the formula for the beauty-preserving elixir in hand, he need no longer fret about spirit stones. This matter must remain confidential. Do not divulge it to junior sister Chen. Chapter 43. Nan Xiao blinked her eyes and obediently agreed. Although she had a pleasant rapport with Qin Tingwan, it was all relative. In her eyes, Zhao Chin's commands were absolute. After all, the effects of the youth preservation pill were remarkably extraordinary, and its existence could not be revealed just yet. This item, unlike the gluttonous serpent, possessed its own unique attributes. Even the ancient formula for the youth preservation pill had not truly been lost. Qin Tingwan had never seen it. Constrained by her own cultivation level, Zhao Chin, having lived long enough, had heard of it over a decade ago. Occasionally, a few youth preservation pills would surface in the market, sparking fervent bidding wars among female cultivators. To Zhao Chin, it was not so much that the youth preservation pill had been lost, but rather that rarity increased its value. The few pills that emerged every few years could not all be attributed to accidental discoveries in the caves of ancient cultivators, could they? The scarcer the youth preservation pills became in circulation, the higher their auction prices would soar. It was akin to the foundational elixirs that were absent in the market yet could be found at underground trading fairs. During lunch, Nan Xiao softly inquired, "Brother Zhou, perhaps you should comfort Sister Chen?" Ever since Li Yin entered the blood-forbidden realm, Qin Tingwan had become increasingly taciturn. This, without a doubt, was a grim omen for her. Until the conclusion of the blood-forbidden realm, no one could ascertain whether they would emerge alive. Especially since Li Yin had not originally intended to venture into the realm. He had risked his life to seek a cure for the fire toad's poison. His recent gamble had been a desperate choice. He had become more withdrawn, seemingly lost in his own world. Zhao Chin sighed and agreed. "All right. I will check on her shortly." Upon seeing Zhao Chin enter, Qin Tingwan suppressed her exhaustion and forced a smile. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" Despite her bittersweet smile, her beauty was breathtaking. In contrast to the gentle and demure Nan Xiao, Qin Tingwan exuded an air of quiet elegance and sophistication, a rare quality among cultivators. Zhao Chin sat beside her bed and gently pinched her cheek. "Do not always wear a frown. I am sure Li Shidi would not wish for you to be unhappy." He paused and spoke candidly. "If he can find the herbs for you, what is there to worry about? If Li Shidi cannot return alive, and you are unable to dispel the fire toad poison, then why burden yourself with sorrow in your final days? Had anyone else dared to touch her?" Qin Tingwan would have felt displeasure. However, Zhao Chin was different. For one, she owed him a tremendous debt of gratitude. Secondly, Zhao Chin was considerably older. She felt like a child in his presence. In recent days, she had been consumed by fear, waking from nightmares each night, always dreaming of Li Yin being devoured by beasts. Confined within her room for too long, her mental state was nearing collapse. "Brother Zhou, do you think he will be all right?" Her sudden query caught Zhao Chin off guard, but he instinctively wrapped her in a comforting embrace. "Rest assured, Li Shidi will certainly return safely." He understood her distress. Anyone faced with the prospect of imminent death would struggle, especially when their beloved partner was risking their life for them. Qin Tingwan's sobs gradually subsided, and she fell asleep in his arms. The fire toad's poison within her was too potent, even with the suppression of a century-old Xianbing pill. She was spared from the torment of the beast's venom. However, as time dragged on, her physical condition worsened. Especially in recent days, she had been unable to rest properly. And in her emotional turmoil, she soon succumbed to slumber. Zhao Chin sighed as he gently laid her back on the bed. He had to admit, Qin's shimmy was quite enchanting. A gentleman would maintain his composure, but Zhao Chin was no such gentleman. With such warmth and softness in his embrace, how could he remain unaffected? "I suppose I shall wait a few days to see how the blood-forbidden realm unfolds." Though he understood that cultivating affection with women could expedite his own advancement, he was equally aware that the more women he engaged with, the greater the risk of revealing his secrets. Before he had absolute self-preservation, he would not recklessly pursue other women. Moreover, with his capabilities as a second-tier alchemist and talisman master, he was more than equipped to smoothly advance to the foundation establishment stage. even to the golden core stage. Zhao Chin carefully examined the youth preservation pill, then rummaged through his storage bag. Coincidentally, he found that he had all the necessary materials to concoct the youth preservation pill. His extensive knowledge of various elixirs allowed him to accumulate a diverse array of spiritual herbs. Initially, there were a few herbs he lacked. But during a previous outing to gather materials for the Foundation Establishment pill, he had inadvertently acquired the two missing ones. One by one, Zhao Chin refined the herbs into spiritual liquid, finally combining their essences in the furnace. Half an hour later, a batch of youth preservation pills was completed. Only 3 low-grade and 4 mid-grade youth preservation pills? The quality and quantity of the pills are somewhat disappointing. It was worth noting that the youth preservation pill did not inherently differentiate between grades. If it failed to preserve one's appearance indefinitely, then it was deemed a failure. The classifications of low, mid, and high grades were merely distinctions in their beautifying effects. On his second attempt, he successfully produced 5 mid-grade and 4 high-grade pills. Although he did not achieve perfection, he was nonetheless satisfied with the 9 pills. Just as he was about to offer one to Nan Xiao, a melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed in his mind. I underestimated you. I didn't realize you were an alchemist. Zhao Chin's eyes narrowed as he swiftly stored the youth preservation pills in his bag, casting a sharp gaze around him. Who dares to intrude upon my residence? Although he maintained a calm facade, he felt a hint of unease within. The power of the 5 elements concealment array was sufficient to mask the perception of a perfected Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even a golden core cultivator would find it challenging to discern any flaws without careful scrutiny. Who is this intruder? Could it be an ancient nascent soul cultivator? Yet, the silver bell-like voice stirred a sense of familiarity within him. A slender figure clad in purple robes entered the courtyard, her long, fair legs gracefully striding forth. With a smile, Ziling waved her delicate hand. Cousin Zhou, it has been a while. Chapter 44. Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhao Chin's pupils constricted instinctively, and his right hand moved to rest on his storage bag. How could it be you? The woman was none other than Ziling, whom he had encountered just a few days prior. A woman like Ziling leaves an indelible impression on anyone who has laid eyes upon her. Zhao Chin's gaze flickered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. How could this woman, a foundational cultivator and the leader of the Miao Yin sect, have found her way to him? The vast disparity in their cultivation levels inevitably aroused his wariness. Ziling, however, strolled into the courtyard with an air of confidence. Beneath her delicate purple gown, her slender legs appeared almost ethereal. Her enchanting eyes flitted about, exuding an alluring charm with every movement. Zhou Shizizi, why do you not pay your respects to your Shirshu upon seeing her? Zhao Chin quickly formed a hand seal, discreetly activating the 5 elements concealment array to obscure Nan Xiao and Qin Xingwan from Ziling's sight, lest they draw her attention. Fully aware of her dubious intentions, Zhao Chin felt little inclination to feign politeness. What brings you to my humble abode, Shirshu Ziling? Ziling regarded him for a lengthy moment before replying. It's nothing of great importance. I am merely curious about your esteemed master, a second-tier alchemist. Logically, with an alchemist as a mentor, one would not typically remain at such a low level of cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Chun relaxed somewhat, realizing that she had misunderstood the nature of his relationship with the owner of the Feng Lei Pavilion. As long as Ziling believed he had a master, it meant she remained unaware of his true identity as an alchemist, likely having obtained her information from the pavilion. Forgive me, but I cannot disclose that information, he replied. Yet, Ziling paid no heed to his refusal, lifting his chin with her finger. Her eyes glistened with a misty allure, her breath fragrant like orchids. Come now. Tell your Shushu if your master can concoct the Jiangchen Dan. At that moment, as their gazes locked, an unsettling transformation enveloped Ziling. Zhou Chun felt his consciousness waver, as if his body was slipping from his control. The world around him faded into a dull gray, with only Ziling radiating brilliance, as if she were the very center of existence. His mental defenses crumbled rapidly, and an overwhelming urge to kneel and submit to her commands surged within him. In a desperate bid for clarity, Zhou Chin bit down hard on his tongue, the pain jolting him back to his senses. This woman had the audacity to employ her charm upon their first meeting. Her spiritual power was formidable, under the full force of her enchanting abilities. He found himself utterly defenseless. Fortunately, after successfully cultivating the Diyin technique the previous day, he had gained a fleeting opportunity to resist her influence, even if his spiritual power was no match for hers. With a swift motion, he inscribed a talisman in the air with his right hand, channeling its effects upon himself. The Clarity Talisman, the Spirit Transformation Spell, and the Lingming Talisman, enhanced by the dual amplification of his spiritual strength. He barely managed to stave off her pervasive charm. Zhou Chin hastily retreated 2 steps and swallowed a spirit awakening pill. Ziling raised her hands in surprise, her expression a blend of astonishment and innocent naivety. I never imagined your spiritual power could be so robust, despite the haste of her actions, which prevented her from employing the Miao Yin sect's secret techniques. Even her charm could typically sway an average foundational cultivator. The fact that he had resisted her enchantment and regained his composure was unexpected. Zhou Shizizi, I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Remain calm, she implored. Zhou Chin scoffed coldly. You begin with an attempt at enchantment and claim to bear no malice? The art of seduction is distinct from talismans and artifacts. It strikes unseen. Should he have succumbed to her control, he would have been condemned to a life of servitude as her thrall. Chapter 45. Ziling's nose twitched, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. After scanning her surroundings, her gaze finally settled on Zhou Chun. I underestimated you. You are indeed the second-tier Grandmaster Alchemist? Zhao Chin remained silent, yet his mind raced with contemplation. What were the odds of annihilating Xiling with the full activation of the 5 elements shielding array? Despite her breathtaking beauty, it paled in comparison to his own life. In a flash, Zhao Chin deliberated. If he were to engage Xiling in combat, the outcome might be a 50-50 chance. However, the ultimate victor would certainly not be him. Even if he managed to defeat Xiling, exterminating her would be another matter entirely. Moreover, should the situation escalate, it would inevitably attract the attention of powerful beings from the Yin-Yang sect, making his escape even more challenging. It was also possible that his own secrets would be laid bare. As his mind raced, Zhao Chin casually remarked, "Oh, Master Xiling, why do you say that?" With a graceful movement, Xiling crossed Tin Zhang in a single step, appearing beside him like a specter. Her delicate hands, as wide as lotus roots, climbed onto his shoulders and slowly descended. "It seems you are still unaware. The beauty-retaining pill is an exceptionally unique elixir, emitting a peculiar fragrance. I had the fortune of witnessing a master concoct it, and there is an aura of the beauty-retaining pill in your courtyard. You must have refined it yourself, correct?" Zhao Chin responded with a cold expression. "Oh, that beauty-retaining pill was requested from my master." Xiling chuckled softly, a faint fragrance wafting towards him. "Is that so? Then I am even more certain that you are the elusive second-tier alchemist, for the unique scent only arises when the elixir is freshly formed, soon to dissipate. This implies that the pill has just been crafted, and there are no others present in the courtyard." Zhao Chin's deception crumbled. Xiling found it difficult to believe that the unremarkable and aging Zhao Chin could indeed be a second-tier alchemist of the highest caliber. Yet, when all impossibilities have been eliminated, the most improbable truth often proves to be the reality. Zhao Chin sighed inwardly. He never anticipated that his painstaking efforts to conceal his identity would ultimately be unveiled by the beauty-retaining pill. However, having just acquired the pill, how could he have known that it would emit such an unusual fragrance post-refinement? As Zhao Chin's thoughts swirled, he recalled Xiling's earlier words regarding the dust-settling pill. "Setting aside whether I am a second-tier alchemist, Master Xiling, why do you seek me to refine the dust-settling pill?" Xiling, a peak-stage foundation establishment cultivator and the leader of the Miaoing sect, had the backing of formidable nascent soul elders. It should not have been difficult for her to acquire the dust-settling pill, a top-tier third-grade elixir, unless someone was unwilling to allow her advancement to the golden core stage. Upon hearing his words, Xiling spoke candidly without a hint of concealment. "I will not beat around the bush. I shall tell you the truth. The situation within our sect is quite complicated. The ancestors within the sect wish to take me as a furnace cauldron, which is why I cannot break through to the golden core stage. If you can refine the dust-settling pill, I will do my utmost to fulfill any request you have." Were it not for her concerns, she would have long since ascended to the golden core stage. But she was all too aware that the moment she broke through would be the moment she became a sacrificial vessel. During the breakthrough to the golden core, one is at their most vulnerable state, and it is crucial not to be discovered by others. Being within the confines of the Yin-Yang sect temporarily shielded her from scrutiny. Otherwise, she would not have approached Zhao Chin in desperation to take a gamble. Gazing at her stunning profile, Zhao Chin hesitated before responding. Every household has its own challenges. Even the illustrious Xiling, pursued by countless admirers, faced threats behind the scenes. The adversary she faced was at least a golden core cultivator, perhaps even a nascent soul entity. A being of such caliber could easily ensure his demise with but a flick of their finger, if at all possible. Zhao Chin wished to avoid entangling himself in such disputes. Chapter 46. As if sensing his apprehension, Xiling let out a soft, reassuring laugh. "Rest assured. The Miaoing sect and the Yin-Yang sect have a collaboration. Those individuals have yet to enter, so while we are at the Yin-Yang sect, you and I are safe. However, whether this safety can be maintained depends on your willingness to cooperate with me, dear Zhao." Under such circumstances, Zhao Chin had no authority to refuse. If Xiling were to expose his secrets, the troubles Zhao Chin would face in the future would be considerable. Yet, for Xiling, revealing Zhao Chin's concealed identity as an alchemist would incur no loss. "Zhao, I believe you are an astute individual. Let us proceed this way. Introduce your master to me. If he can concoct the dust-dispersing pill and the third-grade Miaoing pill, the benefits that await you will undoubtedly exceed your imagination. For a mortal to ascend to the realm of cultivation, one must join a sect and acquire the cultivation techniques. The number of rogue cultivators who stumble upon techniques by chance and embark on the path of cultivation is exceedingly rare. The requirements to become an alchemist are even more stringent. The resources consumed are beyond the means of a typical cultivator. Thus, Xiling was quite certain that Zhao Chin was backed by an alchemist of at least the third tier. However, Zhao Chin resolutely shook his head. "I have no master. I am self-taught." Xiling gazed into his eyes, her expression shifting after a prolonged moment of scrutiny. The playful glint in her eyes faded, giving way to a serious demeanor. "I do not appreciate jesting. First, you have your secret exposed, and now you are being threatened." Even Zhao Chin could not suppress his rising anger. "I too dislike jesting. If you desire the dust-dispersing pill and the Miaoing pill, you must patiently await my concoction." Although Xiling's smile remained intact, it could not conceal the disappointment within her. The path from a second-tier alchemist to a third-tier alchemist was fraught with daunting challenges. Moreover, ascending to the rank of a second-tier alchemist while still in the chi refinement stage was a rare feat indeed. To progress to a third-tier alchemist was akin to scaling the heavens. The spiritual herbs aged over a millennium could scarcely be refined successfully with mere chi refinement flames. Zhao Chin's expression shifted as he weighed the pros and cons of the situation. In 2 months' time, As long as you can gather the materials for the dust-dispersing pill, I can concoct it for you. Xiling, somewhat skeptical, replied, "You are serious. I hope you are not toying with me." Driven to a corner. Should he be unable to break through to the golden core stage, calamity would surely ensue. Zhao Chin nodded with a smile, his demeanor calm and assured. "Very well. If I cannot present the pills to my master 2 months hence, I shall leave my fate in your hands." Xiling found it difficult to discern his true capabilities. Over the decades, she had encountered countless formidable cultivators. Some were as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, while others shone brightly like the sun, blindingly brilliant. Yet, she had never encountered a cultivator of low rank who exhibited such pride in the art of alchemy. "If you truly can concoct the dust-dispersing pill, feel free to state your demands." Observing Xiling, whose comprehensive value exceeded 90, Zhao Chin licked his lips, swallowing hard. There was no denying that Xiling was indeed captivating. Xiling was exceptionally perceptive to the emotional shifts of others and immediately sensed his thoughts. However, rather than retreating, she stepped closer. "Cousin Zhao, are you eager to spar with me?" She taunted. "So long as you can produce the dust-dispersing pill, I would be more than willing to play along." Suddenly, Zhao Chin turned, locking eyes with her in a moment of proximity that caught her off guard. The distance between them was minimal, allowing them to almost touch with a mere lean forward. Xiling's shoulder quivered slightly as she instinctively took half a step back. Though her movement was subtle, Zhao Chin noticed it, his heart filled with questions. The leader of the Miaoyin sect, instinctively resisting a man's approach? "Cousin, if you wish for my assistance, you ought to provide me with benefits first." Xiling, vexed, shut her eyes in an attempt to threaten him. "Do you dare threaten me? Are you not afraid I might expose your secrets to the world?" Chapter 47. Zhao Chin retorted, "And then? Will revealing that I am a second-tier alchemist within the sect have any impact on me?" He was reluctant to disclose his secret due to possessing a hidden talent. However, from Xiling's perspective, even if his identity as an alchemist were exposed, it would only elevate Zhao Chin's status within the sect, yielding no adverse effects. On the contrary, Xiling remarked, "If you fail to obtain the falling dust pill and successfully ascend to the golden core stage, your future days may not be so pleasant." This statement was initially a test, yet Xiling's expression darkened suddenly. It was not that she wished to suppress her emotions, but rather the thought of not being able to break through to the golden core stage within half a year filled her with dread. Her talent coupled with beauty was indeed a formidable advantage, yet excessive allure often attracted calamity. "Zhao Shizi," she provocatively inquired, "do you think that if I were to eliminate you now, the elders of your sect would hold me accountable?" Killing a second-tier alchemist from the Yinyang sect without reason would certainly prompt repercussions, even if she were the leader of the Miaoyin sect. However, Zhao Chin's public identity was merely that of an outer disciple. In her position, a careless remark could lead to Zhao Chin's demise being brushed aside. Wherever one is, one must rely on oneself. Zhao Chin, instead of retreating, scrutinized her with an unrestrained gaze. "Oh, is that so? If you possess the capability, then come and prove it." A multitude of spiritual symbols coalesced into a lotus, surging from the ground to float beside them. The courtyard transformed dramatically, resembling a verdant forest. Thousands of golden spiritual arrows were aimed at Xiling below, while serpentine fire dragons spiraled above, waves of power crashing down. As Xiling's expression shifted, she ultimately sighed deeply. "Zhao Shizi, I concede. You have concealed your abilities well." As the leader of the Miaoyin sect, she was not permitted to operate outside of control. Yet she also did not wish for his demise. With numerous secret techniques for self-preservation, she knew that such tactics could not extinguish her life. The crux of the matter lay in Zhao Chin demonstrating his capacity for self-defense, which compelled Xiling to reconsider her approach. Before Zhao Chin could breathe a sigh of relief, his collar was abruptly seized. "Well then, I shall see what skills you possess, Zhao Shizi. Are you merely formidable in words, or do you truly have substance?" Unable to confront him directly, she resolved to employ alternative methods to subdue Zhao Chin. Reluctantly, she decided to act without further delay. Zhao Chin's expression stiffened. Caught off guard. What is this woman doing? She is not negotiating. She is directly trying to engage with me? Something was amiss, yet despite his contemplation, he could not discern the underlying issue. Thunder clashed with the earth, a night of entangled fates. Zhao Chin felt utterly drained, unable to move a finger. Xiling, on the other hand, was pleased, a smirk of satisfaction gracing her lips. "Zhao Shizi, it seems you are not as capable as you believed. How disappointing." The delicate, smooth foot of the young woman pressed down firmly on his chest. Though the act was one of utter humiliation, it bore an unusual charm when executed by Xiling. Zhao Chin opened his mouth, intending to retort, but upon witnessing the fleeting glint of ruthlessness in Xiling's eyes, he prudently chose silence. After finally awakening his hidden talent, he certainly did not wish to perish in such a manner. He had come to realize the profound truth. Even the most indomitable treasures may one day falter. This woman was truly a disaster waiting to unfold. Xiling leaned down slightly, her hand provocatively brushing against his cheek. "Zhao Shizi, do your best." Chapter 48. Feigning surprise. Xiling covered her small mouth. "Zhao Shizi, there's something I forgot to tell you." Just the sight of her cunning smile sent a shiver down Zhao Chin's spine. Had he fallen into a trap? But how? Xiling slowly draped her shawl and then sat directly on his lap, treating him as a cushion while she leisurely put on her shoes and socks. "As your master uncle, I have long endured oppression, so naturally, I have some precautions." "Zhao Shizi, in the rush of the moment, I forgot to administer the antidote. It seems you have been poisoned." Zhao Chin's eyes widened in shock, followed by disbelief. Xiling pinched his chin, her smile radiant and exuberant. Do not worry, Shitsi. All you need is a specially formulated antidote of the 3rd tier to resolve this. The antidote is in my possession, and as long as you successfully concoct the dust-settling pill, I will naturally provide you with the formula. Zhao Chin let out a cold laugh, his smile devoid of warmth. I truly appreciate my master uncle's reminder. It was only at this moment that he realized why Xiling had so readily offered herself to him. After all this, it was a scheme to coerce him with poison. If Zhao Chin succeeded in crafting the dust-settling pill, he would gain the antidote's formula. If he failed, both she and he would perish. Zhao Shitsi, do you really think it would be so easy to obtain your master uncle's body? Seeing Zhao Chin cornered, Xiling's laughter grew more joyous. Farewell. I shall return to the Yin-Yang sect in 2 days. The Miaoyan sect has grand ambitions concerning the Yin-Yang sect and will not be leaving Mou City anytime soon. This is also her last opportunity. Once Xiling departed and confirmed she had exited the courtyard, Zhao Chin rose with newfound vigor, dispelling the previous sense of lethargy. Despite having been utterly overwhelmed by Xiling earlier, he had merely concealed his strength. If he had fought without reservations, he would still have been overpowered by her. At the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was merely fodder for those in the foundation establishment stage, with little chance of resistance. However, Zhao Chin remained cautious, always conserving some of his energy. This woman was indeed a formidable opponent. Just moments ago, he had been in control of the 5 elements shielding array. Should Xiling make any sudden movements, he could activate the formation immediately. He was not foolish enough to believe that a mere intimate relationship would deter her from delivering a lethal blow. As the head of the Miaoyan sect, which thrived on social interactions, she was far from simple-minded. In their intimacy, Xiling had indeed displayed a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent. Yet, having noticed the array's spiritual energy enveloping the room, she suppressed her murderous thoughts and chose to trust Zhao Chin. The 3rd tier pill posed a considerable challenge. Zhao Chin concentrated his soul power to peer within himself. After countless precautions against Xiling's potential attacks, he discovered a faint, barely discernible black aura in his dantian. This aura appeared innocuous, lacking any signs of toxicity. Zhao Chin attempted to envelop the black aura with his spiritual energy and expel it from his body. Yet, no matter how he manipulated his spiritual energy, the black aura remained rooted in his dantian like an unwelcome seed. This woman was truly ruthless in her actions against him. He had never anticipated that Xiling would poison him in such a crucial area. The most treacherous hearts lie behind the most innocent smiles, even turning against oneself. However, in the face of great danger, the rewards could be substantial. Fortune favors the bold. Yet, given Xiling's temperament, winning her affection would prove exceedingly difficult. To die under the peony is to be a ghost with style, was more suited to the current situation. This was the privilege of being the first man. With an impressive affection score of 87 points, certainly not a loss. With a remarkable overall attribute score of 90, his affection increased threefold. Even though Xiling's affection level was merely 29, Zhao Chin still reaped 87 affection points. Moreover, the fact that this girl was a virgin surprised him even more. Chapter 49. The old monster exerted control over Xiling at every turn, ultimately benefiting himself. After their intimate encounter, he presented the girl with a bottle of elixir. Despite her overwhelming shyness causing her to leave in haste, upon later seeing the elixir, Li Ronger developed a considerable fondness for Zhao Chin. The points of goodwill Zhao Chin possessed had surged to 140. Becoming a 3rd-tier alchemist seemed well within reach. To advance from the 2nd tier's perfection to the 3rd tier, one would require 100 points of goodwill, while reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd tier necessitated 200 points. Zhao Chin pondered for a long time, choosing to bury this matter deep within his heart. Alas, he had inadvertently entangled himself in significant affairs. Initially, he had only aspired to cultivate peacefully, never intending to provoke even the inner disciples, yet he had inadvertently drawn the attention of Xiling. However, this renowned beauty of the chaotic star, possessed an undeniable allure. Moreover, her dual cultivation technique was exceptional, propelling Zhao Chin's cultivation forward at a remarkable pace. He had swiftly ascended from the 9th layer of Qi refinement to the pinnacle of the 9th layer, and within 2 days, he would likely progress to the 10th layer. The braying of a donkey in the corner interrupted his thoughts. Little Heisey, with his large mouth revealing gleaming white tusks, grinned foolishly at Zhao Chin. Zhao Chin was at a loss for words. This creature was even more gluttonous than the thunder pig. Just yesterday, it had consumed 200 pounds of meat and was already hungry again. The spiritual energy contained in the blood food had been entirely refined by Little Heisey, resulting in a slight enhancement of his cultivation. Reluctantly, Zhao Chin retrieved the corpse of a 7th layer Qi refinement bowl from his storage bag. Little Heisey's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood up, ignoring Zhao Chin altogether. Fortunately, he had purchased the 5 elements shielding formation yesterday. Most importantly, he felt relieved that he had acquired the 5 elements shielding flags the previous day. Although Xiling might not recognize Little Heisey's true form, he was unwilling to take any further risks. Through this incident, Zhao Chin realized that his once proud cultivation was still insignificant. Countless talismans, protective formations, and formidable spirits still regarded him as nothing but an ant beneath their feet in the eyes of true foundation establishment practitioners. He needed to break through to the foundation establishment stage as swiftly as possible. Once he successfully entered that realm, with the identity of a 2nd-tier talisman master, he would face little threat from others in the foundation establishment stage. At the very least, he would not be reduced to a mere servant to someone else with a single glance. Regaining his composure, Zhao Chin prepared to continue drawing talismans. However, in the afternoon, a gentle knock echoed at the courtyard door. Standing there was a girl with twin ponytails, her face adorably youthful and brimming with collagen. She was petite and sweetly called out, "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Zhao." Zhao Chin had to pause his alchemical work. Sensing her presence, he realized he had never seen this girl before. "What brings you to the herb garden, junior sister?" The girl curiously surveyed Zhao Chin from head to toe. Upon sensing his mere sixth layer of qi refinement, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Yet, her expression remained respectful as she obediently stated, "I am the granddaughter of Gu Qifeng. My grandfather invites you to the inner sect for a discussion." Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's name, a nostalgic glimmer appeared in Zhao Chin's eyes. So it was junior brother Gu. Very well, I shall accompany you. He considered this person one of the few old friends still alive. Zhao Chin sent a thought message, reminding Man Xiao and Qin Tingwan to rest well, assuring them he would return later. The outer and inner sects of the Yin-Yang sect were situated within the same mountain range. Though the inner sect area served as the cultivation grounds for Foundation establishment disciples, outer sect disciples were not permitted to enter casually. In the realm of cultivation, there were essentially three tiers: ants, companions, and seniors. Disciples at the qi refinement stage dared not enter recklessly, for if they displeased a certain inner disciple, they would suffer the consequences. Chapter 50. When Zhao Chin was still relatively young, he had entered this place on 2 previous occasions. Along the way, a few junior brothers spotted him and greeted him with cheerful smiles. Zhao Chin responded with a smile, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. A girl with a ponytail occasionally stole glances at Zhao Chin. Under her guidance, Zhao Chin arrived at a certain cave located on the eastern side. This was indeed the preferred choice for most disciples when selecting a cave residence. Carving out a cave within the mountain peak and seamlessly integrating formations into its walls was far more convenient than establishing a flat residence, not to mention considerably safer. The ponytailed girl walked ahead, her right-hand index finger adorned with a ring that shimmered with light. The once misty foot of the mountain now revealed a rough stone door. "Uncle Zhao, please." The two entered the cave one after the other. Inside the spacious reception area sat an elderly man with silver hair, brimming with vitality. Despite his aged appearance, he exuded a robust spirit. "Uncle Zhao, it has been a long time," Zhao Chin said with a faint smile, giving a slight bow. "Junior brother Gu, it has indeed been 3 years since we last met." For others, the disparity in cultivation levels might have imposed a barrier to familiarity. But since Gu Qingfeng was willing to address him as senior brother, Zhao Chin did not feel compelled to assume that title himself. However, Gu Qingfeng was different. The two had been close friends for many years, having endured trials together in the outer sect without being overly concerned about titles. The girl called out Grandpa and obediently stood to the side, preparing spiritual tea for the two. With a hint of pride, Gu Qingfeng remarked, "Senior brother, this is the newly acquired Xian Guo longevity tea, which has the effect of prolonging life." Zhao Chin paused for a moment, expressing his gratitude. "Junior brother Gu, you have gone to great lengths." He had been wondering why Gu Qifeng, with whom he had not been in contact for several years, had summoned him today. It seemed likely that Gu Qifeng was aware of his dwindling lifespan and had unexpectedly obtained this longevity tea to invite him over. Gu Qifeng waved his hand dismissively. "What are you saying, senior brother? This tea will at most extend your life by a month." Zhao Chin refrained from further pleasantries. After all, any substance capable of prolonging life, be it herbs or spiritual tea, was a rarity in the world. Even if it could merely extend one's life by a month, it would fetch an exorbitant price. As old friends reunited, it was inevitable that they would reminisce about past events. As their conversation progressed, Gu Qingfeng brought up the recently opened blood-forbidden secret realm, expressing a sense of melancholy. "I wonder how many will return alive this time." Seeing the flicker of pain in his eyes, Zhao Chin sighed and offered some consolation. "The past is behind us, junior brother Gu. You have now attained late-stage foundation establishment. With another decade of hard work, you will surely break through the golden core stage. Do not remain shackled by the past, for it may give rise to inner demons." The ponytailed girl listened in rapt attention, curious as to why her grandfather knew a qi refining stage cultivator and referred to him as senior brother. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingfeng took out a jade pendant from his robe. "Senior brother, I regretted not heeding your advice back then." Zhao Chin responded calmly. "The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. Perishing midway is nothing unusual. Junior brother Gu, why must you cling to this matter?" Gu Qifeng had a biological brother named Gu Tianlang, who, true to his name, was wild and unruly, thriving on conflict and combat. He frequently ventured into various secret realms or fought against others to secure resources for cultivation. In contrast, Gu Qingfeng was composed and prioritized steadiness in all matters. Despite possessing 3 spirit roots, Gu Tianlang, with his mediocre talent, relied on his impulsive nature, sharp artifacts, and extensive experience, gradually earning a respectable reputation. Gu Qingfeng, with 2 spirit roots and superior talent, chose to develop cautiously. At that time, Zhao Chin had been mingling in the sect for over a decade when he happened to encounter the injured Gu Tianlang. Recognizing his exceptional talent, Zhao Chin provided him with healing elixirs. As they interacted more, a bond began to form. However, it was during that fateful expedition into the blood-forbidden secret realm that the usually cautious Gu Qifeng insisted on participating. No matter how Zhao Chin urged him to reconsider, he remained resolute. Ironically, it was Gu Tianlang, the one who thrived on risk, who ultimately declined to join. Gu Qifeng let out a long sigh, gazing into the cup of spiritual tea as if lost in memories. I often said that life presents many opportunities. Seizing the right one is sufficient for a turnaround. How foolish I was to think myself wise. My elder brother's words were the true wisdom of this world. Thus, despite knowing he possessed considerable talent, he still hesitated to venture forth to seize resources for his own cultivation. Yet he believed that surviving the blood-forbidden secret realm would make him one of the rare few who succeeded. Once he obtained enough spiritual herbs, he would be able to secure a foundation establishment pill and smoothly advance to foundation establishment. Zhao Chin remained silent, quietly sipping the spiritual tea. The tale of these two brothers left him with a heavy heart. The typically prudent Gu Qifeng had chosen the most perilous gamble with the highest potential rewards, while the thrill-seeking Gu Tianlang had deemed the blood-forbidden secret realm too dangerous, opting instead for a stable path of development. In the face of immense threats and temptations, the two had made choices that starkly contrasted with their typical dispositions. At that time, Gu Tianlang had already reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, while Gu Qifeng was at the peak of the 9th level. In a conflict, the former would likely meet his demise. After much hesitation, Gu Tianlang had no choice but to enter the blood-forbidden secret realm. Ultimately, Gu Qifeng emerged alive, while Gu Tianlang perished within, falling victim to an adversary's blade while attempting to save his brother. This tragedy became an unshakable inner demon for Gu Qifeng. Senior brother, do you believe I was truly wrong back then? Had I not insisted on entering the blood-forbidden secret realm, Gu Tianlang would have successfully advanced to foundation establishment without sacrificing himself for me. Zhao Chin countered, many matters yield no outcome, and there are no what-ifs. In the realm of cultivation, interest reigns supreme. Yet, back then, Gu Tianlang and Gu Qifeng were merely young individuals navigating the cultivation world, bound by familial ties. It was precisely because of this bond that Gu Tianlang's tragic death left Gu Qifeng ensnared in despair. If it had been those golden core or even nascent soul-stage-old monsters, they would have easily sacrificed a brother for their own gain, or even slain him themselves. Without a flicker of hesitation, Chapter 51 Gu Qifeng waved, and the young girl stepped forward shyly. One area, the granddaughter of the Heavenly Wolf. At that moment, Zhao Chin finally understood why the past was being evoked after all these years. The granddaughter of Heavenly Wolf. How time flies. This child has grown so much. Years ago, Gu Qifeng and Gu Tianlang accidentally entered the realm of cultivation. Gu Qifeng, being quite young, did not establish a family, while Gu Tianlang had a betrothal waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. Even after attaining immortality, he would often descend to visit his fiancée. However, Zhao Chin never anticipated that Gu Tianlang's wife had actually given birth to descendants. As Gu Qifeng spoke of Gu area, pride shone in her eyes. This girl possesses a celestial root. I have brought her into the Yin-Yang sect. It is exceedingly rare for an ordinary mortal to possess a spiritual root, a phenomenon that occurs less than once in 100. Most are either of 5 or 4 mixed roots. Cultivators with celestial roots are a true rarity, a selection of 1 in 10,000. With such extraordinary talent and the recommendation of Gu Qifeng, Wang area entered the sect and became a disciple of a certain elder. Zhao Chin looked fondly at the young girl and remarked, Wang area, is that name given by your family? To be honest, it perfectly suits the atmosphere of a small village when naming a girl. In this era of conflict and turmoil, simply surviving is a considerable challenge. The 3 major dynasties occasionally experience minor skirmishes, and the immortals, elevated above mortals, often disregard the lives of ordinary people. As the old saying goes, a humble name is easy to nurture. Hence, names like Xiao Chao, Xiaohua, Area, Tiniu, and Gangdan abound. Upon hearing her name, Wang area subtly pouted. Ever since she joined the sect, she had often been teased by other cultivators about her name. Unfortunately, it was bestowed upon her by her family, and being so young, she felt reluctant to change it. The name indeed felt quite rustic. Taking the opportunity to discuss Wang area, the two refrained from mentioning Gu Tianlang. To untie the knot, one must first have tied it. Gu Qifeng's inner demons could only be resolved by himself. The counsel of others held no substantial significance. Gu Qifeng did not expect Zhao Chin to alleviate his burdens. He merely wished to reminisce about the past with an old acquaintance. Brother Zhao, may I ask how much longer you have to live? The passing of fellow cultivators stirred deep emotions within him. Most of those who entered the path at the same time had met their demise, whether it was perishing while seeking opportunities or failing to break through the foundation stage. Their fates were grim. Even with little time left, Zhao Chin remained remarkably composed. I estimate I have another 2 or 3 years left. With a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, living for another 2 or 3 years would put him over 100 years old. Gu Qifeng lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Brother Zhao, I intend to enter seclusion. I wonder if we shall meet again in the future. She had been stuck at the peak of the foundation stage for quite some time, unable to achieve the great perfection of the foundation stage. If she could not break through within the next decade, as her age advanced and her physical body weakened, the hope of reaching the golden core stage would become nearly impossible. Zhao Chin quietly sipped his tea. Gu Shidi, I wish you success in your breakthrough. He had been trapped in the qi refinement stage for many years, but his recent progress had been remarkable. This would undoubtedly attract attention. So he continued to feign the cultivation of the 6th layer of qi refinement. His golden finger was his greatest secret. He would not allow anyone to discover it. Not even Gu Qifeng. Despite their amicable relationship, when sufficient interests were at stake, no one could guarantee that a brother would not betray his own. After a few more casual exchanges, Zhao Chin, guided by Wang area, made his way back to the outer sect, step by step. Chapter 52. After escorting Zhao Chin back to the courtyard, Wang Area did not hastily depart. Instead, she lingered outside, surveying the surroundings for quite some time before leaving with an expression of contemplation. Long ago, Wang Area had frequently heard tales of the legendary deeds of Gu Tianlang. During that time, Gu Tianlang's cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. Periodically, he would descend the mountain to visit his wife. For cultivators, even a mere glimpse of their treasures could suffice to ensure a mortal-less comfort and sustenance. In the eyes of his wife, Gu Tianlang was the epitome of an ideal man. Despite having already embarked upon the path of immortality, he had not abandoned her, his humble spouse. As a result, the family held Gu Tianlang in the highest regard. Upon learning that Zhao Chin was the lifesaver of her grandfather, an unusual sentiment surged within Wang Area. She casually inquired about him from a coincidental encounter with an outer sect disciple. Though she was still young and her cultivation level modest, her attire indicated her status as a direct disciple, adorned with the exclusive sun and moon insignia. While it appeared quite luxurious, it was, in fact, a medium-grade spiritual artifact with commendable defensive capabilities. When donned, it rendered the wearer impervious to blades and flames. The outer sect disciples, naturally, did not dare to show any disrespect. Brother Zhou is a good person, they echoed in unison. Wang Area inquired several times, receiving nearly identical responses. Zhao Chin possessed low cultivation and lacked exceptional talent. Nevertheless, he was regarded as a rare paragon of kindness among the outer sect disciples. Even many cultivators who had not interacted with him were willing to refer to him as Brother Zhou, which left Wang Area in profound perplexity. In the meritocratic realm of cultivation, it was exceedingly rare for a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, who was already considered elderly, to be addressed with respect by those at the 7th or 8th levels, or even those who had achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, the sight of the little girl's puzzled expression caught her attention. Gu Qingfeng stroked his beard and chuckled, having guessed her thoughts. So, you investigated Brother Zhou? Wang Area replied nonchalantly, not at all. I just asked a few casual questions. Gu Qingfeng gently tapped her forehead, admonishing her with a frown. Such a careless disposition will inevitably lead to trouble in the world of cultivation. While your master can protect you now, once you leave the Yin-Yang sect, no one will indulge you. Each golden core cultivator commands considerable renown in the outside world. However, within the realm of cultivation, your background matters little. In the presence of many, one might worry about information leaking, as enemies might consider your backing. Yet, others may also have golden core support. When it comes to seizing opportunities outside, regardless of how formidable your connections are, should misfortune befall you, no one will unravel the mystery of your demise. Wang Area pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Grandfather, I didn't mean that. I was merely curious about Uncle Zhou's character. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingfeng finally spoke. If you encounter difficulties outside, and should you meet Brother Zhou, you may seek his assistance. He may be able to help you. Wang Area felt as though she had misheard. Grandfather, what are you saying? Have him help me? With her ice spirit root talent, she would effortlessly ascend to the 10th level of Qi refinement within 2 to 3 years. Furthermore, the absence of significant barriers for those with heavenly roots would make breaking through to the foundation establishment stage a trivial matter. Observing her prideful demeanor, Gu Qingfeng could not help but feel a twinge of concern, urging her earnestly. Brother Zhou has navigated the outer sect for many years and has survived to a venerable age of over 100. Do you truly believe he lacks any hidden cards? Trust me, your grandfather would never lead you astray. Chapter 53. Wang Area was uncertain whether she had absorbed the conversation. She casually greeted him and hurriedly exited the secret chamber. Observing the lively figure of the young girl as she bounced away, Gu Qingfeng felt a sense of helplessness, though the tenderness in his eyes was impossible to conceal. While his elder brother's son lacked the talent for cultivation, Gu Area possessed a spiritual root that held promise for advancement to the golden core stage. This girl had been spoiled since childhood, despite her mother's aspirations to raise her with a gentle disposition. However, upon entering the realm of cultivation, her true nature was soon revealed. She displayed a carefree demeanor, resembling a tomboy. In contrast, Zhao Chin returned to the medicinal garden, sitting quietly on a stone bench in the courtyard. Nan Xiao stood nearby, smiling as she brewed spirit tea for him. This recent heart-to-heart with Gu Qingfeng had bestowed upon Zhao Chin a fresh insight. Cultivation, he mused, was ultimately about achieving immortality to escape the shackles of mortality. Despite Gu Qingfeng's advanced foundation-building stage, he too was burdened by concerns over his lifespan. Cultivators, though seemingly exalted, were not exempt from the fate of their life essence running dry, ultimately becoming mere dust. Only by ascending to the celestial realm could one truly evade the worries of mortality. Otherwise, regardless of one's exceptional talent or illustrious reputation, what significance did it hold? Gu Tianlang, despite his notable fame in the outer sect, had become a mere memory in the span of mere decades. Nan Xiao stood quietly behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. With Zhao Chin's ample supply of medicinal pills, her cultivation progressed steadily. Being in her youthful prime, she had no cause for concern regarding her lifespan. Her desire to cultivate diligently stemmed more from a longing for strength to one day seek her daughter. Zhao Chin soon immersed himself once more in alchemy. One batch after another of spirit yuan pills took shape, with the quality continually improving. There were hardly any medium-grade pills. Most were of superior quality, with each batch yielding 2 or 3 exceptional spirit yuan pills. On the following day, At noon, Nan Xiao emerged from her room. Her complexion radiant. Thanks to Zhao Chin's countless medicinal pills, she had swiftly reached the second layer of qi refinement within just 2 days. Although the 5 elements technique was not a profound art and provided no advantage in battles among peers, successfully embarking on the path of immortality filled her with immense excitement, prompting her to spar with Zhao Chin. In the past, she had viewed Zhao Chin as invincible, but now, she sensed a glimmer of hope for competition. After another incense stick burned, Zhao Chin stepped out of his room, having concluded his rest. Following Zhao Chin's comforting words from the previous day, Qin Tingwan felt somewhat more at ease. Perhaps she understood within herself that if Li Yin could emerge with the medicinal materials, they could survive together. If her senior brother perished within the secret realm, then it would be the end for both of them, even if that meant embracing death together. Upon reflection, there was truly nothing to fear. Thank you, Zhou Xiong, she thought. In the realm of cultivation, where power reigned supreme, individuals like Zhou Xiong were indeed rare gems. She felt immensely grateful to be within the Yin Yang sect. Had she been in any other sect, her life, tainted by fire poison, would have been cut short. And who would have cared for her? Zhou Chin smiled kindly, gently tousling Chun Tingwan's hair. The delicate fragrance of the young woman wafted towards him. Both she and Nan Xiao belonged to the same archetype of women. However, compared to the gentle and obedient Nan Xiao, Chun Tingwan resembled a clever and endearing neighbor-esque sister, effortlessly igniting a sense of conquest in those of the opposite sex. You both rest well at home. I have errands to run today, Zhou Chin stated. Nan Xiao clung to his arm, playfully complaining, Zhou Dage, aren't you supposed to be resting at home? Just a few days ago, you were only going out every 4 or 5 days, yet now you seem to be going out so frequently. Her concern stemmed from the knowledge that Zhou Chin's time was limited. She wished to spend as much time with him as possible. Zhou Chin playfully pinched her nose, planting a gentle kiss on her. The medicinal pills you've used up are all gone. I need to go outside to procure more. Additionally, I must prepare some protective talismans and magical artifacts for you. I do not wish for any unforeseen accidents to befall you. Nan Xiao's heart soared with joy, akin to savoring honey, yet she continued to sway his arm, speaking softly and tenderly. Chapter 54 Brother Zhou, I won't go out. I will stay in the courtyard with you. There is no danger here. Although she did not believe that danger would arise, the thought of her beloved's concern for her was indeed heartwarming. Qin Tingwan listened with envy. Zhou Chin's current outing was to procure spiritual artifacts for Nan Xiao. Most qi refining stage cultivators relied on the power of their magical tools to determine their victories and defeats. The price of second-tier spiritual talismans was exorbitant, and a single one was insufficient to vanquish high-ranking qi refining stage practitioners. First-tier talismans lacked the necessary potency, one would need dozens, which would already suffice to purchase a mid-grade magical tool. Zhou Chin possessed countless talismans and had elixirs to assist him. Thus he did not need to rely on the strength of magical tools. However, the more pressing matter was his intention to acquire several sets of array flags. The unexpected encounter with the purple spirit had instilled a sense of crisis within him. Merely relying on the 5 elements heaven-blocking array might not guarantee sufficient safety. It would be prudent to acquire additional auxiliary formations to thoroughly shield against external scrutiny. Yet, before he could descend the mountain, he encountered fellow cultivators along the way, all of whom greeted him with utmost respect. Brother Zhou, are you heading down the mountain again? Zhou Chin smiled and nodded in response, though he felt something was amiss. His reputation among the outer disciples was decent, but it should not have reached such heights, especially as he neared the base of the mountain. He unexpectedly ran into 2 female disciples. The 2 bore striking similarities. Their features were delicate, their figures slender, and their skin as smooth as jade. One was clad in a pale pink gown, while the other wore a light blue one. One had a cold demeanor, while the other exuded a quiet elegance. Upon seeing Zhou Chin, the more reserved sister waved enthusiastically from afar. Brother Zhou. Zhou Chin recognized the 2. If memory served, they were outer disciples and twin sisters. The elder was named Shangwan Lu Yun, while the younger was Shangwan Lu Kai. Both possessed 3 spiritual roots, and their innate talents were neither particularly poor nor exceptionally good. Although they had little prior interaction, adhering to the principle of not striking those who extend a friendly hand, Zhou Chin offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Sisters, where are you headed? To his surprise, as they approached, he received a system notification indicating that both sisters had an overall score of 85 points. Shangwan Lu Yun was rather aloof, whereas Shangwan Lu Kai had a lively disposition. Brother Zhou, we plan to venture out with a few fellow cultivators in search of treasure. Would you like to join us? Zhou Chin smiled and shook his head. No, I am heading to Jiangdu City to procure some items. As their destinations aligned, they decided to travel together. Shangwan Lu Yun spoke little, while Shangwan Lu Kai chattered incessantly. Zhou Chin was unsure of their intentions, but maintained his usual demeanor, kind and responsive. He walked alongside the sisters. Shangwan Lu Kai's beautiful eyes flickered as she casually remarked, I heard that Sister Chin has sustained serious injuries and is currently recuperating in Brother Zhou's courtyard. This was something she had heard from others, so she could not ascertain its veracity. Upon her mentioning this, an idea struck Zhou Chin, and he began to piece together the reason. Yes, I am entrusted by Junior Brother Li to look after Sister Chen. It seems that my presence provides some comfort to others. After all, no one can guarantee that they will not encounter misfortune in the future. Having a good senior brother offers a semblance of a safety net. Moreover, it costs nothing. Simply calling me brother incurs no loss on their part. The distance they traveled together was not far. The sisters were headed to the Monster Beast Mountain range for exploration. After some contemplation, Zhao Chin took out several second-tier spiritual talismans from his pocket. Sisters, fate has brought us together. Recently, the Monster Beast Mountain range has been rampant with danger. As I find myself financially constrained, I present these talismans to you for protection. Chapter 55. Shangguan Luyan opened her mouth, but the words did not escape. Shangguan Lukai swiftly extended her hand, skillfully accepting the spirit talismans. Her smile became increasingly radiant as she sweetly exclaimed, "All right, thank you, Brother Zhou, for the reminder. We will be cautious." The three parted ways outside the Beast Mountain range. It was not until Zhao Chin vanished from their sight that Shangguan Luyan expressed her dissatisfaction. These second-tier spirit talismans hold considerable value. Accepting them carelessly puts us in a position of personal obligation to him. Shangguan Lukai gently nudged her sister, delightfully responding, "Sister, you have been preoccupied with seclusion lately. You may not have heard the rumors circulating outside, have you?" Shangguan Luyan, filled with confusion, inquired, "What rumors?" Their previous conversation had been rather trivial, lacking any substantial discussion, especially regarding Zhao Chin. Shangguan Lukai recounted Zhao Chin's deeds in detail. Upon learning that Zhao Chin had declined several external disciples to protect Chen Tingwan, Shangguan Luyan's face displayed a flicker of astonishment. If what you say is true, then Brother Zhou is indeed a good man. If it were someone else, they might have been drawn to Chen Tingwan's beauty. Yet, Zhao Chin is famously selfless, having devoted over 100 years to cultivation without seeking a partner. Moreover, with his life nearing its end, what other reason could he possibly have for acting so gallantly? Shangguan Luyan paused, her brow furrowing with doubt. But isn't it somewhat strange for him to so freely bestow upon us second-tier spirit talismans? Shangguan Lukai, however, dismissed her concerns, saying, "Brother Zhou may not be highly skilled, but he is well liked within the sect. Besides, after decades of accumulation, he is not lacking in spirit stones. Could he possibly covet anything from us? He likely fears for our safety and thus offered them to us casually." The sisters had only recently joined the sect, with merely the 7th level of chi refinement. If Zhao Chin truly needed assistance, it was unlikely he would seek help from them. What could they possibly offer that he would desire? Shangguan Luyan contemplated this reasoning and found it sound. Furthermore, the dangers of entering the Beast Mountain range were significant. Having second-tier spirit talismans on hand would indeed enhance their chances of survival. Meanwhile, the already distant Zhao Chin sighed quietly, hoping they would emerge unscathed. The act of gifting the two women spirit talismans was indeed a spontaneous gesture. To him, a few second-tier spirit talismans were inconsequential, yet for the sisters, they could very well mean the difference between life and death in perilous situations. Additionally, both women had accumulated over 85 points in their overall scores. While Shangguan Luyan was not particularly noteworthy, Shangguan Lukai exhibited great potential for further development, especially after the incident with the purple spirit. She must swiftly advance to a third-tier alchemist. Whether she could concoct the dust-settling pill was a matter for another day, but she at least needed a method to neutralize toxins. As for the Shangguan sister's survival, it was beyond Zhao Chin's concern. He would not overthink the consequences for a female cultivator he had only met briefly. After all, he had offered assistance. If it bore fruit, that would be splendid, and if not, there would be no loss. Upon arriving in Jiangdu City, Zhao Chin promptly put up for sale all 300 spirit source pills he had crafted. Shangguan Luyan conducted a cursory examination of the pills. Aside from 20 or 30 being of medium quality, the remainder were all high-grade spirit source pills. And there were also 50 high-grade 100-year profound ice pills. With her eyes sparkling and her demeanor cheerful, she declared, "I shall take all of these pills." Chapter 56. Initially, the qualification for the underground trading fair was granted to Zhao Chin, yet he harbored no absolute confidence in this matter. Such qualifications were indeed costly and could not simply be acquired through wealth. The potential for returns on investment remained a matter of speculation. However, judging by the current circumstances, this audacious gamble had undoubtedly proven to be exceedingly profitable. Zhao Chin gently sipped his spirit tea. "Senior, why not open those 2 vials of elixirs and take a look?" Shangguan Yin paused for a moment, seemingly struck by a thought. As expected, the 2 vials contained 10 exquisite spirit essence pills and 10 exceptional century-old ice essence pills. Shangguan Yun was overjoyed, unable to contain his emotions. "My young friend, you have truly rendered me a great service this time. Allow me to offer you 13,000 spirit stones for the elixirs." This offer was quite fair, and Zhao Chin had no intention of negotiating a higher price. He silently nodded in agreement. "Very well. Payment upon delivery," Zhao Chin said, the image of Xiling flashing through his mind as he solemnly inquired, "Senior Shangguan, has anyone come to the Wind Thunder Pavilion recently inquiring about my whereabouts?" According to Xiling, she learned of Zhao Chin's identity through the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Each time he departed from the Yin Yang sect, he would employ spirit talismans and elixirs to alter his appearance. Ordinarily, cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage could not discern his true form. If it were indeed the Wind Thunder Pavilion that had leaked his movements, he would have to consider collaborating with a different establishment. Upon hearing his words, Shangguan Yun immediately reacted, vehemently denying it. "My young friend, we at the Wind Thunder Pavilion have operated for many years without ever disclosing the whereabouts of our traders. Rest assured on that point. If the movements of alchemists selling elixirs here were to be carelessly revealed, they would have long been sought out, offending countless alchemists. This is a rule established by the establishment, and none can rely on power to break it. At the very least, the Yuaning old monsters cannot. And Xiling certainly lacks the qualifications to disrupt such regulations." Zhao Chin noted the earnestness in his words without expressing his trust or skepticism. He chose to believe Shang Guanyun's assurances, even if Xiling came from a distinguished background. Her status did not grant her the authority to compel the Wind Thunder Pavilion to expose his whereabouts. Nevertheless, he did not wholly trust Shang Guanyun. A prudent individual always maintains a degree of vigilance. Senior, the token you bestowed upon me has been immensely beneficial. Might I request its continued use? The underground trading market, while fraught with danger, indeed offered a wealth of valuable items. With another trading fair approaching in a month, he was determined not to miss it. Shang Guanyun smiled, a hint of pride in his demeanor. This token cannot be purchased with mere money, but since we have struck a rapport, I shall gift it to you. Zhao Chin, not one to overlook courtesy, reciprocated with gratitude. Thank you, senior. Should I procure more century-old ice essence pills, I will prioritize delivering them to you. The other party was not entirely benevolent. They were simply valuing the high quality and quantity of his elixirs. However, in matters of mutual benefit, there was no need to decline such goodwill. A small pouch appeared on Shang Guanyun's desk. My young friend, this is a gift of Biluo Spirit Tea, which is highly beneficial for ice attribute cultivators. You might consider taking it home to try. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, Zhao Chin exchanging a few more words before excusing himself. Upon re-entering the Imoku Zhai, the shop assistant swiftly approached him. The 5-element shielding array was quite expensive, and many cultivators had their eyes on it, yet few could truly afford it. Such quality clientele certainly deserved a warm welcome. Chapter 57. Zhao Chin did not linger on the first floor but ascended directly to the second. Gazing at the array flags of defense, the Blooming Flowers Array and the Void Illusion Array, despite their grandiose names, they were merely second-tier formations. These two sets of mental defense array flags were precisely what he required at this moment. When deployed simultaneously, even the consciousness of a golden core cultivator would find it impossible to pry into the courtyard. However, maintaining multiple formations concurrently demanded a significant expenditure of spirit stones. Fortunately, Zhao Chin had an abundance of spirit stones at his disposal. The shopkeeper presented two sets of array flags respectfully, stating, "Friend, these two array flags are priced at 1,600 spirit stones." Zhao Chin then selected several additional sets of array flags, purchasing them all in one go. He subsequently made his way to the cultivation market to procure the necessary medicinal herbs, eventually arriving at a corner of the marketplace. In the trading market, there were numerous spirit beasts and demonic pets for sale. The value of first-tier demonic beasts was minimal. Certain special types of these creatures had their scales and bones utilized for crafting magical artifacts, while their blood could be employed for drawing talismans. As for the flesh and blood of these beasts, most were sold to celestial chefs, who would use them to create exquisite celestial dishes. The realm of cultivation boasted celestial chefs, and the delicacies they prepared rivaled the effects of medicinal pills. Naturally, the prices for such gourmet fare were exorbitant, far beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Consequently, it was rare to encounter vendors selling the corpses of demonic beasts at the cultivation market. After all, the remains of low-tier demonic beasts held little value. Moreover, not every type of beast was suitable for culinary preparation. Zhao Chin purchased some bones and inquired of the stall owner, "Friend, might you know where one could acquire the corpses of demonic beasts? The last two I obtained were merely by chance. Little Black has an insatiable appetite, and purchasing only a few dozen pounds of bones will hardly suffice for his needs." However, after inquiring around, he found that no one knew where to procure the remains of demonic beasts. After all, such items were not worth much, and low-tier cultivators had limited storage space. Even if one were to hunt demonic beasts, who would bother to keep their corpses? They would only take the most valuable parts. With a sigh, Zhao Chin quietly left the market. Alas, it seems I must venture into the demonic beast mountains. If purchasing was not an option, he would have to hunt a few beasts in the mountains. Moments later, Zhao Chin arrived at the edge of the demonic beast mountains. Within the three great dynasties, humanity reigned supreme, while demonic beasts were driven deep into the mountains. This vast range, extending hundreds of thousands of miles, concealed countless powerful creatures. The demonic beast mountains were divided into outer, middle, and inner layers. The outer layer was inhabited by chi refinement stage beasts known as first-tier demonic beasts. The middle layer mostly housed foundation establishment stage beasts, while the inner layer was home to golden core stage beasts, with rumors suggesting that the deepest recesses harbored yuanying demonic beasts capable of transformation. I have truly invited trouble upon myself. The chi refinement stage beast could certainly sate Little Black's hunger, but the higher the cultivation level of the beast, the greater the residual spiritual energy within its corpse, thus providing more substantial aid to Little Black. Merely seeking low-tier beasts seemed a fruitless endeavor. However, with his chi refinement at the 9th level and an array of spiritual pills and talismans, he anticipated that he would face little danger in the outer layer. While contemplating this, Zhao Chin took out several talismans and affixed them inside his garments. These were all defensive talismans, sufficient to ensure his safety. After all, nothing in this world is absolute. Occasionally, second-tier foundation establishment beasts could wander into the outer layer. Once Zhao Chin entered the thicket, he immediately expanded his mental awareness, vigilant against any cunning beasts that might approach unnoticed. Proceeding inward for 2 to 3 miles, he still found nothing. During this time, he did observe a few chi refinement stage beasts. Chapter 58. Either the cultivation level is too low, rendering the capture insignificant, or the creature is too small, hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between the teeth of my little companion. As Zhao Chin pondered whether to delve deeper into the interior, a barely perceptible sound emanated from the right side. Immediately, the talisman on his right shoulder was activated, unleashing a torrent of flames. A spirit worm, no larger than a strand of hair, was incinerated in an instant. Was it an iron wire worm? Fortunately, he had prepared spirit talismans in advance. This type of spirit beast is exceedingly rare. Its form is slender as a hair. Even cultivators of higher realms could easily fall victim to its unexpected assault if they were not vigilant. The iron wire worm possessed an 8th layer chi refinement cultivation and relied on its speed as an advantage. Had he not set the talisman beforehand, Zhao Chin would likely have suffered severe injuries from its ambush. Uncertain whether he had ventured far enough into the depths or if the demise of the iron wire worm had attracted other entities, distant sounds soon echoed, resembling the slow, ponderous movements of a massive creature across the ground. Suddenly, a crimson giant python, exceeding 10 meters in length, erupted from the dense underbrush. Zhao Chin swiftly grasped 2 second-tier talismans, activated them, and hurled them forward. The water python talisman and the rain of arrows talisman. A dense aura of water spirits surged forth, coalescing into a fearsome python that engaged the fire python in a fierce struggle. Hundreds of golden arrows rained down, striking the fire python's scales with explosive sounds, igniting sparks in their wake. Zhao Chin offered no chance for escape. Another 3 rain of arrows talismans were thrown, transforming the creature into a veritable porcupine. By the time the talisman's power was spent, the fire python lay utterly defeated, lifeless upon the ground. The remainder of his journey proved remarkably smooth, as Zhao Chin hunted 3 8th layer chi refinement demon beasts and 1 9th layer demon beast. Estimating that this would suffice for the time being, he departed from the demon beast mountain range. Typically, cultivators venture to hunt demon beasts with the intent of utilizing their parts to forge magical artifacts or selling them for spirit stones. Zhao Chin, however, had no need for spirit stones. He merely viewed them as sustenance, preferring not to take unnecessary risks. It seems I am indeed not the protagonist. Now over a century old, he had long lost the ambitions of his youth. Had he been decades younger, he might have entertained the thought of encountering the sisters, the Guans, upon entering the mountain range. Yet, in reality, the absence of such an encounter was entirely reasonable. The vastness of the Demon Beast mountain range made the chance of stumbling upon 2 chi refinement cultivators exceedingly slim. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Zhao Chin promptly integrated the several sets of array flags he had purchased into the depths of the earth, placing spirit stones to activate them. This arrangement ensured a fail-safe measure. The outermost layer consisted of a first-tier formation, while the second-tier formation was concealed within. Given the garden's secluded location, it was rare for Golden Core elders to pass through. Furthermore, when the array flags were inactive, no one could discern any flaws. Ninxiao also completed her care of the spiritual herbs. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Zhao Chin had gradually entrusted the maintenance of the garden to her. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Ninxiao might not be familiar with the spiritual herbs, fearing that she might inadvertently harm them. However, those worries had dissipated. Meanwhile, Ninxiao's attitude towards Zhao Chin underwent subtle changes. In the past, she had always approached him with an inherent sense of inferiority. Despite Zhao Chin's advanced age, he remained a practitioner of cultivation, while she, a simple village woman, possessed nothing but beauty. Yet, gradually, Ninxiao began to sense that Zhou De genuinely cared for her, and those innocent, youthful thoughts began to blossom within her heart. Chapter 59, Ninxiao had just finished her tasks in the medicinal garden and had yet to wash herself. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and the pristine white of her skirt was speckled with dirt. Nevertheless, her stunningly beautiful face still bore a sweet smile. Upon seeing Zhao Chin return, she elegantly tucked her hair behind her ear with her slender fingers. Zhao Chin, in high spirits, swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her into a princess carry. Ninxiao offered no resistance, her arms tightly encircling his neck. "Zhou, brother Zhou, it's still daytime," she timidly exclaimed as she was gently tossed onto the bed, her cheeks flushed. The proximity of Chen Shimi next door made her feel a touch of shyness. Yet a flicker of excitement danced in her heart, hoping that Zhao Chin might unabashedly reject her advances. However, Zhao Chin did not hasten to act. Instead, he casually flipped his wrist, revealing a delicate pink vial on the table. He then sat down on the bed with a nonchalant demeanor, smiling as he spoke. "Indeed, it is daytime. Then, why not take the initiative?" Ninxiao did not glance at the vial, nor inquire further. Her face was aglow with embarrassment, her teeth biting down tightly, her movements exceedingly awkward. With a demeanor of serene resignation, she leaned closer to Zhao Chin. As long as brother Zhou was pleased, she would acquiesce to any of his wishes. He had done so much for her. This minor act of sacrifice was trivial in comparison. Zhao Chin had intended to tease her with the rejuvenating pill, but before he could even use it, the enchanting beauty had willingly thrown herself into his embrace. An hour later, Ninxiao quietly reflected on how brother Zhou's health seemed to be declining day by day. She resolved to take good care of him before his demise, striving to fulfill any request he might have without refusal. Zhao Chin was perplexed. Their relationship had recently deepened, yet Ninxiao's overtly forward behavior was unexpected. Despite his encounter with Zi Ling the previous day, which had left him somewhat weakened, he found himself enthralled by her undeniable allure. Though she was inexperienced, her theoretical knowledge was impeccable, and her innate beauty paired with her charms nearly cost him his life. Yet, Ninxiao was also a captivating presence. Her gentle demeanor made her utterly irresistible. Zhao Chin hurriedly lifted her into his arms. This could not continue. He risked losing control. This girl seemed to be evolving towards a more enchanting demeanor. Just a few days prior, she had been the epitome of tranquility. Apart from their initial encounter, she had always played the victim, not the aggressor. He had intended to keep her guessing, but now even the thought of teasing her had vanished. Xiao Qiao. This vial contains the rejuvenating pill. Once consumed, it will grant you everlasting beauty. The phrase everlasting beauty resonated like a siren's call in Nan Xiao's ears. She immediately halted her movements. The rejuvenating pill, truly? Just days ago, she had conversed with Chen Tingwan about it, never expecting brother Zhou to procure it for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistened with tears, her gaze softening, her heart growing ever fonder. Being a woman of action, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Brother Zhou, she called out in a voice imbued with tenderness, while Zhou Chun hurriedly dressed. You should take the pill and properly refine it. I won't disturb you any longer. How could I repay kindness with ingratitude? Chapter 60. Do not disturb. If this persists, not even Tang Sung could endure. The desire to transcend the foundational stage had grown ever more fervent. Although his current realm was satisfactory, his lifespan had long since reached its limit. Only by breaking through to the foundational stage could he significantly extend his life and greatly enhance his physique. Presently, with Nan Xiao, Li Ronger, Bai Shuel, and the addition of Ziling, Zhou Chen truly felt overwhelmed. Particularly, the disdain from Li Ronger and Ziling had etched itself deeply into his memory, rendering it unforgettable. Observing his hasty retreat, Nan Xiao stifled her laughter, her heart softening utterly. The trivial matter she had casually mentioned was taken to heart by brother Zhou. The legendary elixir she desired, she could only imagine the immense effort brother Zhou had expended to procure the youth revitalizing pill for her. If she could share a lifetime with him, it would indeed be splendid. Given the choice, she would prefer not to tread the path of immortality, yearning instead for Zhou Chen to accompany her into old age. As for the authenticity of the youth revitalizing pill, that was beyond her consideration. She harbored no doubts about brother Zhou's honesty. Without hesitation, she swallowed the elixir, feeling its extraordinary essence coursing through her. Nan Xiao swiftly channeled her spiritual energy to guide the essence, yet it soon integrated effortlessly throughout her body, requiring no assistance. Even a mortal consuming the youth revitalizing pill could achieve ageless beauty. How much less would a cultivator need to refine it manually? Zhou Chen's words were merely a pretext for his escape. After swiftly vacating the room, he cast the entire fire python into the enclosure. Then, he meticulously examined the array he had previously established. Tomorrow would mark the time for receiving spiritual herbs. After all, his primary duty remained the oversight of the herb garden. The garden boasted a plethora of spiritual herbs, and disciples from the sect would arrive monthly to collect them, as long as a fixed quantity was submitted. The remainder was of no concern to him. Any surplus would serve as additional income. Congratulations, host. Nan Xiao's affection level is 1. Current affection level has reached 90 points. Special character's affection level has reached 90. The host awakens the array master profession, which directly ascends to the pinnacle of the first stage. This character's affection level has reached 90 points. Each point of affection may be used tenfold. Zhou Chen paused momentarily, feeling an inner transformation unfold. His already keen consciousness split and strengthened, hinting at a breakthrough beyond the limits of the chi refining stage, comparable to the foundational stage. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, pointing into the void. A faint flame enveloped him, shrouding his entire being. To transform oneself into an array was indeed a tangible realm. This realization filled him with ecstatic joy, causing his body to tremble slightly. Strictly speaking, the essence of talisman crafting was akin to that of pill refining. An array master inscribes various formations upon array flags using their own cultivation. A first-tier array master can forge a first-tier array flag. A second-tier array master can craft a second-tier array flag. However, each tier possesses an anomalous realm, the innate perfection stage. The ability to transform the void into an array and to embody the array signifies this realm. In simpler terms, embodying the array means applying the power of the formation through spiritual energy to significantly enhance one's combat prowess. The void transformation of the array is more challenging, requiring immense spiritual energy to delineate the formation. The most arduous aspect of both methods lies in their independence from external objects. Any miscalculation could lead to ruin, particularly when the array's power is directed at oneself, risking self-harm. Yet, if successfully executed, the amplification effects are astonishingly beneficial. It seems he must seek out several sets of formations. Chapter 61. The formation just invoked was the simplest fire spirit array. Beyond enveloping oneself in intense flames, it possessed little practical utility. However, with a few sets of formidable first-tier formations, one could enhance their own abilities and wield long-range attacks through spirit symbols, ensuring that one need not fear any adversaries below the golden core stage. South Qiao has indeed surprised me greatly. This little woman is truly my lucky star. Ever since I met South Qiao, my path in cultivation has been remarkably smooth, almost too good to be true. My goodwill points have reached 143. Sufficient to elevate my status as a formation master to the pinnacle of the second tier. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Chun decided to hold off for now. A second-tier formation master would allow my offensive capabilities to surpass that of most foundation establishment practitioners, with the ability to craft symbols through formations. My overall strength would also receive a significant boost. For instance, I could draw formations that enhance mental acuity or bolster defenses, alleviating any concerns about being ambushed without the means to defend myself in time. The poison from the purple spirit and its subsequent repercussions weighed heavily upon my heart, like a boulder pressing down on my chest. Until the troubles were thoroughly resolved, it was prudent to retain a sufficient number of goodwill points. Should a crisis arise in the future, I could always break through to the foundation establishment stage by relying on those goodwill points. With such thoughts, Zhao Chin continued to experiment with the transformation of his body into formations in the courtyard, engaging in a routine of drawing symbols and consuming spiritual herbs to enhance his cultivation. On the following day, early in the morning, Zhao Chin found himself awaiting the inner sect disciples to collect the spiritual herbs, but instead, the two sisters from the Shangguan family appeared at the courtyard entrance, gently knocking on the door. "Brother Zhao, are you home?" Noticing the unsteady aura of the two women, Zhao Chin harbored a sense of foreboding. It seemed that something had indeed occurred the previous day. The fluctuations in their spiritual energy were complex, indicating they had sustained significant injuries, despite their wounds. Shangguan Lukai wore an exceedingly cheerful smile, while even the normally aloof Shangguan Luyan bore an imperceptible hint of joy. Zhao Chin opened the door and spoke gently. "What brings you two sisters to seek me?" Shangguan Lukai leaned closer, her demeanor exceedingly friendly. She linked her arm with his and sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for the talismans you gifted yesterday. Had it not been for those few spirit symbols, I fear we would have truly fallen victim to nefarious hands." The sisters had ventured out on an adventure at the invitation of several wandering cultivators who had shown them kindness in the past. The three were at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and had often received favors from these men. The sisters, not being novices in the world of cultivation, understood well that the realm of immortality held no love, only pure interests. Should they stumble upon a valuable treasure, there was no guarantee they wouldn't turn against their benefactors. Yet, they believed that together, even if they were outmatched, they could at least ensure their safe escape. Thus they decided to pursue treasure with these cultivators. However, in a moment of carelessness, they fell into a trap laid by their adversaries. Had it not been for the second-tier spirit symbols gifted by Zhao Chin, they might have indeed faced dire consequences. Shangguan Luyan produced a 300-year-old spiritual fruit and said, "Brother Zhao, in gratitude for your life-saving kindness, I have no means to repay you, but please accept this Xian Yuan fruit as a token of my appreciation. Should you ever need anything in the future, I will do my utmost to assist you." Zhao Chin had no intention of accepting the gift. He smiled and replied, "There's no need. It was but a trivial matter. Truly not worth mentioning. You two sisters should keep it for yourselves." This spiritual fruit was worth hardly a few spirit stones, which held little value for him at present. Yet, Shangguan Luyan insisted on bestowing it upon him, and Zhao Chin, unable to refuse, eventually accepted it. A flicker of pain crossed Shangguan Liucai's eyes. Chapter 62. If this spiritual fruit were to be sold, it could fetch several spirit stones. To give it away without compensation would be a lie if I said it didn't pain me. However, as my sister insisted on bestowing it, I lacked the courage to refuse and could only comply. Zhao Chin contemplated for a moment before patting his storage bag, retrieving 5 second-tier spirit talismans of various attributes, 2 defensive talismans, and 3 offensive talismans. "Dear junior sisters, your kind intentions are deeply appreciated by your senior brother, but I cannot take advantage of you. Please accept these talismans for your protection." As he presented the 5 talismans, Shangguan Lukai's south eye sparkled like crescent moons. Yet, upon noticing her sister's discontented gaze, she hesitated and retracted her hand. Shangguan Luyan pondered for a moment but ultimately resolutely declined. "We are merely expressing our gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Zhao Chin shook his head. "It matters not. I am of advancing years, and I fear my time is drawing near. These items serve little purpose for me. It would be better to bestow them upon you both." Shangguan Luyan hesitated again, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Senior brother Zhao, are you this kind to everyone?" Having lived in the Yin-Yang sect for nearly a century, Zhao Chin had been tasked with maintaining the medicinal garden, a lucrative responsibility. Yet, he was merely a Qi refinement stage cultivator. How much wealth could he truly possess? The way he cared for his juniors seemed unusual at best. Gazing at Shangguan Luyan's cold profile, Zhao Chin replied with earnest warmth, "How could everyone be treated the same? Junior sister Shangguan is exceptionally beautiful, and beauty often invites special privileges." His unabashed words elicited a fit of laughter from Shangguan Lukai. "Senior brother Zhao, you are so honest." Although many had previously praised the two sisters' beauty, they were well aware of their allure. Yet, few had approached them with gifts and such candor as Zhao Chin displayed. Ultimately, Shangguan Luyan accepted Zhao Chin's generous offering. The value of these talismans was considerable. Had they been required to purchase them with spirit stones, they would have had to deplete their family's resources. During this expedition, they had procured only 3 300-year-old spiritual herbs, which, if sold, would barely be worth a handful of spirit stones. The two sisters came and went in a flurry, expressing their gratitude to Zhao Chin once more before departing. He did not press them to stay longer, watching their retreating figures with a slight smile. "Ah, what a perceptive young lady." The talismans he had given were merely a light bait, a preliminary gesture. With the sisters approaching him, it seemed future endeavors would proceed more smoothly than he had anticipated. Whether sister or junior sister, he welcomed either. He eagerly awaited the day when his favor points would surpass 300, allowing him to ascend to the 3rd tier of alchemy. However, acquiring an antidote pill remained a vexing challenge. Although Xiling promised to share the formula for the detoxification pill after she crafted the Jianshan pill for her, Zhao Chin harbored no trust in her. There was not a shred of faith to be found. Their relationship was but a fleeting encounter, and considering her ruthless nature, he could not entrust his life to another woman. The poison resided within his dantian, unless he was willing to allow someone to inspect it for a cultivator. Permitting another to examine one's dantian was akin to surrendering one's life. Zhao Chin found no trust in outsiders, and while he had formed friendly ties with certain sect members, revealing his dantian would expose his cultivation level. Never mind, where there is a will, there is a way. If necessary, he would spend extravagantly to procure a third-tier detoxification pill. As long as he possessed ample spirit stones and the antidote was of sufficient grade, no poison would remain unvanquished. Chapter 63. Before long, a streak of light darted swiftly towards them. Upon a flying sword, about the size of a person, stood a slender female cultivator. As she approached the entrance of the courtyard, she voluntarily reduced her speed and gracefully descended. Brother Zhao, it is time to collect this month's spiritual herbs. In the realm of cultivation, most spiritual herbs require decades, or even centuries, to reach maturity. However, some lower-tier herbs do not necessitate such lengthy growth periods. Moreover, due to the diverse varieties present in the medicinal garden, there are always mature herbs each month. Yet, over the past few decades, there had been several changes in the internal sect's disciples. Each time a disciple came to collect the spiritual herbs, the individuals had changed multiple times. Zhao Chin recognized the visitor and smiled warmly. "Aunt Chin, it's been a long time." The newcomer, Zhao Chin, was an old acquaintance. She had once shared a profound connection with Guqing Feng, having formed a dual cultivation partnership. However, due to differing philosophies, they ultimately chose to part ways. After all, in the Yin-Yang sect, the bond between male and female cultivators was often more about enhancing one's cultivation rather than genuine affection. Zhao Chin had already prepared the spiritual herbs and presented them without hesitation. Zhao Chin did not even inspect them, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Brother Zhao, why must you treat me so distantly? The favor you showed me back then is something I will never forget." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhao Chin summoned her superior-grade artifact, the Thunderfire Sword. The palm-sized flying sword expanded in the wind and swiftly soared into the sky. Zhao Chin shook his head helplessly. The Thunderfire Sword was indeed a significant investment. Despite its somewhat ordinary name, it possessed the dual attributes of thunder and fire, making it one of the most exceptional artifacts among superior-grade items. This woman was different from Guqing Feng. While Guqing Feng had occasionally visited Zhao Chin over the years, simply to sit with him, the frequent visits of inner sect disciples had created an illusion that deterred others from easily provoking Zhao Chin. However, once Zhao Chin entered the inner sect, she had ceased all communication with him. Yet Zhao Chin did not dwell on this matter. Investment is like this. The object of investment may perish midway. Even if the investment succeeds, there is no guarantee of return. Just as Zhao Chin turned to head towards Chen Tingwan's side room, Nan Xiao, who had consumed a beauty-restoring pill, stepped out of her room. Her already stunning visage radiated an even more vibrant blush. Her skin had become as smooth and fair as that of a young maiden, so delicate that it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. Simply standing there quietly was enough to captivate anyone. Zhao Chin swallowed hard and asked with a smile, "Little Xiao, why are you not inside cultivating properly?" From a distance, Nan Xiao threw him a flirtatious glance and earnestly replied, "Brother Zhao, I want to have a child with you." Zhao Chin nearly choked on her words, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. "Little Xiao, what are you saying? Why would you suddenly bring this up?" For many cultivators, procreation was typically not a consideration. The path of cultivation inherently defied the natural order. To insist on having a child would be an endeavor fraught with disadvantages. If the child possessed a talent for cultivation, immense resources would be necessary to nurture them. If the child lacked such talent, they would merely become a burden. Therefore, cultivators generally did not contemplate leaving descendants until they had amassed sufficient power in cultivation. Even though Zhao Chin was unwilling to have a child, Nan Xiao, in a rare display of stubbornness, chose to resist. Regardless of whether she pouted or flattered him, Zhao Chin remained steadfast in his refusal. This only fueled her frustration, leading her to inadvertently voice her hidden thoughts. "Brother Zhao, I know you are nearing death. I just want to have a child of our own before you pass." Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Chin had already occupied her heart completely. His care and affection felt as omnipresent as air, unseen, untouchable, yet ever present. He always prepared for her future needs, fearing she might suffer any grievances. Nin Xiao could not bear to imagine how she would live without Zhao Chin. Having spent years in the village, her mindset had solidified in the belief that only by giving birth could she justify her existence. Zhao Chin blinked, warmth flickering in his eyes. "Who told you I am dying? Ever since awakening my potential, my cultivation has progressed remarkably. After dual cultivating with Ziling, I have gained significant benefits, reaching the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. I will surely break through to the next level tonight. The foundation building stage is just around the corner. How could I be near death?" Now that Nan Xiao had spoken her mind, she revealed everything she knew. Zhao Chin then recalled that in order to avoid attracting attention due to his rapid progress, he had concealed his true cultivation level. To others, he appeared to be merely a qi refining cultivator at the 5th or 6th level. Given his age of over 100 years, it might indeed seem he was close to death. Observing Nan Xiao's worried expression, Zhao Chin understood her thoughts, and a wave of emotion surged within him. "Little Xiao, you have truly changed. Initially, you were worried about surviving with a daughter, yet now you wish to bear a child for me before my passing. Even knowing it would bring you no benefit, you still wish to. Rest assured, I will not die. I will be here with you." How could I ever bear to leave my little Xiao all alone in this world? Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Nan Xiao threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother Zhao, I had buried this matter deep within my heart, hoping perhaps Aunt Chin was mistaken. But since embarking on the path of cultivation, I have come to realize that parting is an all too common occurrence. Zhao Chin cupped her face in his hands, gently wiping away her tears. Little Xiao, do you trust me? Brother Zhou, I trust you. He playfully pinched her delicate nose and placed a soft kiss on her lips. Rest assured, when have I ever deceived you? When I say I will not die, I truly mean it. Gradually, the fear within her heart dissipated with his words. She could hardly fathom how Zhou Chun would accompany her until the end of her life, yet she felt an undeniable urge to believe in him. After soothing Nan Xiao, Zhou Chen finally stepped into the side room. Chapter 64 Chen Tingwan, adorned in a gown of pristine white, sat gracefully at the head of her bed. She was as immaculate as a celestial being from the Moon Palace, radiating an enchanting beauty. Brother Zhou, she greeted with a slight nod. With a flicker of light from his right hand, a silver-white elixir bottle materialized in his palm. Noticing this, Chen Tingwan hurriedly declined, Brother Zhou, I have yet to finish the century-old Xianbing Dan you provided last time. There is no need for you to procure more for me. 1 century-old Xianbing Dan was sufficient to temporarily suppress the toxicity of the fire toad's venom. Zhou Chen had previously gifted her 10 spiritual pills, enough for her needs over the next 10 days or so. Zhou Chen gently uncapped the vial, releasing a chilling aura that enveloped the room, causing the temperature to plummet. Chen Tingwan shivered involuntarily, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Could it be? Is this the Millennium Xianbing Dan? She pondered. If it were indeed a third-tier Millennium Xianbing Dan, it could eradicate the fire toad's venom from her system entirely. However, Zhou Chen shook his head, shattering her hopes. No. This is a premium century-old Xianbing Dan. With long-term use, it can indeed alleviate the fire toad's poison. The quality of this elixir allowed for a perfect amalgamation of medicinal properties. Even though it remained a second-tier pill, its efficacy surpassed that of an ordinary century-old Xianbing Dan by several folds. Yet it could not compare to a third-tier elixir. Thus, relying solely on the premium Xianbing Dan to eliminate the fire toad's fire toxicity would require at least a month of continuous consumption. Chen Tingwan was deeply moved by this revelation. Upon learning it was not the Millennium variant, the dimness in her eyes reignited with hope. However, considering her current predicament, she clenched her teeth and resolutely refused. Brother Zhou, it's best if you keep it. This ISNTA pill for cultivating 1S abilities. It is exceedingly rare in the market. A premium century-old Xianbing Dan could fetch 10 spiritual stones, and that is likely an understatement. If I truly wish to rid myself of the fire poison, how many spiritual stones would you have to part with for such a long-term supply? She felt she could offer Zhou Chen nothing in return for such a precious gift. Zhou Chen, however, remained unfazed, maintaining his gentle smile. It's of no concern. I share a long-standing friendship with Brotherly. Moreover, Sister Chen, you are a good person, and I cannot bear to see you suffer from the fire poison. Chen Tingwan bit her lip, struggling to divert her gaze from the elixir. Brother Zhou, one should not accept benefits without merit. I have already caused you much trouble. How could I possibly accept your premium century-old Xianbing Dan? Even if it emptied your coffers, it would likely not suffice to procure enough pills to completely eradicate the fire poison. Since that is the case, why waste your spiritual stones? Zhou Chen, unwilling to prolong the discussion, set the elixir down and turned to leave. Take it, it is for you. Chen Tingwan found herself unable to voice her refusal any longer. Even the smallest creature clings to life, how much more so a human? To live, even in hardship, is preferable to succumbing to despair. Especially when there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. Who would wish for a painful demise? She possessed spiritual roots, and in the future, she could still pursue the path of cultivation. Brother Zhou, how did you come to know that the premium Xianbing Dan can counteract the fire toad's poison? She inquired. After all, following her affliction, Li Yan had searched tirelessly for a remedy. Ultimately, he had either resorted to using ice spirit liquid for detoxification or sought the Millennium Xianbing Dan, unaware that the premium century-old variant could also neutralize the fire toxin. Zhou Chen, without turning back, casually replied, It's nothing. I happened to overhear it by chance. Chapter 65. Chen Tingwan's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet she held them back from spilling over. What are coincidences and serendipities, if not the result of earnest pursuit? Brother Zhou has truly aided her beyond measure. She fears she will never be able to repay him in this lifetime. In truth, it was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Zhou Chen, after concocting the exquisite 100-year Xianbing pill, stumbled upon this revelation through insights gained from his alchemical endeavors. Initially, he was unaware that such a refined elixir could gradually alleviate the poison of the fire toad. Even after Zhou Chen closed the door behind him, Chen Tingwan remained lost in ecstatic disbelief. After consuming a single exquisite Xianbing pill, the fire toad poison had indeed diminished somewhat, though the effect was negligible. It signified a tangible improvement. However, to completely eradicate the fire toad poison, hundreds of inferior spirit stones would be required. Such a profound favor, how could she ever repay Brother Zhou in the future? Moreover, Brotherly had risked his life exploring the secret realm. If he were to perish therein while she fortuitously survived, how could she reconcile that in her mind? As evening descended, Xiling quietly approached the courtyard. Zhou Chen welcomed her inside, his countenance revealing his displeasure. Aunt Xiling, I kindly ask that you maintain a lower profile during your next visit. Is it wise to stroll in so openly, unperturbed by the gaze of the disciples within the sect? He wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Xiling smiled sweetly, her enchanting features slightly furrowing. She stepped forward, appearing at a stone table 10 paces away. Rest assured, no one will be able to see me. Her illusionary sound technique had already reached a high level of mastery, and her charm skills in the foundation establishment stage were formidable. As long as she desired to remain hidden, no outer disciples could detect her presence. Zhao Chin's gaze lingered on her graceful silhouette, prompting him to reflect once more on a prior question. How did this woman discern his true identity? He had forgotten to inquire how Aunt Xiling had recognized him during their last hasty parting. Contemplating this, he decided to voice the question, confident that their mutual interests would shield him from any repercussions. Xiling, with a playful glint in her eyes, smirked knowingly. Do you truly believe that I would divulge such secrets, dear nephew Zhou? I would not reveal my trump cards so easily. However, she was willing to share another piece of information. Zhao Chin found little interest in other matters. Oh, what is it? Xiling's eyes sparkled with mischief, her lips curving into a seductive smile. I presume you contacted a significant figure yesterday, did you not? Unfortunately, the poison I have administered can only be resolved by me. Your efforts will be in vain. Thus, she advised him to expedite his progress to a third-grade alchemist and prepare the dust-settling pill and the marvelous sound pill for her. Due to the peculiar nature of her cultivation method, possessing only the dust-settling pill would not guarantee a successful breakthrough. Otherwise, even under constant scrutiny, one could always seize the opportunity to procure a few. The crux of the issue lay in the elusive third-grade marvelous sound pill, which Xiling had yet to find an alchemist to craft for her. Chapter 66. Observing the unwavering confidence radiating from Xiling, who seemed to have seen through his very essence, Zhao Chin could not help but silently scoff within. Logically speaking, a second-tier alchemist who had attained great perfection indeed possessed a commendable network of connections. It was hardly surprising for him to be acquainted with Foundation establishment cultivators, or even those at the initial stage of the Golden Core. However, he had only recently awakened his golden finger over the past month, and he hardly knew any high-ranking cultivators to seek assistance in discerning poison. As for the assertion that no one in the world, apart from her, could unravel the poison, such a claim was utterly ludicrous. While it was true that some toxins were exceedingly difficult to resolve, it was certainly not the case that the mere master of the Miao sect could possess such an insurmountable poison. The so-called inability to resolve it boiled down to her own limited cultivation and perspective. Master Xiling, if you wish for my assistance, ought there not be some benefits to be gained? Despite his vague insinuations, Xiling discerned the underlying implications of his words. Her slender waist twisted into a soft pink mist, and in an instant, she appeared behind Zhao Chin, her hand resting gently upon his shoulder as she alluringly whispered, if you can concoct the dust-settling pill, then all matters will be easily addressed. However, should you fail to produce the dust-settling pill and the Miaoan pill within a fortnight, I assure you that I shall ensure you experience a most delightful fate before my demise. Though her tone was laced with tenderness and charm, Zhao Chin involuntarily shivered. As she lightly caressed his back with her fingertips, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his dantian, nearly causing him to falter and fall to his knees. The agony arrived swiftly and receded just as quickly. Upon sensing his tense form, Xiling chuckled softly and released her grasp on him. Be obedient. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, nor should you consider any inappropriate actions. I have merely come to remind you that your life rests in my hands. Should I choose, I could take it at any moment. The formation is ultimately an external construct. Can you truly hide indefinitely within the courtyard? Moreover, with the curse afflicting you, I have no fear of your disobedience. Xiling's figure was as graceful as it was ethereal, her form perfectly balanced between curvaceous and slender. Even as she departed on her sword, her silhouette exuded an enchanting allure. A flicker of cold malice crossed Zhao Chin's gaze. He had never anticipated any meaningful connection with Xiling, for their disparities in cultivation and status were indeed vast. Were it not for her intention to poison him, thereby gaining complete control over him, she would never truly deign to associate with him. That earlier encounter had been an immense stroke of fortune. It was unlikely he would be granted a second chance. This woman still underestimated me. Previously, I truly had no means to suppress the toxin. However, upon awakening as a formation master, I have discovered certain synergies between spiritual runes and formations. If I can embody the formation, condensing it upon my skin, could I not similarly inscribe a sealing formation upon my dantian to temporarily confine the dark mist? Although I have yet to attempt this, I possess a reasonable degree of confidence. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Chin turned his focus inward, channeling spiritual energy to inscribe the formation. However, cautious of potential mishaps, he limited the flow of spiritual power. Even if the formation proved unstable, he could halt it in time. The Azure Waterway Formation, one of the simplest first-tier sealing formations. The first-tier formations are numerous and varied, yet their power is generally not very formidable. It is only upon entering the second tier that the true might of formations begins to manifest. Though the formation was exceedingly simple, it nonetheless exerted some measure of effect. The black mist in his dantian did not diminish, but its vitality suffered considerable impairment, becoming somewhat sluggish. It seems I must venture forth to seek out more advanced formations. If I were to utilize my affinity points to elevate my rank as a formation master, I would be unable to break through to the third tier of alchemy in the short term. Chapter 67. This would undoubtedly infuriate Xiling, especially since time was not on her side. If she truly chose to engage in a destructive confrontation, it would only complicate matters further. However, the choice to advance to a third-tier alchemist offered little benefit to him. The second-tier elixirs that enhanced cultivation were, of course, abundantly advantageous. Yet, the third-tier elixirs for cultivation were far beyond Zhao Chin's capacity to consume. Such potions were meant for golden core cultivators. Should Zhao Chin dare to force them upon himself, even the lowest quality elixirs would cause his body to explode. standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Zhao Chin was lost in thought. A figure flashed by 100 meters away. Recently, Zhao Chin had been consuming a considerable amount of soul-nourishing elixirs and had successfully cultivated the first layer of the Great Transformation technique. At this moment, his mental strength was not significantly inferior to that of an early Foundation establishment cultivator, despite the stranger's unusual speed. The distance of 100 meters was insufficient to evade Zhao Chin's perception. It was her. Why was this woman here? The fleeting figure was none other than Zhang Na, whom he had recently turned down. Alas, one could only blame her lack of appeal. According to the system's standards, a cultivator's spiritual root did not seem to hold much significance. Rather, it was one's personal charm and the current level of cultivation that mattered. Zhang Na's cultivation was on par with Bai Xue's, with an overall evaluation stagnating at 79 points. A mere fraction of a point could mean a world of difference. Even after amiable interactions, she could not utilize any goodwill points. Therefore, despite possessing countless spirit stones, Zhao Chin would not squander them on a woman devoid of utility. If she chose not to provoke him, he would simply ignore her. However, should Zhang Na seek to create trouble, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. As Zhang Na watched the courtyard door slowly close, a flicker of resentment crossed her eyes. How dare he look down upon me? An aged relic like him actually had the audacity to reject my request. In the past, Zhao Chin's disdain for her would have been attributed to his lack of discernment, but it would not have incited her ire to the point of seeking confrontation. Even if the other party had bestowed favors upon Bai Xue, Zhang Na believed she could still acquire the necessary resources through treasure hunting. Yet, after half a month, Bai Xue had made remarkable progress, advancing 2 minor realms, which only intensified her envy. This woman had not ventured outside, yet her cultivation had surged so swiftly. She must have received Zhao Chin's favor. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. She would grant Zhao Chin one final opportunity tonight. If he were perceptive enough to willingly hand over the cultivation resources, all would be well. However, if he proved uncooperative, she would not hesitate to demonstrate her might. Meanwhile, within the small courtyard, harmony reigned. Chen Tingwan had obtained a top-grade 100-year-old Xianbing Dan. After consuming one, she managed to suppress some of the fire poison within her, filling her with immense joy. However, the potency of the elixir was overwhelming, and it would accumulate a chilling energy within her body. Thus, she dared not take another dose for the time being. As Nan Qiao's affection for Zhao Chin reached 90, she became increasingly attached to him. Even as she embarked on the path of cultivation and smoothly advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, her affection for Zhao Chin intensified. She unabashedly expressed her love for him, even in front of Chen Tingwan. Her conservative nature led her to disregard Zhao Chin's other relationships. Even when Zhao Chin had first brought her to the courtyard, where no formations had yet been set up, Nan Qiao had witnessed Bai Xue entering a side room to converse intimately with Zhao Chun. Yet, in her eyes, this was entirely normal. Zhao Chun was so exceptional, possessing a gentle and considerate demeanor, generous with his resources, and endowed with great vitality. Aside from his slightly advanced age, it was difficult to find fault with him. What harm was there in Zhao Chin having multiple women? If one were to mention discomfort, it would merely be a hint of jealousy, compelling her to strive even harder for his affection. Zhao Chin had also noticed this change in her demeanor. Chapter 68, Evening Arrival. As new guests approached the courtyard, Zhao Chun felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes and murmured, "Why is it her?" This was not in accordance with his expectations. Nevertheless, he stepped outside to open the gate. Standing gracefully at the entrance was Shangguan Luyun, her slender figure accentuated by the slightly fitted palace attire. Compared to her sister Shangguan Lu Kai, who possessed a more modest stature, Luyun stood taller with long, delicate legs. Zhao Chin held a vague suspicion but remained uncertain. He ventured, "Junior sister, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Gazing at Zhao Chin's amiable face, Shangguan Luyun pressed her lips together and boldly proclaimed, "Brother Zhao, do you harbor feelings for me?" Although posed as a question, her expression bore an unwavering confidence, as if she had already discerned Zhao Chin's intentions. Even though he had anticipated such a declaration, her audacious words still caught him off guard. Zhao Chin maintained a composed demeanor and smiled faintly, acknowledging her statement. "As an elder brother, I have indeed been moved by your beauty, especially as my years grow fewer." Receiving his affirmation, Shangguan Luyun wasted no time. After a moment of contemplation, she calculated her worth. "Very well, 21st tier mid-grade qi gathering pills, and I shall be yours." The price was neither exorbitant nor trivial. To cultivate the yin-yang technique of the yin-yang sect, one must possess both water and fire spiritual roots. Although both sisters possess 3 spiritual roots, they lack the necessary water and fire elements, preventing them from practicing the yin-yang technique and thus hindering their cultivation progress. Their inherent value paled in comparison to female cultivators who could engage in dual cultivation. Noticing Zhao Chin's prolonged silence, Shangguan Luyun wondered if her price was perhaps too steep. "Brother, if you find it excessive, I can lower my demands," she offered, acknowledging her lack of dual cultivation skills and her own modest cultivation level. Even if Zhao Chun were nearing death, he would not wish to be taken advantage of. Zhao Chin shook his head and silently gestured for her to enter. "Junior sister, please." His initial hesitation was not due to finding her price too high, but rather too low. Once Shangguan Luyun entered, he promptly closed the gate behind her. It was no surprise that a female cultivator seeking the path of immortality would act with such determination. He initially believed that her sister, with her more carefree demeanor, would be easier to win over. However, it was Shangguan Luyun who approached first, revealing her terms. With a beautiful woman willingly offering herself, Zhao Chin could hardly refuse. 2 bottles of mid-grade qi gathering pills were worth merely 50 or 60 spirit stones, a trifling sum for him now. Shangguan Luyun paused for a moment before entering the courtyard without hesitation. Her resolve to attain immortality was unwavering. She would sacrifice anything to achieve her goals. After several nights of intimacy, Zhao Chin now faced a new adversary. Initially, he felt some dissatisfaction. After all, he had provided the spirit pills, yet she still appeared lifeless. Shangguan Luyun possessed a strong sense of professionalism, remaining cold and aloof, but having accepted Zhao Chin's spirit pills, she would not refuse any requests. Zhao Chin, however, boldly indulged her. The icy beauty's fleeting disdain was tempered by her compliance with his wishes, which brought him an unexpected thrill. His interactions with other women were mostly transactional. The gentle Nan Xiao, the seemingly innocent yet powerful Bai Shui, the obediently Ronger, and the enigmatic Ziling. Yet with Shangguan Luyun, he felt a desire to conquer. Thus, he was no longer as tender as before, tending to her feelings, but instead acted according to his own desires. 2 hours later, Shangguan Luyun donned her garments with a frosty expression, gazing intently at Zhao Chin. He did not hesitate, lightly shaking his wrist to place 2 bottles of pills on the table. When she opened the bottles and saw the premium qi gathering pills, astonishment flashed in her eyes. Brother Zhao, are these for me? Zhao Chin smiled and nodded. Indeed, junior sister's service has been commendable, and I appreciate it. Recalling Zhao Chin's earlier assertiveness, Shangguan Luyun turned her head, her heart brimming with mixed feelings of surprise and delight. The distinction between premium and mid-grade qi gathering pills was vast. The value of these pills exceeded her initial request by a third. Thank you, brother. I hope that during our next encounter, you will continue to be so generous. This was a considerable fortune for her, and thus, she had no reason to refuse. Noticing that Zhao Chin had no further intentions, Shangguan Luyun opened the door. Her calves ached, and reluctantly, she summoned her flying sword, expending her spiritual energy to depart. I must build my foundation with these premium qi gathering pills. Reaching the 9th level of qi refinement will be effortless. Her sacrifices this night were worthwhile. She had preserved her virginity until now solely to command a better price. Upon their first meeting, Zhao Chin had gifted her several second-tier spirit talismans, which led her to suspect ulterior motives. Even if he were well-liked and wealthy after decades of accumulation, it was improbable that he would generously offer second-tier talismans to a junior sister he had just met. Since both sisters lacked dual cultivation methods and connections, Zhao Chin's intentions were evident, especially when she offered spiritual herbs in return for his gifts. It was as clear as day. Otherwise, she would not have approached him to exchange for the pills. Chapter 69, when Shangguan Luyun returned to the sister's cave. Shangguan Lukai was pacing anxiously within. Upon learning that her elder sister intended to seek out Zhao Chin, offering her body in exchange for elixirs, she vehemently opposed the idea, convinced that such efforts would be in vain. Upon seeing her sister finally return, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Sister, where have you been? You couldn't possibly have gone to find Brother Zhao, could you? Shangguan Luyun regarded her sister quietly. The previous fervor had dissipated during her flight on the sword. Noticing her sister's silence, Lukai, with a playful wink, remarked, Sister, I told you so. You must be overthinking it. Brother Zhao has an excellent reputation among the outer sect. If he truly sought a partner for his desires, why would he choose us? He could easily find a common girl in the mundane world, with his status. He could have his pick. In her eyes, the notion that her sister could barter her body for elixirs from Brother Zhao was nothing short of folly. Luyun continued to gaze at her, her expression as cold and indifferent as ever. Having lived together for many years, Lukai understood her sister well, detecting a strange smile lurking in her eyes. Yet, she remained steadfast in her views, earnestly advising, Sister, why will you not believe me? Brother Zhao is truly not that kind of person. Besides, he may not have much time left. If he were to accept your proposal, he might very well perish in bed. She elaborated on her perspective, suggesting that it would be wiser to cultivate their relationship for future refuge in times of need. As for anything else, she had not contemplated it deeply. Luyun shook her head and gently tossed a vial of elixirs into her sister's hands. Lukai caught it, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Are you truly giving me a mid-grade gathering qi pill? Deep down, she had never believed her sister could succeed. How could Brother Zhao possibly accept her? Luyun's lips curved into a disdainful smile, refusing to utter another word as she turned with an air of aloofness and retreated into her secluded chamber to cultivate. Yet, she couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Chin's facade, which was remarkably well-crafted. This foolish sister truly believed that there were good people in the world of cultivation, but it was not entirely her sister's fault. Some individuals, even if they feigned goodness, could maintain that act for centuries, becoming perceived as genuinely virtuous in the eyes of others. As Lukai opened the vial and beheld the high-grade gathering qi pills within, her lips parted in shock, struggling to conceal her astonishment. Brother Zhao is so generous? Carefully, she poured 10 pills into her palm, inspecting each one before exclaiming in heartfelt admiration. Brother Zhao truly is a good person. We sisters are hardly worth such a price. 20 high-grade gathering qi pills, this is more than sufficient for my sister alone, let alone both of us. In the realm of cultivation, there was nothing that could not be acquired with spirit stones. Many goods had their prices clearly marked. Whether it pertained to names or other matters, it was merely a matter of encountering those who could afford them. Despite the sisters being innocent maidens, even if they were to offer themselves to foundation-building cultivators, they might not receive such a lofty price. unless they willingly became furnace vessels for others to extract their cultivation. However, the sisters' willingness to offer themselves was solely for the pursuit of ascending the path of cultivation. They would never consent to being reduced to mere vessels, unilaterally drained of their cultivation. After her initial shock, Lukai was soon engulfed in deep regret, murmuring to herself, "Had I known Brother Zhou was so generous, I would have accompanied you earlier. One person could yield 20 high-grade gathering chi pills. Shouldn't I have a better chance than my sister? I wonder how much wealth Brother Zhou possesses. If I were to go, could I still secure such a generous reward? I should have listened to my sister." Meanwhile, Zhao Chin was still panting heavily, reflecting that age was catching up to him, and he ought to take better care of his health. Gazing at the stained sheets, he mused privately, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Shangguan Luyan, affection level 30, current affection level 30 points. Current available affection points for the host are 203 points. Affection points surged once more. Zhao Chin's initial intent was to gain affection, without the desire to overstep boundaries. Yet, spurred by anger, he instinctively acted, resulting in an increase in Shangguan Liuyun's affection for him. This led Zhao Chin to speculate whether the seemingly aloof woman possessed a starkly contrasting nature. Through several experiments, his actions grew increasingly audacious. Yet, Shangguan Liuyun's affection continued to rise steadily. Whether this was because he was her first man or due to his violent treatment of her as mere plaything remained uncertain. After a brief respite, Zhao Chin settled cross-legged on the bed, opting to cultivate within the confines of his room. Having expended considerable energy, and with Shangguan Liuyun igniting his passions, it was only fitting that whoever kindled the fire must also extinguish it. Zhao Chin nearly faltered. Swallowing a concoction of blood chi pills, body refining pills, soul nourishing pills, and gathering chi pills to restore his condition. Recalling the two-person films from his past life, he pondered, does this count as taking drugs? Vital energy surged through his body at an extraordinary pace, his meridians expanding slightly once more. Achieving the 10th level of chi refinement, he marveled at his unexpected breakthrough. Indeed, it was often in the throes of life and death struggles that one found the path to ascension most easily. All that remained was to cultivate to the pinnacle of the 10th level of chi refinement, consume a foundation establishment pill, and then step into the foundation establishment realm. Chapter 70. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. Each day was devoted to inscribing talismans and subsequently consuming spiritual elixirs, resulting in a steady enhancement of cultivation. Every 2 to 3 days, I ventured to the periphery of the Beast Mountain range to hunt a few spirit beasts of the 7th and 8th levels, providing sustenance for Little Blackie. Little Blackie's frame grew increasingly gaunt, resembling a mere shadow of its former self. It appeared that I could no longer afford to feed it the carcasses of 9th-level spirit beasts. The voracious appetite of the gluttonous dragon was indeed as legendary as claimed. For Little Blackie was now at the 8th level, on the cusp of reaching the 9th. Although the cultivation realms of spirit beasts and humans were categorized differently, they were fundamentally comparable. During this period, I had been unable to discover a method to control Little Blackie. Should it consume enough to successfully ascend to the foundation establishment stage, I would be left powerless to regulate its actions. The prospect of Little Blackie escaping was a daunting thought, rendering my efforts futile. After all, Little Blackie's allegiance to me was primarily a result of the ample nourishment I provided. Despite its seemingly foolish and endearing demeanor, it was, after all, a descendant of the gluttonous dragon and should not be underestimated. Once it reached the foundation establishment stage, I could only speculate if the 5 elements concealment array would still be capable of restraining it. Thus, in the following days, I altered its diet to include meat from 2nd and 3rd level spirit beasts. This not only satisfied Little Blackie's cravings, but also tempered its cultivation progression. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao was diligently practicing, and Chen Tingwan's condition was gradually improving. Thanks to the suppression of the exceptional 100-year Xianbing pill, the fire toad poison had diminished significantly, and her overall state was markedly better. This morning, she sat in the courtyard early, eagerly awaiting noon. Today marked the final day of the blood-forbidden secret realm. The cultivators who had ventured into the realm to seize medicinal materials were expected to return to the sect around midday. She yearned for news of Li Yan's safe return, even if she did not acquire the ice spirit liquid. She took solace in the fact that Brother Zhou was present, potentially able to alleviate the fire toad poison. Yet, due to the incomplete suppression of the fire poison, she was unable to mobilize her spiritual energy, leaving her hesitant to venture outside. Some outer sect disciples were unaware of the formation set within Zhou Chen's courtyard. Nevertheless, even in Zhou Chen's absence, no one dared to intrude. The primary reason was that trespassing into another cultivator's abode implied a deadly confrontation. Those intrigued by Chen Tingwan might approach Zhou Chen for a discussion, hoping he would yield her to them. However, forcing entry into his courtyard in his absence would extinguish any chance for reconciliation. To others, Chen Tingwan was deemed unsuitable for dual cultivation or serving as a furnace. Merely a beautiful yet empty vase. Naturally, few would risk offending Zhou Chen for her sake. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was out searching for Li Yan's whereabouts. News regarding the survival of the cultivators who entered the blood-forbidden secret realm would soon circulate. In this agonizing state of anticipation, Chen Tingwan awaited Zhou Chen's return, torn between the desire for his swift arrival and the dread of hearing the most unwelcome news. An hour later, Zhou Chen entered the courtyard, his expression inscrutable. Upon meeting his gaze, Chen Tingwan felt an indescribable bitterness swell within her heart. Chapter 71. Brother Zhou, Senior Brotherly, is he truly gone? Even with a glimmer of suspicion, I find myself unwilling to accept the harsh reality, yearning to hear a denial. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Chin finally sighed in resignation. Junior brother Li has met with an unfortunate fate and passed away. Tears streamed down Chen Tingwan's face as she bit her lip in anguish. The joy she had felt in recent days, stemming from suppressing the fire poison, was once again overshadowed by a deepening desolation. No wonder she had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of dread lately, as if foreboding some impending misfortune. Chen Tingwan understood that it was the spiritual perception of a cultivator warning her, yet she still clung to a thread of hope. Senior brother Li. I am so sorry for him. It was senior brother Li who chose to enter the secret realm for her sake. In the end, she had survived and resumed her path of cultivation, while senior brother Li had perished within that realm forever. As she reminisced about their joyful past, a surge of blood rushed to her head, causing her spiritual energy to spiral out of control. Zhao Chin hurriedly stepped forward, placing his right hand on her back. A robust stream of spiritual energy flowed into her, guiding her power back into harmony. After nearly half an hour of effort, Chen Tingwan's breath finally steadied. Yet, despite this, she felt her throat constrict and coughed up blood. Brother Zhao, why? Why did someone like senior brother Li have to die in the blood-forbidden realm? Why is it that I, of all people, survived? Gazing at the beautiful figure in his arms, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Zhao Chin tightened his embrace. Youthful naivety. Enduring such a slight misfortune, and yet she could not withstand the blow. In the pursuit of immortality, it is not uncommon for one to meet their demise along the way, with the causes of death being as varied as can be. Nevertheless, he offered words of encouragement. Junior sister Chin, you must not succumb to despair. You must live well, so that you may avenge junior brother Li in the future. Chen Tingwan managed a tragic smile. Cultivators above the foundation establishment stage cannot enter the blood-forbidden realm. How can I seek vengeance for him? Especially when I do not even know which beast was responsible for senior brother Li's death. Foundation establishment cultivators cannot enter, while chi refining cultivators are the ones who venture into the secret realm. Whether it is to slay demons for vengeance or to fall prey to a beast, that remains a matter of debate. Moreover, the next opening of the secret realm will not occur for another 20 years. Zhao Chin calmly explained. Junior brother Li did not perish at the jaws of a beast, but rather fell victim to a conspiracy between two major demonic sects, who ambushed the disciples of our Yin-Yang sect in Huangfeng Valley. Among those who entered the blood-forbidden realm, only 2 disciples emerged alive. The others perished at the hands of the demonic cultivators. It is quite common for cultivators to engage in conflict within the secret realm. However, it is rare for 2 sects to join forces to utterly eradicate the disciples of other sections. Rivalries among disciples may be seen as mere sparring, with minor casualties being inconsequential. Yet, when disciples from 2 major sects unite, it becomes a war between sections. The collusion between the Mo Sha sect and the Gui Ling sect has undoubtedly incited widespread fury. Upon learning tonight that Li Yin fell to the hands of the demonic cultivators, I was consumed by rage. The spiritual energy that had just stabilized threatened to erupt once more, exacerbated by the excess of Xianbing pills I had refined, which had accumulated vast amounts of spiritual energy within me. Conventional means could no longer suffice to fully suppress it. Zhao Chin made a decisive choice, cradling Chen Tingwan in his arms. With resolute strides, he entered the side chamber, activating the formation to shield him from external perception. Junior brother Li, forgive me. Chapter 72. 2 hours later, Zhao Chin finally departed from the room. Nan Xiao pretended not to have seen the scene of their entrance. Half an hour later, Chen Tingwan emerged, limping and weary. Noticing Nan Xiao's peculiar gaze, which bore a semblance of a smile, Chen Tingwan hastily clarified, Sister Nan Xiao, please do not misunderstand. Nothing transpired between me and brother Zhao. She had just experienced a surge of uncontrolled spiritual energy, nearly succumbing to demonic temptation. Zhao Chun had assisted her in suppressing her runaway energy through a dual cultivation of Taoist techniques. However, since Zhao Chun practiced the Qing Yuan sword technique rather than the Yin-Yang technique, the effectiveness of their dual cultivation was rather limited. Nevertheless, under Zhao Chin's spiritual guidance, Chen Tingwan managed to exert some control over her energy, avoiding the brink of demonic possession. Otherwise, she could have faced a decline in her cultivation or, at worst, lost her sanity and perished. Seeing her earnest expression, a flicker of disappointment crossed Nan Xiao's eyes. I am fine, Sister Tingwan. You are wonderful, and I wish to become true sisters with you. After all, my brother Zhou will inevitably seek other women in the future. If that is the case, familiar Chen Tingwan is undoubtedly the best choice. Chen Tingwan, uncertain of Nan Xiao's belief, forced a bitter smile. Brother Zhou is a good person. In such circumstances, anyone else would likely resort to the union of yin and yang to guide my energy, given the suppression of the rare 100-year-old ice. Even a dual cultivation involving both body and mind would not taint the other with fire poison. Yet, Zhou Chan resisted temptation and chose to resolve the matter with pure spiritual energy. If previously she had harbored a fleeting notion that Zhou Chin might possess a modicum of interest in her, now Chen Tingwan was utterly convinced of his integrity, believing he had never entertained any improper thoughts towards her. Zhou Chin's rejection only deepened her inexplicable sense of defeat. However, upon learning the grim news regarding Li Yin, she lost the inclination to engage in idle chatter with Nan Xiao, offering a few more explanations before retreating back into the room. Ah, the Demon Sealing sect and the Ghost Spirit sect. These 2 formidable sects are beyond my reach, even without seeking revenge on the sect. Attempting to slay the murderer of Li Yin seems as daunting as climbing to the heavens. let alone the unknown identity of the assailant. Any cultivator capable of entering the blood-forbidden realm would undoubtedly be at least at the Qi refinement level 10. Brotherly, how can I avenge you? The assailant left the realm alive and will likely ascend to the Foundation establishment stage soon. Meanwhile, I am still plagued by fire poison. Stuck at the Qi refinement level 7. Without a Foundation establishment pill, I cannot ensure a successful breakthrough. By the time I reach that stage, the enemy may have already advanced to the mid to late Foundation establishment stage. Such a cultivator is beyond my capability to confront, let alone seek vengeance. On the other hand, Zhao Chin, upon returning to the main house, resumed his focused meditation, crafting second-tier spiritual talismans. Beauty is indeed precious, but affection is even more valuable. When Chen Tingwan had been proactive earlier, he could have accepted her advances. Yet, with the recent passing of Junior Brotherly, taking advantage of her vulnerability would surely leave a poor impression on Chen Tingwan, potentially jeopardizing future goodwill. Furthermore, he increasingly believed that the more outwardly gentle and obedient a woman appeared, the greater the internal disparity. Nin Xiao had recently become increasingly ruthless and unrestrained, particularly at night. Were it not for his knowledge of her deep affection for him, he might have suspected her intentions were to reduce him to a mere corpse. Exhausted from the previous night's exertions and preoccupied with inquiries regarding Li Yan's fate that morning, Zhao Chin lacked the inclination to engage in anything with Chen Tingwan. Opportunities abound in the future, there was no need to rush. Chapter 73, the favorability rating increased once again in recent days. The time has come to reap the rewards of the burgeoning favorability. Chen Tingwan's favorability had already approached 60 points, and now it surged by over 10, surpassing 70. If she could be secured, it would bring the total to 300 points. However, today was destined to be extraordinary. The disciples returning from the secret realm was a significant event, drawing many cultivators who had not entered seclusion. Especially upon learning of the two major demonic sects joining forces to slay disciples from the three great sects, each cultivator had their own thoughts and concerns. Among them were those seeking the path to immortality, as well as those consumed by earthly desires. In the afternoon, two individuals, one tall and one short, came knocking at the door. Upon seeing Zhao Chin emerge, the taller cultivator spoke candidly. Brother Zhao, we know you have a good relationship with Junior Brotherly Yin, which is why we are willing to protect Junior Sister Chin. Now that Junior Brotherly is deceased, having this woman in your residence will only bring you trouble. We kindly ask that you hand her over to us. Had Li Yin potentially returned alive, after discovering sufficient spiritual herbs in the secret realm and gaining the sect's attention, Zhao Chin might have had a reasonable justification for safeguarding Chen Tingwan. But with Li Yin's death, it was inconceivable that Zhao Chin would risk animosity for a woman incapable of cultivation. Yet, Zhao Chin's response left the two disciples visibly displeased. Junior brothers, Junior Sister Chin has little time left. Let her spend her final days in my courtyard. I ask for your understanding. In the past, it would have sufficed to simply offer a few spirit stones to dismiss them. However, such actions could easily lead to rumors. And one could not appear weak or easily bullied. Kindness often invites exploitation, and excessive amiability can lead to trouble. Exchanging glances, the two disciples' expressions turned slightly impatient. Brother Zhao, does this mean you intend to disregard our request? They challenged. She is merely a minor cultivator of the 5th or 6th layer, and an old one at that. Does he truly believe that simply calling him brother will suffice? Their spiritual energy flared slightly, exuding the aura of an 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Zhao Chin, maintaining a smile, gestured lightly with his right hand. Flames erupted within the courtyard, surging with potent fire attribute spiritual energy. Junior brothers, I have grown old over the years and have accumulated some resources within the sect. I merely wish to enjoy my twilight years. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, I have a few friends in the inner sect who may be able to assist you. After exchanging glances once more, the two reluctantly withdrew their spiritual energy and clasped their hands in respect. In that case, we thank you, Brother Zhao. This matter was indeed a misunderstanding on our part. We hope you do not take offense. Zhao Chin smiled, bowing in return. It is only natural for love and attraction to exist. I am not one to lack understanding. Seeing that Zhao Chin genuinely bore no ill will, they ultimately left with a sense of reluctance. Once the short and stout cultivator was out of earshot, he muttered in frustration, Brother, have we truly conceded this easily? The taller cultivator shot him a cold glance, replying impatiently. Can't you see that the old man has a formation in his courtyard? It is likely a top-tier first-grade formation. Attempting to breach it would be certain death. Moreover, since he has given us a way out, we should take it. Nothing in the cultivation world is guaranteed. Perhaps one day, we may find ourselves in need of Zhao Chin's assistance. Why burn bridges unnecessarily? Helping others also helps oneself. Chapter 74. The stout and short monk glared at the searing flames in the courtyard, his teeth clenched in frustration. Living for a long time has its advantages. This old man actually possesses the wealth to acquire a first-tier formation. Despite the rumors circulating outside, accumulated over decades, it is evident that Zhao Chin's family is quite affluent, likely amassing a significant fortune in spirit stones. However, his previous actions were overly discreet, and no one has ever witnessed him wielding powerful magical artifacts or high-grade spirit talismans. After all, Zhao Chin has never engaged in combat, allowing him to keep his cards close to his chest. As the two departed, Zhao Chin silently shook his head. Just a few more days of patience. Their audacity in seeking out Chen Tingwan stems from their belief that her path to cultivation has been severed, and that the sect would be indifferent to her fate. Yet, once Chen Tingwan regains her ability to cultivate, these individuals will think twice before attempting to harm her. After all, dwelling on trivial matters will not aid her progress in cultivation. Even with her beauty unparalleled, it only highlights her apparent lack of ambition, suggesting that she may never reach the foundational stage of cultivation in this lifetime. Despite the malice of her pursuers, Zhao Chin had no intention of taking drastic measures against them. There are certainly numerous disciples in the outer sect who harbor similar thoughts. Eliminating these two would be simple. Yet the complications of disposing of their bodies and concealing identities would present a significant challenge. Their demise would suffice, but the considerations on his part are far more intricate. Cultivation is not merely about attaining immortality, it is also about navigating the complexities of human relationships. If he could turn foes into friends and maintain a facade of peace, it would be most advantageous, provided his own cultivation was sufficiently robust. Zhao Chin flicked his right index finger, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that extinguished the blazing flames once more. Remembering the expressions of the two, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The power of gossip is indeed formidable. Having guarded the medicinal garden for decades, most outer sect disciples believe he has amassed considerable wealth. Otherwise, Bai Shui would not have approached him, seeking to exchange her body for spirit herbs. Yet the truth is starkly different. Zhao Chin is not only impoverished, but a veritable pauper. In fact, he is even poorer than many outer sect disciples who have only recently entered the sect and are at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. While others perceive Zhao Chin as merely surviving in the outer sect, his resolve to cultivate is far more steadfast than theirs. Decades of savings have been entirely devoted to purchasing elixirs, albeit of low quality, which have scarcely advanced his cultivation and have instead left him with lingering issues. As he turned, his gaze subtly swept across the hillside to his left. Once the courtyard gate closed, a graceful figure emerged from behind the hill. Before she was seen, her ambition was already apparent. Gazing at the tightly shut gate, Zhang Na's beautiful face twisted with resentment, her teeth grinding in frustration. In recent days, watching Bai Shui's rapid advancement in cultivation has filled her with envy, jealousy, and annoying hatred. The two were once equals, but with Zhao Chin's support, Bai Shui has now left her far behind. A seed of inner turmoil has taken root within her. Without gaining any advantage from Zhao Chin, she cannot focus on her own cultivation. For days now, she has lingered near the small courtyard, hoping to find an opportunity. A woman incapable of cultivation. Yet you are willing to shelter and protect her. Why not me? Am I not as worthy as they are? In a fit of anger, she kicked a tree trunk and turned to walk away. Along the way, she encountered several outer sect cultivators who admired Zhao Chin, yet she paid them no heed. These paupers profess their love for him, yet they are unwilling to part with even a single spirit stone. Each one hopes to cultivate alongside her, seeking to enhance their own abilities while enjoying her company, yet none are willing to invest in her. Chapter 75. Upon returning near the cave they had opened, they unexpectedly encountered Bai Shui, who was just emerging from her seclusion. The two women locked eyes in the gaze of Bai Shui. A mixture of a smile and something more pierced Zhang Na deeply. Bai Shui, tall and graceful, already had a slight height advantage over her. In recent days, her cultivation had advanced significantly, enhancing her ethereal presence. Zhang Na clenched her fingers tightly beneath her sleeves, desperately restraining herself from launching an attack. With Bai Shui's cultivation having soared to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement, engaging her in battle would only lead to humiliation. She wished to avoid providing her enemy with such amusement. Bai Shui merely shook her head, too indifferent to even glance at Zhang Na. Summoning her flying sword with a wave of spiritual energy, she gracefully propelled herself into the air, riding the sword away with effortless elegance. In her eyes, Zhang Na was no longer a worthy opponent. As she soared above, the rapidly changing scenery below filled her with immense pride. While spiritual roots were undoubtedly significant, what did it matter if one possessed inferior qualities? With the right choices, there remained a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation. Even as an ordinary 3-petal root, she had effortlessly progressed to the 9th layer of qi refinement. She could only hope that senior brother Zhou would not disappoint her. Once she reached the 10th layer, she would extract every ounce of value from Zhao Chin, rendering him useless thereafter. After all, she had no belief that Zhao Chin would continue to provide her with pills once she entered the foundation establishment stage. In Zhao Chin's small courtyard, an unexpected yet anticipated visitor arrived. Li Rong'er pushed open the gate and rushed in, her expression a flurry of distress. Zhao Chin was taken aback upon sensing her approach. This girl was typically shy and only visited during the night. Why had she come in broad daylight? Inside, Nan Xiao was engrossed in her cultivation and remained unaware of the outsider's presence. However, Chen Tingwan, upon seeing Li Rong'er, raised her beautifully arched brows in surprise. Junior sisterly, what brings you here? She had crossed paths with Li Rong'er on several occasions and harbored a fondness for this innocent and kind-hearted junior sister. Yet, she was not optimistic about her prospects on the path to immortality. In the ruthless world of cultivation, a pure-hearted individual like Li Rong'er would likely be devoured, leaving no trace behind. Previously, each time Li Rong'er visited, it had been for serious matters with Zhao Chin, and she always activated the array in advance to shield Chen Tingwan and Nan Xiao from sensing her presence. Therefore, Chen Tingwan was oblivious to the fact that Li Rong'er had been coming to the courtyard every few days. With tears welling in her eyes, Li Rong'er leaned against Zhao Chin, her voice heavy with sorrow. Senior brother Zhou, senior brother Tang, he is dead. Chen Tingwan's face fell in shock. What? How could this be? How did Tang San die? Tang San was well known among the outer disciples, especially after acquiring the demon beast, the snow-soft rabbit. Their synergy had greatly enhanced his combat prowess, allowing him to hold his own in battles and skillfully utilize concealed weapons like the nearly undetectable flying needles, all while maintaining an exceptionally cautious demeanor. Li Rong'e leaned against Zhao Chin, her tone filled with profound melancholy. Senior brother Tang. He died in the blood-forbidden secret realm, despite Tang San's recent neglect of her due to the rabbit. The two had bickered frequently in recent days yet had planned to part ways amicably. After years of dual cultivation, some feelings remained. And the sudden news of his death struck Li Rong'e like a thunderbolt, overwhelming her with grief. Chapter 76 When contemplating the fate of Li Yin. Considering the character and disposition of the individual, for Zhao Chin, whether Li Yin perished or survived presented considerable advantages. However, the demise of Tang San was unequivocally a fortuitous event. Firstly, it would allow him to maintain an open and unrestrained association with Li Rong'e. Secondly, Tang San, who had only just surpassed Zhao Chin in cultivation, dared to display disdain towards him. Once a senior brother, now merely a junior brother. Zhao Chin found it amusing that Tang San was already contemplating his inheritance while he was still alive. This individual was certainly not one to be grateful or reciprocate kindness, and any expectation of support from him was utterly misplaced. Nonetheless, being mindful of Li Rong'e's feelings, Zhao Chin suppressed his inner elation. Noticing Chun Tingwan watching him, Zhao Chin gently embraced Li Rong'e's waist and calmly elucidated, junior brother Tang's cultivation has approached the 10th level of qi refinement, prompting him to venture into the blood-forbidden secret realm. It was during this expedition, amidst the collusion of demonic sects within, that he met with an untimely end. In his preoccupation with discovering the fate of Li Yin, he had forgotten about Tang San altogether. Regardless of whether Tang San lived or died, Rong'e would come to accompany him in the evening. Thus, Zhao Chin harbored no concern for Tang San's fate. Li Rong'e herself was perplexed as to why. In her moments of sorrow, she felt compelled to seek Zhao Chin. The nature of their relationship was, to put it plainly, merely a matter of intimacy shared during the night. However, since entering the sect, her cultivation talent had been commendable but not extraordinary. Tang San's excessive possessiveness prohibited her from forming friendships with other males. Aside from Tang San, she had no other companions among the outer disciples. Only Zhao Chin had assisted her upon their first meeting, and in recent days, he had provided her with medicinal pills for her cultivation. With her partner tragically slain, she found herself at a loss for whom to confide in, and before she realized it, she had arrived at the courtyard gate. In a moment of impulsivity, she rushed inside. Concern flickered in Shen Tingwan's distinct black and white eyes, revealing an unusual emotion. Li Rong'e immediately felt her cheeks flush crimson. Gently pushing Zhao Chin away and retreating shyly. Senior brother Zhao, I have intruded, she declared, hastily fleeing towards the door, leaving no opportunity for further inquiries. This girl was as swift in her departure as she was in her arrival, leaving Chun Tingwan bewildered. She had not entertained any disordered thoughts, after all. Despite Li Rong'e's remarkable beauty, she was merely Zhao Chin's equal. Faced with Zhao Chin's unwavering composure in the face of her affections, how could he possibly act upon the innocent and kind-hearted Li Rong'e? Senior brother Zhao was indeed a commendable individual, worthy of respect. Yet, Li Rong'e's visit served as a timely reminder for Zhao Chin. With the support of his medicinal pills over the past few days, Li Rong'e had reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement. Zhao Chin himself had also advanced to the same level, indicating that it was time for him to begin concocting foundation establishment pills. Although he owned a consult Shen Tingwan, Zhao Chin resolved to venture out first to procure the necessary items. Before his departure, he activated the defensive formations within the courtyard, which encompassed the expansive medicinal garden beside the small courtyard. Occasionally, passing disciples would observe the situation but would not find it surprising. Most cultivators would typically set up formations near their caves to prevent intrusions. Given the common perception of Zhao Chin, it would have been more peculiar if the small courtyard lacked protective formations. With his modest cultivation yet a substantial accumulation of spirit stones, it would be imprudent not to invest in protective formations for his safety. Thus, Zhao Chin harbored no concern regarding any suspicion from others. Chapter 77. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage at the 10th level, the protagonist executed a second-tier wind control talisman, causing his figure to sway as if carried by the wind. Although it could not compare to the flight of a sword, his speed surpassed that of qi refinement practitioners by several folds. Soon, he arrived at Jiangdu City, making his way directly to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The medicinal materials for the Foundation Establishment pill had already been gathered during his previous outing. Now, he merely needed to acquire an alchemical furnace to commence his pill refining. As a valued patron of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Shang Guanyun graciously invited him to a private chamber on the second floor. This chamber was designed to shield their discussions from the prying eyes of other practitioners, ensuring their conversation remained confidential. My young friend, may I inquire how many pills you intend to sell this time? Shang Guanyun asked, his curiosity piqued by this enigmatic junior who consistently brought him delightful surprises. Every few days, he would arrive, selling large quantities of pills, predominantly of superior quality, occasionally mixed with rare treasures. However, Zhao Chin shook his head, responding, recently, my master has been away on important matters, leaving me with little time to refine pills. I wonder if the Wind and Thunder Pavilion has any high-quality alchemical furnaces for sale, ideally suited for crafting third-tier pills. Being the foremost superstore of the Great Xia dynasty, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion naturally had alchemical furnaces available for sale. Recognizing that Zhao Chin sought something beyond ordinary merchandise, Shang Guanyun made no visible move. Yet two small furnaces, each exceeding 3 feet in height, appeared on the table before them. The left furnace, crafted entirely of purple gold, was adorned with intricate carvings of the dual realm flower and delicate bronze runes. The surface of the furnace was entwined with cloud-like patterns, exuding a gentle aura of spiritual energy even without being activated. The right furnace, in a fiery crimson hue, seemed to emanate the essence of flames. As Zhao Chin placed his hand upon it, a wave of warmth coursed through his palm. The only commonality between the two furnaces lay in their unique side passages, designed for the evaporation of medicinal properties and the storage of spiritual liquids. A flicker of pain crossed Shang Guanyun's eyes as he spoke with evident pride. This is the purple gold alchemical furnace and the demon fire alchemical furnace. Both are top-tier second-tier furnaces. Even when used to refine third-tier pills, there should be no immediate issues, but the success rate may be slightly affected. The purple gold alchemical furnace, forged from refined purple gold, can withstand the flames of the golden core stage. The demon fire alchemical furnace significantly enhances the power of a cultivator's spiritual fire, greatly accelerating the refinement of certain special medicinal materials. Zhao Chin examined both furnaces closely. Truth be told, given his current cultivation level, even if he were to advance to a third-tier alchemist, he would find it challenging to refine third-tier pills. Even if he were to break through to the early foundation establishment stage, successfully refining third-tier pills would still be a cumbersome endeavor, especially when it came to processing the medicinal materials. No matter how adept his alchemical techniques, his own spiritual energy limited the flame's temperature. If aided by the demon fire alchemical furnace, the task would become significantly easier. However, the quality of the purple gold alchemical furnace was evidently superior to that of the demon fire alchemical furnace. Overall, each furnace possessed its unique advantages. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chin found himself uncertain. Senior Shang Guan, may I inquire about the prices of these two furnaces? Shang Guanyun, after a brief consideration, replied with a smile. The purple gold alchemical furnace is priced at 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones, while the demon fire alchemical furnace is 1,800 medium-grade spirit stones. Such a price was undoubtedly steep. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones could easily secure the lives of several foundation establishment practitioners in various underground organizations. Zhao Chin inwardly gasped, realizing he only had 26,000 low-grade spirit stones left, which converted to merely 2,600 medium-grade spirit stones. Chapter 78. Shang Guanyun was as perceptive as ever. Upon meeting Zhao Chin's gaze, hesitating between the two alchemical furnaces, he broke into a hearty laugh. My young friend, let us do this. I cannot lower the price of these two furnaces any further. However, I can lend you the spirit stones you require. When you are more financially comfortable, you may return the favor. His candid response left Zhao Chin in disbelief. His earlier scrutiny of the furnaces was not an attempt to negotiate credit, but rather to gauge whether Shang Guanyun would voluntarily reduce the price. The fact that Shang Guanyun was willing to directly cover the cost of the spirit stones was quite unexpected. Shang Guanyun nudged the furnaces forward. Young friend, we have collaborated multiple times, and I trust you will not default on such a small sum. After all, the spirit stones you have procured from me over time far exceed 10,000 mid-grade stones. Moreover, the profits he had made from reselling them were substantially greater than the price of the furnaces. He had requested Zhao Chin to collect the second-tier 100-year shimping pills, with a preference for those of higher quality. This was a significant favor Zhao Chin had done for him, and he was more than willing to extend a gesture of goodwill. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chin resolutely agreed. Very well, thank you, Senior Shang Guan. He presented 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones to Shang Guanyun, stowed the two furnaces into his storage bag, and departed from Fenglei Pavilion. Observing Zhao Chin's retreating figure through the window on the second floor, Shang Guanyun contemplated quietly. This young lad was evidently in the market for new alchemical furnaces. To Shang Guanyun, Zhao Chin appeared to be a nascent cultivator, undoubtedly a first-tier alchemist. His purchase of furnaces capable of refining third-tier elixirs implied that his master might have ascended to the rank of third-tier alchemist. The distinction between second and third-tier alchemist was profound, with vast differences in social standing, connections, and influence. This was the primary motivation behind Shang Guanyun's willingness to extend credit and sell the furnaces to Zhao Chin. After acquiring the furnaces, Zhao Chin proceeded to the Jubyoch, the largest repository of cultivation techniques in Jiangdu City. He lingered on the first floor for a brief moment before making his way to the second floor. Ultimately, he selected the 5 elements concealment technique. Although it was merely an auxiliary technique and not a core cultivation method, its price was still a staggering 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, Zhao Chin decided to purchase it for safety's sake. Not lingering any longer, Zhao Chin promptly returned to the Yin-Yang sect. After all, the blood food for his little black creature was sufficient for another 2 days. Once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would catch some higher-tier first-grade demon beasts to allow it to ascend to second-tier status as well. With his inner formation and external spirit talismans in place, he awaited the successful breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. He did not aspire to rival Golden Core cultivators, but at the very least, few within the foundation establishment stage would pose a threat to him. However, exceptions always existed. In the realm of cultivation, myriad secret arts emerged continuously, and no one could claim invincibility among their peers. A fully realized foundation establishment cultivator could very well fall to one in the later stages of foundation establishment. whether through ambushes by special treasures, incompatible cultivation techniques, or vast disparities in skill. Zhao Chin simply wished to cultivate steadily until he reached the golden core stage. Upon returning to his outer courtyard, he activated several first-tier formations and then entered the main house, reminding the two women not to disturb him. Nan Xiao nodded obediently as she tended to the medicinal herbs in the garden. Chen Tingwan had consumed an excessive amount of the premium Xianbing pills, and the fire poison had been largely subdued. However, she still felt a slight chill throughout her body, unlike before when she was plagued by the fire poison. Chapter 79. Upon returning to the main house, Zhao Chin immediately retrieved the newly acquired twin alchemical furnaces, hoping for a successful synthesis at the first attempt. After all, the materials required for the foundation establishment pill are notoriously difficult to procure, even at the underground trading market. Gathering them all is a formidable challenge. Moreover, the next trading event is still half a month away, and the prices are exorbitant, with a significant disparity between the low-grade and high-grade foundation establishment pills. The more high-grade pills he can produce, the more substantial his income will be. Zhao Chin did not rush into the refining process. Rather, he selected several hundred-year-old medicinal herbs and placed them into the furnace. As he infused his spiritual energy, the furnace erupted with scorching flames, dark and sinister, reminiscent of malevolent spirits. The moment the flames manifested, they enveloped the entire room in searing heat, akin to an inferno. He couldn't help but wonder which ancient master had conjured such demonic fire. The myriad of fire-controlling beasts from antiquity made it difficult to ascertain the origin of this flame, especially since many of those ancient creatures have long since vanished from existence. The age of the purple gold furnace makes it all the more challenging to determine the nature of the fire that forged it. If not for its overall grade being rated at the second tier, its price would surely soar tenfold. The reason Zhao Chin hesitated to refine the foundation establishment pill was due to the distinction he learned from Shangwan Yun regarding the two furnaces. However, his practical experience did not yet allow for complete mastery, making it easy to waste precious materials. Thus, he decided to first refine some first-tier pills to familiarize himself with the flame's temperature before attempting the more complex task. After a short incense stick's burning time, a loud explosion resonated from within the furnace. Zhao Chin, unfazed, resumed adding materials. The initial stages had gone smoothly, but a slight mishap occurred during the final pill formation. The gap between these two furnaces and the dilapidated one he had previously used was vast. Even with his skill, occasional missteps were inevitable. For other alchemists, utilizing two furnaces simultaneously to refine pills presents a challenge far beyond merely melting and purifying spiritual herbs in a demonic fire furnace followed by formation in a purple gold furnace. Even a third-tier alchemist would lack complete assurance when crafting second-tier pills. Zhao Chin, possessing the experience of a fully realized second-tier alchemist, was virtually unmatched within his realm. Even third-tier alchemists might find it difficult to surpass him in the creation of second-tier pills. Additionally, having awakened as an array master, his mental acuity had sharpened remarkably, further enhanced by the Great Yin technique, allowing him to dare attempt such a method. An hour later, Zhao Chin had successfully refined 5 batches of first-tier gathering essence pills. He then meticulously extracted the primary herbs: earth mushroom flower, longevity fruit, celestial blue flower, crimson essence mushroom, and spiritual fruit. One by one, he placed these essential ingredients into the demonic fire furnace. After 2 hours, Zhao Chin sat cross-legged on the ground, with 10 azure porcelain vials positioned before him. The vials shimmered with ethereal light, gently circulating spiritual energy. These vials, purchased with 200 low-grade spirit stones, were specifically designed to store the pills. The efficacy of the foundation establishment pill cannot be compromised. Even a slight loss can significantly diminish its potency. He had produced 15 medium-grade, 30 high-grade, and 28 premium foundation establishment pills, quantities exceeding his expectations. Despite his perceived lack of talent, he believed that with enough pills, he could successfully ascend. If 1 pill fails, then 2. If 2 fail, then 3, he would not be deterred from breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 80. Within the span of a single day and night, Zhao Chin did not emerge from the main house. Chen Tingwan, having spent the night in restless contemplation, reflected upon the bygone days. Each day, she diligently consumed the exquisite 100-year Xianbing pill to suppress the fire poison within her. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao tended to the medicinal garden, secretly pondering whether Zhao, her elder brother, was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of qi refining. Her own cultivation was rather low. She only knew that Zhao Chin was at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining, and beyond that, her perception faltered. I must strive to cultivate diligently. If only I could expedite my progress, perhaps I could reach the foundation establishment stage before my elder brother's demise. Then, I might acquire the treasures that could extend his life. As evening descended, Shangwan Lukai arrived. Upon seeing the tightly shut door and the activated formation, she opted to wait nearby, remaining until the early hours of the morning. What is he doing? Why has he been in seclusion for so long? Qi refining differs from foundation establishment or golden core stages. A seclusion period often spans months or even years. Typically, qi refining practitioners only enter brief seclusions lasting a few days. Given Zhao Chin's lack of exceptional talent in cultivation, and considering his precarious health, it was perplexing that he would still engage in such prolonged isolation. The pills her sister brought back had long been consumed by the two of them. Thus, she intended to check in on him, hoping to procure some benefits. However, as dawn approached, the formation within remained unchanged, and Zhao Chin still showed no signs of emerging. Very well, I shall return tomorrow evening. Reluctantly, Shangguan Lukai turned to leave, wishing to avoid attracting unwanted attention. After all, risking one's life to venture out for resources is far less comfortable than forging a closer bond with Zhao Chin. In the grand scheme, one's life is but a feather when compared to the path of cultivation. Ultimately, not every outer sect disciple is willing to squander their resources for a woman. It is not only the chi-refining disciples who are frugal, even those at the foundation establishment stage often hold tightly to their resources for various reasons. Humans, by nature, tend to reserve the majority of their resources for themselves. Otherwise, the two sisters would not have been easily swayed by 2 vials of superior gathering chi pills, eagerly seeking to establish a connection with him. The following day, at noon, Chen Tingwan had just consumed a pill to suppress the fire poison. Ever since she managed to slightly manipulate spiritual energy, the effects of suppressing the fire poison had become increasingly pronounced. In the adjacent main house, Zhao Chen's aura grew ever more profound. The vast spiritual energy within him was being compressed, exhibiting a subtle tendency to transform into a liquid state. After several rounds of tempering, his physical body was once again washed by spiritual power. His pores exhaled and absorbed spiritual energy, radiating a delicate green luminescence. His meridians expanded significantly, flowing like a mighty river, with his vital energy brimming to the utmost. His senses sharpened considerably, and his spiritual awareness had doubled compared to before. Zhao Chin extended his mental energy, encompassing every blade of grass and tree within a 600-meter radius, into his mind. The spiritual energy in his dantian had completely transitioned from gaseous to liquid, with its storage capacity increasing more than threefold. Most importantly, his previously depleted vitality had surged dramatically. This is the foundation establishment stage. A realm that once seemed unattainable, one he had long yearned for but could never reach, now he had truly achieved it. The enhancement in combat prowess that came with this advancement was secondary. The primary benefit lay in the extension of his lifespan to 200 years. This alleviated his concerns regarding his life, which had been perilously close to its limit. Zhao Chin did not hasten to conclude his seclusion but instead meditated for another half-day to solidify his newfound realm. Only when he felt the liquid spiritual energy within him respond to his every command did he slowly open his eyes. There are indeed benefits to possessing a formidable spirit. Other practitioners require 3 to 5 days of seclusion to stabilize their foundation after breaking into the foundation establishment stage, lest their foundation remain unstable or, worse still, their realm falter. Yet for him, half a day sufficed, as he relished the surging vitality coursing through him. A subtle smile graced Zhao Chin's lips, a manifestation of his relief. Thankfully, he had awakened his extraordinary ability, otherwise, relying solely on himself. He may have never aspired to reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. He had consumed 5 foundation establishment pills to finally succeed in establishing his foundation. Practitioners with slightly better talent typically require only 2 to have a near certain chance of advancement. Even those with less talent usually need only 3 or 4 foundation establishment pills. Not to mention, he had ingested the finest quality foundation establishment pills, which attested to the truth of Zhao Chin's lackluster aptitude. Gazing at the remaining foundation establishment pills on the table, Zhao Chin hesitated momentarily. He had 15 mid-grade, 30 upper-grade, and 23 top-grade foundation establishment pills left. Chapter 81. As Zhao Chin stepped out once more, he instructed the 2 young women that he needed to venture out. Nan Xiao gazed at Zhao Chin's retreating figure, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her fingers unconsciously entwined, and her lips gently moistened. Has brother Zhao become even more handsome? Although his appearance seemed unchanged, there was an inexplicable feeling that Zhao Chin had grown more captivating than ever. Chen Tingwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Senior brother Zhao is a good man, but at his age, handsome is hardly fitting. Yet, seeing Nan Xiao's serious demeanor, as if she were ready to take action, it was clear that her feelings were genuine and not feigned. After leaving the Yinyang sect, Zhao Chin did not hasten to Jiangdu City. Instead, he first entered the Monster Beast mountain range. He rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved a low-grade flying sword that emitted a dazzling purple light. Tossing it into the air, with an infusion of spiritual energy, the sword instantly expanded to a size of several feet. Zhao Chin soared into the sky on his sword, transforming into a streak of purple light. As he watched the scenery rush by beneath him, he experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. For those from Blue Star, the ultimate pursuit in cultivation is to fly on a sword and seek the path to immortality. Immortality seemed far beyond his reach, especially after enduring over a century of a life filled with hardship and submission. Zhao Chin's obsession with flying on a sword was unique. In his past, he had been like a stray dog, struggling merely to survive. After flying several dozen miles, he finally halted his luminous escape, returning to the ground, feeling a sense of satisfaction in fulfilling a childhood dream. He landed at the cold pool on the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range. Through his spiritual sense, he detected a writhing, milky white giant python lurking beneath the surface. Although he could not identify the species, he recognized it as a peak-level first-grade monster. For cultivators, it likely corresponded to either the 9th or 10th level of chi refining. At the center of the cold pool, a lotus flower exuded a peculiar medicinal fragrance. It was likely a trap set by the milky white giant python, intended to lure cultivators in for a surprise attack. Zhao Chin's spiritual sense was extraordinarily powerful. From nearly 100 meters away, he utilized his spiritual energy to transform into a lotus. A second-tier talisman of wind and thunder obliterated the 30-square-meter cold pool. Before the giant python could emerge, its head was blasted apart. At the 10th level of Qi refining, Zhao Chin could easily slay a first-grade monster. Now, having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, it was as effortless as cutting through vegetables. After dispatching 2 more monsters and filling his storage bag with ample spoils, Zhao Chin applied a concealment talisman, employing the 5 elements concealment technique and the heavenly transformation formation before entering Jiangdu City. On the 2nd floor of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, a young girl with striking features stood beside Shangguan Yunding. Her innocent, delicate countenance framed by glossy black hair, styled in high twin ponytails, made her appear charmingly petite. She was around 1 meter 50 tall, likely just 13 or 14 years of age. Zhao Chin's pupils constricted, and his face involuntarily twitched. In his line of sight, several lines of text appeared. Name, Hutsai Laoma. Age, 387 years. Spiritual root, water spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root. Cultivation, great perfection of golden core. Technique, Hutsai grand method, charm, 88. Overall points, 87. Zhao Chin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A formidable being at the great perfection of the golden core stage, just a step away from breaking into the nascent soul stage. How could such a creature be present on the 2nd floor of the Wind Thunder Pavilion? However, it was clear that attempting to leave now would only draw attention. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Chin approached and bowed to Shangguan Yun. Senior Shangguan. Shangguan Yun, upon seeing Zhao Chin, smiled and beckoned him into a private chamber. Young friend, do you have new elixirs? Remarkably, the girl followed quietly, standing behind Shangguan Yun. Chapter 82. Zhao Chin made an effort to relax his body and mind, retrieving 3 bottles of elixirs. Senior Shangguan, might these 3 bottles of elixirs offset the spirit stones I owe you from our last transaction? Shangguan Yun examined the contents and displayed no significant change in expression upon seeing the mid-grade foundation establishment pills and the high-grade ones. It was well known that Shangguan often sold predominantly high-grade elixirs, even though foundation establishment pills were among the most challenging second-tier elixirs to concoct. It likely posed no issue for him. However, when his gaze fell upon the last vial containing 10 exquisite foundation establishment pills, a subtle shift occurred. Young friend, these elixirs are more than sufficient to cover the value of the Demon Fire Alchemy Furnace. With a considerable surplus remaining, Shangguan Yun remarked. The price of low-grade foundation establishment pills was several hundred low-grade spirit stones, while the prices for mid-grade and high-grade variants escalated significantly. And exquisite foundation establishment pills were exceedingly rare. After all, elixirs for foundational cultivation were inherently more valuable than those aimed at enhancing one's cultivation level. The higher the grade, the better. The Fonlei Pavilion headquarters could still procure exquisite foundation establishment pills, yet the branch in Jiangdu had not seen such a grade in nearly a decade. Zhao Chin accepted the spirit stones and nodded. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Being in the same chamber as a formidable golden core expert, who was deliberately concealing their identity, heightened his unease. Shangguan Yun made no attempt to stop him, merely smiling and nodding. As Zhao Chin exited, his gaze fortuitously met that of the young woman. Once he departed from the Fonlei Pavilion, he hastily rose and inquired, Ancestor, did you discern any issues? The old demon of Huan settled comfortably at the table, resting her chin on one hand, a glimmer of teasing mirth flickering in her dark eyes. This young fellow possesses quite a few treasures. Second-tier breath-concealing talismans, second-tier shape-shifting talismans, and he has even cultivated methods specifically for altering his appearance and concealing his aura. The Golden Core expert's spirit sense surprisingly failed to perceive his true cultivation level, which was rather astonishing. The talismans and techniques are one thing, but the circulation of spiritual energy within him is peculiarly intricate, almost reminiscent of some enigmatic formation. Unless one were to forcefully engage, discerning his true nature would be quite challenging. Shangguan Yun quickly clarified. This young friend has indicated to me that he is likely on the verge of advancing to the foundation establishment stage, with his master preparing foundation establishment pills for him. Thus, his foundation is assured. The young woman lazily nodded, not overly concerned. It matters little. Although this young man conceals his visage, he bears no hostility towards you. She had simply passed through, intending to gather information about Nangong Wan. Upon hearing Shangguan Yun's report, her interest in Zhao Chin was piqued. This young fellow harbors some secrets. Yet what cultivator in the realm of immortality is devoid of mysteries? After respectfully escorting the old demon of Huan from the pavilion, Shangguan Yun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, his back had become damp with sweat. The unpredictable temperament of the old ancestor was indeed daunting. He wondered which young scion had caught her attention this time. Due to the peculiarities of her cultivation method, the old ancestor faced complications during significant breakthroughs, resulting in her form becoming eternally frozen in youth. Consequently, she harbored unusual inclinations towards beautiful fairies. No woman whom she set her sights upon ever met a favorable fate. In her daily life, she indulged excessively, even surpassing male cultivators in debauchery. Meanwhile, Zhao Chin, after procuring some supplies within the city, confirmed he was not being followed and swiftly departed Jiangdu. He dared not return directly to the Inyang Pine sect. Instead, he veered slightly to the right, running nearly 100 miles before ensuring he was no longer pursued, at which point he redirected his path back to the sect. Fortunately, prior to his departure, he had employed spiritual energy to create layers of formations within himself. Otherwise, Relying solely on several second-tier talismans and the recently learned 5 elements breath-concealing technique would not suffice to evade the scrutiny of ordinary golden core experts. However, the aura emanating from that woman was terrifying. A mere glance had nearly ensnared Zhao Chin in the web of her allure. Chapter 83, regarding the discussion of divine consciousness. I believe I am not inferior to mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners. Nevertheless, I found myself utterly powerless, reminiscent of my first encounter with Xiling, who could effortlessly reduce me to a mere vassal with a single glance. The sole distinction lies in the fact that Xiling could compel my willing submission, whereas that woman could force me to yield despite my conscious resistance. It is not particularly concerning to have my cultivation level exposed. The paramount issue is to keep my identity concealed. It seems I am safe. A being of such caliber would hardly pay attention to an outer disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. Life unfolds in unexpected ways. It is not as if obtaining a golden finger guarantees an untroubled journey. The unpredictability of worldly affairs is the essence of existence. Upon returning to the Yin-Yang sect, Zhao Chin tossed the carcass of a fierce bull to Xiao Haizi. The creature devoured its meal with blood staining its mouth, remnants of gore still clinging between its teeth. Once it finished, it grinned at Zhao Chin, exuding an endearing yet foolish demeanor, brimming with loyalty. A thought dawned upon Zhao Chin. This dim-witted beast is a glutton? It seems that as long as it is fed sufficiently, it does not care who its master is. Xiao Haizi simply desires to be satiated. The identity of its master is irrelevant. Whoever feeds it will be deemed its master. However, having advanced to the foundation establishment stage, even if Xiao Haizi decided to flee, I possess the ability to subdue it. Thus, I no longer regard Xiao Haizi's sudden surge in strength with trepidation. Observing it standing motionless beside the fence, Nan Xiao approached, pressing her entire form against his back. Brother Zhao, sensing her restless hands, a faint smile graced Zhao Chin's lips. It appears that retreating from the limelight recently has imbued this girl with confidence. Today, she dares to provoke him proactively. Zhao Chin abruptly turned, lifting Nan Xiao and striding towards the room. In the past, Nan Xiao would shyly hide in his embrace, yet this time, her eyes sparkled with unrestrained eagerness. She had broken through once more, now nearing the 4th layer of qi refinement. This time, she was determined to defeat Brother Zhao, if only once. Chen Tingwan stared at the wall, her expression fraught with struggle. 2 hours later, Zhao Chin effortlessly concluded their intimate encounter. Nan Xiao lay on the bed, already fast asleep. As the night deepened, Li Ronger retrieved a token and dismantled the formation within the courtyard. This was the very token Zhao Chin had gifted her recently, perfectly capable of unlocking the 1st-tier formation in the courtyard. With misty eyes, she rushed into the side room. With Zhao Chin's significant advancement in cultivation, what was there to fear? This time, she was determined to avenge past grievances. 2 hours later, Li Ronger departed. Considering various factors, Zhao Chin chose not to give her the foundation establishment pill. Seated in the side room, Zhao Chin held a communication jade talisman in his palm. Should I summon that girl by Shui? Li Ronger has a simple nature. Even if she manages to triumph over him, she would not display any disdain. Yet, Bai Shui's contemptuous demeanor had severely undermined his masculine pride. Even after their 2 intimate encounters, Zhao Chin remained confident in his ability to suppress Bai Shui on the 3rd attempt. After all, Xiling would not be coming, and it seemed unlikely that anyone else would come to drain his stamina. Chapter 84, however. The lingering thought of Bai Shui's stagnant affection for him left Zhao Chin with an inexplicable discontent. Over the past few days, Bai Shui had reaped numerous benefits, including the scattered medicinal pills, which were worth a couple of 100 spirit stones. Although this was not comparable to the other women, a sum of 200 to 300 spirit stones could certainly entice a foundation establishment cultivator to serve her. Truly, she was a heartless little creature. As Zhao Chin toyed with a mid-grade foundation establishment pill, his mind began to ponder deeply. Gaining Bai Shui's favor was both the simplest and the most arduous task. Her excessive materialism and lack of intelligence, coupled with a touch of cunning, rendered her difficult to please. If Zhao Chin were to reveal his cultivation level in the foundation establishment stage, accompanied by an abundance of spirit stones, along with his mastery over alchemy, array crafting, and talisman making, her affection for him would undoubtedly soar. However, under the current circumstances, where he concealed his true abilities, Bai Shui would never regard him with any semblance of fondness, let alone affection. A powerful cultivator showing kindness to Bai Shui was seen as a devoted and admirable man, while Zhao Chin, with his mediocre cultivation, would merely appear as an unambitious man infatuated with love, regardless of how well he treated her. In fact, given Bai Shui's personality, she might have been better suited to thrive in the world of cultivation than Nan Xiao and Li Ronger. She would eagerly fawn over those of higher status while refraining from harshly belittling those of lower standing, lest she offend them. At most, she would offer a light-hearted ridicule. Such a temperament lacks the resilience necessary to reach the pinnacle of the cultivation path, and is unlikely to meet an untimely demise. As Zhao Chin retracted the foundation establishment pill, at that very moment, the door to his room was gently pushed open, and a graceful figure entered, quietly closing the door behind her. Brother Zhao, you are a good person. Upon seeing the unexpectedly intrusive Chen Tingwan, Zhao Chin's eyes darkened with ambiguity. Why, upon entering, did she bestow a good person card upon him? Tingwan, what is it? Chen Tingwan pressed her hands firmly against the door, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. When Zhao Chun had left Nan Xiao's room, he bore an expression that suggested he had indulged deeply yet remained unsatisfied. She had just begun to entertain a thought, but now found it difficult to voice. Nonetheless, the memory of the tragically deceased Li Yin compelled her to grit her teeth and speak. Brother Zhou, I truly have no other options. I wish to avenge Senior Brother Li. I implore you to assist me. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Chin's expression faltered. Junior Sister Chin, it is not that I do not wish to help you, but your senior brother is merely a chi refining stage cultivator. Furthermore, the two major demonic sects are not within the Great Xia territory. I am wholly incapable of aiding you. With his current cultivation level, if he were to carefully investigate, it would not be entirely impossible for him to locate the two major demonic sects and their cultivators who had infiltrated the blood-forbidden secret realm, and subsequently devise a means to slay them. Wealth can move mountains, and this holds true in the realm of cultivation as well. However, Zhao Chin did not wish to embroil himself in perilous circumstances, even though he held a positive view of Li Yin. The bonds between individuals are often forged through mutual benefits. A friend who had long since passed would not invoke any fear in Zhao Chin regarding the major demonic sects. Naturally, he would not hesitate to exact vengeance on his behalf. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Chin was unwilling to assume any risks. Brother Zhou, I understand. I will not place you in a difficult position. As a junior sister, I possess no talents but can only offer my assistance in this matter. Gazing at the disrobed Qin Tingwan, Zhao Chin swallowed hard. Her fair and smooth skin glimmered under the moonlight, the subtle blue veins flowing beneath it. Her figure swayed like a willow in the breeze, neither appearing excessively slender nor overly plump. The sky-blue palace dress clung to her exquisite curves. As she gracefully approached Zhao Chin, her steps light and deliberate. Chapter 85. As the distance between the two parties diminished, a subtle fragrance wafted into Zhao Chin's nostrils. Observing the compromising demeanor of Qin Tingwan, who appeared resolute yet distressed, Zhao Chin let out a faint sigh. Junior Sister Chin, that is not my intention. Qin Tingwan lightly bit her lip and replied, Brother Zhou, I understand. I know you are a good person, and you would never ask me to do anything for such matters. However, I am willing. She felt indebted to Brother Zhou for his numerous kindnesses and was at a loss to repay him. Yet she found herself pleading for vengeance on behalf of her partner. What could she offer Zhao Chin besides herself? Moreover, with Brother Zhou's upright nature, had he harbored any romantic inclinations, they would have already crossed boundaries previously. Brother Zhou, I truly have no other options. I know you have many friends in the inner sect. I do not ask for immediate retribution for brotherly, but rather, I hope you might, in the future, beseech your friends to remember the bonds of the past, and if an opportunity arises, to assist in avenging Junior Brotherly. If no opportunity presents itself, I shall not press further. Good Junior Sister, I promise you. Junior Brotherly, I am sorry. The waters of benefits must not flow to outsiders. You may rest assured, I shall certainly avenge you. An hour later, Qin Tingwan departed from the chamber. She possessed neither spirit stones nor profound cultivation, making it impossible for her to seek the aid of higher-ranking cultivators. The demon cultivator who had slain Li Yin was at least a practitioner of the 10th level of chi refinement. Furthermore, after exiting the blood-forbidden secret realm and receiving rewards from the sect, it was likely she would attain the foundation establishment stage within a few years. Additionally, to confront the demon sect cultivators, she would need to venture to other empires. Besides seeking Zhao Chin's assistance, she was at a loss for alternatives. This was the last recourse she could take. If even Zhao Chin could not assist, then she truly had no other course of action. Brotherly, I am sorry. It is I who have wronged you. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she found herself not resisting Zhao Chin's touch. Perhaps, as the days progressed, Zhao Chin's meticulous care had already left an indelible impression on her heart. Her interactions with Nan Xiao also stirred her emotions deeply. Unlike her friend Bai Shui, who was more carefree, she too aspired to the path of immortality but harbored the thoughts and desires of a woman. She longed to share a life with Li Yan, to grow old together. Zhao Chin and Nan Xiao's tender and affectionate relationship embodied the life she had long yearned for. Alas, in the world of cultivation, if one does not kill, and one's abilities remain insufficient, one must wait to be slain. Qin Tingwan lowered her gaze to the red marks on her neck, a flicker of delight crossing her heart. It seemed she still possessed considerable charm. The last time she had thrown herself at Zhao Chin, he had resolutely rejected her, leading her to doubt herself. Yet, that fleeting joy was soon overshadowed by sorrow. I cannot remain ensnared in the past. After tonight, I shall forget about Brotherly. I have already done all I can for him. She could not allow herself to dwell in the past due to Brotherly's affairs. In the future, she would strive to cultivate. Even if Brother Zhou could not avenge Brotherly, she would find a way to seek vengeance herself. In his own quarters, Zhao Chin wore a lazy smile. 374 points of affection. He originally possessed 203 points. Over the past few days, he had intermittently gathered more points from several women. After conversing with Qin Tingwan, his affection points had risen once more, reaching a total of 76. Chapter 86. After a cordial exchange between the two, a total of 152 favor points was granted. A third-tier alchemist. The current favor points are sufficient for him to elevate his status to that of a fully realized third-tier alchemist. In truth, for him, the immediate advantages of being a third-tier alchemist are not overtly significant. Second-tier elixirs can adequately support his cultivation up to the mid-stage of foundation establishment in the short term. It would be more beneficial to ascend to the rank of third-tier alchemist later, thus maximizing his gains, rather than advancing his alchemical prowess. He yearns to elevate his formation master level to the pinnacle of the second tier. Possessing absolute strength equates to having absolute authority. Even if his alchemical rank were to rise, his unique circumstances prevent him from establishing a network of connections. Without commensurate combat power, he remains susceptible to the whims of others. As Zhao Chin prepared to don his attire and venture into the courtyard to continue his array drawing and alchemical concoctions, he sensed a disturbance from the formation, indicating the intrusion of an outsider. Oh, is it Bai Shui? The evening has indeed been taxing. Under such circumstances, whether he could maintain an overwhelming advantage over Bai Shui is uncertain. Contemplating a spiritual transmission, he considered sending Bai Shui away. However, upon sensing the commotion from the front courtyard, his expression shifted rapidly. Perhaps it would be best to allow her entry after all. Draped in a flowing white palace gown, Bai Shui stood poised, her feet resting upon a flying sword, which had been upgraded to a mid-grade artifact, complemented by the ice-toed illumination boots. Although merely low-grade, these boots significantly enhanced her speed. Adorned with cloud engravings on either side, they subtly incorporated a simple wind manipulation technique. When a cultivator activates these boots, their speed is greatly augmented without substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. The edges of the white boots were embroidered with silver protective runes, impervious to blades and fire alike. In Bai Shui's eyes, this was her final visit to Zhao Chin. As long as she could procure sufficient elixirs to facilitate her breakthrough to the 10th layer of qi refinement, she would sever all ties with him henceforth. Yet, just as Bai Shui entered through the back courtyard and was about to step into the side room, a subtle disturbance rippled through the courtyard. However, due to her current realm, she remained oblivious to the changes within. Zhao Chin furrowed his brow, unconsciously rubbing his fingers together. Bai Shui had entered through the medicinal garden at the back, while Shangguan Lukai approached from the grand entrance of the front courtyard. Another visitor? Under normal circumstances, he would likely refuse anyone else, especially with Bai Shui's presence. There is a customary order to such matters. Yet, compared to Bai Shui, whose comprehensive rating is 80, Shangguan Lukai, with a score of 85, holds far greater value. Moreover, her favorability is not insignificant. A friendly exchange would swiftly yield favor points. In contrast, Bai Shui seems incapable of providing substantial assistance. With an elder sister making an overture and a younger sister offering herself, the intentions of Shangguan Lukai are all too evident. A frosty beauty alongside a youthful visage, regardless of past tribulations, Zhao Chin resolved to embrace the challenge. He decided to make Bai Shui wait a moment longer. Shangguan Lukai lingered at the courtyard entrance, glancing furtively to either side, anxious about being discovered while visiting Zhao Chin's residence at night. Just as she contemplated her next move in response to a disturbance from behind, the door creaked open gently. Suppressing her inner plans momentarily, she shot a fierce glare at the source of the noise before stepping into the courtyard. Zhao Chin surmised Shangguan Liucai's intentions, and she had no desire to beat around the bush. What the elder sister could acquire, so too could she. Chapter 87. Though she appeared lively and cheerful, her demeanor was surprisingly clumsy when it came to confrontation. Without even broaching the subject of compensation, she silently followed Zhao Chin into the side room. Outside the courtyard, behind a towering tree 20 paces away, a graceful figure emerged. Zhang Na, with a bruised face, glared with venomous eyes at the interior. How dare he, that old fool, look down upon me? A sharp pain radiated from her abdomen, causing her to involuntarily flinch. She hastily swallowed a healing pill and channeled her spiritual energy to suppress her injuries. The humiliation she had just endured ignited a fierce hatred within her, a desire to eliminate both Zhao Chin and Li Ronger. Initially, she had intended to intercept Zhao Chin, hoping to extract some benefits from him. However, upon her arrival in the evening, she witnessed Li Ronger skillfully entering the courtyard, the formation parting to grant her passage. Zhang Na waited, and when Li Ronger eventually exited, she approached to confront her. Brother Tang has just died, and you come seeking Brother Zhou in the dead of night, sisterly? I must have misjudged you. She had hoped to use this as leverage, compelling Li Ronger to assist her, ideally threatening Zhao Chin for some advantages. After all, Li Ronger was known for her agreeable nature and her cultivation was not significantly superior to hers. Yet, mere words ignited a conflict between them. Zhang Na had not anticipated that Li Ronger would engage her in battle. Before she could summon her magical artifact, she found herself knocked to the ground by Li Ronger. In that moment of confrontation, Zhang Na was astonished to discover that Li Ronger had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, a disparity of several minor realms between them. Fortunately, Li Ronger, with her gentle disposition, had no intention of taking Zhang Na's life, even while fighting her. I will not let you go, I will not let you go, she vowed. She endured for a full 3 hours, not in anticipation of anything specific, but simply to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Li Ronger was no longer a foe she could afford to provoke. Setting aside the fact that her cultivation was superior, what benefit would it bring her to expose Li Ronger and Zhao Chin's affair? The dual cultivation of partners in the Yin-Yang sect was commonplace, and the law enforcement hall would not interfere with personal matters. Half an hour later, Shangguan Lukai emerged, brimming with excitement. Initially, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. What if the benefits Zhao Chin promised did not meet her expectations? That would be a significant loss. However, Zhao Chin waved his hand, presenting 2 bottles of spirit essence pills, which filled Shangguan Lukai with elation. Zhao Chin smiled and gestured. Junior sister, do visit often. Shangguan Lukai beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she eagerly nodded. Yes, brother, I will come whenever I have the time. Such a generous soul was a rare find. Zhao Chin did not linger, aware that there were pressing matters in the courtyard. Once Shangguan Luyan confirmed that the courtyard's formation was activated, she summoned her mid-grade magical artifact and soared into the sky on her sword. Concealed behind the trees, Zhang Na strove to suppress her presence, fearful of being detected. It was only after confirming Zhao Chin had departed that she cautiously peeked out. Damn it, that vixen must have gained something. Observing Shangguan Liucai's elated demeanor, she couldn't help but wonder how many spirit stones she had managed to collect. Yet, while she could dismiss Bai Shui, she found it difficult to deny Shangguan Liucai's superiority. For the latter's beauty and figure undoubtedly eclipsed her own. Ah, are you looking for me? Zhang Na gasped, turning in shock, only to be met with a soft, pale fist coming straight for her. Chapter 88. Shangguan Lukai struck her face with a powerful punch. With her right hand splayed wide, she pressed firmly against Zhang Na's cheek, pinning her against the tree trunk. What are you doing here, tracking me? What do you wish to know? It would be best if you could provide a reasonable explanation. Ultimately, what she had done was not commendable. It was commonplace for lower-tier female cultivators to serve as concubines or servants to higher-tier cultivators. However, such transactions typically occurred among those in the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, or even the nascent soul stages. The Golden Core cultivators looked down upon Shangguan Lukai, while those at the Foundation Establishment stage could not offer the benefits she desired. She had sought out the elderly and weaker Zhao Chin. Even if it was voluntary, it still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Zhang Na, belatedly aware of the fiery pain in her cheek, attempted to summon her flying sword with a hand gesture. Yet, before she could make a move, Shangguan Lukai struck her abdomen with a forceful blow. The spiritual energy she had just gathered dissipated under the impact, rendering her incapable of summoning any magical artifact. For lower-tier cultivators, being restrained at close quarters, particularly when there was a significant disparity in strength, left little room for countermeasures. Even fleeing became an extravagant wish. I just happened to pass by. I have no issues with Zhao Chin, and I happened to see you walk in, she stammered. Her words a mix of truth and deception. While she genuinely had no animosity towards Zhao Chin, she harbored no other intentions either. Shangguan Lukai frowned and retaliated with a sharp slap across her face. Do not follow me again. Next time, it will not be so simple. Zhang Na nodded and forced a smile, saying, Senior sister, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Satisfied with her submission, Shangguan Lukai refrained from further aggression. After warning her with a fierce glare and inquiring about her name, she turned and soared away on her sword. As she watched the fleeting light of Shangguan Lukai disappear into the horizon, Zhang Na clutched her swollen cheek. Her nails unconsciously dug into her flesh, blood dripping through her fingers, distorting her features in anguish. Damn it, you all look down on me. How dare you? She remained oblivious to how her assailant had approached her so stealthily, likely employing a high-level concealment talisman. Otherwise, even if she could not defeat her, she would at least have had the chance to escape. Despite the vastness of the outer sect area, a confrontation with the other party, or even a brief distance away would have created enough commotion to attract attention. Shangguan Lukai would not dare to go too far. Meanwhile, the situation within the courtyard was rather unsettling. The air was thick with passion, as couples indulged in their affections. Bai Shui observed everything clearly from outside the window. Zhao Chin had cast a barrier, isolating her from the scene. Bai Shui could only stand outside the side room, powerless to enter, her voice unable to penetrate the barrier. The five elements concealment array was remarkably profound. Trapped within the courtyard, no matter how loudly she shouted, no one could hear her, nor could anyone perceive her presence. She witnessed the amicable exchange between Zhao Chin and Shangguan Lukai, especially the moment when Zhao Chin produced 2 bottles of elixirs and kindly offered them to Shangguan Lukai, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. Why? Those should be mine. Zhao Chin's elixirs and spirit stones should all belong to me. Yet, Bai Shui found herself utterly powerless. Even as Shangguan Lukai exited the room and walked directly away, Bai Shui could not even brush against her, understanding that she had fallen victim to an illusionary array that prevented her from communicating with others. It was only after Zhao Chin had sent Shangguan Lukai away that Bai Shui crossed the invisible barrier, confronting Zhao Chin face to face. Bai Shui was heartbroken and furious, her expression one of betrayal. Senior brother Zhao, how could you do this? Is this how you repay me? Gazing at the meager amount of goodwill points above her head, Zhao Chin calmly retorted, what does our relationship have to do with this, Bai Shimi? We are merely using each other to fulfill our needs. You are not yet in a position to meddle in my affairs. A woman, like water, must be cherished. Chapter 89. Moreover, while affinity is indeed significant, a woman who only takes without giving back, merely seeking benefits without contributing to his fondness, is not someone he will indulge. Bai Shui stammered for a long while, unable to articulate any explanatory words. Strictly speaking, she is currently considered a concubine kept by Zhao Chin and thus lacks the qualification to meddle in his affairs, let alone being made to watch from outside the window, if she were reluctant to part with the elixir. Even serving the 2 of them inside would leave her with no grounds for objection. Yet, Bai Shui's heart harbored a deep sense of unwillingness. She bit her lip tightly, clutching at his sleeve. Brother Zhao, did you not say I am the most beautiful? Did you not declare that I am your favorite? I believed you loved me. Zhao Chin naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his expression sincere as he replied, Of course, I love you, Bai Shimi. However, I never claimed to love only you. As I age, and you do not often seek me out, I too feel lonely. If you cannot accept this, I would not wish to force you. Bai Shui could indeed accept it. After all, it was better to gain some benefits from Zhao Chin than to walk away with nothing. She certainly would not leave. If Zhao Chin were to perish, would not all his assets fall into the hands of another woman? Half an hour later, Bai Shui emerged with a grim expression, her demeanor icy. Zhao Chin, too, was disinclined to heed her thoughts, primarily because he was overwhelmed at present. Furthermore, some women needed to be kept in the dark, but Bai Shui was not one of them. A good woman naturally deserves to be nurtured with elixirs. As for Bai Shui, as long as she was given a bone, she would follow along. Disobedience would not pose a problem. A few days' cessation of elixir provision would suffice for Bai Shui to recognize her own standing and promptly return. Unfortunately, the timing was rather inconvenient. Zhao Chin had only gained a slight upper hand, failing to achieve a decisive victory. Nevertheless, this evening was already a pleasant surprise. Not to mention, Chun Tingwan and Shangwan Lukai had contributed a significant amount of affinity points. There was no longer a need to deliberate whether to advance to a third-level Grand Alchemist or a second-level Grand Array Master. The current affinity points were sufficient to elevate both professions. Yet, while some were troubled, others rejoiced. Zhang Na felt a surge of delight witnessing Bai Shui's predicament. Ever since Bai Shui became involved with Zhao Chin, she had overshadowed her in every aspect. Humph, men are utterly unreliable, now that there are other women. He no longer values you. Due to her overwhelming excitement, her reactions lagged slightly. By the time Zhang Na noticed Bai Shui rushing towards her, the distance between them was but a few paces. Zhang Na's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly fled backward. Having gained no benefits all night, she had also endured 2 beatings. Seeing Bai Shui's expression, it was evident that her intentions were malicious. Zhang Na dared not linger any longer. However, Bai Shui's cultivation was significantly higher than hers. Zhang Na summoned her flying sword, unwilling to spare any spiritual energy, intent on fleeing. Yet, no sooner had she stepped onto the sword than Bai Shui was upon her. With a swift strike, a brilliant blue light sent the flying sword crashing down. Bai Shui did not inquire about her actions. Instead, she pressed Zhang Na's head down forcefully, slamming it into the ground. Enjoying my misfortune, are we? How amusing. You, a cunning vixen, wish to entice brother Zhou, don't you? You wretched lot, he is mine. Do not even think about coveting him. Bai Shui had long sensed Zhang Na's unusual behavior, yet she had not taken it to heart. With herself by Zhao Chin's side, how could he possibly be interested in someone like Zhang Na? However, the arrival of Shangwan Lukai struck a severe blow to her self-esteem. Bai Shui, proud of her own beauty and figure, found herself overshadowed by the other. Upon witnessing Zhang Na's intentions towards Zhao Chin, her anger surged. Further fueled by their long-standing enmity, it is not uncommon for high-level cultivators to seek an outlet for their grievances against an unsuitable target. Chapter 90. Zhang Na felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She had harbored intentions towards Zhao Chin, yet the reality was that Zhao Chin dismissed her entirely. I did not. Senior Sister Bai, you have misunderstood me. Even pleading to a long-standing rival whom she previously despised filled her with a profound sense of humiliation. However, with her life hanging in the balance, she had no choice but to lower her pride. Senior Sister Bai, if you kill me, the sect will punish you. After all, I still possess cultivation. An outer disciple who unjustly kills a fellow sect member would inevitably face the disciplinary actions of a law enforcement sect. Qin Tingwan had lost her cultivation and severed her path to immortality, which was why no one intervened on her behalf. Bai Shui let out a cold laugh, observing Zhang Na, who lay beneath her, unable to move. The frustration in Bai Shui's heart was momentarily released, her pent-up grievances spilling forth. Do not set your sights on senior brother Zhou again, or I shall strike you each time we meet. With that, she kicked her aside. This item, I shall take it. The storage pouch at Zhang Na's waist flew into Bai Shui's hand. Zhang Na felt a surge of resentment, but dared not protest. After all, she was no match for Bai Shui. It was only after confirming that Bai Shui had retreated to a distance that Zhang Na pushed herself off the ground, struggling to rise. Damn it, where did they acquire so many high-tier spirit talismans? Though Qi refinement cultivators lacked the myriad profound techniques of foundation establishment cultivators, they were still capable of manipulating magical artifacts or employing spiritual techniques to engage in combat. Rarely did anyone resort to close-quarter brawling to determine a victor. Today, she had been repeatedly bullied and struck while unable to summon her own magical artifact, all due to the opponent's high-level talismans concealing their presence, preventing her from sensing their approach. The vast difference in their realms rendered her speed and strength inferior to Li Ronger and Bai Shui. She could not linger any longer. Zhang Na feared that if she did not leave soon, she would likely be killed. Yet, she also recognized one undeniable truth. Zhao Chin was wealthier than she had imagined. Previously, these women had been reluctant to purchase second-tier spirit talismans. However, as Zhang Na turned to depart, she encountered a captivating figure clad in purple. A voice, alluring and intricate, permeated her mind. Little sister. In Zhang Na's gaze, the world around her dimmed in an instant. The woman before her seemed to embody the last touch of color in existence. The woman in the purple dress was breathtakingly beautiful, her grace and charm evident in every movement, merely walking calmly towards Zhang Na. Her slow steps and the gentle smile at her lips caused Zhang Na's breath to quicken and her heart to race, drawing her into an irresistible trance. After several breaths, Zhang Na abandoned her cultivation, collapsing to the ground like a limp ragdoll. Observing the lifeless body at her feet, Ziling frowned slightly and sighed. Alas, who told you to provoke those you ought not to? Unlike the other women, who either relied on tokens to enter the courtyard or knocked on the door. Waiting for Zhao Chin to respond, She effortlessly breached a first-tier array's defenses with a flicker of her form, entering the courtyard with ease. The low-tier array at the outermost perimeter was only capable of deterring Qi refinement cultivators. Ziling, threatened by her ancestor, suppressed her own realm. Yet she had cultivated numerous secret techniques to enhance her power. To her, the low-tier array posed little challenge. Sensing movement within the courtyard, Zhao Chin hurriedly emerged from the side room. He was on the verge of elevating his realm to the pinnacle of a third-tier alchemist when Ziling arrived. Zhao Chin nodded slightly, maintaining an unassuming yet respectful demeanor. Senior Aunt Ziling, Chapter 91. Ziling scrutinized him, unceremoniously unleashing her spiritual power to skin Zhao Chin's physique. This was an exceedingly impolite gesture, yet she believed she had completely grasped Zhao Chin and thus remained indifferent to his feelings. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Have you ascended in rank? Are you at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement? From this perspective, it seemed that the old fellow might indeed achieve a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage before his demise. Zhao Chin responded with a smile, just a modest improvement. The soul power of ordinary golden core cultivators finds it challenging to discern his precise level, let alone that of Ziling, who was at the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, she could perceive some clues. Elevating the formation master to the 2nd tier would suffice. At that point, even a golden core cultivator would be incapable of uncovering the truth. Ziling nodded, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly. A dazzling smile blossomed on her stunning visage, yet her words were as frigid as ice. In half a month. Within half a month, I demand the Jiangchen pill and the Miaoan pill. Zhao Chin's expression changed abruptly, displeasure flickering in his eyes. We agreed on a 2-month timeline. It has only been half a month, and you hastily advanced the deadline, which is indeed somewhat burdensome for your disciple. However, Ziling, in a fluid motion, reappeared before him. With a swift gesture, she pressed her hand against his shoulder, pinning him against the wall. Lifting his chin gently with her index finger, her tone was exceedingly gentle. Only the strong possess the authority to make decisions. You shall follow my commands. Should you fail to concoct the Jiangchen pill within a month, do not blame your master for being unsympathetic. Gazing at Ziling's indifferent expression, Zhao Chin clenched his teeth and nodded in acquiescence. Very well, but I have a request of my own. After his elevation to the foundation establishment stage, the gulf between him and the Qi refinement stage was vast. Previously, he could not discern Ziling's movements, but as she moved just now, it was as though she transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, her spiritual energy enveloping her legs, propelling her toward him at an astonishing speed. Despite his astonishment at her swiftness, he could still perceive the trajectory of her movements. Ziling leaned her upper body against the stone table, her right leg elegantly crossing over Zhao Chin's shoulder, pulling him away from the wall. Little disciple, if you have any requests, feel free to express them. Zhao Chin pondered briefly before speaking. I require 3rd-tier pill formulas, the simpler, the better, along with a substantial quantity of materials for these 3rd-tier formulas. You must prepare these for me. Otherwise, I cannot attempt to refine 3rd-tier pills. Typically, for a 2nd-tier alchemist to ascend to the 3rd tier, aside from their own spiritual power requiring greater finesse and possessing sufficient cultivation to sustain the spiritual energy consumed during pill refinement, the most crucial elements are the 3rd-tier formulas and ample supporting materials. It is entirely normal to fail dozens or even hundreds of times while continuously refining the same type of pill before stepping into the 3rd-tier realm. Moreover, even upon entering the 3rd tier, the probability of failure in pill refinement remains significant. This is one of the reasons many sects struggle to cultivate high-tier alchemists, as the costs involved are exceedingly high. After hearing his proposal, Ziling readily agreed. Very well, I will procure the 3rd-tier formulas for you. And the materials will not be an issue. I hope you do not disappoint me. She appeared to have been well prepared, casually retrieving a storage bag and placing it on the table, her words laden with meaning. Zhao disciple, you must not let me down. Zhao Chun watched her retreating figure, his gaze eventually settling on the storage bag, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Why does this woman have such unwavering confidence in him? Most 2nd-tier alchemists, by the time their lifespans are exhausted, may never ascend to the 3rd tier. Yet, this woman seemed resolute in her belief, as if she was certain he could become a 3rd-tier alchemist. Chapter 92, however, he did not hastily reach for the storage bag. Instead, he first released his spiritual consciousness and meticulously scanned the surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no anomalies with the storage bag did he use his spiritual energy to lift it. After all, this woman was a ruthless individual capable of poisoning others. Who could know whether her storage bag harbored any hidden dangers? 5-element pill. Is this truly such a pill? Such a concoction was something Zhao Chun had never even heard of before. Yet, upon examining the pill's description, he could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. The efficacy of the 5-element pill was quite straightforward. It could enhance a cultivator's chaotic spiritual roots. It did not merely transform 4 spiritual roots into 3 or 3 into 2 to improve a cultivator's innate talent. The reason multi-rooted cultivators advanced at a significantly slower pace compared to those with a single root was largely due to the disorder within their bodies. This disarray impeded their ability to sense spiritual energy and operate their cultivation techniques. The 5-element pill could purify the 5 elemental spiritual roots. However, it was effective solely on the 5 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, each cultivator could consume a maximum of 3 pills. The increase in cultivation speed could range approximately from 1 to 5. This truly came as a delightful surprise. Even an enhancement of half a level in cultivation speed was something countless individuals yearned for. Many nascent soul cultivators would seclude themselves for decades. Merely achieving a slight increase in speed could save them considerable effort. Who knows? It might even shorten the time needed to break through to the next significant realm by over a decade. Meanwhile, the already departed Ziling casually lifted Zhang Na's corpse. Little one, I have invested considerable effort. I only hope you do not disappoint me. Naturally, she did not regard an ordinary second-tier alchemist highly. When she had inadvertently encountered Zhao Chin at the underground trading fair, she had already discerned his true form due to his extraordinary spiritual power, far surpassing that of others in the same realm. It could be said that Ziling was indeed fortunate to be alive. Upon the arrival of the Miaoyin sect in the Great Xia dynasty, their collaboration in Jiangdu City was with the Fenglei Pavilion. Thus, she was aware that Shangwan Yun possessed the qualifications for the underground trading fair. However, Ziling did not encounter Shangwan Yun at the fair. It was only during a subsequent visit to the Fenglei Pavilion that she unexpectedly observed Zhao Chin buying pills. Even though Zhao Chin had managed to completely conceal his appearance, rendering even her unable to detect any anomalies, every time he came and went. The next day, the Fenglei Pavilion would sell numerous high-quality second-tier spiritual pills. This indicated that he must possess the pinnacle mastery of a second-tier alchemist. She feared he was merely a step away from becoming a third-tier alchemist, which led her to mistakenly believe that a third-tier alchemist was backing Zhao Chin. However, upon visiting Zhao Chin's residence, she fortuitously discovered that Zhao Chin himself was the alchemist. As for Zhang Na, whom she had casually disposed of, Ziling paid her no mind. The death of a mere qi refining stage cultivator was inconsequential. The Yin-Yang sect would not seek retribution on her behalf. A simple fabrication stating that this individual had offended her would suffice to justify their elimination. At this moment, Zhao Chin had finally settled numerous matters. He consumed 300 favor points to elevate himself to the pinnacle of a third-tier alchemist. Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 favor points, achieving the pinnacle realm of a third-tier alchemist. With a resounding bang, it felt as though his spiritual seam might explode. The world around him underwent subtle transformations. The leap from a second-tier alchemist to a third-tier alchemist represented a qualitative metamorphosis for him. Although for Zhao Chin, it merely indicated an increasing proficiency in controlling his soul power, he was utterly convinced that this would greatly benefit him when breaking through the barriers of a major realm. Furthermore, he aimed to elevate the array master to the second-tier pinnacle as well. Chapter 93. Regardless of the breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, there is no need to reserve goodwill points specifically. To guard against danger, one must be prepared to shatter the mirror in times of need for self-preservation. Congratulations to the host for consuming 100 goodwill points, elevating to the pinnacle of a second-tier formation master. Zhao Chin's figure swayed slightly. A tremendous mental force surged within his mind, fracturing into numerous fissures. Every blade of grass, every tree, each flower and bird, including the gentle breaths of Nan Xiao and Shenting Wan, who were peacefully asleep indoors, flooded into his consciousness. The scene felt astonishingly vivid. As if it were within arm's reach, Zhao Chin suddenly felt a throbbing in his brow, accompanied by waves of sharp pain. Ouch, how it hurts. Zhao Chin extended his right hand forward, and the leaves that had fallen in the courtyard appeared to be sliced by an invisible blade. Soul force manifested as a blade. Zhao Chin gently rubbed his brow, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. The soul force manifested as a blade. This was indeed an error. The transformation of soul force into a blade was a hallmark of golden core cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivators typically wield their soul force as an intangible entity. However, having ascended to the third-tier alchemist, which inherently enhanced his soul force, combined with his elevation to a second-tier formation master, and further augmented by his prior training in the Great Transformation Technique, his mental power far surpassed that of his peers in the same realm. This had resulted in a significant qualitative change. Even though the blade formed from soul force was exceedingly thin and on the verge of dissipating, it undeniably reached the level of material transformation, rivaling that of a nascent golden core's soul force. Yet, Zhao Chin's cultivation remained at the nascent foundation establishment stage. He had not practiced physical cultivation methods, leading to a pronounced disparity between his physical body and mental power. It seemed that, for the time being, he could not consume any soul-nourishing pills. After a brief period of adjustment, a mild pain lingered in his mind, though it remained within tolerable limits. If his soul force were to increase, it would likely interfere with both alchemy and cultivation. Zhao Chin did not hastily prepare for alchemy. Instead, he adhered to his usual procedure, intending first to refine second-tier pills to acclimate to his surging mental force. He also took the opportunity to organize all his recent gains. After intermittent expenditures, he still possessed 600 medium-grade spirit stones, a dozen low-grade magical artifacts, 6 medium-grade artifacts, 2 high-grade artifacts, and 1 talisman treasure. Nearly 1,000 first-tier spirit talismans and over 300 second-tier spirit talismans remained. It is prudent to be prepared. Thus, he decided to retain them all. Whether spirit talismans or talisman treasures, ever since Zhao Chin had refined them, they had merely gathered dust in his storage bag after being used only twice at the outset. His overly cautious nature meant he was rarely targeted and seldom engaged in combat with others, rendering his trump cards unnecessary. The low-grade spirit artifacts posed a troublesome dilemma. Concealing evidence after a kill is a complex matter. What complicates matters further is how to dispose of the incriminating items. These offensive and defensive artifacts were entirely useless to him. However, if he were to sell them, it would reveal that these individuals had met their demise at his hands. Alas, it is unfortunate that he has yet to awaken the profession of a blacksmith. Were he to bear the title of a blacksmith, he could revisit the operations at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Presently, however, he lacked a familiar shop to acquire the artifacts, leaving him no choice but to store them in his bag. Zhao Chin retrieved materials from his storage bag, preparing to refine the 5 elements pill. True to its classification as a third-tier pill, the primary materials alone exceeded 20 varieties. Coupled with various auxiliary ingredients, the total approached 60 different types. Even among third-tier pills, the 5 elements pill was recognized as one of the most challenging to concoct. Upon reflection, this was not difficult to comprehend. Any substance capable of altering a cultivator's spiritual roots, even if only minimally, is regarded as a treasure of extraordinary caliber by practitioners. Chapter 94. Fortunately, I managed to extort a bit from the bamboo stick. Otherwise, I might have to wait an eternity to obtain the 5 yuan pill on my own. He would not work for Xiling without compensation. Even if he had confidence in breaking through to the third-tier alchemist, he would still demand a significant price from her. Acquiring the materials for a third-tier pill would truly require him to spend considerable time and effort to purchase them himself. In the early morning, Qin Tingwan emerged from her side room and spotted Zhao Chin seated by the stone table, quietly steeping a cup of spiritual wheat green tea. "Good morning, junior sister Qin." He greeted her with a gentle smile, his right hand toying with a jade vial. Qin Tingwan, understanding his intent, refrained from asking too many questions. If Zhao Chin had something to say, he would speak of it in due time. If he chose to remain silent, her inquiries would be in vain. Zhao Chin paused momentarily before tossing the vial to her. "Junior sister Qin, this is a gift from a senior uncle, and it will greatly benefit your spiritual root. Once consumed, it can enhance your cultivation speed." Upon hearing the name of the 5 yuan pill, Qin Tingwan blinked in confusion. The 5 yuan pill? For practitioners in the qi refining stage, third-tier pills are exceedingly unattainable. Moreover, the 5 yuan pill rarely appears in the world. I have never even heard of it before. Zhao Chin then took the time to explain the effects of the 5 yuan pill to her. Qin Tingwan felt the vial's weight, as if it were a mountain pressing down on her. Her wrist trembled slightly, and her breath quickened. "Senior brother Zhao, this is far too precious." The value of this pill was truly overwhelming. Even if she sold everything she owned, she could not afford it. The 5 yuan pill could enhance a practitioner's innate talent, not only accelerating their cultivation speed, but also providing substantial assistance in refining pills or crafting personal treasures. Even if its effectiveness were halved, it would still be a coveted item. Zhao Chin stood and patted her shoulder in comfort. "All right, do you not wish to avenge Junior Brotherly? If I cannot fulfill that for you, at least accept this as a hope for future retribution." Qin Tingwan clutched the vial tightly, no longer resisting, and bowed deeply to Zhao Chin. Then, "Thank you very much, Senior Brother Zhao." She truly could not bear to part with his treasure. In the depths of Zhao Chin's mind, the system's prompt echoed once more. "Congratulations to the host, Qin Tingwan, for achieving a favorability level of 4, current favorability, 78 points." Zhao Chin temporarily set aside the system notification and cautioned her, "Junior sister, this matter is of great importance. Please do not let it slip. Otherwise, it may bring disaster upon both of us." Qin Tingwan nodded, her face filled with gratitude. "Senior brother, I understand the weight of this matter and will not disclose it." Zhao Chin's trust moved him deeply. Such a rare pill was indeed being gifted to her. "Senior brother Zhao, if you give me this pill, what will you do?" Zhao Chin waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no concern. I am too old to hope for foundation establishment in this lifetime. It would be a waste for me to keep this pill." Qin Tingwan did not doubt the truth of his words. To acquire even 2 or 3 of such a rare pill was an enormous stroke of fortune. Host Qin Tingwan's favorability level, 2, current favorability, 80 points. Gazing at the 3 softly glowing pills within the vial, Qin Tingwan gritted her teeth, reluctant to part with them. "Senior brother Zhao, sister Nanjiao's talent is lacking. Perhaps you should give one to her." As she uttered these words, a heavy breath escaped her, and her heart felt as though it were being painfully wrenched. Chapter 95. In the past, she would never have imagined that she would willingly relinquish a precious pill to another. However, reflecting on the care that Zhao Chin and Nan Xiao had shown her in recent days, it seemed only reasonable that these items, originally given to her by senior brother Zhao, rightfully belonged to Nan Xiao. Zhao Chin smiled and shook his head, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Nan Xiao. I have my own plans." Seeing his confidence, Qin Tingwan took back the pills. Her ability to utter such words was the result of considerable inner turmoil. Human nature is inherently greedy, and yet she could still express a willingness to share with Nan Xiao amidst such temptation, which surprised Zhao Chin. It appeared that an affinity level of 80 was not entirely without merit. Had it been by Shui, Zhao Chin would surely not have given away the 5-element pill. Curious, Qin Tingwan glanced at the bamboo house. Typically, Nan Xiao would arise early to prepare breakfast, yet today she was indulging in a rare sleep-in. Her subtle movements did not escape Zhao Chin's notice. After experiencing a significant breakthrough in his cultivation yesterday, his actions had inevitably become somewhat rough. In contrast, this was Qin Tingwan's first interaction, and with Li Yan's recent passing, Zhao Chin had not exerted his full strength to avoid leaving her with a negative impression. Although the fire poison within her was largely suppressed, it had not been completely eradicated. Thus, even with the acquisition of the 5-element pill. She would not be able to cultivate in the short term. However, Zhao Chin's courtyard was remarkably safe. As long as she remained within, no harm could befall her. After returning to the main house, Zhao Chin sat beside Nan Xiao. Sensing his familiar presence, her delicate face nuzzled gently against his palm. Little Xiao, your fortune is truly remarkable. The materials left by Ziling are sufficient to refine over a dozen batches of 5-element pills. Zhao Chin had successfully produced nearly 100 in one go. Nonetheless, he had no intentions of selling them. If he were to dare sell the 5-element pills at the Fenglei Pavilion or any other shop in Jiangdu City, it was highly likely that Ziling would suspect him, given her astuteness. For now, he wished to keep his identity as a third-tier alchemist concealed. Delaying this revelation for as long as possible was his goal. After all, the matters concerning Ziling did not significantly affect him. Whether the old monsters who wished to use Ziling as a furnace were from the Miaoyan sect or other ancient sects, their dealings with her remained exceedingly clandestine. Residing within the Yin-Yang sect, other high-level cultivators would not concern themselves with the outer sect. It would be some time before they could investigate him. And once he broke through to the Golden Core stage, whether he would remain in the Yin-Yang sect was still uncertain. Loose cultivators often sought refuge in large sects, primarily for the security they provided, a concern that Golden Core cultivators did not share. No matter where they went, they would be treated as esteemed guests. With numerous sects eager to accept them, Zhao Chin settled in the main house to cultivate. He first consumed 3 exquisite 5-element pills to refine his 5 spiritual roots. The Descending Spirit Talisman, which he had unearthed from his storage pouch, was a technique of talisman crafting. According to legend, the Descending Spirit Talisman was a treasured artifact of a once great talisman sect. Unfortunately, as time passed, that illustrious sect fell into decline, and the treasured artifact vanished, ultimately falling into the hands of a chi-refining cultivator. This talisman did not possess a fixed rank. It could be a 2nd-tier talisman or a 9th-tier talisman. The extent of its power depended solely on the materials used in its crafting. True to its name, the Descending Spirit Talisman could capture the souls of demonic beasts and bestow their abilities upon the caster. Chapter 96. Wanted not to expend all their goodwill points solely on enhancing their alchemical prowess. For should one succeed in concocting a 3rd-tier spirit summoning talisman, bolstered by the might of a 3rd-tier demon spirit, they could not only evade the golden elixir cultivators, but also engage them in a few exchanges without difficulty. Of course, this also hinges on the strength of the sealed demon spirit, the physical prowess or speed abilities of the beast, as well as the cultivation level of the opponent. The cultivator who perished at Zhao Chin's hands was not a talisman maker, and the spirit summoning talisman cannot craft 1st-tier talismans. It begins at 2nd tier. The mental prowess of a 1st-tier beast is far too feeble, and even when sealed within a spirit summoning talisman, it cannot provide any enhancement to the cultivator. After some contemplation, Zhao Chin retrieved a vial of medicinal pills from his bosom. It appeared to be the opportune moment to bestow the everlasting beauty pill upon them. No woman can resist the allure of eternal youth. Whether it be Bai Shui, who came here for her own interests, the Shangwan sisters, or even the fondly inclined Li Ronger and Chen Tingwan, they would all inevitably shower him with goodwill points upon receiving the pill. Regrettably, the initial goodwill of the few women was already quite substantial, particularly Chen Tingwan, who had reached 80 points of goodwill. Even if he were to gift her the everlasting beauty pill, it was unlikely he would garner much goodwill in return. As the saying goes, where their essay will, their essay way, one must take each step as it comes. By midday, Nan Xiao remained peacefully asleep. After he neatly adjusted her blanket, Zhao Chin stepped outside with purpose. As he passed by the corner of the courtyard fence, he paused to glance at the little black creature. This little fellow was progressing remarkably, having already reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, and it was likely he would advance further in 2 or 3 days. Chen Tingwan was tending to the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden when she spotted Zhao Chin preparing to leave. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, her crimson lips pursing slightly as she approached him with measured steps. Brother Zhao, could you perhaps assist me in acquiring a few sets of clothing? Zhao Chin, without a moment's thought, readily agreed. Sure, let me see if there are any celestial garments in Jiangdu City. Upon realizing his misunderstanding, Chen Tingwan hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No, Brother Zhao, just ordinary clothes will suffice. Zhao Chin was left bewildered by her words. Ah, ordinary clothes, you say? Most cultivators of even modest means prefer to adorn themselves with an array of magical artifacts. Not only do these enhance their combat capabilities, but the garments are also exquisitely crafted. Chen Tingwan shyly lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Just something ordinary will do, and by the way, Zhao Chin did not dwell on this further, smiling as he nodded in agreement. The desire for beauty is a universal trait. In truth, Chen Tingwan was hesitant to leave the small courtyard, having worn the same deep blue palace attire daily, likely yearning for a change in style. As for why she specifically requested him to procure it, Zhao Chin was unclear. Nonetheless, he did not ponder it further and proceeded towards Jiangdu City. Upon entering the Foundation establishment stage, he still had no intention of flying with a sword, wishing to avoid revealing his identity. After all, the outer sect of the Yin-Yang sect was quite expansive, with a multitude of outer disciples. Should he employ sword flight immediately after departing the sect, encountering an acquaintance along the way could unveil his true identity. However, during his descent from the mountain, a familiar silhouette flashed overhead, soaring away like a streak of crimson light. Gushiti? Despite the astonishing speed of the sword light, Zhao Chin, with his current mental acuity, could clearly discern that the figure was indeed Gu Qingfeng. Had he not mentioned attempting to break through to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment? Why was he recklessly venturing out of the sect? Could it be that he was on a mission? Recently, many elders within the sect had indeed been devising significant plans, especially after their disciples had suffered considerable losses within the blood-forbidden secret realm. The three foremost sects within the Great Xia dynasty all prided themselves on being legitimate and esteemed. Chapter 97, in the past. The two major demonic sects coexisted peacefully despite being in different empires. However, it seems a great conflict is imminent. Alas, let stability linger as long as it may. Even if the various sects experience some friction, it is likely to involve only the foundational and golden core stage cultivators and skirmishes. They would hardly focus on a mere mortal like myself, aged and at the 5th or 6th layer of chi refinement. Moreover, if the nascent soul stage cultivators refrain from direct confrontation, even amidst fierce battles, the worst that could happen would be grievous injuries and significant losses for the sections. Ultimately, the sects will not perish, they will always have a refuge. It was only after distancing myself from the Yin-Yang sect by 50 or 60 miles that Zhao Chin affixed a second-tier wind control talisman, propelling forward with the swiftness of the wind. However, as of late, he had not concocted any elixirs, rendering a visit to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion unnecessary. Instead, he ventured to the Ink Master Studio, primarily to acquire knowledge of several second-tier formations to enhance his own strength and conceal his cultivation level. Regrettably, he found no suitable second-tier formations within the studio. Having purchased 3 sets of formations, he departed hastily. Upon passing near the Wind and Thunder Pavilion once more, he paused momentarily, recalling the last encounter with the old demon of harmony. Yet, he silently turned away. The third-tier elixir recipes are exceedingly rare, and it is unlikely that the Wind and Thunder Pavilion harbors any. Moreover, the possibility of encountering the Harmony Demon is a risk not worth taking. In truth, after attaining the pinnacle of the third-tier Grand Alchemist rank, Zhao Chin's comprehension of second-tier elixirs reached an unprecedented level. For any elixir he had previously encountered, consuming just 2 of them would allow him to roughly discern which spiritual herbs were used in their formulation. However, this method proved to be overly taxing, and the herbs required for concocting elixirs must be of a type he was adept in handling. Should any unfamiliar spiritual herb be present among those used, he would be incapable of analyzing the recipe. Nevertheless, this ability is nothing short of extraordinary. Zhao Chin then made his way to the western side of Jiangdu City. Indeed, he had never purchased anything for Nanxiao or Qintingwan. Women, after all, have an innate desire for beauty. Moreover, if Nanxiao dresses beautifully, it brings him joy in his own endeavors. He first visited the Spirit Tool Pavilion to procure 2 sets of celestial skirts. Magical tools come in various forms, including offensive and defensive types, as well as enchanted boots and attire. However, the prices of these items are generally several times higher than those of comparable offensive magical tools. Subsequently, he proceeded to a mundane shop, acquiring a dozen sets of clothing and stowing them away in his storage pouch. Ultimately, he found himself lingering before an unremarkable establishment, the Sword Pavilion. Upon entering, he noticed the attendant at the counter was drowsily nodding off. Even upon the arrival of a customer, there was no sign of him rising to greet. Zhao Chin paid no heed to the attendant's demeanor. Instead, he approached several displayed items, quietly examining them. Mystic Sword, 500 low-grade spirit stones to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Black Demon, 300 low-grade spirit stones to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Boneless, 600 low-grade spirit stones to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. After surveying the offerings, Zhao Chin selected the jade plate inscribed with Black Demon. It would be best to choose the Black Demon. Their work is efficient and their fees modest. This seemingly unremarkable shop is, in fact, a notorious assassination organization in Jiangdu City. No one knows the true identity of the Sword Pavilion's elusive leader. Yet for over a century, there has been no target too formidable for them to eliminate. Even formidable golden core cultivators have met their end at the hands of the Sword Pavilion. With sufficient wealth, their assassins can slay any individual you wish to eliminate. Indeed, money can move mountains, a truth equally applicable in the realm of cultivation. Since Zhao Chin has taken an interest in Qintingwan, whether to gain her favor or for clarity of thought, he is determined to avenge Li Yan. Personally executing the deed is far swifter than hiring an assassin, and it spares him from arousing suspicion. However, without knowing who was responsible for Li Yan's death, he currently lacks a concrete target. His visit was motivated not only by a desire to assess prices but also by a list of other individuals he wishes to eliminate. Chapter 98, The Innkeeper. Noticing him remove the black assassin's badge, lazily lifted his eyelids and spoke softly. Fellow Taoist, you understand the rules, do you not? Zhao Chin nodded slightly. Within 3 days, I shall provide an answer. Typically, those seeking assassins would sign a contract on the spot. However, some clients, uncertain of whether they would resort to assassination, would remove the assassin's badge, indicating a form of reservation. This practice prevents the assassin from being booked by others, allowing them to remain available for tasks in the short term. If, within 3 days, the task is confirmed, payment will be made then. Conversely, if after 3 days it is determined that the assassin's services are not needed, a portion of the breach of contract fee must be compensated. As Zhao Chin stepped out of the Sword Pavilion, he encountered the last person he wished to see, a petite girl with a ponytail, wandering at the end of the street, seemingly searching for something. Her youthful and charming visage swayed with her movements, her ponytails dancing in rhythm. In the bustling thoroughfare, her diminutive stature rendered her rather inconspicuous. Yet, Zhao Chin immediately took notice of her. However, after a fleeting glance, he quickly averted his gaze and turned to walk in the opposite direction. The ponytailed girl glanced back, and upon spotting the white silhouette ahead, she promptly turned and hastened to follow him. Zhao Chin dared not unleash his spiritual energy to probe her whereabouts, for his power paled in comparison to hers. Any slight disturbance would easily alert her to his presence. A venerable figure at the peak of the Golden Core stage should not be idling about in the streets. Yet due to the appearance of the mischievous old demon, Zhao Chin wished to avoid drawing attention. Thus, he chose to head in the opposite direction towards the outskirts of the city. The journey back to the Inyang sect from the northern part of the city would require traversing over 20 miles and crossing the periphery of the Beast Mountain range. Nevertheless, Zhao Chin, confident in his cultivation, felt no trepidation regarding the Beast Mountain range. He continuously emanated his spiritual energy, wary of the mischievous old demon potentially appearing behind him. Upon exiting the city, he clasped two spirit symbols shaped like lotus flowers in his hands. He activated his fire, water, wood, metal, and earth spirit formations. These first-tier formations primarily served to provide a slight enhancement to his spiritual energy. However, Zhao Chin simultaneously inscribed 5 formations, allowing his nascent foundation stage energy to momentarily rival that of a mid-foundation stage cultivator. A crimson sword beam soared into the sky, stirring up clouds of dust. Zhao Chin propelled his mid-grade flying sword at full speed, swiftly covering 100 zhang until he was well beyond the confines of Jiangdu City. The outskirts of the Beast Mountain range stretched vast and wide, with ancient trees perpetually steeped in dense demonic energy, towering over 100 zhang. During his passage, he frequently encountered passing cultivators beneath the dense canopy. However, chi refinement cultivators would not opt to fly at high altitudes. Their insufficient spiritual energy could not sustain sword flight. And more importantly, flying at such heights would make them conspicuous targets for beasts. Should they attract attention and face an onslaught, their chances of survival would be grim. Upon sensing Zhao Chin's aura, the others feigned ignorance and promptly turned to leave. Slaying beasts and seizing treasures was commonplace, and murder for the sake of plunder was not unheard of. Yet, it was rare for foundation stage cultivators to wander the periphery, as dispatching lower-tier beasts offered them little advantage. Finding a secluded spot, Zhao Chin dismantled the spirit symbols and formations he had cast, revealing his true appearance once more. Simultaneously, he reverted his cultivation level back to the 6th layer of chi refinement, just as he was about to exit the Beast Mountain range. Zhao Chin's brow furrowed as he glanced toward a position behind and to the right. Ah, so I'm being used as bait? The leaves in the distant thicket rustled, accompanied by continuous sounds of foliage brushing against each other. This was followed by the frenzied roars of beasts and the thunderous crashes of trees being toppled. A tall figure moved rapidly through the underbrush, leaping effortlessly. In a few bounds, she traversed 30 zhang, drawing near to Zhao Chin. Upon seeing him, the girl's eyes brightened momentarily, only to be replaced by a resigned smile of helplessness. Chapter 99, Senior Brother Zhao. How come you are here when you are not in the sect? Within her heart, she felt a blend of surprise and despair. As she gazed at the girl rushing towards her, Zhao Chin could only shake his head in resignation, just as the distance between them closed to less than 30 yards. The girl, without a moment's hesitation, hurled 2 fiery orbs backward to distract their pursuers, then turned to flee in another direction. Senior Uncle Zhao, hurry and run. Call my grandfather to rescue me. The ground trembled behind her as 2 enormous yellow beasts, each exceeding 10 feet in size, leapt from the dense underbrush. Zhao Chin observed the creatures with an expression as calm as a still pond and remarked, earth-splitting lions. This beast, known among first-tier demon beasts, is one of the rare earth attribute lion-type creatures, possessing remarkable defensive capabilities. However, they are somewhat sluggish. Had it been a faster first-tier beast, the girl would have had no chance of escaping alive. The girl fled desperately, glancing back to see Zhao Chin standing motionless, her heart racing with anxiety as she cried out, Senior Uncle, you must run. She had drawn these beasts to them, and if Zhao Chin were to perish here, who would come to her aid? Zhao Chin's expression darkened. This young lady certainly possessed a profound mind. He raised his hand, conjuring 2 spirit talismans that he cast forward. The moment the talismans left his grasp, they transformed midair into golden blades exceeding a foot in length, slicing down with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. The leading earth-splitting lion was caught off guard, its head severed by the golden spirit sword. The second lion, being slightly farther away, narrowly evaded the fatal blow but sustained a deep gash to its right shoulder, exposing bone as its thick yellow blood poured forth. The earth-splitting lion lowered its head, opening its foul mouth to emit a frenzied roar. Zhao Chin felt a sense of satisfaction with the power of the talismans. These had been refined anew after his promotion to the foundation establishment stage, even though he had previously mastered the second-tier talismans. The nature of talisman makers differs from that of alchemists. A talisman maker inherently infuses their own spiritual energy into the talisman. Thus, while the crafted talismans might be flawless, the spiritual energy of the chi refining stage pales in comparison to the might derived from the liquidified spiritual power. Zhao Chin employed the same technique once more, casting another talisman that cleaved the earth-splitting lion in half. The girl, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished, halting in her flight to stand firm amidst the distant foliage. What is this? However, Once she regained her composure, she turned back and rushed towards him. Senior Uncle Zhou, thank you for your assistance. Earlier, Gu Qingfeng had informed her that she could seek Zhou Chin's help if needed, but she had not taken it to heart. It seemed she had underestimated him. Despite his lower cultivation, he possessed numerous life-saving trump cards. The second-tier talismans appeared to be somewhat unusual. Typically, such talismans, though powerful, could not easily slay two earth-splitting lions. Zhou Chin remained silent, gazing at her intently. How did you find me? Chapter 100. Wang Erya spoke candidly. Oh, you mean that? It is because my grandfather gave me the token he received from you, which allows me to roughly sense your location. Zhou Chin had previously surmised this reason. Upon hearing it confirmed, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A female cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement recklessly led two 10th level earth-splitting lions towards an old cultivator at the 6th level. It was evident that she intended to use Zhou Chin as cannon fodder, diverting the lion's attention while she made her escape. It is a common notion that one must survive at any cost, even if it means others must perish. However, being manipulated in such a manner left Zhou Chin feeling quite disgruntled. Yet, as the distance between them narrowed to 30 zhong, Wang Erya abruptly changed her direction. Moreover, she cast her spiritual techniques once more to attract the attention of the earth-splitting lions, which seemed rather illogical. Normally, one would head directly towards Zhou Chin. The closer their proximity, the easier it would be for the lions to fixate on him. Oblivious to the coldness in his words, Wang Erya, having survived the ordeal, expressed her relief. Master Zhou, I am so fortunate to have encountered you. I was lost in the forest and had no idea how to escape. Having been a disciple of a golden core cultivator, she naturally possessed exquisite magical artifacts. However, her artifacts had sustained severe damage from the demon beasts, diminishing their spiritual essence. And her backup artifacts had also been destroyed, rendering her incapable of flying on a sword for the time being. Otherwise, even if she could fly, it might attract more demon cultivators. She refused to remain idle and chose instead to sprint along the ground. Wang Erya was pursued so relentlessly that she felt as though she had nowhere to turn, unaware of where she was running. After rummaging through her storage bag for quite some time, she fortuitously discovered the token that Gu Qifeng had given her not long ago. Using its sensing ability, she continued her frantic escape through the forest. As she recounted this, a brilliant smile illuminated her innocent face. Indeed, I am fortunate. I thought Master was in the Yin-Yang sect. I never expected you to have entered the Demon Beast Mountains as well. Had she known Zhou Chin was also in the mountains, she certainly would not have sought him out, for she did not believe he could assist her. Even if she encountered him, it would merely mean another life lost to the demon beasts. After listening to her self-justifying explanation, Zhou Chin remained silent, still somewhat skeptical. Her narrative, upon first hearing, seemed riddled with inconsistencies. How could a peak 8th level Qi refinement cultivator become disoriented in the Demon Beast Mountains? Wasn't it tantamount to courting death? Moreover, how could Gu Qifeng have transferred the token he had given to Zhou Chin to Wang Erya? At that time, Gu Qifeng was far too weak. And now Wang Erya was stronger than Su Chin. What purpose would it serve to give her his token? Yet, Wang Erya's face radiated sincerity, her eyes glimmering with clarity, displaying no signs of deceit. Zhou Chin chose to bypass the topic, unwilling to linger on it further. All right, since the demon beasts have been dealt with, let us depart. The young girl nodded cheerfully. Sure, but allow me to retrieve my belongings first. She hurried to the front of the earth-splitting lion, forming her palm into a blade that shimmered with a pink hue, her delicate, smooth arm slicing downward towards the lion's abdomen. The earth-splitting lion, having lost its demonic energy, could hardly be pierced by the strength of an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Wang Erya employed some form of technique that easily cleaved through the lion's body, its crimson entrails spilling forth. She extracted a storage bag from within the carcass and promptly stowed it away in her own. Thank you, Master Zhou. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wang Erya, and you may also call me Gu Erya. Observing her adept movements and playful expressions, Zhou Chin's demeanor stiffened momentarily. This little girl seemed to lack even the most basic of common sense. Having intervened to save her, the spoils of battle rightfully belonged to him. Any cultivator with a modicum of experience would never claim another's spoils. After all, those who can save you can just as easily end your life. What is your name? Truly? Is it Gu Erya or Wang Erya? Chapter 101. Wang Erya tossed her hair and innocently replied, well, my situation is somewhat unique. I shall be called whatever my master wishes. Zhou Chin had encountered many peculiar cultivators, such as the Hehuan Old Demon, who maintained a youthful appearance throughout his life due to his cultivation method, or those who, due to their unique practices, were compelled to retain either a pure yang or pure yin form. However, meeting someone with two names and an air of great secrecy was indeed a first for him. Did she have a throne to inherit at home? Yet Zhou Chin found himself disinterested in such matters, instead raising his right hand to store the two earth-splitting lions into his storage bag. Wang Erya let out a slight sigh, realizing that her master really was quite impoverished, to the extent that he did not even spare the corpses of demon beasts. Although the earth-splitting lion possessed a high cultivation realm, it did not imply that its corpse held significant value. The shells of turtle-type demon beasts or the scales of serpent-type demon beasts could be utilized to craft defensive magical artifacts, while certain special demon beast claws and bones could be fashioned into offensive ones. However, the earth-splitting lion could not be employed for either purpose, nor would its remains be used in the culinary arts of an immortal chef. The combined worth of the two corpses barely amounted to a few spirit stones. Why bother collecting them? Wang Area silently lamented that the two spirit talismans her master had just given her were likely his only trump cards, and she would need to find an opportunity to repay him in the future. The two had not walked far when a red streak of light descended from the sky, revealing the figure of Gu Qingfeng. Upon seeing Wang Area unharmed, Gu Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief and sternly admonished her. Did I not expressly forbid you from venturing to the Demon Beast Mountains alone? Fortunately, you are unscathed this time. Otherwise, how would I explain this to your master? Zhao Chin understood his frustration. Those with spiritual roots among mortals were exceedingly rare, and lower-tier cultivators possessed insufficient means to detect whether their younger kin had such roots. The emergence of a heavenly spiritual root could safeguard a family for generations. Should Wang Area successfully become a golden core cultivator, the entire Wang family would ascend alongside her. The accidental death of such a talent would indeed be a profound loss. Wang Area, aware of her misstep, lowered her head, too timid to retort, muttering softly, I was merely searching for the Baiyan fruit, and besides, I am fine. Am I not? Still daring to respond? Gu Qingfeng shot her another glare before turning to Zhao Chin with a puzzled expression. Zhou Shixiang, how did you end up with this girl? Zhao Chin had no choice but to recount the events that had transpired. Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted several times, and with a hint of apology, he said, I am sorry for the trouble caused, Shixiang. It is my lax discipline that allowed this girl to venture into danger. However, he secretly felt relieved that by a stroke of fortune, he had given Zhao Chin's token to her. Otherwise, had Wang Area been unable to locate her bearings, she might have truly perished at the jaws of the two demon beasts. This could be considered a serendipitous twist of fate, as he had never imagined that Wang Area would get lost. Hence he had not provided her with a positioning artifact. Yu Qifeng intended to gift Zhao Chin 2 bottles of first-tier elixirs to aid in his cultivation. After several polite refusals, Zhao Chin finally accepted them when Gu Qifeng insisted. In a hurry to exit his seclusion, Gu Qifeng had no time for idle chatter. He summoned his flying sword and instructed Zhao Chin and Wang Area to step aboard. As they soared back to the Yin-Yang sect on the sword, Gu Qifeng chastised his granddaughter mid-flight. Do you realize how terrified I was when you vanished today? Wang Area, recognizing her fault, appeared somewhat uneasy. But I had a life-preserving artifact, did I not? Why were you so worried? Chapter 102 Gu Qifeng poked her on the head and reprimanded her in a low voice. This morning, the leader of Miaoyin sect personally appeared, stating that a female disciple in the Qi refinement stage had offended her and had been casually extinguished. I initially thought that person was you. He would not have contemplated such a notion. His granddaughter had the backing of a golden core elder. Even though Xiling was the leader of Miaoyin sect, she was ultimately just a foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, considering it was on the territory of the Yin-Yang sect, Xiling would surely have to weigh her options carefully. It was merely a coincidence that Wang Area went missing at the same time and had not communicated with him beforehand, which led him to connect the two incidents. Listening to the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter, Zhao Chin's expression was complex and difficult to articulate. In an instant, he transformed back into the guise of a kind old man with a gentle smile. After escorting Zhao Chin to the small courtyard outside, Gu Qifeng took Wang Area away. Senior brother Zhou, I hope to see you again after I break through during my closed-door cultivation, she murmured, gazing at the two of them as they departed on their sorts. That little girl is rather special. As a disciple of a golden core cultivator and a genius with a heavenly spirit root, she must possess a life-preserving trump card bestowed by her master. No matter how the situation unfolds, she shouldn't be in such dire straits, being cornered by the earth-splitting lion. Additionally, there's a peculiar fragrance about her. If I recall correctly, it might indeed be from the 100 refinements fruit, mingled with the aura of corpse malice. Oh well, this matter has nothing to do with me. After all, every individual has their own opportunities, and in the realm of cultivation, fortunes are myriad. No one dares to claim they can seize every opportunity available. Opportunities are not about being the best. They are about being the most suitable for oneself. In the world of cultivation, those most prone to demise are the insatiably greedy. Zhao Chin did not return to the courtyard. Instead, he turned and made his way towards the outer sect. Even the outer disciples are usually engrossed in their cultivation, seldom seen idling about. If one were to find the most outer disciples, it would undoubtedly be in the task hall. After traversing 3 peaks, Zhao Chin arrived at the task hall of the Yin-Yang sect. Upon entering the hall, various faint spiritual lights floated above. Go out to search for the 5 bamboo lotus, reward, 3 points. Seek out the traces of demonic cultivators, return alive for a reward of 20 points. With additional rewards for useful information, outer disciples are required to submit 10 points each month. The medicinal garden Zhao Chin oversees conveniently yields 10 points monthly. After all, with the abundant spiritual energy within the sect, if one does not contribute or bring benefits to the sect, what justification is there to remain? However, Zhao Chin did not contemplate accepting any tasks, even though sect points could be exchanged for various techniques and secrets. In the past, he lacked surplus points for exchanges. But now he found low-tier techniques unappealing. There were not many disciples in the task hall, only about 30 or 40 engaged in taking on tasks. A few recognized Zhao Chin, nodding from afar as a form of greeting upon seeing him enter. After lingering for a while, Zhao Chin quietly turned and departed. After chatting for a few moments with the steward present, he obtained the information he sought. Zhang Na had died. Previously, Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng mention that someone had offended Xiling and had been casually slain, he had a vague suspicion that the female disciple who met her end was likely Zhang Na. However, since Gu Qingfeng did not know the specific name, he could only come to inquire further. This woman truly possesses a heart as hard as steel. With his formidable mental prowess, he had sensed Xiling's arrival the previous night. Xiling's actions, heading directly towards Zhang Na upon her departure, had not escaped his scrutiny. However, at that time, he had not yet advanced to a third-stage alchemist or a second-stage array master, thus his overall mental strength was inferior to Xiling's. As a result, he dared not pry too deeply, and what transpired afterward remained unclear to him. Chapter 103. Let us pay the breach fee tomorrow. Originally, the intention was to enlist the aid of a dark sorcerer to eliminate Zhang Na, in order to prevent this woman from causing any trouble. Little did I expect her demise to come at the hands of Ziling. As Zhao Chin strolled through the courtyard, he casually tossed the carcass of the earth-splitting lion to Xiao Haizi. This gluttonous creature showed no dietary restrictions, consuming whatever was offered. Even a common wild boar, devoid of any cultivation, was devoured with great relish by Xiao Haizi. Meanwhile, Zhao Chin settled in the courtyard, perusing several newly acquired tomes on formations. Fire Spirit Formation, Water Spirit Formation, Metal Spirit Formation, Wood Spirit Formation, Earth Spirit Formation. Strictly speaking, these second-tier formations bear little distinction from the first-tier formations of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If one were to draw a comparison, the second-tier Fire Spirit Formation features a more intricate array of runes. When deployed, it can harness a greater volume of spiritual energy. In essence, these formations merely serve to slightly enhance the speed at which a cultivator recovers their spiritual energy. In life and death battles, no one would rely on such formations as a decisive weapon against an adversary. Acquiring a second-tier offensive formation would prove far more effective. In most scenarios, these elemental formations are utilized by cultivators as gathering arrays, strategically positioned around their abodes to cultivate a denser atmosphere of spiritual energy, thereby accelerating their training. After all, the path of cultivation is costly, and one must rely on rigorous self-discipline for true advancement. Not everyone possesses the luxury of consuming pills for training, as Zhao Chin does. After a cursory examination, Zhao Chin familiarized himself with the material. With a flicker of azure spiritual light from his right hand, he began to inscribe a formation in the air. With gentle strokes, a complex second-tier fire spirit formation took shape within the courtyard. Soon, the formation enveloped the yard, drawing in the fire spiritual energy from hundreds of meters around, flooding uncontrollably into the space. However, this phenomenon lasted only 30 breaths. The effects of the formation gradually dissipated. A natural consequence, given that formations constructed with flags can be sustained by spirit stones, whereas those reliant on spiritual energy drawn from the caster must depend on their own reserves. Yet, inscribing the formation within one's body alleviates such concerns. With a continuous influx of spiritual energy, the fire spirit formation can ceaselessly absorb fire spiritual energy, thus enhancing Zhao Chin's training speed as spiritual energy perpetually courses through his form. After experimenting with several formations and confirming their reliability, he inscribed the 5 elemental formations upon his body. These 5 distinct formations significantly elevated the spiritual energy within him. Although he had yet to engage in formal combat, he surmised that his total spiritual energy now rivaled that of an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. In the blink of an eye, approximately 1 incense stick's duration later, Zhao Chin completed the inscription of the 5 formations. Just as he finished, he noticed Xiao Haizi had devoured the entire earth-splitting lion, leaving no remnants behind. Had this little creature's appetite grown again? The earth-splitting lion weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, yet somehow Xiao Haizi consumed it all. However, what surprised him most was the presence of a skull from the earth-splitting lion outside the enclosure, which had not been consumed by Xiao Haizi. This marked the first instance of Xiao Haizi refusing blood food. The last food Xiao Haizi had declined was the recipe for Zhang Zhuyan Dan. Thus, Zhao Chin approached and picked up the skull. The skull appeared no different from other parts of the creature. Only when Zhao Chin's palm made contact with it did he perceive the faint, yet remarkably pure, aura of death emanating from within. This aura was exceedingly refined, yet so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Chapter 104. However, Zhao Chin had never encountered a corpse evil, so all his thoughts were mere conjectures. This creature, could it truly be inedible? After all, it was a descendant of the legendary gluttonous beast, a notorious devourer. Even in its juvenile stage, it should not be incapable of consuming a corpse tainted by corpse evil. Under normal circumstances, little He could devour such a body with ease. Moreover, how formidable could the corpse evil that Wang Erya encountered possibly be? Little He blinked its large eyes and responded telepathically, "Not tasty, I'm full." In the past, when there were no choices, whatever was available was consumed. But now, my new master seems quite affluent, never lacking in its blood meals. If given a choice, I would prefer to be a lazy, indulgent donkey. Zhao Chin was at a loss for words, but silently collected the skull of the Rift Lion. It might prove useful in the future, so he decided to keep it for now. It seemed that little He had indeed grown. As its cultivation progressed, its once garbled speech gradually became coherent, allowing it to express its thoughts more clearly. Zhao Chin temporarily set aside inquiries regarding little He. Gently massaging his temples to alleviate the throbbing sensation, he rested for a while before placing his clothes in Chen Tingwan's room. Chen Tingwan was still preoccupied with managing the medicinal garden. Recently, she had taken over this responsibility from Nan Xiao, tending to the spiritual herbs with utmost care. Fearing that a careless mistake might lead to their demise, nurturing the herbs properly would grant Zhao Chin a serene existence in the garden, allowing him to live out his days peacefully until the moment of his passing. However, if he were to inadvertently let some spiritual herbs perish, perhaps due to their past acquaintance, those in higher authority would not make things difficult for him. Yet, Qin Tingwan did not wish to burden Zhao Chin, especially since he was aging. If he were to leave the nursery, where would she find the necessary points to remain in the outer sect? Zhao Chin sat in the courtyard, unusually not rushing to cultivate. Instead, he poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, feeling the gentle influx of spiritual energy wash over his meridians and physique. For an ordinary person, this tea would extend life and refine bones. Yet, for him, it bore little effect. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Zhao Chin's eyes. Threads of spiritual energy, guided by his mental force, began to weave a vast net within his dantian, enveloping it entirely. He wondered if the 5-element sealing technique could withstand the challenge. The poison laid by that woman, Ziling, was exceedingly potent. In recent days, Zhao Chun had sought remedies for the toxin during his outings. Yet, the poison she used was entirely unfamiliar to him, leaving him only able to describe it vaguely. Thus, attempting to counteract its effects was akin to chasing phantoms. The 5 elements gathering formation he had just employed could be utilized separately as a gathering array. However, there was another method to transform it into a 5-element seal. Nevertheless, it remained a second-tier sealing formation. Even though it had been enhanced through his embodiment of the formation, whether it could bind that wisp of dark energy remained uncertain. What a troublesome predicament I have found myself in, Zhao Chin mused as he examined his personal attribute panel. Host, Zhao Chin, Cultivation, Early Foundation Establishment, Technique, Qing Yuan Sword Art, Second Layer, Secondary Profession 1, Third Tier Perfect Alchemist, to advance to 4th Tier Perfect. Requires 800 favor points. Secondary Profession 2, Second Tier Perfect Inscription Master, to advance to 3rd Tier Perfect. Requires 300 favor points. Secondary Profession 3, Second Tier Perfect Formation Master, to advance to 3rd Tier Perfect, requires 300 favor points. Remaining favor points, 123, items, 3. 216 mid-grade spirit stones, 1, 200 first-tier spirit talismans, 300 second-tier spirit talismans, 10 bottles of revitalizing pills, 16 bottles of chi gathering pills, 3 bottles of spirit essence pills. Zhao Chun was exceedingly pleased with his own panel. Just over a month prior, he had been an ordinary cultivator at the 6th layer of chi refinement, without any knowledge of spiritual techniques. Chapter 105. A month has elapsed, during which he has ascended to the initial stage of foundation establishment, mastering nearly 100 types of elemental spiritual techniques, along with a plethora of formations. Notably, after augmenting the 2nd tier 5 spirits formation, his total spiritual energy surged dramatically, rivaling that of an ordinary peak foundation establishment practitioner. Furthermore, his mental prowess has escalated to a level approaching the nascent stage of golden core. Coupled with the enhancements from formations, the application of spiritual talismans, and various elixirs, even without engaging in combat, no one within the foundation establishment phase could match Zhao Chin. It is time to seek out a more profound cultivation technique. The Qing Yuan sword art is rather pedestrian, being a conventional method designated for outer disciples, allowing for cultivation only up to the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps there exist techniques suitable for golden core or even nascent soul practitioners. Yet the sect would never casually bestow complete methods upon outer disciples. Zhao Chin is left with 2 choices: either continue refining the Qing Yuan sword art, which offers the advantage of a quicker cultivation speed, or explore alternative techniques. The drawback of the Qing Yuan sword art lies in its relatively mundane power. Mastering the 2nd layer merely grants an ephemeral Qing Yuan shield, a mere manifestation of spiritual energy as a shield. However, as the primary cultivation method, transitioning to another school of thought presents considerable challenges. 3 months is ample time to discover a technique that resonates with his aspirations. He had previously scoured the sect's library, but found no subsequent methods for the Qing Yuan sword art. Without a cultivation method for the golden core stage, he would be forever barred from ascending to it. Thus, if he cannot uncover the subsequent techniques for the Qing Yuan sword art before reaching the latter stage of foundation establishment, he must inevitably switch to a different method. In addition to seeking a new cultivation method, he must also find an appropriate body refinement technique, given his formidable mental strength and the anticipated increase in it with future advancements. It is imperative to enhance his physical constitution to mitigate the challenges posed by an overwhelming mental capacity. After tending to the spiritual herbs, Qin Tingwan observed Zhao Chin in quiet meditation and chose not to disturb him, returning instead to her quarters. Upon seeing the garments in her room, her eyes sparkled with delight. No woman, regardless of her beauty, is immune to the allure of enhancing her appearance, and Zhao Chin's purchases were particularly to her liking. When she noticed the small trinkets he had brought back, her heart raced with appreciation. Truly, Zhao Ge knows me well. Zhao Chin sat in contemplation for the entire afternoon, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. Simultaneously, Wang Area and Gu Qingfeng returned to the inner sect. As a direct disciple of an elder, Wang Area held a special status among the sect's disciples. Outer disciples must undertake tasks to remain within the sect, while inner disciples focus primarily on cultivation, occasionally executing assigned missions with generous rewards. Direct disciples enjoy even greater privileges, possessing ample resources and the backing of Golden Core practitioners. However, due to her youth and other considerations, she was allowed to experience the inner sect under the guise of an inner disciple, accumulating valuable experience. After greeting their master, the celestial maiden Qing Yun, they explained the details of their recent endeavor. On their way back, Gu Qingfeng admonished, "Have you learned your lesson this time? From now on, do not venture out without my permission. Many Golden Core elders have numerous disciples. It is not solely talent that earns their favor. Some less gifted practitioners may find themselves accepted due to fortuitous circumstances or vested interests. Yet such disciples are seldom held in high regard by their masters. Wang Area, however, is distinguished as a practitioner with a heavenly spiritual root, and her master, the celestial maiden Qingyan, holds her in high esteem." Listening to Gu Qingfeng's scolding, Wang Area felt as though her ears might develop calluses. Ultimately, as his lecture continued without end, she decided to shift the conversation. "Grandfather, I wish to visit Uncle Zhou tomorrow." Chapter 106. Gu Qingfeng inquired, "What brings you to see Senior Brother Zhou?" Wang Area pouted, her hands unconsciously entwined in her hair. "To rescue me. Uncle Zhou killed the earth-splitting lion, which must have taken a toll on him. I wish to compensate for his loss." Gu Qingfeng contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, that would be wise. He had intended to offer more substantial rewards to Senior Brother Zhou. However, his financial situation was rather constrained. This time, in pursuit of breaking through to the great perfection of Foundation establishment, he had preemptively acquired a significant quantity of second-tier elixirs and procured auxiliary techniques to enhance his spiritual power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to provide merely 2 bottles of first-tier elixirs. By the way, how did Senior Brother Zhou manage to save you? He had only heard a vague account previously and was unaware of the specifics. After some thought, Wang Area replied, "I saw Senior Brother Zhou produce 2 spirit talismans. If I recall correctly, they appeared to be second-tier golden sword talismans, and then he vanquished the 2 earth-splitting lions." She shook her head in awe, remarking, "Uncle Zhou's cultivation may not be high, yet his mastery over spirit talismans is truly remarkable. If it were me, I could hardly wield a few second-tier talismans to slay a beast of the 10th layer of Qi refinement." Gu Qingfeng, however, was unfazed. "Do not underestimate Senior Brother Zhou. Experience and cunning are invaluable assets in the realm of cultivation. Among those of the Golden Core stage, one may be newly initiated while the other has lingered in the early phase for centuries. Even within the same realm, their combat prowess is incomparable." Wang Area asked curiously, "Grandfather, have you ever witnessed Senior Brother Zhou in action?" Gu Qingfeng shook his head. "I have not. But it is certain that he is no ordinary person. He has been stuck at the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement for over a century. If he cannot elevate his cultivation, he must possess considerable mastery over spiritual energy and a wealth of hidden cards. Having practiced for over a century, it would be implausible for him to lack protective measures that would not only indicate poor talent but also exceedingly bad luck." Wang Area nodded, somewhat understanding. Initially, she believed that since Gu Qingfeng mentioned Senior Brother Zhou rarely left the Yinyang sect in the last century, it was due to his cautious and timid nature, fearing danger outside. Yet, it now appeared that Senior Brother Zhou was truly wise. Meanwhile, Zhao Chin found himself in a difficult predicament. Qin Tingwan was a grateful and considerate junior sister, which was why she had asked Zhao Chin to purchase clothing for her today. She intended to demonstrate her sincerity in seeking his assistance. As Zhao Chin pushed open the door, he found Qin Tingwan reclining on the bed, her long, supple legs gently swaying at the edge. She lifted her gaze slightly, her hands holding a pair of icy socks, slowly sliding them onto her feet. Upon noticing Zhao Chin's arrival, her movements became increasingly languid, and the soreness in her right leg gradually dissipated. "Senior Brother." The room was suffused with a chilling atmosphere. As they drew closer, Zhao Chin could feel the biting cold enveloping him. Qin Tingwan had just consumed a century-old supreme Xianbing pill, making her resemble a striking ice beauty. Fortunately, after Zhao Chin's breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, his internal heat had intensified. An hour passed. Another hour elapsed. "Congratulations. The host affinity with Qin Tingwan has increased by 3 points. The host now possesses 6 affinity points. The host currently has 129 affinity points available for use." In the deep of night, during the hour of the tiger, Zhao Chin exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling invigorated as he exited the room. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Now, he understood why Qin Tingwan had urged him to purchase several pairs of socks. Women, by nature, are drawn to strength. Having witnessed Zhao Chin's gentle and considerate demeanor, Qin Tingwan developed a unique fondness for him upon seeing his decisive and wild side. She did not dislike being conquered by a man, but preferred one who could dominate her. The following day, Nan Xiao finally awoke from her slumber. She had regained consciousness yesterday afternoon, but, overwhelmed by exhaustion, had succumbed to sleep once more. Chapter 107. Zhao Chin continued to inscribe talismans while refining pills to enhance his cultivation. Having resolved the most pressing issue of his lifespan, he now needed to find a way to eliminate the toxins within him. Upon emerging, Nan Xiao noticed Zhao Chin was still occupied and refrained from interrupting him. When she spotted Qin Tingwan busily working in the herb garden, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. Stealthily approaching from behind, she embraced her tightly. "Sister Tingwan. From now on, we shall be one family." Nan Xiao didn't need to glance back, even if she had slept soundly the previous night. Oblivious to the events that transpired, the rosy hue of Qin Tingwan's complexion and her shimmering, Autumn-like eyes assured her that everything that should and should not have happened between them had indeed occurred. As the day brightened, Zhao Chin beckoned softly. Xiao Qiao, come here. I have something for you. Leaning slightly, Nanxiao drew closer to him. She pecked him gently on the cheek before playfully inquiring, Brother Zhou, what do you wish to give me? Zhao Chin retrieved 3 5-element pills from his storage bag. These can enhance the quality of your spiritual roots. After consuming them, be sure to refrain from channeling spiritual energy. Carefully refine the medicinal properties. Upon seeing the contents of his storage bag, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Nanxiao's eyes. Yet she obediently nodded in acceptance. Brother Zhou, don't you have anything else to offer me? Were this a remark from Bai Shui, Zhao Chin would surely deem it greedy. Yet, for Nanxiao, such words seemed unexpected. What more could she desire? Noticing his bewildered expression, Nanxiao leaned closer. Her warm breath brushing against his ear. Delicately moistening her lips, she whispered enticingly, I shall reward you well tonight. A wave of bewilderment surged through Zhao Chin's mind. How had this gentle and understanding Nanxiao transformed? Was this truly the Xiao Qiao he had come to know? Nanxiao's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, her smile deepening with sincerity compared to when she received the 5-element pills. Brother Zhou, I shall await your return. She yearned for Chen Tingwan to accompany Zhou Chun. Yet seeing the flush on Chen Tingwan's face, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within her. What Chen Tingwan could achieve, she too could accomplish. It was not a matter of rivalry, but rather a desire to earn Zhou Chun's affection. Zhou Chun whispered a few more words before taking little Haizi and quietly departing the small courtyard. The two women exchanged puzzled glances. For Zhou Chun rarely ventured out in succession. The herb garden was secluded, and he had chosen a back pathway, encountering no fellow disciples along the way. Observing the lethargic little Haizi, who struggled to take even a few steps while panting heavily, Zhou Chun playfully chastised it. Let us head to the Monster Beast mountain range. This morning, little Haizi devoured that earth splitter line. Yet, after feasting, it still expressed hunger. He tossed the carcass of another beast for it to consume. Little Haizi's aura surged dramatically, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, on the brink of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Zhou Chun preferred not to allow it to break through within the sect, fearing it would cause a commotion and attract unwanted attention. Thus, he sought a secluded location outside. After all, it was a descendant of the gluttonous, and judging by little Haizi's rapid advancement and its voracious appetite for spiritual energy, it evidently possessed a formidable bloodline. The uproar that would ensue upon its ascension to the foundation establishment stage was yet to be imagined. Chapter 108 Zhou Chin mounted his companion, the little black creature, and hastened towards the periphery of the Beast Mountain range. This range, bordering the Yin-Yang sect, lay on its western side. For the sake of safety, he urged the little black creature to sprint 200 miles in one go, arriving at the northern expanse of the mountains. The little black creature rolled its eyes in exhaustion, appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. Zhou Chin paid no heed to its whimpers, continuing to affix speed-enhancing talismans and acceleration formations to its back. Stop pretending to be dead, run a bit further, and I promise to treat you to a good meal when we return. The little black creature's distinct black and white pupils flickered slightly, and its pace quickened once more, transforming into a streak of light racing across the ground. Zhou Chin estimated that he would have to exert himself fully to keep pace with the little black creature. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of the true dragon bloodline. Even as a descendant of an immortal beast, albeit a significantly weakened lineage after countless generations, it still possessed a speed that could outstrip others of the same realm. As a foundation establishment cultivator, even without employing sword flight, his speed, augmented by formations and runes, would rival that of a typical foundation establishment cultivator in flight. The little black creature, relying solely on its 4 legs, achieved such velocity. He wondered how fast it would be able to travel at full strength once it advanced to foundation establishment and gained the ability to fly. He did not expect the little black creature to provide significant assistance in the future. Speed was all that mattered. In the realm of cultivation, self-preservation is the foremost principle. After another 100 miles of frenzied running, they arrived at a picturesque location amidst the mountains. All right, this will suffice. Choosing to break through in the Beast Mountain range was inherently fraught with danger. If the little black creature were to cause an excessive commotion upon reaching foundation establishment, it could attract the attention of foundation establishment or even core formation level beast cultivators. However, venturing too far into unfamiliar territories posed even greater risks. After weighing these considerations, he resolved that the Beast Mountain range was the most prudent location for the tribulation. Now, go ahead and break through. I shall stand guard beside you. The little black creature's aura reached the critical threshold of Qi refinement. With just a bit more assistance, it could smoothly transition into foundation establishment. Zhou Chin produced over 100 mid-grade spirit stones, casting them all at once. The little black creature opened its cavernous mouth and voraciously devoured them. Zhou Chin observed in amazement. It seemed its physical constitution was sound. The spiritual energy contained within 100 mid-grade spirit stones was enough to cause even a late foundation establishment cultivator to explode. The gluttonous creature required an immense amount of spiritual energy to advance, far exceeding that needed by other beasts of the same realm by at least tenfold. This was why ordinary individuals found it impossible to raise such a creature. The little black creature's aura surged visibly, and then it broke through. Nearly half a stick of incense later, its form had not changed significantly. It appeared somewhat weaker, comparable in size to a slightly larger lion. Is this really a breakthrough? He did not expect the little black creature to evolve into a true dragon form upon reaching foundation establishment, but he anticipated some form of commotion. The transition seemed utterly mundane, akin to a regular meal. Yet, he was unaware of the specific manifestation of a gluttonous creature advancing to foundation establishment. The little black creature's aura stabilized, devoid of any signs of instability typically associated with a recent breakthrough. Zhao Chin did not wish to linger any longer. He grasped the little black creature's tether, intending to return to the Yin-Yang sect. However, the little black creature broke free from his hold. Its nose twitching slightly before it gazed to the right. In a flash, it vanished from Zhao Chin's line of sight, moving like a gust of wind, stirring up clouds of dust. Zhao Chin hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to pursue it. He had yet to discover the secret art for controlling the little black creature. Chapter 109. There existed a faint mental connection between the two parties, allowing them to generally sense each other's location. In Zhao Chin's perception, little black was not attempting to flee. Rather, it seemed as if it had spotted something delectable. Zhao Chin's feet shimmered with brilliance as he activated the second-tier wind control talisman. The 5 elements formation within him surged through his entire being in an instant. His form transformed into a wisp of breeze, swiftly darting several zhang away. Within a few bounds, he vanished from his original position. However, despite this, when he finally located Little Black, he was still a moment too late. At Little Black's feet lay a head, belonging to a stag that exceeded 10 feet in size. This stag bore a striking resemblance to ordinary deer, with one notable distinction: it radiated a luminous sheen, glimmering with a faint iridescence. A 5-colored deer? Zhao Chin hurried forward to examine it. The creature had already been partially devoured by Little Black. The carcass was a gruesome sight, riddled with gaping wounds from which blood flowed like torrents. Little Black feasted heartily, seemingly reveling in its meal. Zhao Chin's heart ached at the sight. Such one waste. The 5-colored deer was an exceedingly rare delicacy. Though it was merely a beast of the Qi refinement stage, its value was extraordinary, particularly when transformed into celestial cuisine. Its flavor was unparalleled in the mortal realm. Moreover, due to its extreme scarcity, possessing spirit stones would not guarantee one the pleasure of tasting it. Just as Zhao Chin was about to touch the 5-colored deer, his gaze uncontrollably swept to the right. He emanated his mental energy throughout the area, vigilant against any potential ambush from beastly foes, ready to escape at the first sign of danger. Not far to his right, he sensed a faint earthy aura. The essence was remarkably pure, and Zhao Chin had an inkling of its nature. Could it be Xian Earth? He could no longer afford to be preoccupied with the 5-colored deer and signaled for Little Black to keep its distance through a mental transmission. Zhao Chin affixed an invisibility talisman and a shape-shifting talisman to himself. He activated the 5 elements concealment technique with all his might, suppressing his presence to the lowest possible level. If it truly was Xian Earth, it would be a fortuitous discovery. In a certain sense, Xian Earth is a naturally occurring earthy spiritual material. Should he succeed in refining it into his body, it could greatly enhance his physical constitution. Xian Earth, Xian Water, Xian Fire, and others are all rare treasures of heaven and earth, each serving distinct purposes. His immense mental energy often overwhelmed his physical form, rendering him unable to contain it. However, acquiring Xian Earth would alleviate this concern. Such treasures of nature are invariably guarded by beasts. Not only would it benefit human cultivators, but the beast races would also reap significant rewards from refining them. Zhao Chin felt a pang of regret for not having purchased a beast-taming bag earlier. Now, he had no means to store Little Black and could only instruct it to retreat to a safe distance. Following the trail of the earthy aura, Zhao Chin maneuvered 80 zhang away, halting before the entrance of a cavern. He confirmed that there were no formations set nearby, nor any presence of beasts. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously stepped inside. Xian Earth is a rare find, and he had no choice but to take this risk. After all, the beasts at the periphery of the mountains were at most second-tier foundation establishment creatures. The corridor of the cave stretched long and dark, seemingly endless before his eyes. A purple miasma permeated the air, suffocating the mental energy of any cultivator who dared to enter. A Qi refinement cultivator here would likely be rendered blind, unable to see even a zhang ahead. Yet, with Zhao Chin's formidable mental energy, he could barely glimpse the contours of the cavern within. However, before he could traverse the corridor entirely, he heard the faint sound of trickling water. Could there be an underground river? After progressing several dozen meters further, Zhao Chin finally caught sight of the true nature of the cave. To his astonishment, there was no Xian Earth to be found. Instead, the atmosphere was thick with fire attribute spiritual energy. A brilliant blue flame surged from the spiritual spring at the center of the chamber. Chapter 110. Zhao Chin approached the spirit spring slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the flames. Were they profound fire or profound water? In this world, there exist treasures nurtured by nature, such as profound water, profound earth, profound fire, and profound wood. Be it profound fire or profound water, these entities hold immense efficacy for cultivators in the early stages. For instance, profound fire can enhance the potency of a cultivator's innate flames, especially for alchemists, making it a rare and extraordinary treasure. However, as a cultivator's mastery deepens, their innate spirit fire's power surges, consequently diminishing the utility of profound fire. Yet, this flame before him possessed the gentle qualities of profound water while also embodying the vitality of profound fire. Zhao Chin's earlier misjudgment stemmed from this very reason. Nevertheless, the eerie tranquility of the surroundings made him acutely aware of the lurking danger. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured several layers of formations in the air, enveloping and sealing the profound fire with his spiritual energy. Only then did he assimilate it into his body. confirming the absence of other treasures within the cave before hastily making his way outside. The cave, devoid of anything but toxic mist, revealed no signs of beasts. Yet, the more serene the environment, the greater the peril it concealed. On the periphery of the Beast Mountain range, numerous beasts roamed freely, lacking a fixed territory. If there existed an area long untouched by any beast, it indicated the domain of a powerful beast cultivator, a place where lesser beasts dared not venture. Upon returning, Zhao Chin found Xiao Haizi still feasting on meat. Perhaps the exquisite tenderness of the five-colored deer meat captivated him, or there was another reason. Typically, a mere dozen bites could allow Xiao Haizi to devour over 100 pounds of flesh. After a mere incense stick's duration, he had consumed nearly half of the deer's carcass. Zhao Chin stored the unfinished five-colored deer in a storage pouch and urged, "We must flee. Such treasures lie within the cave, still radiating their essence, and yet have not been devoured by beasts. There must be a reason for this." Regardless of whether any beast cultivators are in pursuit, among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best option, and it cannot be wrong. Xiao Haizi exhaled 2 puffs of white vapor, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground. He was reluctant to abandon his meal, as this was his hard-earned quarry. And he had not yet finished eating. Just as Zhao Chin contemplated forcefully making him leave, a deafening roar echoed from behind. The sound resembled that of a lion or tiger, accompanied by a tumultuous rumbling of the earth. The ground trembled violently, and leaves cascaded from the treetops. Zhao Chin's expression changed abruptly, an ominous premonition surging within him. Was it a peak second-tier beast, or a third-tier beast? Before he could ascertain, he witnessed the trees on either side being uprooted in a frenzy. In an instant, he transformed into a gust of wind, traversing dozens of yards in a heartbeat. Xiao Haizi, too, ceased his grumbling, his limbs moving with the swiftness of lightning. Moments later, the pair had bolted nearly 200 miles, finally halting, utterly fatigued. Collapsing to the ground, motionless, Zhao Chin felt a twinge of annoyance. "You are far too timid. After all, you are a descendant of Tao Tai. To be so easily frightened by the roar of a high-ranking beast is quite pathetic." Despite the distance rendering the specific realm of the beast undetectable, it was probable that it was at the peak of the second tier or the early stage of the third tier, at most comparable to a golden core cultivator. Xiao Haizi had just reached the second tier. It was perfectly normal for him to be unable to fight back and wish to flee. However, his swift capitulation was rather surprising. Nonetheless, Zhao Chin was quite pleased with his speed. Whether one behaved cautiously or like a dog, it was preferable to attract undue trouble, which could lead to an inescapable predicament. At this distance, they were assuredly safe. Even golden core cultivators would struggle to perceive any disturbances from 200 miles away. Before a beast enters the nascent soul stage and undergoes the tribulation of transformation, their spiritual awareness remains a weakness, generally far inferior to that of cultivators at the same level. Chapter 111. After a brief respite, a man and his beast hurried back to the vicinity of Jiangdu City. Along the way, they encountered few demonic beasts. The aura of the little black creature was overwhelmingly potent, deterring any chi refining stage demon cultivators from approaching. Midway, they came across a foundation-building stage thunder leopard. However, recognizing the little black creature as a second-tier initial stage beast, the thunder leopard turned tail and fled without a backward glance. The bloodline of a higher-level beast exerts a terrifying suppression over that of a lower-level one. Under normal circumstances, even among beasts of the same realm, a common bloodline golden core beast would be swiftly annihilated if it encountered a head dragon beast. The thunder leopard sensed the bloodline power of the little black creature and, fully aware of its disadvantage, had no intention of engaging in combat. The little black creature snorted 2 puffs of white mist, its gaze sweeping imperiously across the surroundings, barely sparing a glance at the thunder leopard. Occasionally, it emitted a thunderous roar, sending lower-tier beasts scurrying far away, completely shedding the earlier image of being a frightened dog in the presence of a high-tier beast. After ensuring the little black creature was settled, Zhao Chin entered Jiangdu City alone. He then spent several hundred low-grade spirit stones to purchase 2 beast-controlling bags. Exiting the city, he carefully stored the little black creature inside. Its distinctive features made it easily recognizable, and carrying it openly would undoubtedly draw attention. Subsequently, Zhao Chin acquired 2 volumes of the records of the 9 provinces. Once he had addressed the urgent matters, he finally made his way to the sword pavilion. Upon seeing Zhao Chin, the attendant's eyes brightened noticeably. "Friend, do you require an assassination?" Zhao Chin shook his head, replying, "Circumstances have changed. This is a penalty fee of 150 low-grade spirit stones. In the assassin world, the penalty fee is generally half of the minimum standard, as one must account for the time wasted for the other party, which Zhao Chin did not dispute. After receiving the fee, the attendant could not help but pout, saying nothing further. Although he could receive money without working, this arrangement would diminish his earnings. Very well, do visit often. Zhao Chin did not rush to leave the city but instead headed towards the moon viewing pavilion. The entrance bustled with people, with numerous elegantly dressed female cultivators accompanied by their male counterparts entering and exiting. As soon as he stepped into the moon viewing pavilion, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of cuisine, intermingled with pure spiritual energy. Just a whiff stimulated one's appetite, making one feel as if they had undergone a spiritual energy refinement. Despite the crowd inside, an attendant promptly approached Zhao Chin. He casually found a table to sit at. "What is this qinglong soup?" The attendant explained. "It is crafted from the tianshui python of the 10th layer of qi refining, paired with crescent grass, celestial star flowers, and other precious spiritual herbs." Zhao Chin inquired, and what about this highly fragrant dish? The attendant replied, it is made from fragrant mushrooms and biling fruit, enhancing spiritual energy slightly after consumption, and for a short time, one will emit a unique fragrance. Zhao Chin glanced at the menu and casually ordered. Then I shall have a bowl of qinlong soup, a white spirit or tiger whip, and some feng wei braised beef. The attendant acknowledged respectfully and retreated, observing the crowded establishment. Zhao Chin shook his head inwardly. The rich indulge in opulence while the poor succumb to despair. Regardless of the place, wealth is always advantageous. He lamented his previous poverty. A simple trio of dishes cost nearly 200 low-grade spirit stones. It was no exaggeration to say that this amount could easily consume the entire fortune of 3 or 4 perfected qi refining cultivators. The culinary delights prepared by immortal chefs using ingredients from the cultivation world are not only delectable but also enhance spiritual energy. Some dishes can even refine the body. Of course, the practicality of these delicacies pales in comparison to that of medicinal pills. While spirit pills may seem exorbitantly priced, achieving similar effects through consuming these dishes would require a cost, at least tenfold. However, the benefits of consuming these culinary creations are evident. Their mild properties do not adversely affect the body, and their exquisite flavors satisfy one's palate. Observing the patrons, each appeared to be foundation-building cultivators, adorned in garments and artifacts of at least medium-grade quality, undoubtedly indicating their substantial wealth. Chapter 112. After the time of an incense stick. The attendant presented several exquisite dishes one by one. Zhao Chin took a few simple bites and quickly realized that the meal was indeed worth the price. There was a reason for its expense. The qinlong moonlight soup was exceptionally delicious, with tender meat that melted in the mouth, perfectly seasoned. Zhao Chin devoured 3 dishes in one go. It seemed worthy of a try. His visit to the Wangwei Pavilion was primarily to ascertain whether consuming celestial delicacies could enhance his physical constitution. Merely relying on these delicacies was insufficient. But with the addition of second-tier body refining elixirs, the combination would undoubtedly expedite the strengthening of his physique, enabling it to bear immense spiritual power. Zhao Chin was not lacking in funds. Anything that could be settled with spirit stones was trivial to him. As a second-tier alchemist, his alchemical speed far surpassed that of his contemporaries. By the measure of spirit stones alone, he had amassed wealth surpassing that of ordinary golden core cultivators long ago. Zhao Chin ordered several more dishes to be packed. While awaiting the celestial delicacies, he once again spotted a familiar figure. The old demon of harmony, with her petite frame, was closely trailing behind Shang Guanyun, bouncing into the Wangyue Pavilion. The two navigated effortlessly to a private room on the second floor. Upon spotting Zhao Chin from a distance, Shang Guanyun gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Ever since selling elixirs at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Zhao Chin had maintained a consistent appearance. A handsome visage reminiscent of a man in his 30s. Zhao Chin returned the smile. After the two ascended the stairs and collected their prepared celestial dishes, they departed the Wangyue Pavilion at a brisk pace. Encountering the old demon of harmony here was not a remarkable occurrence. Jiangdu City was a prominent location for cultivation in the vicinity, yet it was merely an inconspicuous mid-sized town within the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. Within the entire Jiangdu City, only the Wangyue Pavilion boasted celestial chefs, those profound cultivators who found themselves at a bottleneck and unable to break through in the short term, would occasionally seek to indulge their palates by visiting the Wangyue Pavilion. After exiting Jiangdu City, Zhao Chin did not release his companion, Little Black. Instead, he unleashed his full speed, hastening towards the Yin-Yang sect. His cultivation was disguised as the 9th level of qi refinement, neither particularly high nor low. If he concealed his cultivation too low, it would easily attract the covetousness of other cultivators, leading to unnecessary troubles. However, while traversing midway and nearing the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range, he sensed fluctuations indicating a confrontation between cultivators to his right. Zhao Chin remained focused and continued on his path. The first rule of the cultivation world is to resolutely abstain from engaging in irrelevant conflicts. By observing the fluctuations in energy, he estimated that 2 foundation establishment cultivators were involved. Likely, they were contending over some trivial treasure, unworthy of his involvement. Fortune favors the bold, yet Zhao Chin, at present, found the resources of foundation establishment cultivators rather insignificant. Yet, trouble had a way of finding him. Before Zhao Chin could distance himself further, he heard a woman's voice rising in anger from behind. You wretch, I wouldn't even give it to a dog. You dare deceive me? Today, I shall have your body torn to shreds. Alongside her tirade was the sound of a man's mocking laughter. Bai Hua. You should check your poison first. If you pursue further, you might end up consumed by your own desires. Even if I explode today, I shall first extinguish you. Their heated exchanges grew louder, prompting Zhao Chin to expressionlessly change direction. He cast a glance back before hastening forward. The air resonated with a series of explosive sounds and a faint aura of spiritual energy. A silver sword sliced through the air, descending with a man's screams marking its conclusion. Zhao Chin, who had already moved far away, sensed the commotion ahead and halted his steps. Without a moment's hesitation, he shifted his position yet again. Ahead, several foundation establishment cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 113. As one ventured further, it became increasingly easy to enter the combat range of others. Wealth is often sought in peril. However, the challenges ahead offered nothing but trouble, devoid of any fortune. Zhao Chin could not help but smile bitterly. Having just stepped into the foundation establishment stage, he found himself repeatedly entangled in confrontations with fellow cultivators of the same realm, which was indeed a nuisance. Fortunately, his mental prowess was sufficiently formidable, allowing him to probe a radius of 3 miles. The foundation establishment cultivators engaged in battle possessed far weaker spiritual awareness than him, hence they remained oblivious to his approach. Yet, while he managed to evade the cultivators in front, he could not escape the ones behind him. The previously fleeing 100 Flowers fairy reappeared at Zhao Chin's side, her gaze scrutinizing him intently. She descended from the heavens, and with a flick of her right hand, the silver sword in the air transformed into 9 flying swords, swiftly encircling Zhao Chin and trapping him within a sword formation. The 100 Flowers fairy, with her ethereal beauty and proud demeanor, bore an unsettling flush upon her cheeks, emanating an intoxicating aura. Upon confirming Zhao Chin's appearance was not unpleasing, she furrowed her brow and commanded, "Come with me. Accompany me in dual cultivation to counteract this poison or face death." The toxicity within her had fully erupted, and if delayed any longer, she risked losing her cultivation or worse, her life. The peculiar nature of the poison rendered ordinary detoxification pills ineffective. She was unwilling to sacrifice her celestial path for the sake of a mere mortal, even though she did not know Zhao Chin. She had no choice but to make do with him. Zhao Chin let out a soft sigh. So I am to engage in dual cultivation with you, only to be slain afterward? Upon hearing his words, the 100 Flowers fairy paused momentarily before revealing her intent with a cold voice. Indeed, I shall not allow anyone who sullies my being to live. You should consider yourself fortunate, had I not been severely injured. A mere insect like you would not even be worthy of touching my body. After all, she was a sword cultivator. In the realm of cultivators, strength was often determined by the power of their artifacts, secret techniques, and hidden trump cards. Generally speaking, sword cultivators held a distinct advantage over ordinary practitioners. Those who primarily cultivated metal-attributed spiritual energy possessed unparalleled offensive capabilities. Thus, within sects such as the Harmony sect and the Yin-Yang sect, sword cultivators ranked at the pinnacle of partner lists. In normal circumstances, someone of this chi refinement stage would not even qualify to serve her. Choose wisely. Will you be killed after our dual cultivation, or shall I end your life now? Zhao Chin's indifferent voice suddenly echoed in her ears. I choose for you to die. The audacity of this woman was striking. She was both ordinary and overly confident. Lacking in beauty, her thoughts were nevertheless extravagant. Her looks fell slightly short of Snow White. Her legs could not rival Ting Wan, and her allure paled in comparison to Shangwan Lukai. As for qualities like kindness and understanding, she was far from matching Xiao Qiao. In contrast, Xiling and Li Ronger would completely overshadow her. The 100 Flowers fairy felt the world spin around her. The scenery morphed rapidly, and she found herself gazing at her own legs before her head struck the ground with a resounding thud. Even in the moments before her demise, she struggled to accept the reality of death. Zhao Chin had stood right there, without any visible use of artifacts. How could she perish? The Zhao Chin before her gradually faded into the wind. The figure that remained was no longer his true self, merely an afterimage left in the wake of his incredible speed. It was neither a magical technique nor a form of duplication, where Zhao Chin had originally stood. A multitude of pale white threads suddenly emerged. Once released from their master's control, they revealed their true form. The threads were as fine as hair, silent yet incredibly sharp. Zhao Chin approached and casually examined the threads. Mid-grade artifacts in the form of threads were indeed rare. Typically, such artifacts and flying needles were used for surprise attacks. Unfortunately, her mental prowess was far too weak. This woman's tactics could not elude his perception. Moreover, she had gravely underestimated Zhao Chin's cultivation level. Confident in her control over him, she had neglected to employ any defensive artifacts, leading to her swift demise. Had there been distance between them, no matter how powerful Zhao Chin was or how swift his movements, he would have found it challenging to effortlessly slay her. Chapter 114. Zhao Chin deftly removed the storage bag and, with a flick of his finger, unleashed a burst of flames to incinerate it completely. Alas, what a hassle. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, or sacrificing oneself to neutralize poison, is utterly implausible. Roses that come seeking one's attention either bear thorns or possess venom. Zhao Chin harbored no illusions that after engaging with such a person, they would feel grateful and refrain from harming him, eventually nurturing feelings over time. Such scenarios belong solely to the realm of television dramas. To the flower fairy, Zhao Chin, in his chi refinement stage, was nothing more than a mere insect. The most pragmatic choice would be to utilize him and then eliminate him, effortlessly acquiring his storage bag while simultaneously alleviating her own toxins. With a comprehensive score of 79, one could only blame their appearance for such misfortune. The caliber of women in this realm is indeed scarce and unremarkable. After vanquishing this woman, Zhao Chin pondered the system on his way back to the Yin-Yang sect. Does the assessment of comprehensive points truly relate to one's cultivation? If comprehensive points do not prioritize current cultivation but rather emphasize inherent potential, could it be that only those with heavenly roots can attain scores exceeding 90? However, the potential in the cultivation world lacks a definitive description. While those with heavenly roots may possess great talent, they could just as easily perish along the way. A prodigy who dies prematurely is rendered inconsequential. Some cultivators with 3 spiritual roots, after seizing a great opportunity, may defy the odds and cultivate all the way to the nascent soul and even the transformation stage. Early talent is crucial, but in the later stages, opportunity reigns supreme. Yet, the system provided no specific criteria for evaluation. Thus, Zhao Chin had no choice but to suppress these thoughts for the time being. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Chen Tingwan and Nan Xiao engaged in light conversation. Chen Tingwan had nearly subdued the fire poison, and in 2 days, she would be able to resume her cultivation as usual. With Zhao Chin's supply of medicinal pills, Nan Xiao had successfully advanced to the 5th layer of qi refinement, which left Chen Tingwan feeling envious. The path of cultivation seeks longevity and defies fate. It is not merely through elixirs that one can achieve rapid progress. Sole reliance on pills can lead to a shaky foundation. Nan Xiao's cultivation progressed smoothly, partly due to the simplicity of the methods Zhao Chin had chosen for her, which posed little challenge. And also thanks to her ample supply of elixirs, soul-nourishing pills to nurture the spirit, body-refining pills to enhance physical constitution, and qi-gathering pills to elevate her cultivation. The qi refinement stage primarily involves refining one's foundation through the cultivation of soul, qi, and body simultaneously. In this manner, she neither endured the tediousness of other cultivators nor embarked on perilous quests for resources. Nan Xiao merely needed to reside quietly in the courtyard, accompanying Zhao Chin, and her cultivation would naturally flourish. How could she not feel envious? As Nan Xiao gazed at Chen Tingwan's celestial attire, she expressed her admiration. Is this the garb worn by cultivators? Ever since I embarked on this path, I have remained within the courtyard, never stepping outside. I have not even laid eyes on any adornments or magical artifacts, let alone possess a flying sword. Yet, the exquisite material alone captivates my heart. Might it be very expensive? If possible, I would love to have one for myself. She did not worry about whether Zhou Gu would purchase it for her. However, if the price were exorbitant, she did not wish to burden him. Upon hearing her words, Chen Tingwan smiled gently. Sister, fret not. It is not costly. To Zhou Gu, it is but a trifle. Our relationship is merely one of casual acquaintance, a fleeting physical connection. Just yesterday, Zhou Gu procured a celestial garment for me. Given the rapport between you and Zhou Gu, how could he refuse your request? She pondered. Did Zhou Gu not think to buy you a garment as well? Chapter 115. When Zhao Chin returned, he found 2 women sitting in the courtyard, enjoying an exceptionally harmonious interaction. In truth, he should have returned much earlier. However, the recent death of Li Yin had significantly raised his profile in the outside world. Along his journey, he had encountered numerous acquaintances, each stopping to greet him, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Nan Xiao was engaged in a discussion with Chen Tingwan about clothing when she noticed Zhao Chin entering through the door. Her delicate brows arched slightly, and her flawless, fair skin flushed with a faint rosy hue. In an instant, she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Zhao Chin's gaze. Chen Tingwan blinked, secretly wondering why she was blushing. Was it merely about buying 2 outfits? Yet, there existed a profound disparity in temperament between female cultivators who had long ventured into the world of cultivation and those raised in the mundane world. To the ordinary female cultivators, a man was merely a dual cultivation partner, a companion to enhance the advancement of their techniques. In contrast, women from the mundane realm, especially someone like Nan Xiao, adhered to the principle of prioritizing their husband's preferences above all else. The clothing discussions between Chen Tingwan and Nan Xiao were fundamentally different. It was not until Chen Tingwan nudged her that Nan Xiao was jolted from her reverie. Zhao Chin nodded slightly and proceeded directly to the main house. Once inside, he immediately activated the various formations of the courtyard before retrieving the mysterious fire. Enveloped by the formations and spiritual energy, the mysterious fire was thoroughly subdued, emanating an enigmatic blue glow, with a gentle stream of water flowing within the flames. Though the absence of profound earth was regrettable, the mysterious fire would suffice. While profound earth was indeed the most urgently needed resource to significantly enhance his physique and alleviate the agony of surging mental energy, the mysterious fire would still improve his alchemical speed by a notable margin, making it a rare treasure in its own right. Zhao Chin had procured the secrets of the 9 regions to unravel the origins of the mysterious fire. This tome compiled numerous secrets from the 9 regions, detailing various extraordinary treasures and talents, including the mysterious fire rankings. Born of heaven and earth, the innate fire types were countless, with nearly 100 known varieties discovered. Among these, the most formidable 100 were referred to as the celestial spirit fires. The might of the spirit fire was unparalleled, and if one could thoroughly refine it, it would be capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, rendering all things asunder. Zhao Chin's gaze lingered upon the 18th position of the mysterious fire rankings, the azure fire of the abyss and the yellow springs. This innate mysterious fire was said to arise exclusively in regions rich in water attributes, necessitating the existence of extreme fire attribute toxins. Only through the confluence of water and fire could it manifest under exceedingly rare circumstances. The azure fire enhances a cultivator's spirit fire potency and expands their meridians, while inherently carrying potent toxins. However, what captivated Zhao Chin most was not merely the power of the azure fire, but rather the special description that followed. If one were to seek out the waters of the yellow springs and refine them within oneself, merging them with the azure fire would drastically amplify its power, rivaling that of the celestial spirit fires. Even Zhao Chin, with his composed demeanor, felt his heart race uncontrollably. To rival the spirit fires? The terror of celestial spirit fires was well known. Even those at the foundational level would perish upon contact, and even golden core cultivators would not dare to display their brilliance. Retreating in haste, The only condition was that Zhao Chin must be able to strike his opponent. Yet, he quickly quelled the tumult within his heart. It was already a stroke of luck to acquire the Azure Fire today. In this vast world, where could he possibly find the waters of the Yellow Springs? If one were to consider it, the likelihood of discovering ancient spirit fires was likely greater than that of uncovering the Yellow Springs waters. Having learned about the Azure Fire, Zhao Chin found little interest in the other secrets of the 9 regions. The price of this book was not insignificant, and much of its content was beyond the reach of foundational cultivators. However, upon seeing a line of small text at the end of the book, Zhao Chin felt a surge of clarity. The riddles that had troubled him were beginning to resolve. Only by unifying the 5 elements can a void refinement cultivator attain their true potential. Chapter 116, the meaning of this passage is quite straightforward. It asserts that a cultivator in the transformation stage must possess the 5 elemental roots within their body to ascend to the void refinement stage. Regardless of whether one has a wind-type spiritual root, a thunder root, an ice root, or even dual element roots, the presence of all 5 metal, wood, water, fire, and earth is essential for a successful advancement to the void refinement stage. Could it be that the system's criteria for assessing talent hinges upon this? According to the text, those with a single spiritual root cannot truly be considered geniuses. After a transformation stage cultivator breaks through, they must find a way to supplement their roots to encompass all 5 elements. Otherwise, they will be unable to progress to the void refinement stage. This endeavor not only requires rare celestial and earthly treasures, but also hinges on fortuitous circumstances, as augmenting one's spiritual roots is an extraordinary feat in common belief. The absence of spiritual roots effectively precludes one from pursuing immortality. Thus, it becomes clear why, within the system's evaluation, the distinction between a single root and those with 3 or 4 roots appears negligible. Therefore, one wonders if the system's assessment is based primarily on appearance and current cultivation level. Zhao Chin tightened his grip on the Jiuzhou secret records. These matters are not for me to ponder at the moment. The fact that he could access this record indicates that the elders of the major sects are undoubtedly aware of it. However, within the 3 major sects of the Daxia dynasty, the most powerful cultivators are merely those at the nascent soul stage. Although those with heavenly roots struggle to advance to the void refinement stage, they experience remarkably rapid progress before reaching the golden core stage. Having more golden core elders within a sect is indeed a tremendous fortune. As for whether they can transcend the void refinement stage, it is likely a consideration confined to the elders. Zhao Chin stored the Jiuzhou secret records and gently tapped a finger to release the seal on the Biluohu. The process of refining the Biluohu proceeded smoothly. It is not an exceedingly young and rigid flame. The accompanying potent toxins were easily countered by Zhao Chin. The flame, gentle as water, flowed through his body, refining and scorching his meridians. Under the incineration of the Biluohu, his meridians expanded once more. After completely refining the Biluohu, he experienced a slight enhancement in his cultivation level. To fortuitously acquire the Xuanhua was indeed an unexpected delight. As Zhao Chin exited the main house, he noticed that Chen Tingwan and Nan Xiao were already busy in the herb garden. It then occurred to him that Little Black was still confined within the beast-controlling bag. So he tossed it back into the enclosure. Must there be a transformation only upon reaching the golden core stage? He had previously encountered ancient texts depicting various evolutionary forms of the voracious Jiao, suggesting that it might directly transform into a dragon form after its juvenile metamorphosis. Alternatively, it could also assume a python-like form after its early years. He decided to nurture it slowly. After all, it would not cost much. When Nan Xiao saw Zhao Chin emerge, she promptly set aside her work and jogged to his side. Brother Zhao, someone came looking for you this afternoon. She claimed to be the granddaughter of Gu Qingfeng and wishes to express her gratitude for your life-saving assistance. A lively girl with a ponytail flashed through Zhao Chin's mind. Ah, it's her. Nan Xiao nodded and continued. There is also a junior sister named Bai Shui who came to find you. But I told her you weren't here and asked her to return tonight. Upon hearing Bai Shui's name, Zhao Chin shook his head helplessly. This woman had just received pills from him the last time. Why was she back so soon seeking more benefits? She was taking advantage of every opportunity. Upon further reflection, it was not difficult to understand. Bai Shui's cultivation had progressed, while the pills he had provided were merely ordinary qi-gathering pills. Human greed often escalates with the growth of one's cultivation level. Nan Xiao hesitated, biting her lip with concern. Brother Zhao, I noticed that junior sister Bai's expression seemed off. Did you offend her? Zhao Chan embraced Nan Xiao gently, speaking softly. No, that girl has her own issues. There's no need to worry about her. One can eat meat while putting down chopsticks to curse. Ultimately, Bai Shui is nothing more than a plaything sustained by spirit stones. He would not be overly stingy with the female cultivators he supported. Chapter 117. Offer spirit stones, receive affection and beauty in return. The 2 sisters, the Shangwan sisters, were acutely aware of their purpose and understood who held the authority. They were utterly obedient to Zhao Chin, catering to his every need with remarkable diligence. In contrast, Bai Shui, after making significant strides in her cultivation, adopted an increasingly haughty demeanor towards Zhao Chin. Such an insubordinate creature ought not to be excessively indulged. As Zhao Chin's hand roamed, Nan Xiao felt her cheeks flush. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, Brother Zhao, would you like me and Tingwan to? Zhao Chin responded softly in her ear, causing Nan Xiao to blush profusely and squirm in embarrassment. He gently tapped his storage pouch, and several exquisite dishes materialized upon the stone table. Xiao Qiao, please fetch Tingwan for me. The delicacies I have brought will greatly aid your cultivation, he instructed. In the medicinal herb garden, a distance away, Qin Tingwan wiped the perspiration from her brow, placing her tools aside before heading back with Nan Xiao. As they drew closer, the sight of the dishes and the enticing aroma wafting through the air astonished Qin Tingwan. This cuisine from the Wangwa Pavilion? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Curious, Nan Xiao inquired, what is so special about the dishes from this pavilion? They smell delicious. But is it necessary to be so astonished? Qin Tingwan pondered for a moment before succinctly explaining, Sister Nan Xiao. The cost of these dishes is such that even without the threat of poisoning, selling myself would not suffice to afford them. For cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement, possessing 20 spirit stones is already commendable. Even if I sold all my elixirs and various magical tools, I could not afford to dine at Wangwei Pavilion. Despite having already dined, Zhao Chin chose to accompany the two women for their meal. Qin Tingwan's revelation left Nan Xiao utterly speechless. She consumed Zhao Chin's food and drink, utilized his resources, and had intentions of calling upon him later that night. How could she possibly feel comfortable enjoying such extravagant delicacies? Reassured by Zhao Chin's gentle words, Nan Xiao finally picked up her chopsticks. Although the price was steep, she understood that her beloved brother Zhao cherished her, having specially brought these delicacies for her enjoyment. Why should she refuse? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Tingwan quietly took her seat. This meal alone would spare her 2 months of arduous cultivation. Nan Xiao nibbled on her chopsticks, her legs fidgeting restlessly. Zhao Chun grasped her ankle, playfully tapping it. Time to eat. An hour later, Nan Xiao returned to her room to cultivate, while Qin Tingwan prepared to consume the final Xin Bing Dan. Once refined, it would completely dissolve the fire poison within her. Sitting in the courtyard, Zhao Chun mused. It appears the time has come to reveal a fraction of my true abilities. I can no longer present myself as merely a 6th level Qi refinement cultivator. Starting today, I shall masquerade as a 7th level practitioner. Furthermore, he had been continuously providing the women with elixirs. Over time, even if others believed him to be affluent, they might begin to suspect how a Qi refinement cultivator could amass such wealth. Hence, he resolved to project himself as a first-tier formation master. Revealing that he was an alchemist was not an option, as it would likely lead to him being conscripted as labor by the sect. Even as a first-tier alchemist, he possessed considerable value, but being a formation master would not raise suspicions. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, there was little distinction between a first-tier formation master and none at all. Moreover, typical formation masters required vast amounts of materials to create formations. Zhao Chin contemplated his future plans. In a few days, the underground trading event would take place. Perhaps there, he could discover a remedy for the poison. It was the only opportunity to interact with numerous high-level practitioners, and he could also discreetly inquire about suitable body-refining techniques and various third-tier alchemical formulas. Chapter 118. Zhao Chun had been practicing in the courtyard for 2 hours. His storage bag had once again accumulated over 100 second-tier spirit talismans, along with 10 refined spirit talisman lotus. This monotonous life brought Zhao Chin a sense of satisfaction, such as the daily existence of a cultivator, compared to others. He found himself much more at ease. He neither needed to seclude himself day and night for arduous training nor venture out into danger in search of resources. Merely crafting talismans and refining pills sufficed for his advancement, all while being accompanied by the woman he cherished. As dusk approached, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Zhao Chin stored away the purple gold alchemy furnace in the demon fire furnace, activating the illusion array of the 5-element celestial shield to completely conceal the presence of his companion, Xiao Haizi. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to hide the two women as well. At the entrance stood a striking woman, draped in a flowing blue and white gown that cascaded to the ground. With a graceful and voluptuous figure, her hair fell elegantly over her shoulders, and she appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old. Her S-shaped silhouette was alluring, with pronounced curves. Upon seeing Zhao Chun, the enchanting woman expressed her surprise. "Oh, you truly haven't perished?" Zhao Chun was momentarily taken aback, then bowed respectfully, saying, "It has been a while, Master Ant Ling Dai." This woman was his Master's junior sister, and by both cultivation level and status, he was obliged to address her as Master Ant. However, so much time had passed that he had nearly forgotten about his master. Moreover, the relationship between him and his master was quite strained. Having a master or not made little difference. In truth, it had been several decades since he last saw his master. Ling Dai surveyed him from head to toe, expressing her disappointment. "Oh, you are still stuck at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. That you have survived until now is quite a stroke of fortune." Maintaining a composed demeanor, Zhao Chin smiled and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, Master Ant?" He had long since grown accustomed to her sharp tongue. Ling Dai was a typical cold-hearted individual. When he first entered the sect under the tutelage of his master, she had subjected him to numerous humiliations. Ling Dai shook her head and replied, "Nothing much. I merely came for a stroll." "Aren't you going to invite your Master Ant in for a visit?" Zhao Chin stepped aside and spoke softly, "Master Ant, please come in." Ling Dai's voluptuous figure swayed before Zhao Chin's eyes, and a series of data flashed above her head. Name, Qian Duo. Title, Ling Dai Xianzi. Age, 96. Cultivation method, Yin-Yang technique. Cultivation level, Peak Foundation establishment. Charm, 91. Overall points, 90. Zhao Chin silently praised her. This woman possessed remarkable skills in maintaining her youth. Despite her age, she appeared to be a woman in her 30s or 40s, her charm still very much intact. This was largely due to the mysterious nature of the yin-yang technique, which had properties for beauty and youth preservation among various cultivation methods. However, given her advanced age, it was likely that in another 20 or 30 years, she would age rapidly. Even so, this was enough to leave him in awe. Among the women he knew, aside from the charming Zi Ling with a score of 95 and the enchanting Nan Qiao with a score of 90, Ling Dai was the third to exceed a charm score of 90. Nan Gongwan did not count, as he had not activated his insightful eye during their first meeting. On the second occasion, he had hurriedly left, fearing his identity might be discovered, and thus did not have the chance to view her data. Ling Dai Xinzi entered the courtyard without ceremony, and Zhao Chin took out some spirit tea, personally brewing it for her. After taking a delicate sip, Ling Dai frowned slightly and then set down her teacup. Is this the kind of spirit tea you would offer your master, aunt? This tea is rather difficult for me to swallow. Chapter 119. Zhao Chin stood beside her, softly explaining, apologies for my disciple's lack of cultivation. It must be a source of amusement for you, esteemed elder. He possessed exquisite spiritual tea, yet he would never offer it to Ling Dai. Their relationship was far from cordial, and furthermore, presenting it could arouse suspicion. Ling Dai sat in the courtyard for a while, scolding Zhao Chin a few more times before gracefully turning to leave. Zhao Chin was utterly perplexed by her intentions. Could it be that this woman merely sought a casual visit? Despite his musings, he could conjure no other rationale. Ling Dai had always looked down upon him. Was it possible that after decades of separation, she happened to recall his existence and decided to stop by? As for the Taoist Song Yun, he had not associated this incident with his mentor. It seemed likely that Song Yun had forgotten about the outer disciple altogether. The illustrious elder Song Yun had indeed made a fortunate gamble, yet it was a pity. When Zhao Chin became his disciple, Song Yun was still a foundation-level cultivator. But he later advanced rapidly, stepping into the core formation stage 30 years ago and swiftly ascending to the status of an elder within the sect. Not only had Zhao Chin forgotten about his mentor, but even Song Yun himself had likely lost the memory of his outer disciple. However, being merely a registered disciple hardly established a significant connection with his master. As Zhao Chin pondered this, Chen Tingwan emerged. Brother Zhao, is this Ling Dai a disciple of your master? Zhao Chin nodded. Indeed, she is my master's junior sister. Chen Tingwan was taken aback. You actually have a master? I had never heard of this before. Zhao Chin's lips twitched as he replied helplessly. That was 70 or 80 years ago. You weren't even born then. As for the cultivators of his generation, most had either reached the mid to late stages of foundation establishment or had perished, whether from old age or the perils of the cultivation path. Chen Tingwan rested her chin on her hands, speaking softly. Brother, I once heard that this Ling Dai suffered serious injuries not long ago and is unlikely to achieve core formation in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chin's mind sparked with realization. What did you say? She was injured? It was no wonder that Ling Dai, nearing a century of age, had yet to succeed in core formation. Ordinary foundation cultivators had a lifespan of a little over 200 years. If she had not achieved core formation by the halfway point of her life, her chances would only diminish with time. Chen Tingwan leaned against his back, her voice gentle. This is merely something I overheard. I cannot vouch for its accuracy. If true, then Ling Dai truly suffers misfortune and may face losing her position as mountain master. Ling Dai was the sole heir of her lineage. Within the Yin-Yang sect, there were 36 mountain masters, all core formation cultivators. The previous Ling Dai had taken on a disciple but tragically passed away during a great battle. Her title was then passed to the current Ling Dai. If she could not break through to core formation, the position would inevitably be relinquished to another. After all, each mountain master presided over vast territories rich in spiritual energy and various benefits. Had it not been for the previous Ling Dai's reputation, Ling Dai would have long since been ousted from her mountain peak. Chen Tingwan expressed her sentiments with a hint of regret. What a pity. Why hasn't Elder Song Yin stepped in to assist? With a core formation cultivator's help, Ling Dai might have prolonged her chance. Yet, such matters were beyond her understanding as a lower-tier cultivator. Zhao Chin shook his head with a wry smile, confidently asserting, Song Yin Taoist would undoubtedly not aid her. Initially, their relationship as brother and sister was amicable. However, their masters had Chapter 120. The fate of the spirit butterfly fairy is of no concern to him. In any case, the relationship between the two cannot be deemed amicable. Nevertheless, the allure of thrice the admiration point stirred something within Zhao Chin. This woman possesses substantial utility. Not only does she offer triple admiration points, but she also cultivates the yin-yang technique, allowing for dual cultivation, which can enhance both their powers even amidst battle. Yet, Zhao Chin chose to temporarily set aside such thoughts. The Songyan Taoist is not an easy person to deal with, and currently, he has not recalled Zhao Chin. Having a nominal master is not an issue, but aiding the spirit butterfly would inevitably put him at odds with the Songyan Taoist. The emergence of a golden core period master is not a scenario he wishes to encounter, nor does he want to become a mere pawn to be exploited. Some masters and disciples share a relationship akin to that of raising and controlling goo worms. Zhao Chin continues to lead a monotonous life, consuming spiritual energy through talisman crafting, replenishing it with medicinal pills, and then resuming talisman crafting. As a day and night passed, he adjusted his state to its peak before resuming alchemy. With the enhancement of the Biluohu, his alchemical speed significantly improved. As a third-tier Grandmaster alchemist, crafting second-tier pills became effortless. The presence of Biluoho drastically shortened the time required to refine medicinal materials, elevating his alchemical speed by over 30%. Zhao Chin took the time to present a beauty preservation pill to Qin Tingwan. In return, the little girl requested silk stockings and a refreshing nightgown. In his sincere efforts to please her, he naturally did not treat her any less favorably. Qin Tingwan was overjoyed, and the night was spent in the Dragon King cave. The only regret Zhao Chin held was that Qin Tingwan's admiration level had risen yet again, while Nan Xiao's admiration remained unchanged. This was an unavoidable situation. Once admiration reaches 90 points, it signifies a bond of life and death, unwavering and inseparable. To elevate her admiration further would not be an easy feat. With Nan Xiao's admiration having increased, what sort of secondary profession might it activate? The realm of cultivation offers numerous secondary professions, including celestial chefs, weapon refiners, and even the cultivation of celestial beasts. However, Zhao Chin was not in a hurry regarding this matter. With 3 primary professions as a formation master, alchemist, and talisman master. One enhances personal cultivation, another strengthens one's condition, and the last serves for offense and defense, allowing him to dominate within the same realm. Awakening additional secondary professions would be ideal, but lacking them would not significantly impact him. After a day's time, over a dozen medicinal vials appeared on Zhao Chin's table. His gaze swept across, landing on the last azure vial. I hope I do not need to use you. The Biluoho not only enhances the potency of his spiritual fire, but also possesses a lethal poison. Moreover, its toxin is colorless and odorless, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to detect abnormalities. In the dead of night, Zhao Chin narrowed his eyes, silently stowing away the refined pills. The purple gold alchemy furnace and the demonic fire alchemy furnace remained prominently displayed within the room. After 10 breaths, Xiling pushed open the door and entered without a care. After glancing at the alchemy furnaces, Xiling remarked, "These 2 furnaces are quite impressive. Regardless of their material and quality, they are of superior grade. The alchemy furnaces utilized by true high-tier alchemists possess the might to burn the heavens and boil the seas, surpassing the strength of ordinary cultivators' magical treasures. I wonder how my nephew's alchemical creations are faring?" Zhao Chin's expression darkened, and he replied with displeasure, "Is it not rather impolite for my uncle to intrude upon another's abode without invitation?" Xiling laughed lightly, completely disregarding his words. Chapter 121 Zhou Shiji. How could you speak of me in such a manner? After all, the bond we share is not something others can compare to. The voice reached Zhao Chin's ears, causing his form to involuntarily tense. His expression momentarily blanked before swiftly regaining clarity. Zhao Chin's tone turned colder. "I have warned you. Refrain from employing your charm." Xiling shrugged in resignation and settled at the head of the bed, her long legs crossed, revealing a flawless curve. "Very well, how tedious. How did your alchemical endeavors fare?" Zhao Chin casually responded, "All have failed. The 5-element pill proves too challenging to concoct. Might I inquire if you possess any simple 3rd-tier elixirs for me to practice with? The methodology for crafting elixirs of the same tier varies in complexity. For instance, the 1st-tier spirit energy pill is far less intricate than the gathering energy pill." Xiling showed no surprise at his failures. "Where exactly did you encounter difficulties?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chin replied decisively, "The fusion stage. Each time, I have met with failure in that regard. Fusion represents the final step in elixir creation. Should the fusion succeed, the elixir is deemed complete." This response, I believe, Xiling could reluctantly accept. His answer aligned with her expectations. "It seems you possess considerable experience. An aging alchemist's reliance lies primarily in their extensive, refined knowledge. This suggests Zhao Chin faces no significant issues in refining materials or harmonizing properties. Very well. Here are the materials for 35-element pills. You may proceed with your attempts anew. Within 7 days, should you successfully concoct a batch of 5-element pills, we can commence the crafting of the dust-settling pill." Xiling smiled sweetly, but before she could turn to leave, Zhao Chin called out to her once more. "Xiling, might I also request the materials and formula for the dust-settling pill? After all, if what you truly require is not the 5-element pill, why not allow me to begin with the dust-settling pill?" The necessity for him to refine elixirs aligns with his need for Xiling to provide the requisite materials. The primary ingredients for 3rd-tier elixirs are predominantly rare spiritual herbs, aged over a millennium, with exceptionally stringent growth conditions. Given his current connections, aside from venturing to the underground market, he has no alternative means to access such herbs. With a willing benefactor appearing, why not take advantage of the opportunity? Upon hearing his words, Xiling turned, a playful smile gracing her lips, as she teased, "Zhou Shiji, do you truly consider me a fool?" Zhao Chin maintained an indifferent demeanor, his aged face betraying no emotion. "How could that be? However, if you wish for me to concoct the dust-settling pill, you must at least provide the formula. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to succeed within a month." Xiling was compelled by circumstances. She had been unable to find another 3rd-tier alchemist, mainly due to a lack of opportunity. Thus, even though she recognized Zhao Chin's attempts at manipulation, she had no choice but to procure the formula and spiritual herbs. "Very well, Zhou Shiji, do not disappoint me." With a gentle snap of her fingers, she observed with a mix of astonishment and suspicion as Zhao Chin remained steadfast, his expression unchanged. Xiling attempted several more times, and upon seeing his continued lack of reaction, her countenance darkened. "How is this possible? You have broken my poison? That toxin was specially sourced from the western regions. Even ordinary golden core cultivators would find it challenging to counteract. What right does this young one have to dissolve it? Furthermore, it entwines around the dantian. Recklessly resisting with spiritual energy could easily harm one's foundation, rendering it nearly intractable. Zhao Chin, undeterred, picked up the formula and smiled. Ziling, are you not aware that I am an alchemist? What difficulty is there in dispelling this poison? Though merely sealing the toxicity through a self-created formation cannot endure for long. It may serve to intimidate Ziling for the time being. Chapter 122. The sight of him incensed Ziling greatly, and with a forced smile, she remarked, very well. I must admit I underestimated you. Yet, almost instantly, her expression softened into a radiant smile, illuminating her countenance with an enchanting charm capable of captivating the world. Since we are partners, I had no intention of using that poison to threaten you. It is indeed beneficial that you have dispelled it. I shall provide you with the recipe for the third-tier elixir, and in return, you will refine it for me, with me bearing the costs of your alchemical endeavors. To her explanation, Zhao Chin responded with indifference. Of course, I merely hope that you, Master Ziling, will refrain from any further underhanded tactics. Both were acutely aware of the leverage they held over one another, each possessing a secret that could be used against the other. Despite her dissatisfaction, Ziling had no choice but to depart in resignation. Once she was a considerable distance away, Zhao Chin finally rose and approached the demon fire alchemy furnace. Beneath the furnace's cauldron, there shimmered a barely perceptible hue of spiritual energy. This energy was seamlessly intertwined with the furnace itself, without careful mental probing. It would be challenging to discern any anomaly. The use of spiritual energy markings was indeed a clever tactic. Ordinary spiritual markings could only give a vague sense of the location of the marked object. Ziling's spiritual marking, however, clearly employed some special secret technique. Executed silently, and with almost imperceptible fluctuations in energy. Yet, Zhao Chin's mental prowess had grown significantly over the past few days, surpassing Ziling's by a notable margin. He sensed her approach the moment she entered within 100 meters of the courtyard. Coupled with his vigilant disposition towards Ziling, he was immediately aware when she activated the spiritual marking. After some contemplation, Zhao Chin chose not to erase the marking, allowing it to remain on the demon fire furnace. This marking could serve as a tool to mislead Ziling in the future. Should he eliminate the marking, it would only heighten her caution. Ziling was oblivious to his true cultivation level and the strength of his mental energy. She likely perceived him merely as a chi-refining practitioner, and thus, he preferred to feign weakness. As Zhao Chin perused the elixir recipe, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Could it be that this woman had genuinely handed over the recipe without deceit? Even after knowing he had neutralized the poison elixir, she willingly presented the antidote. He decided to inspect his body internally with his mental energy, thoroughly checking for any abnormalities. However, apart from the lingering poison in his dantian, he found nothing else amiss. Forget it. If I cannot fathom it, I shall not dwell on it for now. Ziling, despite her age, had ascended to the position of leader of the Miaoying sect, suggesting she was no simple-minded individual, whether a puppet or not. It was certain that she had left behind more than one contingency. For the time being, Zhao Chin cast this matter aside. The refinement of the Jiangqin Dan was not particularly challenging, being comparable to the Wu Yuan Dan in complexity. However, the required spiritual herbs were mostly unfamiliar to him. For Zhao Chin in the past, third-tier elixirs had seemed a distant dream, something he had scarcely even heard of. It appeared that the herbs needed for the Jiangqin Dan were indeed of greater value than those for the Wu Yuan Dan. Ziling had provided 30 portions for the Wu Yuan Dan, yet only 5 for the Jiangqin Dan. In the subsequent 2 days, Zhao Chin continued to refine elixirs and draw talismans, steadily accumulating his resources. He needed a substantial capital for the upcoming underground market in a few days. At first glance, his wealth of several thousand low-grade spirit stones seemed excessive. Yet in such a den of treasures, it would quickly prove inadequate. Even with the system's detection prompts, seizing opportunities was no easy feat. Regarding the issue of excessive spiritual force, during his last outing, Zhao Chin had procured a second-tier Dan recipe for the Duanyuan Dan. This elixir possessed mild properties and could gradually enhance one's physique with prolonged use. Previously, he had been short on lifespan, devoting most of his time to cultivation. Bai Shui had once again sought out Zhao Chin. Her cultivation was at the 10th level of chi refining, and she would require at least a year of diligent seclusion to reach the stage of complete mastery. Chapter 123. However, Zhao Chin, under the pretense of seclusion, refused to meet with her. Bai Shui visited twice, only to be met with closed doors, ultimately leaving in a state of disappointment. That old curmudgeon. Could it be that he has run out of spirit stones? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Zhao Chin's cultivation was lacking. Even with centuries of accumulation, how much wealth could he truly possess? The memories of what she had witnessed last time filled her with resentment. If only Zhao Chin were not preoccupied with other women and devoted all his spirit stones to her. His resources should at least suffice to elevate her cultivation to the pinnacle of chi refinement's 10th level. After living for over a century, such meager savings were infuriating. Yet, despite her anger, she knew she had to forge a new path for herself. She was merely a step away from foundation establishment. With diligent practice day and night, she would soon reach the pinnacle of chi refinement, enabling her to attempt foundation establishment. Having tried high-grade elixirs to enhance her cultivation, she was no longer inclined towards monotonous training. Soon, with the ability to soar through the skies and an extended lifespan, she would become a true high-level cultivator. one who held dominion over her own fate. Little did Zhao Chin anticipate that Li Ronger had also arrived. With a resolute glimmer in her eyes, she quietly entered the side chamber. Sister Ronger, what brings you here? Li Ronger, clad in a flowing white gown, exuded an ethereal presence, gentle and graceful. Senior brother Zhao, I am embarking on an adventure. I am uncertain when we shall meet again. After this parting, it was unclear when they might reunite. Perhaps this was to be their final encounter. Throughout these days, she had been immensely grateful for Zhao Chin's selfless assistance. Thus, she resolved to indulge him before her departure. After a tender moment, Li Ronger thoughtfully dressed Zhao Chin in his garments, casting a lingering gaze back at him, as if imprinting his image deep within her heart. Before preparing to depart on her sword, Zhao Chin called out, "Where are you going?" Li Ronger bit her lip and replied candidly, "I am heading to the inner regions of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. They have promised that if I successfully procure the desired treasures, I will receive a Foundation Establishment Pill as a reward." She sought to acquire a Foundation Establishment Pill to prepare for her breakthrough. However, having not participated in the blood-forbidden secret realm, she doubted whether she could amass enough spirit stones even after years of effort. Moreover, the efficacy of low-grade Foundation Establishment Pills was insufficient. One pill would not guarantee a successful breakthrough. Even though she was acutely aware of the perilous nature of her journey, she felt compelled to take the risk. The generous rewards implied immense dangers, yet she could not fathom why they were so insistent on seeking out chi refinement practitioners. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chin spoke gravely. "A Foundation Establishment Pill, you say? When do you plan to embark on your adventure?" Li Ronger replied, "The day after tomorrow." Zhao Chin nodded. "Very well, then come to see me tomorrow. Do not go adventuring with them." Li Ronger was fully aware of his intentions. She stepped closer, pressing herself against his back. "Senior brother, I know you care for me, but Foundation Establishment Pills are exorbitantly priced, and my talent is not exceptional. Please do not deplete your resources on my behalf. I can seek treasures on my own." The path of cultivation was inherently treacherous. Even if one were to perish along the way, it was merely the fate of a cultivator. She had already received too many favors from Zhao Chin. Accepting his Foundation Establishment Pill would feel shameless. Zhao Chin merely requested her presence the following day, and though Li Ronger did not press further, she resolved in her heart that she would not accept his goodwill come what may. At present, Zhao Chin possessed Foundation Establishment Pills, yet he did not intend to gift one directly to her. As a chi refinement practitioner at the 7th level, it would be inappropriate for him to simply hand over a Foundation Establishment Pill. Asking her to come the next day provided a convenient excuse. Presenting a gift directly before a woman was far less charming than allowing her to discover it herself. The following day, Zhao Chin keenly sensed an unusual occurrence. Outside the courtyard, beams of light occasionally streaked past, departing directly from the sect. He lifted his gaze to the heights, his expression shrouded in uncertainty. In the span of 2 days, Zhao Chin's cultivation made a modest advancement, successfully reaching the peak of initial Foundation establishment. Now just a step away from advancing to the middle stage. The primary catalyst for this improvement was the successful refinement of the Blue Lotus Flame, which had significantly elevated his cultivation level. Chapter 124. On the second day, at dawn, Zhao Chin departed from the Yin-Yang sect early. He had arranged to meet Li Ronger in the afternoon. With all his effort devoted to alchemy, and under the enhancement of the Billiao, he managed to refine all the medicinal materials within a day. Upon Zhao Chin's arrival, Shang Guanyun's expression was a mix of surprise and joy, resembling that of one who had found a savior. "My young friend, you have finally come. I have been waiting for you for quite some time," he exclaimed. Zhao Chin found his reaction somewhat peculiar, but proceeded to display all the second-tier elixirs he had crafted, rather than inspect each vial individually. Shang Guanyun released his spiritual power to conduct a rough scan of the bottles. The quality and quantity of this batch of second-tier elixirs far exceeded those from previous times. There were over 300 spirit origin pills alone. After roughly estimating the value, Shang Guanyun proposed, "How about this? I will offer you 80,000 low-grade spirit stones for this batch." Zhao Chin readily agreed, finding the price quite reasonable. Shang Guanyun then poured Zhao Chin a cup of spirit tea, smiling gently as he said, "Please wait a moment. The quantity of this transaction is rather substantial, and I need to have some spirit stones brought over by the other stewards." Even with his wealth, he could not produce 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones in one go. The number of spirit stones involved was comparable to the fortunes of several golden core cultivators. It was exceedingly rare for second-tier elixirs to sell for such prices. Otherwise, second-tier alchemists would be unimaginably wealthy. The primary reason for this was Zhao Chin's remarkable alchemical skills, which allowed him to refine at a speed far surpassing that of his peers. Additionally, other alchemists faced a high failure rate in their endeavors. Even a fully realized second-tier alchemist could not guarantee success when crafting relatively easier second-tier elixirs, often claiming only a 90% chance of success. For those just entering the second tier, managing to succeed once in 7 or 8 attempts was commendable, with most of their products being of low-grade quality. In contrast, Zhao Chin's elixirs boasted a quality distribution of 50% high-grade, 30% mid-grade, and only 10% or even fewer at low-grade, with some exceptional elixirs included. Each increase in grade significantly escalated the price, often by 2 to 3 times. After half a stick of incense had passed, a young Foundation Establishment cultivator entered, presenting Zhao Chin with a storage bag. Zhao Chin briefly inspected it and confirmed the spirit stone count was accurate. "Senior Shangwan, may I inquire if you know of any large trading events in Jiangdu City? places like the Fonlay Pavilion and the Moku Studio, where the variety of treasures is sufficient to meet the needs of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, with all manner of magical artifacts and talismans available. However, for some special spiritual herbs or unique secret methods, one might still need to try their luck at a large auction. Upon hearing about the auction, a glimmer of delight crossed Shangwan Yun's face as he replied softly, "As for the auction, I believe that the public auctions in Jiangdu City may not be to your liking. There are also underground trading markets, where items can be exchanged directly. Those high-ranking cultivators have no shortage of spirit stones. If you wish to trade for treasures, be prepared for significant expenditures." Zhao Chin nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Shangwan." The elder had made it clear that while he could attend the underground trading market, Zhao Chin was not yet qualified for the item-for-item exchanges, which required rare treasures to facilitate the acquisition of desired goods. If one possessed rare items, they could swiftly exchange them for what they needed, as what was useless to one might be invaluable to another, prompting them to pay a hefty price. However, since everyone was already affluent in spirit stones, attempting to purchase items with them would inevitably incur higher costs than usual. Noticing Zhao Chin's fluctuating expression, Shangwan Yun offered comforting words. "Do not be overly worried, young friend. Second-tier rare elixirs are indeed scarce. Perhaps some elder cultivators may have a need for them, and it is not impossible to engage in item exchanges." Yet, his words bore a hint of consolation. Even though second-tier rare elixirs might be lauded, they were primarily prepared for high-ranking cultivators to bestow upon their juniors. In item exchanges, most individuals would likely prioritize their immediate needs over procuring elixirs for the younger generation. Chapter 125. In the depths of Shangwan Yun's eyes, a flicker of brilliance illuminated his countenance as he perceived Zhao Chin's decision. Having revealed his purpose, he continued, "My young friend, I have a request to make." Zhao Chin, with a smile, replied, "I have received numerous favors from you, esteemed elder. Please, do not hesitate to share your request." Yet, he found it perplexing that someone of Shangwan Yun's stature would seek assistance from him. Shangwan Yun did not rush to speak. Instead, he gently sipped his spiritual tea and exhaled a breath of turbid air. "I require a substantial quantity of second-tier healing elixirs, as well as chi blood pills, spirit recovery pills, and frenzy pills. The more abundant and of higher quality, the better." Zhao Chin had heard of these elixirs, but he had never personally concocted some of them. The chi blood pill swiftly restores a cultivator's injuries, while the spirit recovery pill rapidly replenishes spiritual energy. The frenzy pill, on the other hand, unleashes a cultivator's potential, significantly enhancing their combat prowess in a brief span. These elixirs were relatively popular in the marketplace, yet the demand for them was generally modest. Observing Zhao Chin's confusion, Shangwan Yun proactively clarified, "My young friend, I shall not conceal the truth from you. This world is on the brink of chaos. The Huanfeng Valley, Yin Yang sect, and the Giant Sword sect have allied to launch an offensive against the demonic sections. Rumors suggest that other dynasties' sects are also poised to strike, taking advantage of the situation. According to the information I have gathered, the neighboring dynasty's Yin Yu sect is already stirring. This impending war will inevitably engulf the cultivation realms of both major empires. The conflict among the four top sects alone will be cataclysmic. Given the imminent warfare, a vast supply of second-tier elixirs is essential to support the disciples in battle." Zhao Chin recalled recent disturbances among the disciples of the Yin Yang sect. No wonder so many had departed from the sect. It appeared they were seeking trouble with the demonic sections. Initially, he had believed that a conflict among top sects would not be easily instigated, even if it took a year or so to unfold. Sensing that Zhao Chin might refuse, Shangwan Yun hurriedly elaborated on the benefits. "My young friend, we at the Fonlay Pavilion will provide you with the recipes for these elixirs free of charge. As for the purchasing price, we will offer you a 10% premium over the market rate." After concluding their discussions in the secret chamber, Zhao Chin finally departed from the Fonlay Pavilion. Shangwan Yun remained seated in the dim room, while the business on the second floor was temporarily managed by other attendants. Reflecting on Zhao Chin's agreement to his request, Shangwan Yun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, a smile gracing his lips. From the shadows of the secret chamber emerged a cluster of dark weapons, which twisted and contorted before coalescing into the form of the old demon, He Huan. "What do you think? Do you believe he can fulfill your request?" Shangwan Yun, brimming with confidence in Zhao Chin, relaxed his tone. "Indeed, with my young friend's involvement, I foresee no issues. This task has been assigned from above. Should it be completed successfully, we will acquire a large quantity of premium and exceptional grade elixirs, thereby allowing Fonlay Pavilion to reap considerable profits. Perhaps, I may even ascend to a higher rank, enhancing my status." However, the immense demand for elixirs necessitated Zhao Chin's assistance. Otherwise, it would be challenging to procure the required quantity in a short span. Meanwhile, Zhao Chin carried several elixir recipes and a plethora of medicinal materials back to the sect. After much contemplation regarding Shangwan Yun's request, he ultimately acquiesced. The primary ingredients for these elixirs were scarce, and their concoction methods were remarkably straightforward. Shangwan Yun subtly hinted that should the target be exceeded, Zhao Chin would be regarded as a distinguished guest of Fonlay Pavilion, not merely at the branch level, but as a silver-tier VIP at the headquarters. Fonlay Pavilion's influence spanned the entire Jiuzhou continent, its foundation immeasurable. Accepting such an offer was prudent. Should trouble arise in the future, Fonlay Pavilion would serve as his bastion. Moreover, the privilege to enter the underground trading market had been bestowed upon him by Shangwan Yun. Without this boon, Zhao Chin's connections would scarcely have revealed the existence of such a place. Some circles could only be navigated with the introduction of familiar faces, facilitating a smoother integration. Yet, he could not shake the memories of his experiences within the secret chamber. Chapter 126. Zhao Chin let out a quiet sigh. Alas, the old demon of Yihuan is indeed a troublesome matter. While he conversed with Shangguan Yun in the secret chamber, the old demon unceremoniously scanned him with his spiritual power. The other party's actions were executed with subtlety, were it a typical Foundation establishment cultivator. They would be utterly unaware of being watched. However, Zhao Chin's spiritual prowess rivaled that of a golden core stage cultivator. While he could not pinpoint the old demon's location, he could sense that someone was observing him. After packing up the delicacies at Wangwei Pavilion, Zhao Chin returned to his small courtyard. Following their meal, Chen Tingwan, seated beside the table, asked with concern, "Brother Zhao, you appear unwell. Has something happened?" Zhao Chun composed himself and replied in a calm tone, "It's nothing. I merely heard that our sect is about to engage in battle with the Demon Flame sect, and many Foundation establishment disciples from the mainland have already departed." Upon learning of the impending conflict, a fierce anger ignited in Chen Tingwan's eyes. Yet, it quickly fizzled out, given her chi refining stage. Venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. Nin Xiao, however, was preoccupied with another thought. "Brother Zhao, will this affect you?" Zhao Chin shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. "This matter does not concern us. In a clash between sects, what use is there for a chi refining cultivator? I wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. It would simply be a path to demise. My presence or absence makes little difference. It would be wiser to remain and cultivate spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden." After comforting Nan Xiao, Zhao Chin noticed Chen Tingwan's expression darkening. He gently patted her shoulder and instructed, "Do not venture outside. It would be best for you to stay in the courtyard to avoid attracting trouble." Chen Tingwan hesitated momentarily upon hearing his words. With the poison from the fire toad fully resolved, she would be able to cultivate normally in the future. Zhao Chun was right. If she stepped outside unscathed, it would raise suspicions about how Zhao Chun had healed her. Moreover, with her cultivation level lacking guidance, she might very well be treated as cannon fodder. Conversely, remaining in Zhao Chin's small courtyard would lead others to believe that Chen Tingwan had lost her cultivation and was merely an ordinary person awaiting death. She had long since adapted to a stable life in the small courtyard, receiving Zhao Chin's supply of medicinal pills daily, and at night, she could enjoy intimate moments. "Brother Zhao, should we not prepare in advance?" she inquired. "In a precarious situation, can there be any certainty? If the Yin Yang sect were to falter against the demonic sect, they might indeed need to seek alternative routes." However, Zhao Chun was unperturbed, exuding confidence as he replied, "That won't happen. This is merely a skirmish among Foundation establishment cultivators. If the Golden Core elders do not intervene, how could it escalate to a sect extermination war? As long as the sect's nascent soul ancestors remain safe, the loss of a few disciples below will not affect the sect's standing." To the outer disciples, the lofty Foundation establishment cultivators appeared formidable, but in the eyes of the Yin Yang sect, they were merely expendable pawns. Yet, Zhao Chin found it perplexing why several major sects would engage in battle. Could it truly be over the blood-forbidden secret realm? As evening descended, Li Ronger arrived. Before her visit, she had firmly resolved not to accept Zhao Chin's gifts. However, once they entered the side room, Zhao Chin directly produced medicinal pills and placed them in her palm. 2 mid-grade Foundation establishment pills and 1 high-grade Foundation establishment pill, surely enough to elevate Sister Ronger to the Foundation establishment stage. Li Rongo had the words of refusal on her lips, but they were swallowed back. With a dazed expression, she gazed at the pill bottles in her hand. With 3 Foundation establishment pills to aid her, she would have every confidence in stepping into the Foundation establishment stage. Once she reached that level, she could become an inner disciple, freeing herself from the tedious sect tasks. Then she would be free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the sea. Congratulations, host. Li Ronger's favorability increased by 1. Congratulations, host. Li Ronger's favorability increased by 1. Chapter 127. Congratulations to the host. Li Ronger has a favorability rating of 1. Congratulations to the host. Li Ronger has a favorability rating of 1. Current favorability 75 points. Li Ronger breathed rapidly, her fingers slightly curling. The opportunity to advance to the Foundation establishment stage was within reach. All she needed to do was nod, and these 3 coveted elixirs would be hers. Li Ronger swallowed hard, her throat moving as she contemplated, "Brother Zhao, this is too precious. But I truly need the Foundation establishment elixir. I shall not refuse." She did not wait for Zhao Chin's response and collected the elixirs into her embrace. The hesitation she had before arriving had long been cast aside. Zhao Chin had anticipated this, offering a genial smile. "If what you offer does not move the other, it is merely because the benefits are insufficient." Just a moment ago, Li Ronger had been contemplating risking her life for the elixir, and the next moment, she had effortlessly acquired the coveted pills, which exceeded her expectations in both quality and desirability. This was an irresistible temptation for Li Ronger. However, her innocent and naive nature rendered her bashful after accepting the elixirs. Her cheeks flushed as she dared not meet Zhao Chin's gaze. Just yesterday, she had asserted she would not accept anything from him. Yet today she had turned around and accepted it without hesitation. "Brother Zhao, I am truly sorry. This must have cost a great deal of spirit stones, especially the high-grade Foundation establishment elixirs, which cannot simply be purchased with spirit stones." Zhao Chin remained unfazed, laughing nonchalantly. Brother is getting on in years. These spirit stones are of no use to me. It is better to invest in my junior sister's future. Though spoken in an unassuming tone, Li Ronger was deeply moved. Brother Zhao must have spent his entire fortune to his sister. Such a profound kindness left her pondering how she could repay him. Congratulations to the host. Li Ronger favorability rating increased to 5. Current favorability 80. Congratulations to the host. Current usable favorability points are 208. Zhao Chin felt quite satisfied with the favorability points he had garnered. People are like that. One may not love money, but one cannot be without it. Having 100 spirit stones and spending 10 on her, versus having only 10 spirit stones and spending them all, yields entirely different effects, at least from Li Ronger's perspective. Zhao Chin was an ordinary cultivator who wholeheartedly cared for her. She yearned to repay Zhao Chin adequately. However, with Chun Tingwan and Nan Xiao present, and given the time of day, she decided to come back later that night. Zhao Chin, being considerate, gently advised, "It would be wise to delay your advancement to the foundation establishment stage and observe the sect's subsequent actions until we ascertain the scale of conflict and the disciples dispatched. Rashly choosing to break through could be detrimental to you." Li Ronger nodded gratefully. Brother Zhao, understood. I will remember. In the afternoon, Bai Shui visited again. However, Zhao Chin still did not go out to meet her. Nan Xiao, without Zhao Chin's instructions, did not dare to allow her entry. Observing the elegant Nan Xiao, whose figure was perfectly proportioned, Bai Shui suppressed her anger, standing coldly at the door. Another woman in this courtyard. This was her final chance. She would not grant Zhao Chin a fourth opportunity. Zhao Chin was well aware of her arrival, but was disinclined to meet her, finding it amusing to test Bai Shui's patience. Otherwise, she would remain oblivious to who truly held the authority. After an hour, Nan Xiao opened the courtyard door once more, allowing Bai Shui to enter. Bai Shui glanced at Nan Xiao, uninterested in engaging her, and proceeded directly to the side room. Nan Xiao took no offense, after all. They would be sisters henceforth. Zhou Ge did not mind her, so she welcomed the prospect of having more sisters in the household. Chapter 128. Before entering, Bai Shui resolved not to easily acquiesce to Zhao Chin this time. It was he who had provoked her, and now she was the one seeking him out. Zhao Chin, with his indifferent demeanor, truly believed he could take her for granted. However, upon pushing open the door and laying eyes on Zhao Chin by the table, a smile involuntarily emerged from her heart. Senior Zhao. Zhao Chin, with a nonchalant expression, nodded slightly, offering no verbal response. Both were tacit in their decision to avoid mention of previous events. In the realm of adulthood, ignoring a matter is tantamount to rejection. If Bai Shui were to expose Zhao Chin's avoidance of her, it would only serve to bring her more embarrassment. Yet, she could not fathom where she had displeased him. Regardless, she intended to proceed with their usual interactions. Yet Zhao Chin had no intention of engaging, gently declining, "Junior sister Bai, please do not seek me out in the future." This sudden declaration left Bai Shui frozen in place, struck as if by lightning. Unable to regain her composure for a prolonged moment, she even questioned whether she had misheard him, uncertainly asking, "Senior Zhao, what did you say?" Zhao Chin fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word with gravity. "I said, you need not come looking for me any longer." Bai Shui's heart sank. If she had previously entertained doubts about whether Zhao Chin was simply running low on spirit stones, now it became evident that he was not entirely devoid of them, but rather had grown weary of her presence. The memory of what she had witnessed last time flooded her mind, amplifying her sense of disillusionment. She had yet to reach the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. She had not yet exhausted Zhao Chin's final worth. How could she be so easily dismissed? "Senior Zhao, have I done something wrong to displease you?" she implored. Zhao Chin shook his head. "No, junior sister Bai, you are wonderful. It is just that my resources are limited, and I fear I can no longer offer you assistance." His words were blunt, yet Bai Shui found them utterly implausible. In the days Zhao Chin had avoided her, she had discreetly observed the courtyard. Not long ago, she had seen Shangguan Lukai visit. Zhao Chin must have reserves. Yet he preferred to bestow his spirit stones upon her rather than her. Bai Shui was oblivious to her own speculation. Right or wrong? In a flash of clarity, she made her decision. Biting her lower lip, she slowly approached the side of the bed, her sparkling eyes fixed unwaveringly on him. "Although our relationship is transactional, Senior Zhao, you have assisted me repeatedly, and I harbor genuine feelings towards you. Even if you lack spirit stones, I am willing to meet your needs." She resolved to take a gamble. Upon hearing her words, as long as Zhao Chin still possessed spirit stones, he would not treat her unjustly. If he truly lacked spirit stones, then she would only suffer a minor loss. After all, she had already given so much. One more time would make little difference. Zhao Chin might gain slightly, yet she would never incur a loss. Faced with Bai Shui's proactive approach, Zhao Chin calmly pushed her away. He rose serenely, hands clasped behind him, moving toward the window. "Junior sister Bai, you know I dislike compelling others to act against their will. Why must you diminish yourself?" Bai Shui gritted her teeth, unleashing a radiant light that obscured the surroundings, her delicate form pressing against his back. "Senior Zhao, I am not unhappy. Tonight, I shall heed your every command. Whatever you wish of me, I shall comply." In a succinct summary of a lengthy tale, 1 hour passed. Bai Shui's face flushed crimson, her ears burning, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily exited the room. Chapter 129. Nan Xiao and Qin Tingwan engaged in a conversation in the courtyard. Due to the illusion array of the 5-element suppression, Bai Shui was oblivious to their presence. However, the two women could clearly see Bai Shui, including her peculiar pallor, The matter of Qin Tingwan restoring her cultivation could not be revealed, especially not to someone like Bai Shui. Upon witnessing Bai Shui's unusual demeanor, the two exchanged glances. Filled with bewilderment. This girl is not usually like this. The only woman they knew who had close contact with Zhao Chin was Bai Shui. Typically, she exuded joy and enthusiasm, yet today her expression was cold and distant. Qin Tingwan found it difficult to articulate her thoughts until Zhao Chin emerged. Prompting Nan Xiao to curiously inquire, "Brother Zhou, what have you done? What is wrong with that girl?" In recent days, Qin Tingwan had engaged in profound discussions with Zhao Chin, yet she lacked the audacity of Nan Xiao, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Zhao Chin shook his head, delaying his response, and instead reminded, "Nan Xiao, you must adapt. You are now a cultivator. With your 5th level of qi refinement, you can utilize spiritual power for sound transmission. Did I not teach you this?" Nan Xiao still maintained the demeanor of an ordinary person. While it was acceptable at home, communicating in public through spiritual transmission was a far safer option to prevent eavesdropping. Nan Xiao stuck out her tongue and obediently replied, "All right, I understand." Zhao Chin refrained from elaborating on Bai Shui's situation. Such matters were not for them to know. With a goodwill score of 90 for one and 80 for the other, both were his women. As for the frivolities with Bai Shui, those were the affairs of a concubine and a cauldron. There was no distinction between a concubine and a slave. Tenderness was an impossibility, and even excessive demands were not subject to refusal. Upon seeing Zhao Chin emerge, Xiao Haizi grinned widely, chuckling incessantly. Even after ascending to the foundation establishment stage, it retained its carefree demeanor, focused solely on eating, drinking, or sleeping. Having a maidservant was certainly pleasant. As long as Bai Shui was obedient, even if feigned, it was acceptable. Zhao Chin harbored no genuine feelings for her. She was merely a suitable plaything, provided she complied. As for winning Bai Shui's favor, that could be deemed a trivial endeavor. The earlier suggestion to have Bai Shui leave was merely to frighten her. After all, she had gained too many benefits from him. Should he drive her to desperation? Abruptly withdrawing all advantages, who could guarantee she wouldn't act out in extremity? Such a woman could be kept on a string with a few spiritual stones. Akin to training a dog, Bai Shui, having encountered the sword of the Yu, involuntarily shivered. She had never realized Zhao Chin possessed such a disposition. Even those notorious high-level cultivators would not treat female cultivators in such a manner. Initially, Bai Shui felt immense shame. But upon receiving 5 second-tier spirit essence pills from Zhao Chin, that shame seemed trivial in comparison. Moreover, she had food and drink, ultimately reaping benefits. In a sense, aren't low-level cultivators just slaves? As long as she obtained ample resources, once her cultivation reached a higher realm, she could thoroughly exploit Zhao Chin's value before ruthlessly discarding him. The humiliation of today would surely be avenged. Female cultivators could indulge just as male cultivators could. It merely depended on who possessed greater cultivation. Especially with Nan Xiao's existence, she regarded it as an affront. With her beauty, legs, and figure, suitors flocked to her from the Yin-Yang sect to outside its gates. Although those suitors were reluctant to offer her spiritual stones, they were nonetheless admirers. Zhao Chin disregarding her in favor of an ordinary woman, was that not a sign of disdain? Meanwhile, Zhao Chin resumed his previously monotonous existence. Chapter 130. Among the outer disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, a whisper of a rumor circulated within a small circle. Brother Zhou, who has been in the outer sect for nearly a century, is a rare first-tier array master. From time to time, 3 or 5 disciples would bring up his name when they chanced upon each other. Have you heard? Brother Zhou seems to be an array master. You know, I heard it from Sisterly. However, Brother Zhou's cultivation is rather low, so the success rate of his formations might not be very high. Even if the success rate is low, it's still cheaper than purchasing a set of array flags. Brother Zhou is quite kind, as long as he has the time. He wouldn't mind helping us set up an array. An array master can craft array flags, but those are more suitable for personal carry. And one can also construct arrays using materials. The crowd did not believe that Zhao Chin could create formidable formations. It was likely that he could only manage the most basic and least effective spirit-gathering array or simple illusion-type arrays. Preparing materials oneself, even offering Zhao Chin some compensation, would still be far cheaper than spending money on array flags. However, Zhao Chin was known for being amiable and approachable, a genuine good-natured person. Perhaps, he wouldn't even ask for compensation. A simple word of thanks might suffice. Who wouldn't wish to take advantage of such an opportunity? During this time, Wang Er came knocking once more. This time, she was fortunate to find Zhao Chin at home. Grateful for the previous encounter, she lingered in the courtyard for a while before departing. Upon her strong insistence, she ultimately left behind 50 low-grade spirit stones. After her departure, Zhao Chin gazed at the spirit stones on the table, his expression filled with complexity. Truly, as expected of a disciple of a golden core cultivator, her generosity was remarkable. Those who do not cultivate do not understand the struggles of cultivation. Having a background, they treat spirit stones as mere trinkets. Qin Tingwan rested her chin on her hands and remarked, "Indeed, a full 50 spirit stones. That is equivalent to the entire fortune of an ordinary qi refining cultivator. Even before I was afflicted by the fire poison, I could not have produced 50 spirit stones." However, after residing in Zhao Chin's courtyard for a while, she began to feel that spirit stones were not what they seemed. Just the century-old top-tier Xianbing pill she had been given was worth nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Were it not for Zhou Gu's kind-hearted nature, she might have suspected that he had been possessed by a high-ranking cultivator. How else could he afford such a vast quantity of spirit stones for purchasing medicinal pills? The colorful low-grade spirit stones on the table captivated Nan Xiao's gaze. Brother Zhou, may I take two? Zhao Chin pondered for a moment and then directly handed her a 5-square storage bag. Take as many as you like. She joyfully accepted the storage bag and proceeded to refine it, imprinting her consciousness upon it before finally stowing the spirit stones inside. Her exuberance left Chen Tingwan puzzled. Sister Nan Xiao, aren't they just a few spirit stones? Why are you so delighted? She had witnessed Zhou Chun preparing medicinal pills for Nan Xiao. And even though the pills had to be of lower grade due to Nan Xiao's limited cultivation, the quantity was still worth no less than 100 spirit stones. Nan Xiao blinked innocently and replied, I have never seen spirit stones. I just think they are beautiful. Over the past few days, Chen Tingwan had shared with Zhou Chun numerous insights about the cultivation world, but she had never actually seen spirit stones. This statement plunged Chen Tingwan into silence. Typically, cultivators strive tirelessly to acquire spirit stones to procure resources for their cultivation. Yet Nan Xiao bypassed this arduous journey entirely. She had no need for spirit stones. Zhou Chin had prepared everything she required, from pills to techniques. Truly, this was the blissful state of ignorance. Chapter 131. Aside from receiving Wang area, Zhou Chin rarely ventured out of the main house. Over the course of 2 days and nights, he meticulously concocted over 1,000 second-tier healing pills and blood-replenishing elixirs. Once he had optimized his condition, he retrieved the ingredients for the dust-settling pill provided by Ziling. With a single attempt, he successfully produced 3 inferior grade, 20 medium grade, 20 superior grade, and 7 exquisite dust-settling pills from 5 materials. Zhou Chin then took out a small storage bag to carefully stow away 6 exquisite and 14 superior grade dust-settling pills. In due time, these would serve him well upon his breakthrough to the golden core stage. As for the remaining dust-settling pills, he had no intention of selling them. For the same reasons as with the 5-element pills, Ziling had seen through his identity via the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Although her status prevented her from interrogating Shang Guanyun about the quantities of pills he sold, had she realized how swiftly he could refine pills, she would undoubtedly have grown suspicious. However, should he attempt to sell the dust-settling pills and the 5-element pills, it would easily alert Ziling to his rapid success in alchemy. This would jeopardize his plans to negotiate with her. It was akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one willing to strike, the other willing to suffer, until he could concoct the Miaoyin pill. Ziling would likely remain patient. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhou Chin planned to venture out to sell his pills. The underground trading conference was imminent, and he needed to amass a sufficient number of spirit stones. This was the disadvantage of lacking a solid foundation. He rarely sought treasures or engaged in nefarious activities, which left him without rare artifacts. Thus, to obtain the coveted treasures, he could only rely on his wealth. His immediate priority was to find the cultivation method for the door-transcending technique or the subsequent techniques for the Qing Yuan sword art. Just as he finished instructing the 2 women, an unexpected visitor arrived at the courtyard gate. A young girl, clad in a fitted dark outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, approached with a 5-foot-long sword resting on her shoulder. Her skin radiated a warm golden hue, reminiscent of ripening wheat fields in autumn. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and a sunlit smile graced her lips. Given Zhou Chen's height, approximately 185 meters in his past life, he found himself at eye level with the girl. She possessed a typical 3-head body ratio, her long legs seemingly endless. Zhou Chen glanced at her and inquired, What brings you here, junior sister? He had not encountered this girl before and surmised she must be a recent addition to the sect. Her appearance was indeed peculiar. It was the first time he had seen a cultivator carry their magical weapon on their shoulder rather than storing it in their dantian. Most magical artifacts could easily be stored, unlike this oversized sword, which seemed to reflect the style of the giant sword sect. Despite their first meeting, the girl was unreserved, exclaiming, Brother Zhou, I heard you can arrange first-tier formations. Would you be able to set one up for me? Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Her candidness left him momentarily speechless. Sensing his hesitation, she quickly added, Brother Zhou, my name is Zhou Kaier. As it happens, we are from the same clan. I am currently short on spirit stones, but once I manage my finances tomorrow, I will definitely compensate you. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chen nodded. What kind of formation do you wish to set up? When he had circulated the news of his abilities, he anticipated that some might seek to take advantage of it. This was part of his plan, but he had not expected his first visitor to be an unknown female cultivator. Without hesitation, Zhou Kaier replied, I would like to arrange a first-tier spirit gathering formation, followed by a simple first-tier illusion formation. I have already gathered the materials for the formations. Chapter 132. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's affirmative response, Zhou Kaier felt an immense weight lift from her heart, and her smile grew increasingly sincere. Senior brother, rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. I truly have some urgent matters to attend to, otherwise, I would not have come empty-handed. Despite possessing a limited number of spirit stones, she was not one to exploit others. Noticing Zhou Chen's lack of aversion, Zhou Kaier summoned her massive sword, which transformed into a size of about 10 feet, and leapt onto it. Senior brother Zhou, come, I shall take you there. Seeing her impatience, Zhou Chen decided to mount his flying sword as well, setting up a first-tier formation which required little effort. Name, Zhou Kaier Technique, Mysterious Sword Technique, Spirit Root, Dual Spirit Roots, Metal Spirit Root, Fire Spirit Root, Hidden Spirit Root, Sword Spirit Root, Cultivation Level, Qi Refining 8th Layer, Charm, 88, Comprehensive Points, 86. Zhou Chen was taken aback by the girl's unexpectedly high comprehensive score of 86. However, what astonished him even more was that she was a swordsman and possessed a hidden spirit root, the sword spirit root. Those who bore hidden spirit roots were exceedingly rare. Such roots lay concealed within a cultivator's body, undetectable by ordinary means. As for the sword spirit root, it was a variant spirit root, rarer than those of wind, thunder, or ice. True to its name, the sword spirit root endowed its bearer with an exceptional aptitude for cultivating sword techniques and artifacts. With the sword spirit root, even possessing 3 spirit roots could allow her to be accepted as an inner disciple in a sword sect. What a pity, though. This girl's sword spirit root remained undetected, leading her to unwittingly enter the Yin-Yang sect. Zhao Chin turned her head and asked, "Senior brother, what did you say?" As they soared through the skies, she activated a protective shield of spiritual energy to shield them from the harsh winds, ensuring Zhao Chin remained steady. With a smile, Zhao Chin replied, "It's nothing." As they flew at full speed, they quickly traversed several mountain peaks, ultimately arriving at a desolate range. Zhao Chin descended on her sword, stopping before a cave of modest size. The interior of the cave was unadorned. The central area served as a living room, flanked by 2 private chambers. After retrieving the materials needed for the formation, Zhao Chin led Zhao Chin toward the left chamber. However, before they could enter, Zhao Chin's expression shifted to one of perplexity. With his current mental acuity, he could easily perceive the entire cave. Inside the left chamber, disarray reigned. It was not that it was unclean, but rather that clothing was strewn about haphazardly. Upon pushing open the door, Zhao Chin spotted her undergarments and immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Senior brother, I apologize, I forgot to put my clothes away." With that, she hurriedly stowed her garments into her storage bag. Having grown accustomed to her carefree demeanor, she had few genuine friends, which was why her clothing rarely found its way into the storage bag and instead lay scattered within the cave. Zhao Chin was at a loss for words, unsure whether to label her as carefree or simply absent-minded. If encountered outside, rather than being seen as a cultivator, Zhao Chin would be more inclined to view her as a wandering hero. Yet the awkwardness was fleeting. Once Zhao Chin finished tidying up, she promptly took out the materials for the formation. "Senior brother, I appreciate your assistance." The Gathering Spirit formation is the simplest of the first-tier formations. Naturally, its effectiveness varies greatly based on the quality of the materials used. All that is needed are Yang origin stones, 5-element stones, and purple gold copper, as well as silver essence. The 5-element stones serve as the core of the formation, being the control center of the entire array. While setting up the formation, the foundation is vital, but it mainly relies on the guidance of spiritual energy. Mastery over the formation allows one to manipulate the flow and intensity of spiritual energy, thus successfully activating the formation. After 2 failed attempts, Zhao Chin finally succeeded in arranging it properly. Chapter 133. This allowed Zhao Chin to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Due to the urgency of the situation, she had prepared only 4 sets of materials. If Zhao Chin were to fail 3 times in a row and still not succeed, she would have nowhere to weep. As for the first-tier illusion array, it was even simpler. It merely obscured the cave, preventing outsiders from easily discerning its interior. Zhao Chin had only failed once before successfully setting up the formation. After all, achieving success on the first attempt would have been a bit ostentatious. Failing once or twice was the standard expected of a first-tier array master. Once the 2 types of formations were completed, the cave was instantly enveloped in a thin mist. The density of spiritual energy within the cave increased by nearly 50% compared to before. If any cultivator were to pass by without employing their spiritual sense for a careful inspection, it would be challenging to discern the state of the cave's interior. Zhao Chin expressed her heartfelt gratitude and promised to deliver Zhao Chin's reward the following day. While first-tier formations were indeed not worth much, providing materials for Zhao Chin to assist in the arrangement would save her several spirit stones. Zhao Chin smiled in response. He declined Zhao Chin's offer and turned to leave. That girl certainly had her share of fortune. Perhaps she had not discovered the cave's secret. However, Zhao Chin, with his full mental prowess, had uncovered some intriguing details. Beneath the cave, there lay a small spiritual vein. Although it was a mere trickle and in a state of depletion, it was sufficient to ensure that the concentration of spiritual energy within the cave was more than double that of the surrounding areas in the outer sect. A spiritual vein is a mineral deposit formed from countless spirit stones. When establishing the sect in this area, the Yin-Yang sect had been drawn here by the presence of an enormous spiritual vein. The spirit stones within the vein, whether extracted for use or provided as spiritual energy for the sect, were invaluable treasures. However, based on Zhao Chin's assessment, the spirit stones in the vein below were likely nearly depleted. Otherwise, if it were a pristine vein, it would have long been discovered by higher-level cultivators, and Zhao Chin would not have had the chance to benefit from it. After leaving the Yin-Yang sect, Zhao Chin made his way directly to Jiangdu City. In the secret chamber on the 2nd floor of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Shangguan Yun gazed at the hundreds of medicine bottles brought by Zhao Chin. His smile wide and uncontainable. "My young friend, I truly owe you a great favor this time. This little fellow is far more formidable than I had imagined. To have concocted so many pills so quickly, one can only wonder about the vast alchemist guild backing you." However, what Zhao Chin did not anticipate was that after completing the transaction, Shangguan Yun produced another batch of spiritual herbs, the quantity doubling that of the previous lot. "My young friend, how many of such quality pills do you possess?" Old Fu desires a substantial amount. This left Zhao Chin somewhat perplexed. "Senior Shangguan, are these pills not sufficient?" The major sects boasted numerous disciples. Yet, on one hand, The Wind and Thunder Pavilion also had other channels for purchasing pills. On the other hand, the pills were sold to disciples of various sects, and not all would necessarily come to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion to make their purchases. Shang Guanyun awkwardly scratched his nose, contemplating for a moment before replying candidly, "My young friend, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The conflicts between the major sects are interconnected. A single thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Many families and smaller sects affiliated with these major sects will take action, and there are also cultivators lurking in the shadows, waiting to take advantage of the chaos." Zhao Chin understood these matters, yet this explanation still felt somewhat tenuous. Chapter 134. Shang Guanyun cleared his throat twice and added, "If the pills crafted by you, my young friend, are of medium quality, then such a quantity is indeed sufficient. However, if the quality of your elixirs is superior, then the more, the better. After all, war profits are always the most lucrative. Not only will they be sold at Fenglei Pavilion, but certain high-ranking members within the pavilion will also privately trade these elixirs within exclusive circles. The healing pills of the same tier, especially those of upper or even top quality, can recently be sold at prices exceeding the market value by 30 to 40%, allowing them to make quite a fortune. Who would ever complain about having too much money?" Zhao Chin nodded slightly, not rejecting his request. Fenglei Pavilion provided him with the formulas and the necessary spiritual herbs for refining. Essentially, Zhao Chin was merely processing the elixirs, yet the selling price was far from low. Most importantly, it saved him the time required to seek out and acquire the spiritual herbs. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. What reason could there be to refuse? Then, under Zhao Chin's astonished gaze, the table shimmered with spiritual light as Shang Guanyun produced a silver white token. "My young friend, this is the qualification for the underground trading auction. Please return my token." Fearing Zhao Chin might overthink, he added, "I have noticed someone is following you. If you enter the underground trade using my token, your identity could easily be exposed. This token represents a silver VIP status in our Fenglei Pavilion. Others cannot discern whether it originates from Jiangdu City or another branch of Fenglei Pavilion. It grants access to the underground trading gatherings, as well as subsequent bartering events. And holding this token allows you to enjoy a 10% discount at any shops under Fenglei Pavilion." Zhao Chin naturally accepted it with pleasure. The VIP cards of Fenglei Pavilion, aside from the undisclosed Black Supreme card, are categorized into gold and silver levels. The silver VIP card is the lowest tier. Yet to possess such a token, one must at least be a golden core cultivator, and not just any ordinary golden core cultivator at that. However, Shang Guanyun's sudden flattery raised Zhao Chin's wariness. Their apparent amicability stemmed from the benefits Zhao Chin could bring to Shang Guanyun, just as Shang Guanyun could reciprocate. In the realm of cultivation, true friendships are scarce. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Yet, Zhao Chin accepted it without hesitation. After all, one should not shun benefits. When they first met, he was merely a 7th-layer chi refining cultivator. Now, with the enhancements from formations, spiritual symbols, and elixirs, he felt confident even against golden core cultivators. The shift in his strength brought about a subtle transformation in his mindset. Even knowing the other had a request, he accepted it with composure. Seeing him accept the token, Shang Guanyun smiled and said, "My young friend, I must not conceal from you that I have another request." Zhao Chin returned the smile and clasped his hands, saying, "Elder, please feel free to express your needs, as long as I am able to fulfill them. It is my duty." After a moment of contemplation, Shang Guanyun succinctly explained, "An old friend of mine ventured out on an expedition over a decade ago and was grievously injured by a beast, causing damage to his foundation. Thus he has been unable to advance the golden core." Zhao Chin's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "If the foundation is damaged, I am afraid there is little I can do. Even if my master were to intervene, it might still be futile. For most cultivators, the term foundation prior to reaching the golden core stage refers to the Dantian Stone Sea. Once the foundation suffers severe damage, future advancements in cultivation are nearly guaranteed to be impeded. Unless one were to find the legendary materials capable of restoring the foundation, such things are beyond the reach of even golden core cultivators, let alone those in the foundation establishment stage." Understanding Zhao Chin's misunderstanding, Shang Guanyun organized his thoughts. It is not quite so. The situation regarding his damaged foundation is unique. If a third-tier alchemist were to specifically refine medicine for him, there may still be hope for recovery. Chapter 135. Not long ago, Zhao Chin procured a purple gold alchemy furnace and a demon fire alchemy furnace here. To a certain extent, this surely indicates a breakthrough in his master's cultivation realm. "My young friend, allow me to speak candidly. There are but a few third-tier alchemists in the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, and I find myself unable to summon them for assistance. If you could lend a hand this time, I would be forever grateful." Though he holds a commendable position within the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, he is ultimately still a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Chin silently nodded. "Ah. It seems this person shares a profound bond with Senior Suguan's." When Suguan mentioned this matter, a rare and genuine smile graced his face. Differing from the usual merchant's politeness, it stemmed from a heartfelt longing for someone. "To be frank, my young friend, this individual is the spirit butterfly fairy of the Yin-Yang sect. If your master could cure her, not only would I owe you a favor, but the Yin-Yang sect would also be indebted to you, even if one wishes to request her healing abilities. The spirit butterfly fairy must be brought forth for a direct assessment of her injuries in order to ascertain the proper treatment. Given this, there is no need for further concealment." Upon hearing the name of the spirit butterfly fairy, Zhao Chin maintained a composed demeanor and readily agreed. Since Senior Su Guan has made this request, I shall not hesitate to comply. I will return to inform my master of this matter. He felt a flicker of curiosity about the injuries sustained by the ever-proud spirit butterfly master. With his current cultivation level, even the most ordinary golden core cultivators would struggle to discern her true form. As for the debts owed to the Yin Yang sect, that notion is utterly preposterous. Su Guan, upon hearing Zhao Chin's response, felt a wave of delight. Typically, the bond between master and disciple is not overly intimate. Given sufficient interests, it is not uncommon for disciples to harm their masters or for fathers and sons to engage in fierce conflict. However, the relationship between Zhao Chin and his master clearly diverged from this norm, were it not for a profound trust. That alchemist would not repeatedly allow Zhao Chin to peddle elixirs without fearing he might abscond with the spirit stones. It seems that with Zhao Chin's assistance, there is indeed a significant opportunity. Seizing this moment, Zhao Chin glanced towards the upper floors and whispered, Senior Su Guan. The third and fourth floors specialize in golden core and nascent soul elixirs. I find myself quite intrigued. May I ascend to take a look? He held a keen interest in the third and fourth tier elixirs. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Guan readily acquiesced. Since becoming acquainted with Zhao Chin, his standing within the Wind and Thunder Pavilion had risen considerably, and he had now ascended to the position of the building's master. Upon reaching the third and fourth floors, Zhao Chin surveyed his surroundings. During his initial visit, he had not yet earned the right to enter the third floor. The third floor was modest in size, only about 100 square meters, with merely 2 counters and a sparse collection of 6 or 7 bottles of elixirs. The fourth floor had even fewer elixirs, containing only 2 bottles. As Su Guan introduced the elixirs to him, he casually explained, My young friend, as you are aware, in recent years, no fourth-tier alchemists have emerged. The highest-ranking alchemists in the Great Xia Empire are but a handful of third-tier practitioners. Some alchemists, despite possessing ample experience and formidable mental faculties, are unable to find fourth-tier recipes. How then could they aspire to advance to fourth-tier alchemists? Recipes for third-tier elixirs are already scarce, most having been retrieved from the ancient cultivators' caves. The spiritual energy in the cultivation realm has gradually diminished, rendering the elixirs available for golden core cultivators exceedingly rare. Chapter 136. Listening to his casual banter, Zhao Chin confirmed his suspicions. Despite the immense scale of the Thunder Pavilion, it appeared that there were not many third-tier alchemists. There might be some hidden away, but with Shangguan Yun's status, he was not deemed worthy to know. The reason why the Thunder Pavilion in Jiangdu City had levels dedicated to golden core and nascent soul stages was primarily to showcase its own strength. Within the entire Jiangdu City, only the Thunder Pavilion sold golden core elixirs. As for third-tier elixirs, who would venture to the Thunder Pavilion for fourth-tier ones? Moreover, the elixirs on display were not for advancing cultivation. Otherwise, their own ancestor would have utilized them long ago. Throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty, there were only a handful of nascent soul ancestors. Within a radius of several hundred miles in Jiangdu City, there were merely 2 nascent soul ancestors from the Yin Yang sect. Such formidable beings, aside from their secluded cultivation, were often out exploring ancient cultivator-esque caves or various mysterious ruins. This truth stirred something profound within Zhao Chin. The price of the 5 yuan dan was even higher than he had anticipated. However, he was curious about how Ling had acquired the third-tier recipe. Furthermore, armed with a VIP card, he could alter his appearance. At a trade fair involving barter, the value of the 5 yuan dan might indeed exceed expectations, making it a worthy item for exchange. After perusing the Thunder Pavilion, Zhao Chin was struck by a thought. Senior Shangguan, might you assist me in searching for the cultivation method of the second layer of the Dianju? Should I acquire this method? I would be willing to pay any price. The last time he purchased the Dianju, it was merely a fragment, containing only the cultivation method for the first layer, with no subsequent techniques recorded. Though the Dianju was not widely known, it held considerable renown among high-tier cultivators. The Dianju. Such a method is indeed difficult to find. I shall do my utmost to assist you in your search, the elder replied. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Chin departed gracefully. Having reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he anticipated successfully breaking through to the mid-foundation stage that very night. This advancement would resolve the issue of his overwhelming spiritual power outpacing his physical realm. In recent days, he had come to appreciate the benefits of possessing formidable spiritual awareness. If he could cultivate to the second, or even third layer, his spiritual power could potentially double. He couldn't help but wonder about the extraordinary talent of the cultivator who had devised such a technique. In Jiangdu City, Zhao Chin had procured nearly everything he needed. He did not intend to linger in the city any longer. It seemed prudent to venture to other cultivation towns. Jiangdu City was neither excessively large nor small. In the past, at his 5th level of qi refinement, the treasures within the city would have sufficed for a lifetime. He had no interest in magical artifacts and had already acquired nearly all the formations and alchemical recipes he could utilize. Zhao Chin made his way directly to the moon viewing pavilion, ordering a table of celestial delicacies. As he sat by the edge of the pavilion, a few figures clad in uniform attire, bearing long swords on their shoulders, entered. The atmosphere within the moon viewing pavilion momentarily stiffened until the group ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor, restoring the ambience. Zhao Chin's gaze swept over the newcomers, ultimately resting upon a girl at the center of attention. She stood at a mere 1.55 meters. Her appearance sweet and charming, yet her brow radiated a coldness that kept others at bay. Name, Su Shi A Shirlu. Cultivation, late foundation establishment, spiritual root, gold, and wind. Technique, dominant blade technique. Age, 35. Charm, 84. Comprehensive score, 87. Chapter 137. The girl possessed exquisitely delicate features, surpassing even the renowned Shangguan sisters. However, one flaw marred her beauty, her petite and adorable stature. The Tian Haisu family, within the Grand Daxia Empire, was indeed illustrious. Though not among the top-tier factions, its ancestral lineage was formidable, boasting several golden core ancestors. These reclusive families often possessed strength that rivaled the foremost sects. Yet they remained largely inconspicuous, rarely revealing themselves to outsiders. How could the Su family, situated nearly 1,000 miles away, have arrived in Jiangdu City? Zhao Chin found himself perplexed. Among the many clans, the Su family's modus operandi was particularly distinctive. The majority of their practitioners were sword cultivators, known for their overwhelmingly domineering approach. Unlike other hidden families, the Su family seldom concealed their existence. However, Zhao Chin soon learned the truth from the conversations around him. A few guests seated nearby communicated through spiritual sound waves, exchanging information. It was said that a direct descendant of the Tian Haisu family had been assassinated by rogue cultivators in Jiangdu City. TSK. Those who dared to offend the Tian Haisu family were truly reckless. The foremost among them appeared to be the second young lady of the Su family, Su Shi A16. Once the celestial cuisine was prepared, Zhao Chin collected his packaged meal and departed without a backward glance. This was one of the advantages of possessing a powerful spiritual sense. The other practitioners dared not openly discuss the matters of the Su family, engaging instead in hushed conversations through spiritual sound waves. However, with such a marked disparity in spiritual power, Zhao Chin was able to eavesdrop on their exchanges. The others, with their feeble spiritual strength, were entirely oblivious to being overheard. Zhao Chin regarded this incident as a mere interlude. The cultivation world operated on certain principles. One must always be aware of potential backing when contemplating acts of violence or theft. Engaging in such nefarious deeds was fraught with peril. If one were to slay a rogue cultivator, the resources obtained would be forever lost. If Chapter 138, the woman in the black robe remained non-committal to her senior brother's words, merely hoping that once their master ascended to the mid-stage of foundation building, he could procure foundation pills for both of them. The two proceeded with utmost caution, their spiritual senses fully engaged, acutely aware of their surroundings, fearful of an unexpected appearance. After all, the realm of cultivators in the Great Xia dynasty bordered that of mortals. The areas inhabited by common folk were devoid of spiritual energy, save for a few hidden sects and families. Most sects were situated on solid ground. However, the locations of these cultivation sects were not accessible to mortals. Yet, as the Yin-Yang sect traversed towards Jiangdu City, they would inevitably pass through numerous human settlements. Even the demonic cultivators of grand sects would refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering humans, for such actions would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of righteous cultivators and the displeasure of the dynasty, leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, such occurrences were not entirely absent in the shadows, for souls and blood held immense value for demonic cultivators. Moreover, how could the lives of mortals be deemed significant? As Zhao Chin passed by the two, he cast a cursory glance, but showed no inclination to engage, continuing his journey forward. In the heart of the small village stood a tall, middle-aged man, his features grotesque, a scar running from his forehead to his chin, exuding an ominous dark aura. Clutching the 10,000 souls banner, he appeared utterly deranged, exclaiming, it's done, Taoist, I have succeeded." Although most of the vengeful spirits within the banner were merely ordinary humans with feeble soul power, their sheer number still wielded considerable might. He felt confident enough to confront even a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator. The day of his breakthrough to core formation was imminent. Having forged the 10,000 souls banner in the early stage of foundation building and gathered sufficient corpse energy, he believed this to be an unprecedented feat. With the aid of corpse energy, he was over 90% certain he could advance to the mid-stage of foundation building within 3 years. Just as the man reveled in his exhilaration, the sea of spiritual stones around him felt as though pierced by a sharp root, causing his expression to shift dramatically. His body trembled violently, and he cried out in unrestrained agony. Who dares to? Before he could finish, a surge of 5 elemental spiritual energy erupted forth, and a delicate lotus flower hurtled toward him at great speed. By the time he noticed, the lotus had already closed in within 10 feet. Caught off guard, he was struck directly as the flower detonated. Yet, at a distance of merely 3 feet, he desperately summoned his high-grade magical artifact, the Xuanjia Shield, a defensive treasure he had acquired at great expense. Its protective capabilities were formidable, challenging for ordinary foundation-building cultivators to breach. In the instant of the explosion, the shield expanded to 2 meters in size, shielding the man. However, the force of the blast exceeded all expectations. The chaotic clash of 5 elemental energies unleashed a torrent of shockwaves, creating a small mushroom cloud. When the smoke finally cleared, a deep pit of over 10 meters had formed beneath the man's feet. The shield lay dim and lifeless, having lost its spiritual support and fallen to the ground. The man's clothing was tattered, and a significant portion of his right arm had vanished without a trace, while his left hand clutched a black banner. No matter how desperately he attempted to speak, not a single word escaped his lips. Zhao Chin appeared behind him, his right hand gripping a finely crafted short sword. its blade dripping with fresh crimson blood. The man struggled weakly before collapsing, utterly drained. Zhao Chin stowed his storage bag in the crafted 10,000 souls banner, casually releasing a strand of spiritual energy to ensnare the remnant soul of the demonic cultivator. He then quietly returned to the location of the two chi refining demonic cultivators. Chapter 139. After effortlessly eliminating the two, he affixed a talisman to himself, and his figure instantaneously vanished from the spot. The reason he refrained from killing them earlier was primarily due to the concern of alarming others. He was not particularly worried. A cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment posed no threat to him. However, should they desperately flee, it could easily lead to unnecessary complications. Any adversary that could be dispatched through a surprise attack did not warrant a direct confrontation. Thus, after approaching within 20 or so paces, even with the enhancement of a second-tier concealment talisman and the application of a breath-concealing technique, he was mindful that the close proximity could easily alert the opponent to something amiss. Zhao Chin unleashed a silent and stealthy mental strike from a distance, taking advantage of their momentary distraction to release a lotus-shaped talisman that obliterated the foe. Yet, the cloaked cultivator proved formidable, managing to withstand the assault of spiritual energy. However, both his magical artifact and spiritual barrier were shattered, leaving him defenseless against Zhao Chin's lethal advance. Zhao Chin's speed was astonishingly swift, too rapid for the man to evade. After sprinting for 50 or 60 miles, Zhao Chin sought a secluded location, casually forming a simple concealment array in the void. This was indeed an unforeseen delight. Zhao Chin toyed with the Wandering Soul's banner, a smile of amusement dancing in his eyes. This object was a favored possession among many practitioners of the dark arts. Although the quality of the souls within the banner was somewhat lacking, it was nonetheless a remarkable treasure. Typically, the Wandering Soul's banner was highly sought after by demonic cultivators, for even the lower-tier versions required exorbitant materials to craft. Observing the throngs of wailing, restless souls swirling within the banner, Zhao Chin expressionlessly stored it away. Weakness was a sin. It was due to weakness that one faced death. This realization fueled Zhao Chin's unwavering commitment to the path of cultivation after traversing into the realm of immortal cultivation, as he yearned fervently for longevity. Without sufficient strength, one's fate was not in their own hands, and even death could not be met with ease. The remnants of the demonic cultivator's soul were ensnared within a wood element spiritual barrier, thrashing wildly in a frantic attempt to break free, howling in fury. Damn it! How dare you kill me? I am a member of the Demon Flame sect. It would have been better had he remained silent. Upon uttering those words, Zhao Chin's smile turned increasingly peculiar. Oh, you are from the Demon Flame sect. The man, noticing Zhao Chin's lack of fear and instead perceiving a hint of excitement, began to panic. Friend, please let me go. If you release me, I shall overlook today as events. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Even if his physical form was destroyed, as long as he found a suitable vessel, he could still seize a new life. Though possessing a new body might hinder his cultivation progress, it was certainly preferable to death. We have no enmity from the past, nor grievances from recent days. Why must you be so aggressive? Zhao Chin chuckled lightly and, with righteous conviction, replied, You practitioners of the dark arts, how can we, the righteous, permit you to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent? Compared to the Wandering Soul's banner, the spoils from the demonic cultivator were not insignificant. His storage pouch contained nearly 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, along with various lower and mid-grade magical artifacts. Among these artifacts, he spotted something remarkably familiar. It seems you have indeed killed quite a number, Zhao Chin mused. To validate his suspicions, he raised his hand and pressed it atop the man's head. Soul search. The male cultivator erupted into a piercing, anguished scream, pleading desperately, Please, stop. Do not. After 2 breaths, his voice gradually faded. The remnants of his soul dimmed, gradually losing their luster and showing signs of dispersal. The soul search technique inflicted significant harm upon the soul. The lighter the consequences, the more the soul would endure the excruciating agony of being torn apart. The severest outcomes would lead to the loss of consciousness. Chapter 140. Yet, Zhao Chin remained unconcerned, as it did not inflict pain upon him. After delving into the man's memories, a contemplative expression crossed his face. How fortuitous it was. Li Yin met his demise at the hands of this individual, or rather, this individual was one of his accomplices. During the ambush on Li Yin orchestrated by several members of the Demon Flame sect, he was the one who obstructed Li Yan's escape route. Although he did not actively participate in the attack, he effectively sealed off Li Yan's path to safety. The male cultivator, leveraging his achievements in the blood-forbidden secret realm, returned to his sect to receive a Foundation Establishment pill, thereby successfully advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage. Today marked his inaugural outing on a mission since attaining this new level. This individual, known as Han Xinxing, was impulsive by nature, exhibiting unpredictable moods. 10 years prior, he had entered the cultivation world in grand attire and returned to his village. However, upon hearing an ill-timed remark from a villager, he was incited to rage and unleashed a bloody massacre, slaughtering numerous fellow villagers. It was precisely due to his reckless valor and unparalleled arrogance that Han Xinxing was taken under the wing of the Gold Core Elder of the Demon Flame sect, the Old Ghost. The materials he used to forge the 10,000 Souls banner were rewards bestowed upon him by the Old Ghost. However, Han Xinxing's 10,000 Souls banner was not the complete artifact but rather one of its components. The old ghost version of the 10,000 Souls banner was not merely a single magical tool but a set comprising a main banner and 6 sub-banners, which could coalesce into a soul-devouring great array, reputed to possess the power to annihilate half-step nascent souls. Han Xinqing possessed one of the sub-banners, while the main banner remained in the hands of the old ghost. Han Xinqing's excursions to hunt mortals were also carried out under the directives of the old ghost. Zhao Chin shook his head, confining the remnants of Han Xinqing's soul within the 10,000 Souls banner. However, for the sake of security, he produced 5 talismans and affixed them all onto the banner in one swift motion. He then meticulously scanned the banner with his mental energy, ensuring that the old ghost had not tampered with it. As anticipated, he detected a mental imprint within the 10,000 Souls banner that did not belong to Han Xinqing. What a devoted and sincere master-disciple relationship they shared. It appeared that the old ghost harbored doubts regarding Han Xinqing's loyalty, secretly leaving behind a mental mark. As long as this mark remained, even if Han Xinqing attempted to abscond with the 10,000 Souls banner, he would be traceable by the location of the imprint. Despite Zhao Chin's formidable mental prowess, it took him several thorough inspections to uncover the anomaly. After erasing the imprint, he established 3 sealing formations to completely sever any connection to the outside world. Well, this arrangement was infallible. The journey ahead proceeded smoothly. Zhao Chin dispatched 2 or 3 Qi refinement stage Bs before making his way back to the Yin-Yang sect. Along the way, he toyed with a fragment of bronze, which he had discovered in Han Xinqing's storage pouch. Yet, even Han Xinqing himself was oblivious to the fragment's purpose. Its unique material rendered it impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades and bullets. Even cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, when exerting their utmost efforts, could not destroy it. Thus, it was regarded as a treasure and stored within his pouch. Zhao Chin attempted to envelop it in spiritual energy, but to no avail. A gleaming, pale blue small sword materialized at his fingertips, lunging fiercely at the bronze fragment. Yet, it proved futile. Not only did it fail to breach the fragment, but it also left no trace behind. Unable to ascertain the origins of this object, Zhao Chin reluctantly returned it to his storage pouch, intending to conduct further research when time permitted. Upon his return to the outer precincts of the Yin-Yang sect, Zhao Chin sensed something amiss. Why were those 2 in the courtyard? Within the confines of the Yin-Yang sect, he dared not unleash his soul energy freely, lest it attract the attention of high-ranking cultivators. Better safe than sorry. Should a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, perceived as feeble and elderly, suddenly unleash mental energy akin to that of the Gold Core stage, it would surely draw the ire of any Gold Core or nascent soul elder who noticed the anomaly, leaving him with no place to hide. Nevertheless, through the sensitivity of the formation, Zhao Chin discerned that the Shangguan sisters had entered his residence and remained for a considerable duration. Chapter 141. He harbored quite a fondness for the 2 sisters. At the very least, their service attitude was far superior to that of the materialistic Bai Shui. After all, earning spirit stones was no trivial matter. One could first exchange face and dignity for resources, and later reclaim their pride once their cultivation reached a substantial level. Nan Xiao sat in the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation with the 2 sisters, Shangguan Jie. Shangguan Luyan maintained her usual frigid demeanor, often remaining silent, only occasionally contributing a few words. In contrast, the vivacious Shangguan Lukai found a kindred spirit in Nan Xiao. Zhao Chin walked past them directly, oblivious to their presence, and entered the side room. He had already greeted some familiar disciples from the inner sect, and Nan Xiao's existence had been acknowledged by the sect. Nan Xiao was considered a semi-outer sect disciple, exempt from tedious tasks. This was the advantage of having a few old friends. The others, seeing Nan Xiao's low cultivation and her status as Zhao Chin's partner, naturally did not mind giving him a bit of face. Nan Xiao was spared from the burden of completing tasks to accumulate points. Yet she also lacked access to the Yin-Yang sect's treasure vault or other significant areas. However, she held a certain identity that allowed her to reside openly in the outer sect. This was not uncommon. Some disciples, infatuated with desire, would even procure mundane women to keep in the outer sect. Chen Tingwan was meditating within the room. Upon seeing Zhao Chin enter, she ceased her practice and obediently called out, "Brother Zhao, you're back." Zhao Chin nodded silently, standing by the window, observing the 2 sisters in the courtyard. What did they say when they came in? Chen Tingwan shook her head. They didn't say much. Not a single inappropriate question was asked. She had a rough idea of what Zhao Chin might be pondering. The sisters' sudden visit and their willingness to engage with Nan Xiao likely indicated an attempt to uncover Zhao Chin's secrets through her. Despite Nan Xiao being a few years older, she was still a newcomer to the realm of cultivation and could easily be probed for valuable information. Initially, Chen Tingwan had been wary of the 2. She had specifically cautioned Nan Xiao that if they inquired about Zhao Chin, she was to feign ignorance. With the 5 elements concealment array in place, aside from Nan Xiao, no one could perceive her presence, so eavesdropping was permissible. However, the Shangguan sisters understood the rules well, behaving like 2 ordinary younger sisters, chatting amicably with Nan Xiao, never broaching any sensitive topics. Through the veil of the curtains, Zhao Chin observed every movement of the sisters, whose appearances bore an 8-point resemblance to each other. It appeared they were quite astute. As the old adage goes, one should not seek to know too much, often. Those who perish first are those who become privy to matters they ought not to know. Many failed to grasp this truth, believing themselves to be favored by destiny. It was evident that the sisters were quite aware of their limits. This left Zhao Chin further perplexed. What could their sudden visit possibly signify? Surely, they were not in dire need of resources to approach him in broad daylight. This was also the aspect that puzzled Chun Tingwan the most. In her eyes, Zhao Chin was kind-hearted and eager to assist his fellow disciples. When female cultivators sought out male counterparts, it was typically for resource exchanges or to barter their bodies for resources. Yet how could Zhao Chin possibly be that kind of person? Brother Zhao is certainly not that kind of person, she mused. Even when she had thrown herself at him, he had rejected her, only reluctantly accepting her later out of pity. What, then, could the sisters possibly want? Nevertheless, there was a matter of greater significance that required attention. Chapter 142. Zhao Chin quietly extracted Han Xinxing's soul from his storage bag. Along the way, he unleashed 2 more mental shocks. Han Xinxing, in the early stage of Foundation establishment, had endured 3 consecutive mental assaults. Had it not been for Zhao Chin's deliberate control over the intensity, he would have long since been shattered into oblivion. Nevertheless, Han Xinxing's remaining soul was in a woeful state. Chun Tingwan was suddenly confronted with the sight of the 10,000 souls banner, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with fear. Brother Zhao, could this possibly be the 10,000 souls banner? She never imagined that it was Zhao Chin who had crafted such an artifact. Firstly, Brother Zhao lacked the requisite strength. Secondly, he was not that type of person. Yet, given her own cultivation level, the abrupt encounter with a multitude of vengeful spirits was still profoundly unsettling. Zhao Chin confined Han Xinxing's soul and casually tossed it toward her. This fellow is one of the culprits behind the murder of Junior Brother Li. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, I had to destroy his body, so I can only hand his soul over to you, to prevent you from being harmed by him. I have obliterated a significant portion of his mental power. With just a couple more uses of soul-searching techniques, he will be on the brink of madness. Do not underestimate a practitioner with merely a remnant soul. A Foundation establishment cultivator's mental power can still potentially usurp the body of an unsuspecting qi refining practitioner. This is why I incapacitated the majority of Han Xinxing's mental energy. Upon hearing that this man was indeed responsible for Li Yan's death, Chun Tingwan grasped the remnant soul a little more firmly. The murderer of Senior Brother Li? Her gaze fixated on the distorted remnants of the soul in her palm, and an inferno of rage ignited within her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Brother Zhao, thank you. Zhao Chin feigned nonchalance and waved his hand. Since I promised you, I will not go back on my word. Besides, I had a close bond with Junior Brother Li. You can handle Han Xinxing's soul yourself. With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. Zhao Chin's carefree silhouette stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Chun Tingwan. A glimmer of mist filled her bright eyes, reflecting Zhao Chin's retreating figure. Brother Zhao, merely a qi refining cultivator. I cannot fathom what methods he employed or how much effort he exerted to successfully slay a Foundation establishment practitioner. Moreover, without any leads, finding the murderer among the vast sea of cultivators must have consumed an immense amount of his thoughts. Chun Tingwan was not foolish. She understood that even with the strong bond between Li Yan and Zhao Chin, it was hardly worth the expenditure of such resources for vengeance. Everything Zhao Chin had done stemmed from his commitment to her. A man willing to face death for a promise to her was truly worthy of lifelong devotion. Senior Brother Li, rest assured, Brother Zhao is a good person. He treats me well, and I am very happy. Congratulations, host. Chun Tingwan's affection level increased by 1. Congratulations, host. Chun Tingwan's affection level increased by 1. Congratulations, host. Chun Tingwan's affection level increased by 1. The incessant ringing in Zhao Chin's mind left him in a state of bewilderment. He had contemplated that unexpectedly discovering one of the culprits behind Li Yan's murder would undoubtedly enhance Chun Tingwan's affection for him. This act was not only a means of avenging Li Yan, but also a testament to his promise to her. However, an affection level surging close to 90 points seemed excessive. Could it be that this girl had indulged in some wild fantasies? Chapter 143. Congratulations to the host, Chun Tingwan, for achieving a goodwill level of 90 points, which subsequently enhances personal goodwill at a multiplier of 3. It has been detected that, aside from the special target Nan Xiao, Chun Tingwan is the first female cultivator to elevate the host's goodwill to 90, and a special ability has been rewarded. Special Ability 1. The Great Dragon and Phoenix Physique has been integrated into this character's being. When the host engages in amicable discourse with this target, the physique will emanate a unique dragon and phoenix aura. This will significantly enhance the cultivation levels of both parties when practicing dual cultivation techniques. Should the host consume the dragon and phoenix reversal pill prior to a breakthrough in the major realm and engage in profound discussions, the presence of the dragon and phoenix aura will improve the success rate of forming a golden core by 30%. Likewise, during the transition to the nascent soul stage, the success rate of forming an infant will increase by 10%. This effect can be compounded with any elixirs or treasures. Special Ability 2. To be discovered by the host independently. The unexpected notification from the system sent Zhao Chin into a state of ecstatic jubilation. A twofold increase in success rate is nothing short of astonishing. Although it seems modest at first glance, if outsiders were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed with envy. The Falling Dust Pill, renowned among third-tier elixirs as the best choice for breaking through realms, merely offers a 1 to 2% increase in success rate. Even so, it is fervently sought after by countless Foundation establishment cultivators, with successful core formation rates being abysmally low. Furthermore, the Great Dragon and Phoenix Physique can be combined with elixirs. The prospect of enhancing the success rate of transforming from core to infant by 10% is truly remarkable. However, Zhao Chin remains uncertain of just how extraordinary this ability is, as the nascent soul stage feels like a distant aspiration. Having only encountered the esteemed elder of the Yinyang sect upon entering the sect and occasionally glimpsing Ningongwan, Zhao Chin has yet to witness any other nascent soul cultivators in person. What could the second special ability entail? The Great Dragon and Phoenix Reversal Physique appears to be an extraordinary enhancer. It seems that he must take greater care of Tingwan from now on. After calming himself, Zhao Chin dispelled the illusion array in the courtyard, allowing the two sisters, the Shangguan siblings, to see him. He also ensured that the adjoining room was completely isolated to prevent Qin Tingwan from overhearing anything inappropriate. Nan Xiao adeptly prepared spirit tea, gracefully presenting it before Zhao Chin. Before rising to stand behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Big brother Zhao, your two younger sisters have come to see you. Zhao Chin took a sip of the spirit tea and replied nonchalantly, what brings you here, junior sisters? The Shangguan sisters were somewhat taken aback by Nan Xiao's actions. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and the hierarchy is not dictated by gender. It was bewildering to witness Nan Xiao, a sixth-layer qi refining cultivator, displaying such deference to Zhao Chin. Upon hearing Zhao Chin's inquiry, Shangguan Luyun was the first to regain her composure and discreetly coughed. Shangguan Lukai, slowly catching on, once again brightened with a radiant smile. Senior brother Zhao, we have come to accompany you. This straightforward declaration caught Zhao Chin off guard. You, what did you say? Accompany? Such generosity. Shangguan Liucai's lustrous black eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. What I mean is, my sister and I are not here to intrude. Rather, we wish to join you. We would like to reside here in the future, senior brother Zhao. You wouldn't possibly turn us away, would you? Even in the pursuit of enhancing their cultivation through elixirs, the denser the spiritual energy in a place, the greater the benefits for oneself. Especially when facing breakthroughs in major realms, many cultivators have faltered due to insufficient spiritual energy in their surroundings, ultimately leading to failed attempts at transcending boundaries. Chapter 144. Within Zhao Chin's small courtyard, a spirit-gathering formation thrived, its richness of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the typical outer sect disciples' caves. To cultivate here would greatly benefit the two sisters. Noticing Zhao Chin's silence, Shangguan Lukai assumed he was overjoyed. Rest assured, my sister agrees to this matter as well. This proposition had originally been brought forth by Shangguan Luyun. Her determination in pursuing immortality was unwavering. She would not hesitate to seize any opportunity that could aid her cultivation. Zhao Chin felt a sense of numbness. He was genuinely taken aback. Shangguan Jr. sister, perhaps we should reconsider this. His unexpected refusal left the sisters momentarily bewildered. Was it possible that someone would decline their invitation? Shangguan Lukai, possessing a keen understanding of men, found it hard to believe. With their stunning beauty, strikingly similar appearances, and contrasting personalities, how could any man turn them down? Shangguan Luyun subtly furrowed her brow. For her, residing in Zhao Chin's home was the optimal choice, offering the greatest assistance to their cultivation. We promise not to intrude upon your life with Sister Nan Xiao. In our free time, we will also lend you our help. She continued. As long as the two sisters remained discreet, they would avoid detection by other disciples. Her foresight surpassed that of her sister. Recently, rumors among the outer sect had reached their ears. If Zhao Chin truly was a first-tier formation master, the assistance he could provide the sisters would likely exceed their initial expectations. Once the sisters moved in, given Zhao Chin's amiable nature, he would undoubtedly offer to set up formations for them whenever they faced challenges in their cultivation. Their only offering would be their inconsequential mortal forms. Moreover, for the sake of elixirs, they had already made numerous contributions. A few more would be insignificant. Yet, Zhao Chin's stance was resolute. He had no intention of allowing the sisters to reside with him, primarily due to Qin Tingwan's presence, for whom he had already resolved the fire poison. The sisters' admiration for him had not yet reached a level where he felt comfortable placing his trust in them. Furthermore, the matter concerning Qin Tingwan could not be disclosed at this time. The fire poison that foundational cultivators could not resolve had been alleviated by him. If this information were to spread, it could invite considerable trouble. Nevertheless, the sisters' proactive demeanor in approaching him left Zhao Chin quite pleased. He thus bestowed upon them a few second-tier attack spirit talismans. Although the sisters were unable to move in, they had nonetheless obtained the talismans without cost, which uplifted their spirits. After all, while talismans could not compare to elixirs, receiving them for free was always a boon. Congratulations to the host, Shangguan Liucai's affection level, 1. Current affection level, 67 points. However, just before departing, Shangguan Liyun's indifferent voice resonated in Zhao Chin's mind. Senior brother, I will come find you tonight. After seeing the two sisters off, Qin Tingwan emerged from the room after dealing with the remnants of the soul. Zhao Chin then retrieved the packaged celestial delicacies. The three of them gathered around the table, resembling an ordinary couple. Nan Xiao ate the least, primarily due to her lower cultivation level. The celestial delicacies Zhao Chin had procured today were mostly crafted from the corpses of demon beasts at the 10th level of qi refinement or even those in the early stages of foundation establishment. The immense spiritual energy contained within made it difficult to digest if consumed in excess. While the three were dining, a gentle knock echoed at the courtyard door. As Nan Xiao stood to answer it, Zhao Chin raised a hand to stop her. No need to attend to it. Though Nan Xiao was puzzled, she acquiesced to Zhao Chin's command without protest. Chapter 145. The snowy white outside the courtyard, clad in a pristine white gown. Her elongated eyes brimmed with impatience as she sensed the happenings within the room. Noticing that Zhao Chin was tardy in opening the door, she ultimately turned away in indignation. This fellow, how could he indulge in celestial delicacies with another woman? Had she been granted the opportunity, her own cultivation would have advanced considerably. Yet, Zhao Chin not only withheld this from her, but also barred her from entering. As for Bai Shui's departure, Zhao Chin paid it no mind. Relishing the offerings from Nan Xiao, he had just deliberately dismantled the layers of formations within the courtyard. Otherwise, with Bai Shui's prowess, she would not have been able to discern the commotion inside. This woman, more often than not, had likely heard the rumors. Hence her desire for Zhao Chin to assist her in arranging formations, and certainly not merely one formation. Chen Tingwan, with her legs crossed, smiled lightly and remarked, "Brother Zhao, are you not concerned that you might truly incur the displeasure of junior sister Bai, and she may never seek you out again?" In response to her inquiry, Zhao Chin merely smiled. If it were someone with a modicum of pride, that might be a different matter. However, with Bai Shui, there was no issue. Upon discovering his identity as a formation master, she would undoubtedly believe Zhao Chin possessed greater resources. Spirit stones were not meant for the female cultivators. Rather, they served to captivate their attention, just like a dog trained by its owner, upon seeing a bone. It would not think to bite the hand that feeds but instead seek to curry favor. In the afternoon, Zhao Chin diligently concocted second-tier healing elixirs. As promised, Shangwan Luyan visited in the evening, though not alone. She was accompanied by her sister, Shangwan Lukai. Congratulations, host. Shangwan Luyan's favorability increased by 1. Congratulations, host. Shangwan Luyan's favorability increased by 1. Congratulations, host. Shangwan Luyan's favorability reached 70 points. After 2 hours, the sisters received 2 vials of superior spirit essence pills. Zhao Chin briefly meditated to recover before consuming 2 premium spirit essence pills to push against the barriers of his minor realm. After a stick of incense's time, Zhao Chin's aura surged once more. He had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a significant accomplishment, with a spirit force comparable to that of the golden core stage. His advancement in cultivation was indeed a natural progression. His total spirit energy had increased by approximately 30%, though his lifespan remained largely unchanged. Regrettably, he had yet to find the continuation of the Qing Yuan sword technique, leaving his skills in that area limited to the instantaneous manifestation of a spirit energy shield. Once he stabilized his realm, Zhao Chin returned to the monotonous path of alchemy. The underground trading fair was merely 2 days away, thus, he resolved to finish concocting his elixirs first. As for the effects of Chen Tingwan's offering, he could afford to experience them a couple of days later. On the following day, early in the morning, Zhou Kaier took the initiative to visit, paying a reward of 3 spirit stones. This surprised Zhou Chen. The girl was remarkably straightforward. As news gradually spread, more and more outer disciples came to his door. Zhou Chen welcomed the requests of his fellow disciples without hesitation. Whether they were male or female, as long as they were familiar faces or possessed exceptional talent, he would offer his assistance. After all, it did not consume much time. And since the news had just begun to circulate, he felt compelled to maintain appearances. After aiding a junior sister in arranging a first-tier spirit gathering formation, Zhou Chen encountered an old acquaintance on his way back to the courtyard. Chapter 146. The spirit butterfly fairy soars on her sword. As the spirit butterfly fairy flew at high speed through the skies, she gazed down at Zhou Chen with disdain. Lacking ambition, she thought. With such mediocre talent, he not only neglects diligent cultivation but also distracts himself with trivial pursuits. He will never ascend to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Be it alchemy, array formations, or weapon refinement, practitioners in this path either hail from the appropriate sects, possess remarkable innate gifts, or are extraordinarily talented and thus focus exclusively on their craft. Those who are constrained by the barriers of greater realms and cannot break through in the short term may resort to secondary skills. After all, one's cultivation forms the foundation of everything. No matter how proficient one becomes in crafting talismans or potions, if one remains merely a chi refining practitioner, they will inevitably face limitations imposed by their realm. However, the spirit butterfly fairy found no motivation to chastise him, even before her confrontation with Master Songyan. She cared little for the lives of others. Now, with a rift between her and Master Songyan, Zhou Chin's existence was of even less consequence to her. He fancied himself an array master, flaunting his meager skills. The reason she had not encountered Zhou Chen before was that he rarely left his small courtyard, spending his days tending to spiritual herbs. Yet now, he ventured out every few days, neglecting his secluded training. Did he truly intend to languish in this manner until death? Zhou Chen cast a subtle glance at the receding light of the escape technique. His Dantian was injured, and his spiritual energy was impeded, yet there was a remedy. With his current level of mental acuity, he could discreetly assess the physical condition of a foundation establishment practitioner without drawing their attention. However, the spirit butterfly fairy had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment and had been trapped in this realm for decades, her mental prowess far exceeding that of her peers. Thus, he merely conducted a cursory examination to avoid arousing suspicion. From his observations, the extent of her injuries was treatable, albeit requiring some effort. In the following 3 days, Zhou Chen did not step outside the sect. Apart from refining second-tier healing elixirs, he feigned seclusion, occasionally assisting familiar junior sisters in setting up formations. Most disciples would offer him a couple of spirit stones as compensation afterward, which was far more economical than purchasing formation flags himself. Some female disciples, attempting to charm him, would cling to him, hoping to employ other means to avoid paying spirit stones. If they refused, Zhao Chin would not insist, feeling no desire to exploit their affections. In one particularly outrageous instance, after he had set up a dual spirit gathering formation for a female cultivator, she nearly overwhelmed him with her abundant resources, leaving him gasping for breath. Faced with such an opportunity, Zhao Chin thought, what harm could there be in indulging again and again? Although the female cultivator's overall score fell far short of 80 points, men do tend to favor the more ample offerings. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Zhao Chin completed the refining of all his elixirs. Today marked the commencement of the underground trading event. He temporarily set aside the grudge against his junior brother Li Yan. Although he had uncovered the identity of his murderer, the trading event was imminent, and he needed to accumulate as many spirit stones as possible. Should he venture to the Sword Pavilion now to employ an assassin against the true culprit, he might find himself lacking the spirit stones necessary to acquire his coveted treasures at the trading event. All matters could wait until after the conclusion of the trade. On the morning of the third day, Zhao Chin arrived at the Wind Thunder Pavilion and presented the refined elixirs to Shang Guanyun. She was prompt and had already prepared the spirit stones. My friend, may I inquire if your master has time after the trading event today? If possible. Shall we discuss matters in detail this evening at the Tianzi private room of the Moon Viewing Pavilion? After all, he was seeking assistance from a third-tier alchemist, whose status far exceeded his own. The benefits bestowed upon Zhao Chin earlier were merely an introduction fee. The actual remuneration could not be overlooked. Having already committed to the arrangement, Zhao Chin readily agreed. Chapter 147. Senior, after the conclusion of the trading event, my master arrived as scheduled. The words exchanged were perfectly aligned with his intentions. Indeed, if the trade were to take place at the Fenglei Pavilion, he would have considerable reservations. Leaving aside other matters, the elusive He Huan, the old demon, was certainly a presence he wished to avoid. It was only after departing from the Fenglei Pavilion that Zhao Chin murmured to himself. It seemed he would need to slightly temper his alchemical endeavors. The quantity of elixirs produced today was excessive. The spirit stones provided by Shang Guanyun included a substantial number of lower-grade stones. It was likely that the store was low on mid-grade spirit stones, thus resorting to lower-grade stones for the final payment. After all, the sum of tens of thousands of spirit stones posed a significant burden for the Fenglei Pavilion branch. However, this arrangement also afforded him considerable benefits. The mere possession of the VIP identity badge from the Fenglei Pavilion granted him an additional avenue of escape. Even in the face of escalating tensions and the potential annihilation of the Yin Yang sect, he could still find refuge within the Fenglei Pavilion. The Emo Flame sect and the Ghost Spirit sect, no matter how arrogant, would think twice before acting against the Fenglei Pavilion. The underground trading event was set to commence in the afternoon. Zhao Chin decided to leisurely explore the city. In the realm of cultivation, luck plays an equally vital role. Perhaps he might stumble upon something of value. The wares sold at the trading market predominantly consisted of materials required by qi refining cultivators, alongside a few items suitable for early-stage foundation establishment practitioners. Such trinkets held little allure for Zhao Chin, with his expanded horizons. Materials that ordinary cultivators regarded as treasures had long since lost their appeal. Within the span of merely an hour, he had perused almost all the major shops in Jiangdu City, yet had not encountered any noteworthy treasures. Never mind. It would be better to venture out and procure some blood food for Xiao Haizi, once he found an appropriate method to tame beasts. Xiao Haizi would serve as an excellent companion. With this thought in mind, he promptly turned and exited through the city gates. As Zhao Chin traversed the western city gate, he had not flown far when he observed numerous cultivators, wielding swords or blades, swiftly soaring northward. Was a treasure about to emerge? Zhao Chin activated his flying sword, accelerating rapidly to pursue them. Over 10 miles away, the infamous Yin Wind 5 demons found themselves encircled by 6 cultivators from the Su family. As Zhao Chin approached within 3 miles of the battleground, he and the main force halted their escape light, wary of being caught in the fray if they drew too near. This was an uneven battle, despite all being Foundation establishment practitioners. Neither their magical artifacts nor their cultivated spirit energy could match that of the Su family disciples. In an instant, 4 of the 5 demons were slain, leaving only the leader in black desperately attempting to break free from the encirclement. The black-clad leader expelled 3 mouthfuls of vital blood, transforming his entire being into a torrent of crimson light, fleeing with a speed far exceeding that of his peers. Among the secret techniques available to late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, blood-related techniques were particularly prevalent. Although such methods would deplete some vitality, they represented an unparalleled means of survival, significantly enhancing one's speed. Relying on his peak late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, he managed to elude 2 fully realized disciples of the Su family, just as he escaped the encirclement. Before the black-clad cultivator could exhale in relief, Su Shi A16, who had been observing the battle with arms crossed from a distance, made her move. She transformed into a silvery blade of light, akin to a shooting star, blocking the man's path. Suddenly, a river of yellow water spanning dozens of yards emerged before the bloodlight. The crimson escape light was obstructed by the river, causing its speed to diminish by a third. The celestial blade buries the starry river. A brilliant silver blade of light flashed, cleaving the river in two. An overwhelming aura of sharpness surged forth, heralding impending doom. Chapter 148. The cloaked practitioner was unable to evade in time, and was severed in two by a silver flash of light. The ethereal blade transformed once more into the petite figure of Su Shirlu, who spoke softly, "Collect the soul and return it to the family for reporting." The overwhelming radiance of her blade left the onlookers speechless. It is indeed commonplace for practitioners of the same realm to possess varying strengths. However, to achieve a swift victory over an opponent within the same tier is a formidable challenge. Even Zhao Chin, upon witnessing this, could not help but raise an eyebrow, a sense of trepidation welling up within him. This woman is exceptionally formidable. Her transformation into a blade conveyed an impression of speed, absolute swiftness. Moreover, judging by Su Shirlu's stance, it seemed that this strike was likely not her full power. She was probably a physical cultivator, favoring close combat over remote blade techniques. Zhao Chin found himself mentally calculating his chances should he face her in combat, assuming she possessed 2 or 3 more trump cards. And he exerted all his strength. What would be his odds? Could he even claim a mere 10% chance of victory? He considered himself capable of confronting several perfected foundation establishment practitioners and emerging victorious, especially with the triple enhancements of spirit talismans, elixirs, and formations. The spiritual energy of a golden core practitioner far surpassed that of a perfected foundation establishment practitioner, with countless spirit talismans bombarding the enemy and the ability to form arrays in the void. As long as he avoided close quarters and stayed clear of his only physical weakness, no one in the same realm could harm him. While Zhao Chin observed quietly, Su Shirlu's delicate face furrowed slightly as she turned her gaze towards him. Zhao Chin frowned and retreated behind the crowd. This woman possesses an acute sense of perception. This is the terrifying aspect of sword and blade practitioners. Su Shirlu scanned the gathered cultivators, wondering, who was it? In that fleeting moment, a subtle sense of danger surged within her. Curiosity piqued. She pondered who among them possessed such prowess. If her memory served her right, the closest sect was the Yin-Yang sect. Yet, among the foundation establishment practitioners within, none had instilled in her such a sense of crisis. However, she could not locate the presence that had stirred her heart. As she fixed her gaze upon the crowd, recalling the devastating blow she had just delivered, the onlookers immediately scattered like startled birds, eager to distance themselves from any potential trouble. Zhao Chin followed suit, using the throng as cover to depart. The earlier incident had left no impact on him. He had long known that the Su family's blade techniques were unparalleled in their ferocity. Yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming might. Although he felt a twinge of envy, he was aware of his lack of talent in blade techniques. After separating from the main group, Zhao Chin arrived at the outer layers of the Monster Beast Mountains, casually hunting several chi-refining Tier 10 beasts: Crimson Horn Python, Savage Boar, and Azure Rock Bull. Zhao Chin was selective in his prey. He did not pursue beasts that were too small, and even if he encountered them by chance, he rarely engaged. Despite being of the same realm, the spiritual energy contained within varied significantly. However, the appetite of his companion, Little Black, was quite substantial. This would be his last hunt for first-tier beasts, as once Little Black advanced to the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual energy provided by such creatures would be insufficient. In the future, he would need to target second-tier foundation establishment beasts to provide ample spiritual energy for a swift ascension. Estimating that it was time, he returned to the location of the teleportation array. Upon producing 100 low-grade spirit stones, a practitioner at the entrance advised him, "Friend, the entry fee for this occasion is 150 low-grade spirit stones." Chapter 149. Zhao Chin furrowed his brow but refrained from asking further questions. To him, the difference between 100 low-grade spirit stones and 150 was negligible. However, just before the teleportation commenced, 2 cultivators voluntarily elucidated the matter. This teleportation was of considerable distance, and the scale of the trading event was particularly vast, being a large-scale affair held once every 5 years. Typically, the qualification for ordinary cultivators to attend required 200 spirit stones. Nevertheless, my friend, as a distinguished guest of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, you are only required to pay 150 spirit stones. Having received this clarification, Zhao Chin smiled and replied, "Then I shall trouble you, my friend." After a wave of intense dizziness, when his vision returned, he found himself within a small cave. 500 miles? 600 miles? Had he possibly exited the Great Xia dynasty? The city of Jiangdu was already situated on the periphery of the Great Xia dynasty. Currently, Zhao Chin's spiritual power was several times stronger than before. Yet, even in this state, he found himself disoriented by the spatial force of the teleportation array. The fact that he could not immediately regain his composure indicated that the distance of this teleportation was indeed far greater than the last. Embracing a mindset of acceptance, Zhao Chin released his spiritual power, intending to survey his surroundings. However, as soon as his spiritual energy made contact with the wall, it was repelled. Was this wall capable of isolating spiritual energy? Even though he was apprehensive about recklessly probing other areas with his spiritual power, fearing it might provoke discontent, he did not exert his full strength. Nonetheless, the ability to obstruct spiritual scrutiny undoubtedly suggested the use of rare materials. Zhao Chin did not hasten to exit. Instead, he conducted another inspection, confirming that the iron mask he donned, along with the formations and spirit talismans, operated seamlessly. Only then did he leave the room. Upon stepping out, he found himself in a long corridor lined with multiple chambers at both ends. The sizes of these caves varied, the smallest measured merely a dozen square feet, while the largest approached 50 to 60 square feet. Based on Zhao Chin's deductions, each of these rooms likely housed a teleportation array. As expected, he had not ventured far when several cultivators emerged from the largest cave, their cultivation levels indiscernible. After all, teleportation arrays were exceedingly rare. Even the short-distance ones were relics from ancient cultivators. The existence of such a multitude of teleportation arrays at this underground trading event was nothing short of extraordinary. The cultivators attending were not all solitary. Some came from the same region and would undoubtedly opt for group teleportation. The 5 individuals appeared unfazed and paid no heed to Zhao Chin as they brushed past him. Both parties were cloaked in spirit talismans or secret methods that concealed their appearances. Zhao Chin navigated through the lengthy corridor, taking various turns until he arrived at a spacious hall. Upon entering the hall, he distinctly sensed the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy surrounding him. His pores opened wide, and his form felt somewhat lighter. Particularly, upon noticing the wall's composition, Zhao Chin couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Was this refined iron? The entire hall was forged from refined iron. Refined iron was not considered a rare, or, among various minerals, it ranked merely above average in value. Many foundational stage cultivators, upon acquiring the bodies of special demonic beasts, would often pair them with refined iron for crafting magical artifacts. While magical artifacts may not rival innate treasures, those obtained through purchase generally did not align as harmoniously with one's own cultivation method as those crafted from personally sourced materials. Yet the hall, sprawling over 10,000 square feet, constructed entirely of refined iron, represented an unimaginable expenditure of spirit stones. If a formidable array were to be set up in this place, bolstered by the resilient refined iron, just the thought of it sent chills down Zhao Chin's spine. Even with his current cultivation level, should he find himself trapped here, it would likely spell his doom. If the organizers of the auction harbored nefarious intentions, no one would escape with their life. Chapter 150. The entire trading market is divided into 3 main areas. In the center lies a trading platform reminiscent of an auction, where anyone possessing treasures may present them for bidding, hoping to find coveted items or purchase them with spirit stones. To the left, one can find various cultivators operating their small stalls, primarily selling cultivation techniques, spirit beasts, and medicinal herbs. On the right side, an eclectic assortment of oddities and curiosities can be discovered. As for the second floor, Zhao Chin remained oblivious, having no immediate intention to ascend. Within the span of a single incense stick, Zhao Chin encountered numerous acquaintances, cultivators from the Giant Sword sect, those from the Yellow Maple Valley, and a passing beast master sect practitioner adorned with a 2-headed serpent upon their shoulder. It was evident that this was indeed a grand trading fair. Notably, the Yellow Maple Valley and the Yinyang sect are separated by more than 1,000 miles. The presence of both parties in this locale speaks volumes about the scale of the underground trading event. Furthermore, the 3 sects represented here must include far more than the few individuals Zhao Chin had recognized. He was able to discern their true identities primarily due to the inadequacy of their concealed techniques. Even without deliberate probing, he could perceive their formations and cultivation methods. After a thorough exploration, Zhao Chin was unable to locate the Qing Yuan sword technique, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, he resolved to barter with items instead. In the realm of cultivation, with myriad techniques available, seeking a specific continuation in a bustling market is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if a continuation exists, the likelihood of it being offered for sale is slim. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to proactively present sufficiently enticing treasures in exchange for the subsequent teachings of the Qing Yuan sword technique. However, Zhao Chin did not intend to stubbornly pursue this particular technique. Should it prove elusive, he was open to considering other suitable methods of cultivation. Zhao Chin paused before several stalls selling cultivation techniques: the Carefree Immortal technique, the Clear Heart method, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements technique, the 9 Heaven Star technique, the True Source of the Void technique, the Pure Jade Body technique, the 100 Meridians Refining Treasure technique, and the Blood Demon Great method. These techniques encompassed various schools, including celestial, physical enhancement, and demonic methodologies. After a cursory examination of the 4 adjacent stalls, Zhao Chin discreetly shook his head, having noted the respective merits and shortcomings of each technique. Alas, even within an underground trading fair, finding a desirable cultivation method proved to be a formidable challenge. Each technique displayed its own set of deficiencies. For instance, the seemingly ethereal Carefree Immortal technique was merely a pedestrian wind-based method, yielding ordinary spiritual energy without any extraordinary powers. Its sole advantage lay in its swiftness. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements technique was essentially an advanced version of the 5 Elements technique. This is not to say that these methods were inferior. Rather, they simply did not align with Zhao Chin's aspirations. After all, in the outside world, cultivation techniques are predominantly controlled by sects and families. Even if one were to inadvertently acquire fragments of a technique, achieving great success remains an elusive dream, which is one of the reasons scattered cultivators aspire to join sections. Moreover, these offered techniques could only be cultivated to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, lacking any methods for advancing to the golden core stage. Ultimately, Zhao Chin's gaze landed on the 100 Meridians Refining Treasure technique. This was yet another physical enhancement method, rather unremarkable among the myriad available. Its advantage lay in its relative simplicity. With the assistance of 100 refinement fruits, 100 refinement stones, and 100 refinement pills, A Qi refinement stage cultivator could practice this method. In essence, with sufficient spirit stones, this technique could be easily cultivated. Its downside, however, was that it relied heavily on the expenditure of spirit stones for advancement, leaving little room for alternative methods. Previously, he had encountered this technique, but at that time, his lifespan was waning, and his primary focus was on breaking through his cultivation rank, which had deterred him from pursuing physical enhancement. Additionally, what was available then was merely a fragment, restricting its practice to a maximum of the second layer of mastery. Chapter 151 presents the complete version, revealing 3 tiers of cultivation methods. The vendor, noticing his interest in the 100 Meridian refining treasure technique, eagerly began to elaborate. My friend, you truly possess discerning eyes. The 100 Meridian refining treasure technique is undoubtedly the most enigmatic and powerful physical cultivation method available at my stall. Its practice is simple, yet it bestows extraordinary capabilities. Once mastered to perfection, no practitioner of the same level can withstand your approach. Zhao Chin inquired, what is the price of this technique? The vendor rubbed his hands together, chuckling, my friend, fate has brought us together. For just 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, it is yours. Without hesitation, Zhao Chin produced over 100 mid-grade spirit stones, accepted the 100 Meridian refining treasure technique, and departed from the scene. This price was not exorbitant. However, the cost of cultivating this technique would multiply, potentially exceeding tenfold. Zhao Chin continued to browse the vendor's wares when a formidable surge of energy suddenly emanated from behind. His pupils narrowed as he subtly turned his head toward the shadowy figure of a woman emerging. She was graceful and statuesque, exuding an undeniable allure. Dressed in a fiery red gown, her delicate feet hovered half a foot above the ground, defying gravity. Upon her arrival, she captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Her beauty was indeed a rarity in the world, compelling even Zhao Chin, who had previously encountered Ziling, to steal a few extra glances. Name, Sharna, race, devouring sky python, possessing the bloodline of an ancient great demon. With a small chance of transforming to awaken ancestral traits, cultivation level, early Yuanying, level 4 demon beast, age, 66, charm, 90, overall points, 90. In stark contrast to the enchanting yet aloof Ziling and the ethereal beauty of Nangongwan, Sharna radiated a chilling coldness. Her eyes betrayed a profound indifference toward life itself, fixated solely on the pursuit of power, even as numerous human cultivators surrounded her. Her expression remained unchanged. Her blood-red serpentine eyes swept over the crowd, compelling everyone to lower their gazes, unwilling to meet her gaze. Yet her presence awakened a realization within Zhao Chin. This was not within the confines of the Yin-Yang sect. It was not surprising to see demon clan cultivators at such a level of auction. Indeed, while humans and demons stand as adversaries, they are not sworn enemies. Many treasures crafted by humans require components from demon bodies or demon cores. Conversely, demons utilize low-level human cultivators to hone their own kind. The overall strengths of both factions are relatively comparable. Furthermore, within the 3 great empires, sects and demon clans are mutually opposed yet coexist, as there are even more formidable foes beyond the borders of these empires. No, there must be something I am unaware of. A large-scale trading event held every few years is bound to attract the presence of golden core-level entities. Such occurrences are quite ordinary. However, beings of Yuanying level, standing atop the hierarchy of the 3 great empires, typically do not engage in such large-scale trading events. Their transactions are usually conducted among peers of similar standing. Chapter 152 Sharna paid no heed to the crowd. With her fair, slender legs taking a step forward, she appeared at the staircase of the 2nd floor, only to vanish from sight in an instant. Since Sharna's arrival, several demon cultivators had successively emerged. However, these demon cultivators mingled within the throngs of people, concealing their appearances and cultivation levels. Those below the nascent soul stage could only reach a semi-transformed state, unable to fully assume human form. Moreover, it was inevitable for some demonic aura to leak, as they wished to keep their identities hidden to avoid unnecessary troubles. The demon cores of golden core cultivators were exceedingly rare treasures. Sharna, possessing a high enough cultivation, was entirely indifferent to the malice of others. Zhao Chin was not focused on the demon cultivators. Instead, he casually gathered several types of spiritual herbs that he might find useful in the future. After all, he did not lack in resources, merely taking the opportunity to see if he could unearth some valuable items. He had initially hoped to utilize his unique abilities to find a high-grade demon beast akin to the little black one. However, soon 2 figures caught his attention. A towering, imposing man strode ahead, with the petite Sushi trailing behind him. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, completely overshadowing the diminutive Sushi. Upon discerning the appearance of the towering man, Zhao Chin's pupils constricted, and he muttered under his breath. A nascent soul stage, yet another ancient monster. Sushichi, the current head of the Su family, wielded a renowned blade, his reputation formidable, having entered the nascent soul stage for over a decade. Even ancient beings who had been in the initial nascent soul stage for centuries were reluctant to engage him in conflict, a testament to the ferocity of his swordsmanship. His self-created sword technique, the celestial blade burial of the Star Sea, was reputed to be invincible among its peers, and was the only relatively active presence at the nascent soul level. After all, the higher the cultivation, the more challenging it became to advance. The gap between the initial nascent soul stage and its peak was insurmountable. Everyone had their own hidden cards. Who did not have a few? Yet, after a mere fleeting glance, Zhao Chin quietly withdrew his gaze. The divine sense of a nascent soul-old monster was excessively formidable, and their perceptiveness was unparalleled. If he were to stare for too long or exhibit any unfavorable expressions, he would be easily detected by the other party, leading them to lock onto his position. As Zhao Chin wandered about, the auction hall in the center welcomed its first auctioning cultivator. A familiar, haughty female voice halted Zhao Chin in his tracks. White cloud boat, 1,500 spirit stones, I'll take it. The voice was unmistakably that of the spirit butterfly fairy. Glancing over, he confirmed that the speaker was indeed her, standing at the exhibition platform beside a slender man holding a half-foot-sized white boat. As soon as the spirit butterfly fairy's words fell, another person stood up. 1,600 lower-grade spirit stones. The spirit butterfly fairy remained unfazed and responded with another bid. 1,700 spirit stones. Zhao Chin was not particularly concerned about the spirit butterfly fairy. She had stepped into the foundation establishment stage many years ago. Lingering in this realm for decades, her resources far exceeding those of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, having inherited part of the previous spirit butterfly fairy's legacy due to her nominal title of Mountain Master, it was not surprising that she could produce 2,000 spirit stones. Yet, Zhao Chin's attention was primarily drawn to the small boat. The White Cloud Boat, a top-tier magical artifact, was crafted entirely from the skin of a cloud dragon. When fully activated, this celestial vessel could unleash speeds rivaling that of golden core cultivators. Its instantaneous burst capabilities and adaptability to various environments included no fewer than 10 formations. Additionally, the unique materials used for the White Cloud Boat, specifically the shedding of a Tier 3 cloud dragon, allowed for the accommodation of even more formations. With the intervention of a high-tier formation master, its speed could be increased by a further 30% without compromising the formations. This was indeed a remarkable item. Chapter 153. One must personally retrieve and modify a few items, inscribing multiple formations upon them. Furthermore, with the aid of spiritual talismans, their speed would undoubtedly surpass that of sword flight. With the White Cloud Boat in hand, even when confronted by several golden core cultivators, as long as one is not ensnared, escape would remain achievable. Just as Fairy Lingdai believed the matter settled and that no one possessed the qualifications to vie for the celestial vessel, a dispassionate voice resonated from behind. 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Fairy Lingdai cursed under her breath, lamenting her misfortune. This price had long surpassed the worth of a top-tier magical artifact. She turned to meet Zhao Chin's gaze, unable to discern his cultivation level, and clenched her teeth in frustration as she raised her bid. 2,100 lower-grade spirit stones. This was her entire fortune. She could not muster even a single spirit stone more. Without hesitation, Zhao Chin replied. 2,200 lower-grade spirit stones. Fairy Lingdai's right hand gripped the chair's back tightly as she slumped in her seat, her eyes almost aflame with indignation. Unless she was willing to offer other treasures as collateral to augment her bargaining power, she was at a loss. Despite having amassed a collection over decades, exploring numerous secret realms, and acquiring rare artifacts, either they were essential to her or had already been sold, leaving nothing to exchange for spirit stones. She beckoned a few attendants from the shop, retrieving several items from her storage bag for them to estimate their worth. However, the appraisal results left her profoundly disheartened. Was she to abandon hope? These items might be invaluable in certain hands, yet to the majority, they appeared utterly useless. The lean cultivator, however, reveled in the situation. If no one else bids, this treasure belongs to this esteemed friend. Yet, no one was foolish. While the White Cloud Boat was indeed a vital instrument for survival, the price was exorbitant. None would be so naive as to spend 2,000 spirit stones on a top-tier magical artifact. Zhao Chin produced the spirit stones, exchanging them for the vessel in a seamless transaction. The White Cloud Boat bore no other individual's spiritual imprint. Zhao Chin merely needed to infuse his spiritual energy and refine it to command the treasure as if it were an extension of himself. Still, for safety's sake, he meticulously inspected it to ensure no tampering had occurred. Such incidents were rare in these establishments, but rarity does not preclude possibility. A measure of caution is never unwarranted. Fairy Lingdai fixed her gaze intently on Zhao Chin's figure. This man was unfamiliar to her. Could he possibly be a scion of a prominent family? Once Zhao Chin confirmed that the White Cloud Boat had not been compromised, he stowed it in his storage bag. In such a place, there was no time to refine magical artifacts. Sensing Lingdai's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Chin exchanged a fleeting look with her. In that instant of eye contact, Lingdai felt an inexplicable surge of distaste, akin to encountering someone she utterly despised, leaving her bewildered as she was certain she had never met this individual before. Beneath his mask, Zhao Chin's lips curled into a wry smile. This woman had relied on the influence of Sheng Guanyun, seeking his assistance for healing, yet dared to lavish spirit stones on a magical artifact. Although Lingdai possessed some resources, she was ultimately a foundation establishment cultivator. After acquiring the White Cloud Boat, her spirit stones would likely dwindle to near nothing. What then would she offer to entice him to concoct elixirs and tend to her injuries? Chapter 154. Zhao Chin was about to turn and leave when the voice of Lingdai echoed in his mind. Friend, might I implore you to part with the Baiyan boat? Despite the seething resentment within, her tone remained exceedingly respectful. The individual before her, capable of casually producing such a wealth of spirit stones, was undoubtedly not someone she could afford to offend. Zhao Chin deliberately lowered his voice, sneering as he replied, Friend, in this realm, treasures are claimed by those who can pay the price. If you cannot present sufficient spirit stones, what grounds do you have to barter with me? Curiosity flickered within him. Given Ling Dai's proud disposition, it was quite surprising that she would actively seek to retain the item. Was there perhaps some extraordinary aspect to the buy-in boat? This blatant mockery ignited a profound fury within Ling Dai. Had it not been for the injury to her dantian from years past, she would have long ascended to the ranks of Golden Core practitioners. At that time, she could have forged a life-bound magical treasure, traversing the vastness of the world without constraint. How could she possibly endure this humiliation over a mere superior magical artifact? Friend, I do possess some collectibles that I could offer for your consideration. Zhao Chin, wishing to avoid further discourse, turned his back and walked away. Friend, rather than indulging in the acquisition of exquisite magical artifacts, you would do well to seek a third-tier alchemist to refine a healing elixir for you, restoring your damaged foundation. In truth, he bore no ill towards the fairy Ling Dai. In the realm of cultivation, being looked down upon due to one's lesser cultivation was a common plight. It was not uncommon for verbal scorn to escalate to physical altercations. Weakness was the original sin. Ling Dai's shoulders trembled, as if struck by lightning. This individual could discern her weakened foundation? Wait, friend, do not leave. She had sought out alchemists in her quest to mend her injuries. After all, the damage to her dantian was not insurmountable. Otherwise, she would have long since lost her cultivation. There were methods to dispel the obstruction of spiritual energy. Yet, third-tier alchemists were as elusive as dragons, and with her status, it was exceedingly difficult to make contact with them. In her earlier years, she had encountered one, but he had been at a loss on how to heal her hidden affliction. This man had seen through her concealed injury at a glance, and even mentioned a specific elixir. Perhaps he held the key to her healing? The notion sent her heart racing, her gaze growing fervent. For those who pursue the path of immortality, the most agonizing fate is not death but the stark realization that they have lost all hope of advancement. Witnessing former peers ascend to Golden Core status, their cultivation skyrocketing, while she, once a paragon of excellence, remained trapped in the foundation establishment stage, filled her with a profound sense of discontent. After decades of striving towards the Golden Core stage, it had become a haunting obsession. How could Zhao Chin vanish without a trace amidst the throngs of people? By the time Ling Dai reached the stage, Zhao Chin had long since slipped away from her view. Friend? The Grand Hall, spanning over 10,000 square meters, was impressively vast. With the perception of a foundation establishment practitioner activated, one could hardly escape detection. Yet, in the chaotic underbelly of this trading event, even Ling Dai, with all her pride, dared not recklessly unleash her spiritual sense. If misunderstood, it could easily provoke the ire of others. Everyone concealed their identities. Who would she seek to unveil with her unrestrained perception? Frustrated, Ling Dai stamped her foot and scanned the area. Just as despair began to settle in her heart, she sighed inwardly, continuing her search in vain. Chapter 155. A familiar voice gradually pulled her thoughts back. Ling Dai, what's wrong? Turning around, Ling Dai discovered that she had been joined by Shangwan Yun, who stood behind her. It's nothing. I just seem to have encountered a third-tier alchemist by chance. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yun disowned her thoughts. Even if the person is indeed a third-tier alchemist, they may not necessarily be able to heal your injuries. If it is meant to be, then let it be. Missing this opportunity is simply fate. Once the trading fair concludes, I will take you to meet a sage I know. Ling Dai silently nodded, contemplating that this was the only course of action left. At that moment, Zhao Chin had already arrived at the entrance of the second floor. As it was his first time attending an auction for Golden Core cultivators, he did not wish to delay. Missing out on any treasures would indeed be a great loss. Upon reaching the entrance, two attendants dressed in identical attire barred his path. Kind sir, please present your credentials. Zhao Chin produced the silver VIP token from the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The attendants, with expressions devoid of emotion, accepted it and conducted a brief examination. After confirming his identity, they allowed Zhao Chin access to the second floor. The second floor was not significantly different from the first, yet the number of cultivators present far exceeded his expectations. The hall was filled with nearly 100 practitioners. Constructed from tempered iron and fortified with numerous formations, the second floor was a realm unto itself, completely obscured from the knowledge of those on the ground level. As Zhao Chin stepped into the grand hall, countless gazes turned towards him. Taking a deep breath, he continued his stride towards a corner. Here, no one set up stalls to sell personal treasures. Rather, individuals exchanged items of value with friends. In contrast to the noisy first floor, the second was much more subdued, with groups of 3 to 5 engaging in discussions about their needs. At this level, cultivators displayed little outward emotion, often refraining from verbal communication altogether. Exchanges were conducted solely through the transmission of spiritual energy. Additionally, there was a transaction platform available for those confident in their treasures or in dire need of rare items, allowing them to attempt exchanges with fellow practitioners. However, due to his circumstances, Zhao Chin was unfamiliar with anyone present. He had no acquaintance with any seasoned Golden Core elders. Fortunately, he had previously altered his appearance with spiritual pills and talismans, concealing his true realm. Even the mask he wore was imbued with formations, and hidden arrays concealed his identity, rendering him thoroughly armored against detection. Under the shroud of 6 layers of protection, no one could discern his authentic cultivation level. Yet, without exception, no one approached Zhao Chin to engage in conversation. The 3 great empires were vast. For ordinary mortals, it would be nearly impossible to traverse them in a lifetime. However, For golden core cultivators, the number of such individuals within the three empires was relatively small. Even if they had not met, they had likely heard of one another to some extent. A sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure, if not an outsider, would likely be perceived as a newly ascended golden core junior. What treasures could a novice in the golden core stage possess? Zhao Chin remained patient, quietly observing, wishing to avoid drawing attention to himself. Chapter 156, however, it soon dawned on Zhao Chin that this method was futile. The difference between golden core cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators was stark. They hardly exchanged words, making it impossible for Zhao Chin to glean any information from their conversations. Even if a transaction were to occur, the items exchanged would be enveloped in spiritual light, rendering their contents entirely indiscernible. Among the foundation establishment cultivators, Zhao Chin's mental acuity was unparalleled, yet he found himself at the lower echelons amongst the numerous golden core cultivators. Moreover, the practitioners on the second floor were clearly divided into several factions. To the far left, dozens congregated, forming smaller groups of 3 to 5. To the right, another group had gathered. Zhao Chin could not ascertain the origins or sex of the individuals on the left, but he was certain that those on the right were of the demon race, as he could distinctly sense the emanation of demonic energy. This group was further subdivided into several smaller factions. However, Zhao Chin did not spot Sha Erna or Su Shiraki, indicating that the Yuaning elders were likely in another area. Was he to take the initiative to step forward? But that was akin to painting a target on his back. Even if the items were identical, there existed subtle differences between being the first or the second to present them. Upon further reflection, Zhao Chin possessed a few treasures, yet none were suitable for public auction where all would be aware. They were far better suited for discreet transactions. Although he felt unperturbed by most of the cultivators present, escaping was not an issue, especially since the underground market forbade violence, and golden core cultivators were bound by these rules. However, confronting the grim-faced elder on the left was unnecessary. Zhao Chin was certain that even escaping would be a formidable challenge. After surveying the gathering, Zhao Chin turned towards the left corner, where stood a cultivator clad in a blue robe, whose appearance was quite unremarkable. Of course, this fade was likely a ruse. As Zhao Chin approached, the blue-robed man, without waiting for him to draw near, transmitted a message through spiritual energy. "Fellow Taoist, what brings you to seek me?" Zhao Chin replied with a smile, "Nothing much. I merely wish to engage in a transaction with you." Among the assembled, this man's cultivation level was of mid-tier. Although Zhao Chin's eye of insight could not discern the specifics of the man's techniques or age, it was clear he was at the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. The blue-robed man's expression remained unchanged as he coolly declined. "Oh, let us forego this matter. What treasures could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possess?" His nonchalant words struck Zhao Chin with a profound shock. How could he see through Zhao Chin's cultivation? Even with layers of formation talismans obscuring his true power, an ordinary golden core cultivator would be unable to perceive his level, especially since he had utilized formations to disrupt his own spiritual fluctuations and alter his appearance. Zhao Chin was confident that no one at the golden core stage could unveil his true self. To do so would require at least a late stage or even peak golden core cultivator. How could this mid-stage golden core fellow possess such formidable mental acuity? "Fellow Taoist, what if I told you that I could refine a third-tier elixir for you?" Upon hearing this, the blue-robed cultivator's expression shifted slightly, and his tone grew more serious. "Are you a third-tier alchemist?" The rank of an alchemist generally correlates with their own cultivation level. For a foundation establishment cultivator to become a third-tier alchemist was virtually impossible. Not to mention, the spiritual energy and power of spiritual fire at the foundation establishment stage were simply insufficient, even with the same experience and mastery of mental energy. The difficulty for a foundation establishment cultivator to concoct a third-tier elixir was at least tenfold greater than that of a golden core cultivator. His shift in attitude was anticipated by Zhao Chin. "I am not, but my master is a third-tier alchemist. Otherwise, how could I ascend to the second floor?" The blue-robed cultivator fell silent. Since he could perceive Zhao Chin's cultivation, he naturally recognized that there was someone backing him. Initially, he thought Zhao Chin was merely a fledgling seeking to broaden his horizons, perhaps with a golden core elder behind him. He never expected that there was a third-tier alchemist in his corner. "What is your master's success rate in refining the third-tier Tianyuan elixir?" After all, the primary ingredients for third-tier elixirs are exceedingly rare. Chapter 157. Furthermore, the failure rate of a third-tier alchemist in concocting elixirs can be exceedingly high. The difficulty and success rates of different third-tier elixirs vary significantly. Thus, when discussing the proficiency of third-tier alchemists, their skill is often assessed based on the success rates of more commonplace third-tier elixirs. Zhao Chin did not respond to his inquiry, but instead articulated his conditions. "I seek a cultivation technique that will enable me to advance to the mid-phase of the golden core stage, or even the later phase, provided that your technique satisfies me. My master's alchemical skills will undoubtedly meet your expectations." The scholar in the azure robe chuckled dismissively, raising his right hand to release several orbs of spiritual light. How intriguing. Zhao Chin accepted several tomes of techniques and began to examine them meticulously. Hunyuan Gong, a method created by spirit transformation practitioners. Ideal for those with water and fire spiritual roots, harnessing the essence of water and fire. Tian Gang Intuaju, an earth attribute technique. The tomes he presented were indeed sufficient for cultivation up to the later phase of the golden core. Yet their effectiveness was rather mundane and lacked any inherent mystical powers. Beneath the mask, the azure-robed scholar could not discern any change in Zhao Chin's demeanor. Observing Zhao Chin's prolonged silence while holding 2 tomes, he inquired, "Friend, techniques for the golden core stage are hard to come by, even if you seek exchanges with others. Based solely on the conditions you have presented, this is the extent of what you can find." Zhao Chin, unwilling to reveal too many of his cards before discovering a satisfactory technique, found himself at an impasse. However, the azure-robed scholar, not having encountered Zhao Chin's master, could not ascertain the true value of his offerings and thus hesitated to part with his most prized possessions. Zhao Chin continued to attempt exchanges with others, yet without exception. He found none of the techniques to his liking. At that moment, a graceful female cultivator clad in white stepped forward to the trading platform, holding a sphere of azure light in her right hand. Bailing Mew, a substance that requires no extensive introduction, enhances a cultivator's perception of wood attributes. Should any interested friends wish to trade, I would accept a 3rd-tier elixir that advances one's cultivation or a Tianxian flower over 1,000 years old. Yet, the numerous cultivators present displayed little interest in the item. Bailing Mew, ranked 96th among the mystic woods, is part of a recognized hierarchy that categorizes such celestial materials into 4 stages: the first 100 to 60th rank, the 60th to 15th, the 15th to 10th, and the top 10 of the mystic woods. Though they share the same classification, the disparity in their potency is astronomical. As for the 100 legendary celestial woods from ancient times, no one has witnessed them in the current cultivation realm. The hundreds of mystic woods listed were only recently discovered, hence their designation. The capabilities of Bailing Mew are extraordinary for foundation-building cultivators, yet for golden core practitioners, it is somewhat superfluous. Realizing the atmosphere had turned cold, the white-clad female cultivator adjusted her approach. "If no fellow cultivators possess what I require, I am also willing to accept spirit stones in exchange." Upon hearing this, others began to murmur sporadically. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,200. Zhao Chin shook his head in secret. The esteemed value of the mystic wood was, astonishingly, lower than that of the Baiyun boat, which was primarily valued for the shed skin of its dragon. Although Zhao Chin was somewhat intrigued by Bailing Mew, he raised his bid. 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. However, his bid was swiftly outmatched by others, extinguishing his desire to increase the offer. His interest in mystic woods was limited, and the Bailing Mew ranked within the top 100 was not worth revealing too much too soon. A detached voice then rang out from below. 3,000 spirit stones. Upon this announcement, the entire assembly fell silent. This exemplifies the advantage of auctioning. One can never ascertain whether what seems trivial to oneself holds immense significance for another. Chapter 158. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Chin resolutely stepped onto the auction stage as the second participant, surrounded by over 100 golden core experts. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. He took a deep breath and retrieved a pill from his storage bag. It was a premium beauty pill, and he possessed but a single one, to be exchanged solely for spirit stones. After all, rarity enhances value. As soon as the name beauty pill was uttered, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Most male cultivators remained impassive. As long as their cultivation level was sufficient, they could have their pick of any woman they desired. Thus, their own appearance held little significance. The spirit stones they could spend on beauty pills for female cultivators would be better invested in enhancing their own cultivation. However, for female cultivators, the beauty pill was a treasure that could drive them to madness. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. 4,000 spirit stones. 4,500. 4,006. 6,000 spirit stones. The fervent bidding among the female cultivators left Zhao Chin astonished. The price of the beauty pill far exceeded his expectations. He had thought it would fetch around 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones at best, especially considering that the auction price of items, particularly those with unique effects, largely depended on the financial capabilities of the bidders. After a heated competition, it was ultimately sold for 10,000 spirit stones. The other female cultivators, unable to produce any more spirit stones, could only grit their teeth in frustration and concede defeat. The winning bidder was shrouded in an air of mystery. Zhao Chin could not discern her cultivation level or the state of her appearance. Yet, through the insight of his vision, he detected that she was a perfected golden core cultivator. Even as he descended from the stage, Zhao Chin found himself momentarily dazed. Was it truly possible to sell it for 10,000? What could she possibly want with a foundation establishment pill? Perhaps it was intended as a gift for an elder? This woman possessed a charm rating of merely 42, making her the least alluring female cultivator Zhao Chin had encountered. Either she had suffered some misfortune that marred her beauty or her cultivation technique had taken a toll on her appearance. Regardless of the truth, an unattractive woman would never buy a beauty pill for herself, as it would serve no purpose. Yet, what she intended to do with the beauty pill was of no concern to him. As Zhao Chin stepped down from the stage, a slight smile graced his lips. He could distinctly sense scattered glances, some subtly appraising him. He silently returned to the corner, patiently awaiting the next cultivator to take the stage. 5 spirit stones could be exchanged for goods, but they could not be auctioned. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control. The beauty pill, while extraordinarily effective, would not incite lethal conflict. The key was to demonstrate his own worth, which would entice others to approach him for transactions. If that were the case, he could obtain the desired cultivation techniques without having to take the stage again. Other matters could wait. The priority was to find suitable cultivation methods. Before the next participant arrived, a gentle female voice resonated in his mind. Friend, may I inquire what you seek? I too wish to exchange for a beauty pill. Zhao Chin maintained his composure, though a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Chapter 159. This woman was clearly testing him. Instead of inquiring whether he possessed the rejuvenation pill, she directly proposed a trade, seemingly convinced that Zhao Chin had it in his possession. However, he remained indifferent, as his intent was merely to provoke a response. The cultivation techniques suited for the golden core stage were predominantly of the wood element or the advanced methods of the Qingyuan sword technique, both of which were in high demand at present. As for the poison from the purple spirit within his body, it could be temporarily set aside, after all. With the array suppressing it, there was no immediate danger. Moreover, it would be best if he could personally neutralize the toxin. After a moment of silence, the other party spoke. Friend, the value of a rejuvenation pill is somewhat lacking compared to the cultivation techniques for the golden core stage. The rejuvenation pill, being a unique elixir, holds merit for cultivators across various realms, possessing different values in their hands. If there were a nascent soul cultivator in urgent need of such a pill, they would undoubtedly agree without hesitation, exchanging it for a technique, as such beings often have access to golden core techniques. The issue, however, was that such ancient beings likely acquired rejuvenation pills long ago through various channels, and the disparity between them and Zhao Chin was too great for him to take risks. Thus, even if the other party sought to raise the price, he was prepared to accommodate that. What if we add 2 exquisite foundation establishment pills to the deal? The woman in palace attire paused, astonished. Exquisite foundation establishment pills. Friend, do you truly possess exquisite foundation establishment pills? While high-grade foundation establishment pills could still be traced in the market, exquisite ones were rare and elusive. Not only did exquisite pills boast effects superior by 2 or 3 times, but they also greatly benefited the foundation of foundation establishment cultivators, who among them did not have juniors to consider. The woman in palace attire no longer hesitated and readily agreed. Very well. After all, the price is not fixed. Should you desire a more powerful technique, I can increase my offer. This price was merely a gauge of the other party's sincerity. Zhao Chin, filled with anticipation, examined the technique she produced. Yet, to his dismay, it was not that the technique was poor, but rather that it was simply unsuitable for him. After some contemplation, the woman in palace attire advised, Friend, if you are fixated on the advanced methods of the Qingyuan sword technique, I suggest you abandon this notion. Zhao Chin's interest was piqued by her words. What do you mean by that? The Qingyuan sword technique is merely a common wood element technique, she explained, astonished as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Indeed, while this technique was widespread, with various sects possessing fragments, the subsequent methods were exceedingly rare. At least, in the information I have received, no sect has been known to possess the advanced methods. The creator of this technique is likely no ordinary figure, possibly a cultivator from the upper realms. In summary, the subsequent value of this technique far surpasses that of ordinary ones, perhaps even exceeding certain sect signature techniques. The initial weakness in power does not imply a lack of strength in its later stages. This revelation filled Zhao Chin with both joy and concern. Ideally, if he could avoid changing his cultivation path, that would be the best outcome. However, he had indeed been somewhat disappointed with the Qingyuan sword technique's power. As his cultivation deepened and his concerns about lifespan dissipated, Zhao Chin's thoughts underwent a subtle transformation. The concern was that, with such a formidable background for this sword technique, it would be even more challenging to find its subsequent methods. Chapter 160. Seeing that he remained silent, the elegantly attired female cultivator continued to persuade him. Friend, since you wish to seek a cultivation method for your junior, you might want to reconsider your decision. Ultimately, Zhao Chin politely declined. If he truly could not find the cultivation method for the Qingyuan sword technique or any subsequent methods that piqued his interest, he would, for the sake of safety, opt to purchase a makeshift method. It was far better than waiting until his cultivation reached a sufficient level and then scrambling for a solution at the last moment. After selling the beauty-retaining pill, the cultivators seeking to trade with him were not limited to just the elegantly dressed female cultivator. Zhao Chin conversed with 3 female cultivators and 1 male cultivator. Among them, the Shuiwa technique piqued his interest to some extent. This technique was water-based, and upon reaching the 3rd level, it granted the practitioner the ability to wield illusionary powers upon entering the golden core stage. After much deliberation, he proceeded with the trade. 1 beauty-retaining pill for 2 top-grade foundation establishment pills. The 2 exchanged goods discreetly, ensuring that no one else could ascertain whether a transaction had indeed occurred. The commotion caused by the beauty-retaining pill was quickly overshadowed by other cultivators. Those bold enough to take the stage at the auction were all presenting rare items: the celestial pearl vine aged for 3,000 years, a beast egg from a mid-golden core stage demon beast, or various scales from 3rd-tier demon beasts. Initially, Zhao Chin remained silent, finding little to ignite his interest. It wasn't until the previously conversed cultivator clad in blue stepped onto the auction platform and spoke in a deep voice that he paid attention. Dung essence. Its significance is well known, and I seek only to exchange it for 3-tiered pills that advance cultivation. The quality must be determined by me. At this pronouncement, the expressions of those present fluctuated dramatically. Especially the cultivators specializing in swords, all appeared fervently excited. Even Zhao Chin felt a surge of desire. Gung essence was heralded as one of the most coveted items among sword cultivators in the mortal realm. By infusing it into one's treasures, their sharpness could increase exponentially. Such a treasure was rare and elusive. Zhao Chin's mind began to race. The Qingyuan sword technique, being a sword technique, surely had subsequent powers related to swords. Moreover, Gung essence could enhance the potency of any treasure it was mixed with, although the ultimate weapon for golden core cultivators might not necessarily be their innate treasures. The reason a treasure is termed as such is due to its connection to the cultivator's life force and cultivation, nurtured within the Dantian. The longer it is cared for, the more formidable its power becomes. Hence, no one would wish to forego the opportunity to amplify their innate treasure's might. Yet, as soon as the thought took root, Zhao Chin swiftly quelled it. The fervent shouts from the crowd grew incessantly. The wild competition among the golden core cultivators had escalated beyond his reach. Those who remained silent were not uninterested. They simply recognized their lack of opportunity to bid for such an item. Among those vying for Gung essence, 3 were at the peak of the golden core stage. Thus, for the sake of prudence, he decided to refrain. A tall tree attracts the wind, he thought. Acknowledging the distance he still had to cover before reaching the golden core stage, there was no need to rush. Ultimately, Gung essence was exchanged for a vial of 3-tiered cultivation pills and a spirit herb aged for 5,000 years. The 100 Ghosts transformation pill? Zhao Chin had never heard of such a concoction. The market price for circulating 3-tiered pills was far less than what this exchange suggested. However, there were only a few types of pills for advancing cultivation at the golden core stage, most of which were of mid-grade quality. They would likely lead to resistance after a short duration of use, rendering them ineffective. Thus, the rarity of pills meant to enhance cultivation rendered their value exceedingly high. After all, as a cultivator's level ascends, advancing even a single step becomes an arduous task, epitomizing the adage that rarity breeds value. Chapter 161, however. With the departure of the previous individual, the new ascendant cultivator presented a trade item that instantly quelled the atmosphere. The Heart of the Blue Lotus Earth. Ranked 53rd on the Xian Earth list, possesses the ability to slightly enhance one's cultivation and fortify the physical body, alongside a hint of the power of the mysterious fire. The old man only desired the dragon claws of a 3rd-tier ink dragon or a substantial quantity of ink dragon scales. By all accounts, the 53rd ranked Xian Earth is considered quite commendable. Yet, when compared to the prior offerings, this Heart of the Blue Lotus Earth seemed rather lackluster. Nevertheless, this item resonated well with Zhao Chin's inclinations. Compared to the Xian Wood, the enhancement provided by the Xian Earth was considerably greater, and its ranking surpassed that of the 100 Spirits Wood by a significant margin. Before he could voice a higher bid, a terrifying aura erupted, penetrating through the floors. Following closely was an overwhelming intent of the blade, cutting through the atmosphere. The golden core cultivators present exhibited a sudden change in expression. Instinctively, they unleashed their spiritual power to shield themselves from the impending oppressive force. Zhao Chin furrowed his brow and hurriedly retreated to a corner. He affixed 6 talismans to himself, activating layers of formations to their utmost limit before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sherna? Could it be that a negotiation with the ancient Yuan Ing stage monster had collapsed? The earlier aura was unmistakably emitted by the demon Sherna, unreservedly exuding her sinister demonic energy. As for the overwhelming blade intent, it likely belonged to Su Qiqi, the head of the Su family. Zhao Chin observed the elevated area with a composed demeanor. Should any further commotion arise, he would promptly vacate the premises. The underground trading market forbade any violent actions by cultivators. A rash move by a golden core cultivator would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Yet, the rules were dictated by the powerful. The constraints imposed by the individuals behind the trading event might not be sufficient to deter Yuan and cultivators. Following the clash of demonic energy and blade intent, tranquility was swiftly restored. The aura arrived with great swiftness and departed just as quickly. The multitude of golden core cultivators present found the pressure of merely a Yuan Ing stage formidable, yet it posed no real threat to them. However, they remained on edge, fearful of collateral damage. Once it was confirmed that no further incidents would transpire, they resumed their exchanges. The cultivator offering the Heart of the Blue Lotus Earth failed to acquire the desired treasures. Ultimately, Zhao Chin procured it for 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. Looking at the nearly 10% reduction in the spirit stones, he let out a soft sigh. Relying solely on spirit stones proved to be somewhat challenging. He had thought he had amassed quite a fortune. However, lacking any precious items and relying solely on spirit stones for purchases necessitated a far greater price. Reflecting on the earlier acquisition of the Bailuo fire, he truly recognized it as a tremendous fortune. After all, the ranking of the Bailuo fire surpassed that of the Heart of the Blue Lotus Earth by over 30 positions. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the underground trading market, over a dozen cultivators gathered. Unlike those on the second floor, who concealed their appearances, the cultivators present revealed their true forms. Sherna and Su Qiqi stood in opposition, neither willing to yield an inch. Just as it seemed that a violent confrontation was imminent, a profound surge of spiritual power erupted, forcefully pushing both parties back. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his visage gaunt, stepped forward. "Dear friends, I implore you to grant this old man a modicum of respect. Today, we convene to discuss matters of great importance. There is no need to resort to violence over trivialities." Upon seeing the elder intervene, both Sherna and Su Qiqi felt dissatisfaction towards one another, yet, out of respect for the elder, they ultimately chose to concede. Had Zhao Chin been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the esteemed elder of the Yin Yang sect, the Yin Yang Taoist. A century ago, He had ascended to the mid-Yuaning stage and was renowned even among those of the Yuaning stage. Chapter 162. Two flowers blooming, each represents a branch. The conversations and actions of the nascent soul stage cultivators remained unknown to others. However, the underground trading meetings had been held numerous times. After a brief moment of chaos, the Golden Core cultivators resumed their respective activities. Presently, the individual on stage fervently promoted a treasure, the five elements body. An ancient technique of the spirit race for physical refinement. By integrating the five elemental attributes into one's own physique, one could attain a harmonious balance of yin and yang, ensuring continual vitality and significantly enhancing physical strength. By refining just two elemental substances, one could achieve a dual spirit body, with three, a triple spirit body. And with each additional element, the corporeal form would grow substantially stronger. Should a fellow cultivator succeed in crafting a five elements body, not only would they dominate their peers, but they would also be virtually invincible. This item was not available for purchase with spirit stones. Instead, it could be exchanged for various pills or rare spiritual herbs of equivalent value. Such claims could hardly be dismissed as anything but boastful. After all, the world of cultivation is replete with myriad techniques. A robust physique does not necessarily imply formidable spiritual power, even with exceptional spiritual strength. One could still be countered by certain attribute-based artifacts or spiritual techniques. Thus, the notion of being invincible was indeed somewhat exaggerated. The middle-aged cultivator's words bore a hint of self-promotion akin to a vendor extolling their wares. Nevertheless, the five elements body refinement technique possessed unique merits that captivated Zhao Chin. Its immense potential warranted a gamble. Many observers in the shadows had also set their sights on this technique. The middle-aged cultivator remained stationary, clearly engaged in discussions with other practitioners. After all, this was not merely an auction of spirit stones. The decision to exchange treasures depended largely on mutual needs. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Chin resolved to acquire the five elements body refinement technique. The previously purchased 100 veins refinement technique paled in comparison to the five elements body. Moreover, with his possession of the Bailuo fire and the recently acquired Qingli and Earth Heart soil, mastering this technique would allow him to directly cultivate a dual spirit body, significantly enhancing his strength in a short span of time. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the refined spiritual objects and the greater their number, the more substantial the boost to one's physique. For instance, one could refine 3 types of mysterious fire within their body without being limited by quantity. However, not all cultivators present were equally interested in the five elements body refinement technique, as most prioritized spiritual power, seeking to vanquish foes from afar and pursue various arcane secret arts. Additionally, acquiring the rare elemental substances was no simple feat, let alone gathering all 5. After careful consideration, Zhao Chin discreetly sent a message through his spiritual energy. Fellow cultivator, have you heard of the 5-element pill? The middle-aged cultivator, maintaining an impassive expression, raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhao Chin before replying telepathically. Do you possess the 5-element pill? How many do you have, and what is their grade? If they are of low or medium quality, I would prefer to pass. Without hesitation, Zhao Chin responded, 3 superior 5-element pills. The middle-aged cultivator remained silent for a considerable time, perhaps contemplating whether to engage in a transaction with Zhao Chin or discussing with other cultivators. Zhao Chin waited patiently for his response. After several breaths, the middle-aged cultivator's low voice resonated in Zhao Chin's mind again. Aside from the 3 superior 5-element pills, do you have any other third-grade elixirs? Zhao Chin felt a flicker of hope. Are you interested in the dust-settling pill? The middle-aged cultivator paused momentarily, cautiously probing. Chapter 163. 3 superior grade 5-element pills and 3 superior grade dust-settling pills. If my esteemed friend agrees, these items shall rightfully belong to you. After all, he has advanced to the Golden Core stage, yet the sect still harbors juniors at the foundation establishment level. With the assistance of dust-settling pills, the success rate of advancing becomes significantly higher. Taking these 3 dust-settling pills back will indeed contribute to the sect. Each Golden Core cultivator serves as a pillar for the sect, and the ancestors will undoubtedly reward him generously. Zhao Chin did not haggle and readily agreed. The middle-aged cultivator cast a spell from his hand, and Zhao Chin simultaneously produced 2 vials of pills. They inspected each other's items, confirming their authenticity with slight nods. Others present also took note of the completed transaction. Zhao Chin discreetly retreated a few steps to a secluded corner, sitting cross-legged on the ground to meditate. In such trading gatherings, the more successful transactions one completes, the more it signifies one's wealth. After the trading concludes, the likelihood of being intercepted and robbed increases. Even if they communicate through spiritual sound, the specifics of the exchanged items remain unknown. However, the middle-aged cultivator's decision to refuse others in favor of trading with Zhao Chin speaks volumes. Fortunately, the exits of the underground trading market randomly teleport to different areas, significantly reducing the danger. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Zhao Chin successfully traded for several coveted items. Yet, he was slightly taken aback to find that he had not seen Ziling on the 2nd floor. Although Ziling was a foundation establishment cultivator, she was the only one of her level to become the leader of a major sect. With her status, entering this level should pose no challenge. It seemed that the girl was indeed being closely monitored. His ability to acquire numerous treasures was largely thanks to the 5-element pills and dust-settling pills, as well as the materials for crafting the latter. Moreover, the old demon of harmony was absent. According to Shang Guanyun, the underground trading event would conclude at the hour of the dog. With half an hour remaining, Zhao Chin descended to the lower level. He chose not to rush to leave, but instead circled around the hall a few times. Afterward, he leisurely approached the exit and, after paying the required spirit stones, 2 black-clad guards activated the formation, causing him to vanish from sight. Zhao Chin's vision darkened, and he briefly lost control of his body. When he regained his sight, he found himself in a dimly lit cave. He hurriedly exited the cave, disregarding pleasantries with the attendant outside, and inquired about his whereabouts. He then transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the distance. After a brief moment, 2 yellow figures materialized high above. Where did that little rascal run off to? Curse it, has he truly escaped? Impossible. That boy is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Even as a sword cultivator, he cannot evade us. The 2 expanded their spiritual sense to its maximum, encompassing a radius of over 300 miles. Yet, no matter how meticulously they searched, Zhao Chin's whereabouts eluded them. 500 miles away, within a towering mountain gorge, a flickering azure light emanated from deep within a shadowy cave. Zhao Chin sat cross-legged, continuously ingesting pills to restore his spiritual energy. Upon exiting the teleportation cave, he swiftly affixed dozens of speed-enhancing spirit talismans and explosive formation talismans to himself. Zhao Chin fled at the fastest pace he had ever achieved in his life. Naturally, such haste came at a considerable cost. He had expended 70 to 80% of his spiritual energy in a short span. Chapter 164, after the passage of 2 hours. Zhao Chin had replenished his spiritual energy sufficiently. No matter how formidable the opponent's mental prowess, it was impossible for them to ascertain his concealed location. Though uncertain if he was being followed, upon departing from the second floor of the trading hall, he experienced an unsettling sensation of being watched. Better safe than sorry. For him, it merely entailed a slight depletion of vitality, which could be gradually restored. However, should he be pursued, it would lead to a tumultuous escape. Yet, fortune favors the bold. This underground trading market had proven to be immensely rewarding for Zhao Chin. While revealing some of his resources might invite trouble, it was still the least perilous transaction he could engage in. Venturing out for exploration posed uncertainties. Not to mention the slim chance of discovering relics of ancient cultivators or entrances to various secret realms. Even if one managed to infiltrate such places, the likelihood of finding what they desperately needed, let alone surviving the ordeal, was far from guaranteed. It was not uncommon for companions in adventure to betray one another after acquiring treasures. Human intentions are the most inscrutable. Within the underground trading market, there was at least a semblance of security. Zhao Chin did not hasten to leave. Instead, he organized the items acquired from the transaction within the cave. Before him floated a parchment of sheepskin, a fragment of bronze, and a jade tube of green bamboo. The sheepskin parchment detailed the solidifying essence pill for advancing to the 3rd tier of cultivation. The bronze fragment evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity. Coincidentally, he had also obtained the 2nd tier of the Diyin technique. Previously, the Diyin technique he had procured only encompassed the 1st tier of the cultivation method, while the 2nd tier remained incomplete. Having experienced the advantages of profound consciousness, he naturally coveted this knowledge. This discovery was indeed an unexpected delight. As for the assortment of other spiritual herbs, they would serve no immediate purpose. Once he confirmed that there was no danger outside, Zhao Chin departed with swift strides. For safety's sake, he suppressed his aura while attuning to the surroundings above. After sprinting several dozen miles, he then took to the skies on his sword. In the city of Jiangdu, during the hour of the rat, at the moon viewing pavilion within the prestigious private room, Shang Guanyun sat alongside the spirit butterfly fairy. As time progressed, the spirit butterfly fairy's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Shang Guanyun's mood was equally dismal. The trading event had concluded at the hour of the dog. Even with 2 hours of travel, they should have returned by the hour of the pig. Yet, as they now approached the hour of the rat, the other party had still not arrived as promised. Were it not for the numerous transactions they had conducted, Shang Guanyun would have been more concerned about Zhao Chin's character, as he knew that once he made a promise, he would not renege. Otherwise, he might have worried that Zhao Chin was playing him false. Just as the spirit butterfly fairy grew increasingly anxious and restless, the door gently creaked open. Zhao Chin stepped inside. Shang Guanyun's face brightened with joy upon seeing him, and he promptly beckoned. "Young friend, please, take a seat." Zhao Chin nodded slightly and then sat opposite them. When he had transacted with Shang Guanyun, he had assumed the same guise. The mask he had worn during the auction was now tucked away. The spirit butterfly fairy appeared momentarily stunned. "Shang Guan, is he the 3rd-tier alchemist you mentioned?" However, as Shang Guanyun awaited the arrival of others, he could not help but inquire aloud, "Where is your master?" Zhao Chin shook his head. "My master did not come." The glimmer of hope in the spirit butterfly fairy's eyes was extinguished. Chapter 165 Indeed. Is she unable to mend her damaged foundation? Friend, rest assured, as long as you can heal my wounds, I shall agree to any conditions. Although I had anticipated Ling Dai's urgency, I did not expect her to be so impatient. In negotiations, the one who shows weakness first loses the upper hand and becomes subject to the other's influence. Shang Guanyun furrowed his brow in concern. Lingdi's state would likely leave her vulnerable to manipulation. Yet, for cultivators, the vital energy within the Dantian is of utmost importance. It is not that Ling Dai lacks fortitude, rather, she is left with no alternatives. Shang Guanyun chose his words carefully, hoping that the young friend would not demand excessively. Zhao Chin spoke up with a smile. My master has previously encountered Ling Dai and has devised a remedy, but was delayed on the journey and cannot return today. Allow me to examine Ling Dai's condition, and you shall prepare the spiritual herbs and resources my master requires." Upon hearing this, Ling Dai's face lit up with joy. "Really? Your master has seen me?" She had not even laid eyes on him, yet he claimed he could heal her afflictions. Although elated, a tinge of anxiety crept into her heart. If he spoke so confidently, what if it turned out to be a mere fantasy, leaving her spirit